Chapter 1. Promotion Exam. The low-hanging sky resembled the monstrous mouth of a dragon, fierce and terrifying, as if it wanted to tear apart and devour the barren plains below. Xiaolu held his spear and raised his round shield. He glanced at the wound on his left arm. It wasn't deep, but blood had soaked through his clothes and dripped down. It watered the parched earth. The earth basilisk extended its crimson tongue, its taste buds stimulated by the metallic scent of blood. Its golden eyes narrowed slightly. It knew that its previous attack had succeeded. The opponent was injured. Before the basilisk could launch another assault, Xiaolu surged forward first, his shield out front, spear at the ready in the back. Elemental energy resonated around him, causing the spear tip to flicker with faint glimmers of light. The basilisk also charged ahead. It seemed infuriated by this small human's bold move. As the dominant force in this area, it would not allow its authority to be challenged. Besides, it had every reason to feel confident. Thick scales, sharp claws, unmatched strength, and teeth laced with various toxins. It intended to teach this human a lesson. And its reward? The delicious flesh and blood of its adversary. At the moment they met, the spears suddenly blazed with intense light. At such close range, the basilisk had no choice but to shut its eyes tightly, which caused a brief stiffness. Xiaolu didn't waste the opportunity. He lunged forward with all his might, thrusting the spear directly into the creature's skull. However, the sound of clashing metal echoed through the air, signaling that this attack couldn't pierce through the hard skull or its thick scales. When it reopened its eyes, the basilisk was smug, confident in its victory. Its opponent's move had been played, and now it was time for it to strike. Its enormous jaws opened wide, revealing teeth coated in sticky venom. The basilisk prepared to claim its prey, but just then, it felt something strange inside its mouth. This happened so quickly that the basilisk had no time to react. Instead, it experienced a searing pain in its mouth, making it thrash uncontrollably on the ground. Soon afterward, gray smoke began to rise from its mouth, and the basilisk writhed even more violently, yet nothing could change its fate. Its eyes gradually lost their color. Vise, I lodge a complaint, Xiaolu cheated. Using his spear and shield is fine, but attacking magical creatures with corrosive powder violates the rules. We're wizards, we should use magic to fight. Just look at what he did here. It doesn't align with the exam requirements. Not far away, 3 others dressed in black robes identical to Xiaolu's stood watching quietly until the battle ended. Then one finally spoke up. Quiet down, Ralph. I'm not blind yet. For the apprentice promotion exam, the requirement is independent combat, hunting 3 level 2 magical creatures. There's no restriction on the weapon used. Moreover, Xiaolu did employ magic during the fight, level 0 light magic as an auxiliary tool, so his battle conforms to the regulations. After speaking, this person pulled back their hood, revealing a youthful, cold face and a red collar. At the sight of the red collar, Ralph swallowed any further arguments he'd been about to make. Though reluctant, he lowered his head obediently. Because he was a wizard, and in the world of wizards, rank meant everything. From where he stood, Xiaolu overheard the conversation. Turning around, he looked at the red collar, his gaze filled with longing. Hermos Wizard Academy, as the largest wizard training cradle of the empire, was known for its strictness. Apprentices were rigidly ranked. Black collars for novice apprentices, blue collars for junior apprentices, red collars for intermediate apprentices, and purple collars for senior apprentices. Different ranks meant access to different resources. The higher the rank, the more resources they could obtain. Most importantly, it came with privileges. Take Vise, for instance, an intermediate apprentice who could slaughter them, these novice apprentices, without facing any consequences so long as he provided a flimsy excuse. The academy wouldn't pursue it further. To the lowest ranking apprentices, they were mere nobodies, whether dead or alive, no one cared. Xiaolu retrieved his dagger and pried open the earth basilisk's skull, extracting a thumb-sized yellow crystal from within. This was a magic crystal, the source of power for magical creatures, and also a material for magic spells. Most crucially, this was his proof of having independently hunted 3 level 2 magical creatures. If he passed this test, he would shed his nobody title and add a splash of color to his currently pitch-black collar. Good, Xiaolu has obtained a level 2 magic crystal as well. Now all of you have technically completed the first phase of hunting. But I think it's necessary to reiterate the rules of the Junior Apprentice Promotion exam once more. First, independently hunt 3 level 2 magical creatures. Second, apprentices may not attack each other. Third, I am dealing with my own matters and merely coincidentally serve as the witness for your exam. So, I'm not your babysitter. Whether during the hunt or when encountering other dangers, I will not intervene. Even if you die, it makes no difference to me. After Vise finished speaking, his gaze swept over everyone, pausing briefly on Xiaolu before he turned and walked toward the distant mountain range. Faced with an intermediate apprentice, the 3 little novices participating in the promotion exam didn't dare to make a move. They silently followed behind, not even daring to breathe heavily. But among the 3 of them, it was clear there were 2 factions. Xiaolu walked alone, while the other 2 stayed very close together. In unison, their gazes toward Xiaolu carried a trace of disdain and malice. The reason, jealousy. To advance from a novice apprentice to a junior apprentice, one needed to meet 2 conditions. First, magical power must reach 120 joules. This was a hard requirement, no exceptions, even if the emperor intervened personally. Second, one needed a mentor from the academy willing to take you on as an apprentice. Xiaolu met these 2 conditions, but the problem was, he had taken a shortcut. As part of the 577th batch of students at Hermos Wizard Academy, Xiaolu had only been enrolled for a little over a year. Just 3 months ago, during the routine testing, his magical power had barely reached 40 joules. He earned the examination eligibility because he volunteered for a large-scale sorceress body enhancement. The reward was a spot as Zola's apprentice. As one of the 4 red cloak wizards of the academy, becoming Zola's apprentice was akin to ascending directly to the pinnacle. Even though such enhancements had a low success rate and could cost lives, many still signed up. After testing, Xiaolu showed the highest compatibility with the graft, which earned him a place on the operating table. For thousands of years, the sorcerer community had understood that human bodies have limits. Except for rare prodigies, most sorcerers eventually hit a bottleneck, constrained by their physical inability to hold more powerful magic. Thus, sorceress body enhancement was created. By transplanting parts of magical creatures or enhancing organs, sorcerers could break through bodily limitations and control powers far beyond human capability. Ordinary enhancements typically affected only a small portion of the body, like arms or palms, given the lower success rates, making it less life-threatening when they failed. However, the trial Zola intended to perform was different. It included all internal organs in the massive enhancement. Such surgeries were uncommon in history, and successes were exceedingly rare. Yet Xiaolu's luck held true. He survived against all odds. Upon retesting, his magical power reached 136 joules. An ecstatic Zola immediately announced that once Xiaolu passed the promotion exam, he would become her 5th disciple. How could this not infuriate others, especially the other 2 who were taking the same exam? These individuals had completed 5 years of study at the academy, undergoing brutal competition with peers to earn their chance at promotion. Why should Xiaolu, merely lying down on the surgical table, closing his eyes, and sleeping for a while, now be placed on equal footing with them? Was there any justice left in this world? They envied Xiaolu so much they wanted nothing more than to flay and dismember him right then. But deep down, they wondered whether the enhancement had truly succeeded. From Xiaolu's perspective, things were not looking good. Sorceress body enhancements were incredibly cruel. The original owner of the body had died on the operating table. It was only through Zola's use of the revocation ritual that he was resurrected. Unfortunately, the ritual didn't bring back the soul of the original owner, instead pulling in the soul of someone from another world. So the current Xiaolu was, in fact, a transmigrant. The experience this transmigrant endured was far from pleasant. Though his body's magical power reached 136 joules, Xiaolu could not access it. The enhanced organs had developed a kind of unity, making the magic as impenetrable as steel, impossible to pry apart. As a result, Xiaolu became the weakest candidate. He could only draw upon his original magical power, capable of performing level 0 beginner spells, and that too only within his compatible element, light. This forced him to hunt level 2 magical creatures like a warrior, equipped with a long spear and a round shield, and carrying various auxiliary materials, like corrosive powder. After all, relying solely on sorcery, Xiaolu possessed practically no combat ability. The exam took place on the Jimmer Wastelands, not too far from Hermo's Wizard Academy. With its vast area and sparse population, it had become a haven for magical beasts. Yet it was also rich in sorcery materials. Not far away, on a cliff wall, a patch of 3 yellow grass appeared, catching Ralph's attention and causing his eyes to widen. 3 yellow grass wasn't an exceptionally rare material, but it held value due to its mild nature, serving as an auxiliary component in many potions. The Academy's exchange center purchased it regularly, and in the apprentice's underground market, it fetched an even higher price. Vice Senior, may we rest for a moment? Ralph jogged a few steps, coming to Senior Vice's side. He then used his body to block the rear view and casually took out several silver coins, stuffing them into the senior's hand. Of course you can. Vice broke into a smile, glancing at the nearby cliff wall, understanding immediately. Ralph promptly expressed his gratitude and then, without waiting for the other 2 behind him, ran straight to the edge of the cliff. After casting a weight reduction spell on himself, he pulled out a dagger and began climbing. On this cliff face, there were several clumps of 3 yellow grass, each worth no less than an imperial gold coin. Ralph was greedy, and he didn't want to miss any of them, so he kept crawling around on the cliff. This wasted a lot of time, so that when he finished, the sky had already gradually darkened. The next section of the path, you'll have to take by yourselves. I don't want to spend the night in this place, so I'll wait for you at the small hill up ahead. Vice took one look at the gloomy sky. Because of Ralph's greediness, too much time had been wasted, so he decided not to wait for these novices anymore. The Jimmer Wastelands can be dangerous at night. Be careful. Without waiting for anyone's approval, Vice said his piece and headed toward the mountains. Though it seemed like he was walking normally, his speed increased dramatically, and in no time, he left everyone far behind. It smells of sorcery. Jerry, who stood beside Ralph, looked at Vi's back with full envy as he spoke. Don't talk about this nonsense. We should hurry on our journey. Ralph wasn't concerned. He was already satisfied. He now had 12 shares of 3 yellow grass. When they returned to the academy, his purse would certainly swell. It's your fault that Senior Vice has left us behind. With a glance at Ralph, Jerry felt slightly irritated. If it weren't for this guy taking too long, how could they have been abandoned? Ho ho, don't worry. Once we get back, I'll buy you a drink. Ralph slapped Jerry's shoulder very generously. They were from the same batch of students. Though they competed with each other, they also often collaborated, so their relationship was still relatively harmonious. It was clear that Xiaolu had been excluded, but he didn't care. The 3 set off again on their journey, just as nighttime fell quietly. Perhaps due to bad luck, Vi's words proved correct. This wasteland during the night did indeed have things running out. Despite the air being dry, a fog slowly rose, faintly showing numerous shadows within, aimlessly wandering. All three were tense. Ralph and Jerry took out their staves while Xiaolu raised his shield and tightly gripped his spear. Snap! Someone must have stepped on a dried-out branch, making a crisp sound. Instantly, those shadows seemed to catch the scent of prey. They all turned and approached the three. I command you, die. Ralph attacked first, having silently prepared the incantation. A beam of light shone from the staff, compressing and distorting the air, which swept forward fiercely. Level 1 sorcery, Airblade. Smack! The shadow in front was severed. Compressed air, like a blade, split that unnamed thing into two. Damn it! They're skeletons. How could there be so many skeletons? Jerry shouted, releasing a fireball spell. With the explosion's firelight, he recognized the true form of those things. Skeletons, their eyes burning with blue flames. Even though these skeletons responded slowly, had low defense, and moved at a sluggish pace, the three still felt immense pressure. Buy me some time. Ralph shouted and began chanting. A whirlwind spun at the top of his staff, wind elements gathering continuously. When Jerry and Xiaolu saw this, they knew he was about to cast a powerful spell, so they quickly protected Ralph and prevented the skeletons from getting closer. After about a minute, Ralph's chanting ended. He raised his staff high, and instantly, a 3-meter-wide tornado swept out, cutting through every skeleton along its way with fine wind blades. It forcibly tore open a gap. Level 2 sorcery, Destruction Whirlwind. No wonder Professor Sabruas accepted you. You truly are a genius of the wind element. Jerry chuckled, his eyes brimming with envy. After all, they were still novice learners. Even after passing the examination to become apprentices, only a few people could perform such powerful level 2 spells. Xiaolu nodded as well. Even though he knew these two disapproved of him, right now, they were all on the same boat. The stronger the teammate, the safer he would be. However, they celebrated too early. Although Ralph's spell opened a breach, there were too many skeletons, densely packed. As soon as one was killed, 10 more appeared. The gap was quickly resealed. Their spells could eliminate these creatures, but the issue was that their magical power was limited. Such level 2 spells could only be cast once by Ralph. After a few rounds of attacks, Ralph and Jerry's magic power was depleted, and the skeletons were getting closer, completely surrounding them. There's nothing we can do. You two are on your own. Ralph suddenly put away his staff. At the same time he spoke, he took out a scroll from his chest. Under the astonished gazes of Xiaolu and Jerry, Ralph raised the scroll above his head and pulled it open. Lightning flashed, and a huge electric grid enveloped him. Ralph, you son of a bitch. Jerry cursed. Since he was right next to Ralph, the lightning instantly swallowed him, cooking him until he was crispy on the outside and raw on the inside. Xiaolu wasn't doing well either. Although he stood a bit farther away, he was still affected by the lightning, causing his entire body to go numb and collapse on the ground. Ralph didn't say anything. He coldly watched as his two companions fell, and the electric grid he released cleared the surrounding skeletons. He then spotted a direction and ran off swiftly. Cousin Kavno was right. This evaluation isn't simple. It was indeed correct to prepare more good stuff. The paralyzed Xiaolu and unconscious Jerry attracted most of the attention of the skeletons, which provided Ralph with a perfect opportunity to escape. He was proud of his own intelligence and also felt fortunate that he had prepared many tools in advance. I said students cannot attack each other. You broke the rules, Ralph. Suddenly, Senior Vice's voice came through. Ralph immediately stopped in his tracks and hastily opened his mouth to speak. Senior Vice, I am Kavno's cousin. He has mentioned you to me before, as you both entered the academy during the same year. So, could you possibly overlook this small matter for my cousin's sake? You know, if I don't pass this time, I will have to wait another year. Besides, I only used a spell, which accidentally involved my companions. It doesn't count as an attack. Ralph quickly brought up his support, hoping that Senior Vice might give him a break because they shared the same red-collared apprentice background. Kavno's cousin? Yes, I do have some connections with him, but the rules are the rules. As the witness, I declare that you have lost your exam eligibility. Moreover, you may not even get the chance to take the test again next year because the dead are not allowed to take exams. Vi's words shocked Ralph. He suddenly realized something and hurriedly extended his hand. Looking at his palm, he saw his skin cracking, his blood congealing, and his muscles collapsing like decaying sand, beginning to crumble and fall off. No! Ralph screamed, emitting a roar filled with despair. His whole body was rapidly disintegrating, and before long, all the flesh separated from his body, leaving him as a standing skeleton. Just like those other skeletons, blue flames flickered and danced in his eyes. Chapter 2. Night Talk. Snap, snap. The burning branches crackled sharply, and the aroma of roasted bread wafted through the air, filling Charles's nostrils. His stomach rumbled with hunger, causing him to involuntarily swallow a lump of saliva. Eat, it tastes best now. Just be careful not to burn yourself. After sprinkling some salt, Senior Wesley picked up a piece of roasted bread and handed it to Charles. Is it safe here? Without regard for the heat, Charles took 2 bites, chewed quickly, swallowed, and then asked. The night on Gmeral Plain can indeed be quite dangerous unless you've reached the level of an advanced wizard apprentice. You'd best avoid venturing out carelessly. But I've been to this spot many times. It's safe, so rest assured. Senior Wesley spoke casually. Unlike Charles, he broke off a piece of roasted bread, put it into his mouth, chewed slowly, and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Hearing what the senior said, Charles couldn't help but direct his gaze toward the puppet beside Wesley. Below it, a faint magical array was barely visible because it emitted no light and would go unnoticed without careful inspection. This was the capability of a mid-level apprentice, compressing magic and then releasing it through a medium to form a domain unique to them. At this moment, the entire small hill was enveloped by Wesley's magic. Any subtle movement would be detected keenly by this senior. To be so wasteful with magic, to be honest, Charles envied him deeply. Your ability to escape from those mists so easily truly surprised me. If I encountered something like that, I wouldn't necessarily emerge unscathed. After all, those illusions are extremely vivid. It's not just about blinding your sight, they affect other senses as well. Those who don't understand simply can't distinguish reality from illusion. Wesley glanced at Charles, speaking lightly. Then he looked again at the spear and shield behind Charles, and the two people wrapped up like dumplings in blankets and continued. Why did you bring them along? In my opinion, they're nothing but baggage. Besides, you seem very strong. Carrying both the long spear and shield, already no easy feat, and you managed to drag these two individuals all the way up here. Honestly, you really don't seem like a wizard. After hearing what Senior Wesley said, Charles glanced back at the two people with a touch of resignation and shook his head. I owe my escape to them. If I hadn't been electrocuted, paralyzing my nerve system, I wouldn't have realized that those skeletons were all illusions. As it stands now, I'm not sure what to do. If I abandon them, they'll certainly die. But continuing the assessment while carrying them doesn't seem feasible either. Charles shrugged, genuinely unsure what to do next. These two weren't dead yet. One had become a dementia patient, and the other smelled distinctly of roasted meat. They're already out of the competition. As for your evaluation, you've already effectively passed. Passed? But I still need to hunt down 2 second-tier magical beasts. No, you don't need to anymore. There are precisely 3 second-tier magic crystals now, so you've passed the test. Having spoken, Senior Wesley stood up and walked over to the two individuals. He flipped through their pockets, retrieved the magic crystals, and tossed them to Charles. But that's against the rules, Charles stammered as he accepted the crystals. As your senior, I'll teach you something. Wizard Academy assessments are known for being rigorous, but that doesn't mean they're absolutely fair. For example, you take turns hunting second-tier magical beasts, but the dangers posed by those beasts aren't equal. You may give your all, even get injured, but others might breeze through it. Is that fair? Moreover, the evaluation is only there for you to demonstrate your strength. You've already hunted 1 second-tier magical beast, proving yourself, and that's enough. After saying this, Wesley returned to sit by the fire and resumed eating his roasted bread. Charles remained silent for a moment before sighing softly and stuffing the 2 magic crystals into his pocket. Senior Wesley made sense. Through fragments of memory ingrained within his body, Charles knew that wizards rarely adhered strictly to rules. Not even the mentors would abide by agreements if they weren't bound by extremely restrictive contracts. But didn't you say there was another reason you brought us here? Charles took a bite of his roasted bread and started a new topic while looking at Wesley. It's done, right when you guys were struggling. Wesley pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket and waved it in front of Charles. The bottle appeared ordinary, but inside, it contained a puff of smoke that continuously expanded and contracted, creating an incredible sight. An exceedingly tiny magical array flickered with light, sealing the neck of the bottle. The smoke seemed terrified, shrinking back swiftly every time it touched it, as if shocked by an electric current. Charles did not inquire what it was. For a wizard, probing into unknown matters indiscriminately could be considered taboo. Neither of them continued the topic, and after quickly finishing his roasted bread, Wesley suddenly spoke to Charles. We're going back tomorrow. You rest well tonight. As for those 2 people, if you want to bring them, then do so. If not, leave them behind. Anyway, they've already become useless. I'll just say they were killed by magic beasts. No one will investigate. Going back tomorrow? Charles paused, surprised at how straightforward Wesley was. What else? Do you plan to stay here admiring the scenery? I've finished my business, and you've passed the evaluation. That's enough. Besides, this wasteland is full of dangers everywhere. I don't want to lose the last trainee either. When you reach the rank of a Chuji apprentice, you'll realize there aren't many easy tasks that earn you points. If you have a bad record, like being a witness when all trainees die during evaluations, you won't easily get similar missions again. With a stretch, Wesley glanced at Charles and said this, then waved his hand as he grabbed a blanket to cover himself, falling asleep. Charles rubbed his forehead. Although he was very tired, sleep eluded him. Too many things had happened today, and he felt somewhat disoriented. Looking up at the sky, he saw the clouds rolling continuously, as if something inside them was wriggling. Can't even see the stars. Letting out a sigh, Charles muttered to himself with melancholy. He touched his chest and felt his heartbeat, but it didn't feel quite real. How long must this chaos continue? Can we not coexist peacefully? Charles understood exactly why this sense of alienation persisted. It had been 3 months since he arrived in this world, and he'd spent every single one of those months battling his own internal organs. In his previous life, as the best surgeon in the entire city, he had ascended to the position of department head before the age of 40. However, just as he was in his prime, he was diagnosed with ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His condition rapidly deteriorated, and he eventually passed away from respiratory failure only a year later. This unexpected reincarnation gave him a second chance at life, but now he realized that his current predicament wasn't any easier than his last one. The organs of the sea nymph were gradually assimilating with his other organs. From time to time, he would fall into illusions, thinking he was a fish swimming freely in the ocean. If this continued, he faced only two possibilities: death or transformation into another sea monster. Charles felt he'd endured enough. Desperately, he wanted to put an end to all this. He wished to live, as Zierda Charles Nilise, because he wasn't sure if he'd get another chance to be reborn as a human after dying again. So, he needed to advance. He had to become a disciple of Tutor Zola because only through her could he hope for a solution to the problem within his body. Fortunately, his first step toward success was almost complete. Snap, snap. Adding more dry wood to the fire, Charles sat upright and pulled out a book from his backpack, quietly opening it. It was Meditation Illustrations, a specialized book that helped wizards restore their magic and mental power. The book contained various patterns that assisted beginners in entering meditation quickly. Meditating outdoors was usually discouraged, as any interruption could lead to mental harm. But Charles couldn't fall asleep unless he meditated for a while, because only in such a state could he escape the torment of the transplanted organs and avoid waking abruptly in pain. Flipping through the pages, Charles soon found the image he needed, a picture of a sea nymph, commonly known as a mermaid, sitting on a rock, dancing with both hands waving and stirring up what appeared to be seawater written in Elvish script. He stared at the picture, and soon, it seemed like the sea nymph in his vision came alive, gracefully twirling with the glowing Elvish letters transforming into intricate symbols that danced in his mind. Closing his eyes, Charles began to quietly immerse himself in that profound sensation, emptying his thoughts, yet concentrating fully, mentally sketching the pattern in his brain. It's the water element resonating? Impressive indeed, having transplanted the organs of a sea nymph, and it can actually cause elemental resonance. Fascinating. From the side, Wesley opened his eyes. He noticed Charles surrounded by faint specks of blue light, tiny droplets of water gathering, floating slowly and spinning around. The scene was breathtaking, but Wesley didn't look too long. Wizards were a fiercely independent group. Each of them had secrets, never revealing their innermost feelings to others. So prying served no purpose. Despite his average talents, Wesley managed to reach the rank of a red-collar apprentice not just through luck, but also knowing how to tread carefully and respect boundaries. Glancing over at the two deeply unconscious individuals lying nearby, Wesley couldn't help but smirk in contempt. In his view, these two were nothing but fools who couldn't even comprehend Charles's status. Why did Tutor Zola specifically single him out? Was it because Charles was handsome or had feelings stirred up during the dissection? None of those reasons made sense. The only plausible explanation was that by singling Charles out, she wanted to make it clear to everyone that she had performed this operation, and as such, this achievement could only belong to her. It was like a farmer who had gone through great effort to build a shed and carefully cultivate a nursery, only for someone to come in and kick everything over. How would the farmer react? Thus, Charles mustn't die. Wesley dared to bet that if he failed to bring Charles back intact this time, then very soon, he would become a missing intermediate apprentice, not impossible to find, but impossible to find as a human. Tutor Zola had a good reputation, with no rumors about forcing students into experiments, usually keeping to herself and rarely appearing. But if Wesley didn't bring Charles back, then the result would undoubtedly be death. At least, he'd be cut into 100 pieces. Otherwise, that red-robe wizard wouldn't stop until satisfied. Therefore, after receiving this task, Wesley understood clearly. He must take Charles back, regardless of what happened to the other two trainees. Whether they died or not made no difference. Do I want to lend a little help? All of Charles's internal organs originated from sea monsters, making it impossible for him to control the surging magical power. Sensing the intense water element magic, Wesley once again focused his attention on Charles. He'd already noticed that this kid possessed immense magical energy, but had no means to utilize it. Taking off his deer leather gloves, Wesley revealed his left hand, where the flesh and blood of his little finger were completely gone, leaving only a segment of bone resembling white jade. Instead of looking like a regular finger, it resembled more of a pointed bone spike. As he began chanting a spell, intricate and tiny magical arrays appeared on the bone, and red light dots started gathering. The temperature around them surged rapidly. Charles showed no reaction, entirely absorbed in his meditation. However, the water elements nearby were disturbed. They seemed to have caught the scent of an archenemy and shot toward Wesley in retaliation. And so, a battle of water versus fire unfolded. In the pitch-black night, countless blue and red dots on the hillside intertwined and attacked each other. The scene was both mysterious and beautiful. Hey, this doesn't feel like just 136 units of magical force. What kind of monster organ did Tutor Zola transplant inside you? As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on Wesley's forehead. The mannequin beside him was burning, the magic within his domain violently oscillating. He had given it all, yet still couldn't suppress those water elements. A stalemate formed between the two forces. He was an intermediate apprentice, yet faced with a junior apprentice candidate undergoing evaluation, he wasn't even able to suppress the elemental magic. Honestly speaking, his confidence took a hit. The struggle went on for some time, finally concluding when Wesley dissipated his own elemental magic. When the fire element disappeared, the water elements gathered around Charles again, dancing gracefully, as if celebrating their victory. A large-scale wizard body reconstruction truly is enviable. This magical power might even rival that of a senior apprentice. But being unable to subdue those organs, his future outcome will likely be rather grim. This force is too powerful, not something anyone can endure. Oh well, that's not my concern. I'll leave it for Tutor Zola to fret over. Good luck, little guy. The test conducted earlier had already deviated from Wesley's usual principle of caution. He stopped focusing on Charles, sighing with mixed feelings. Casually, he threw the mannequin, now almost half-burnt, into the fire and retrieved another one from his backpack, placing it properly. Gazing at his scorched little finger, he shook his head helplessly, put his gloves back on, and lay down quietly, closing his eyes to allow his spirit and body to relax as much as possible. His magical power and mental strength were greatly consumed, requiring swift recovery. The next morning, Charles woke up leisurely, unaware of what had happened the previous night. He merely felt that his sleep quality was extraordinarily good. Those sea creature organs hadn't tormented him even a bit. Pack up, let's go. Wesley looked somewhat haggard. He tidied up his things without saying much, then walked straight away from the hillock. However, before long, he realized Charles had brought along the other two individuals. Watching him carry shields and spears while dragging the two unconscious figures across the desolate land, trails marked their path. What a monster. Wesley sighed, turned back around, and continued walking alone but slightly slowed down, maintaining an appropriate distance from Charles. Chapter 3, The Blue-Collar Apprentice. The Hermes Wizard Academy isn't very large, covering only a few thousand hectares, with a dozen or so towers scattered here and there, separated by hills, rivers, and forests. The academy has no walls or gates, yet from afar, one can see what appears to be a city sitting at its center. This is Verona, a town with a population of over 10,000. It's not unusual for towns to exist within the academy in this world, as wizards need various materials and the academy itself requires funding to maintain operations. So, they gather people together, forming independent systems. Over time, this place has become a freehold, where the Empire's laws have no effect. Whether you're an infamous bandit or a ruthless murderer outside, as long as you abide by the rules of Hermes Wizard Academy, once you arrive, you will be safe. A carriage slowly approached the gate of Verona, and immediately a guard stepped forward to request identification from the travelers. Vis revealed half his body out of the carriage. He didn't need any credentials since the black robe on him, along with the red collar embroidered with Hermes Wizard Academy's emblem, was proof enough of his identity. Upon recognizing an intermediate wizard apprentice, the guards promptly bowed in respect, refraining from further words, and let them pass without delay. This is the unwritten law in the world of wizards. Power serves as a forever valid passport. Wait a moment before you get off the carriage. Go back to the dormitory to wait for news. I need to bring these two to the registration office and then submit a report. Higher-ups will review it, and if everything goes well, they will notify you in a couple of days to pick up your new robes. Vis glanced at the two burdens beside him and said helplessly to Charles. He couldn't figure out why Charles brought them back, which forced him to add much content to his report to make the story more authentic. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Vis. Thank you for your care during the journey. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Charles quickly bowed slightly, showing no signs of faking gratitude, because along the way, he had felt intentional friendship from this senior apprentice. Though unclear as to why, it wasn't a bad thing. Even after advancing to the level of a junior wizard apprentice, having the support of a good-tempered mid-level wizard apprentice would certainly benefit him in many ways. They exchanged polite words for a while. Then when the carriage passed through an intersection, Charles hurriedly indicated that he was about to disembark. Don't wander around these next few days. Try to stay in the dormitory and review your studies. Remember, even though you've advanced, a shaky foundation won't take you far. After finishing his sentence, Vis gave a wave as a sign of respect, then patted the carriage board. The driver cracked the whip, setting the carriage in motion again. May the great spirit of the wizard god protect you, Brother Vis. Charles took off his hat and gave the most formal bow of respect, then watched as the carriage disappeared into the distance. The students' dormitories in the Wizard Academy were not centralized. Since students needed to meditate and had high environmental requirements, their accommodations were distributed across Verona like stars. Of course, not everyone could be allocated a private courtyard. At least the little ones did not have such privilege. Therefore, Charles's dorm was shared with several other students in a 3-story building. Its location was fairly good, away from the bustling streets, and thus relatively quiet. Charles, you're back. As he reached the dorm entrance, 2 female students came out and immediately surrounded Charles. They both were from the 577th session, making them classmates of Charles. The one with golden long hair was Margaret. She was the daughter of a count of the Empire. Though from nobility, she was down-to-earth, cheerful, and fond of novel things. The one with brown short hair was Brenda. Her father was a knight, and she received a noble education from a young age, resulting in her rather reserved character. All 3 originated from the Nasir Grand District in the northeast of the Empire. Considering the distance between their hometowns didn't exceed 1,000 kilometers, rounding it up, they might as well consider themselves countrymen, hence developing a fairly close relationship. Yes, I've just returned. Sorry, but the Gmelin Steppe offers no special products, so I couldn't bring you gifts. Charles smiled faintly, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. It's okay, we don't need gifts. Brenda seemed unaware of Charles's playful tone and hastened to explain, whereas Margaret grabbed Charles's hand and peppered him with questions endlessly. She was quite curious about the Gmelin Steppe. Many people in the academy often mentioned this place, but she'd never been there. Margaret kept chatting incessantly with Charles until Brenda, citing being late for class, dragged her away. Children of poverty mature early, right? Watching the 2 girls walk away, Charles made a faint remark. Compared to a count, a knight is much poorer. Though they have been granted titles, they are not considered nobility and do not own any land. The lucky ones manage to become town magistrates. The unlucky ones can only rely on some small noble, living off meager salaries. Thus, Brenda was obviously much more mature than Margaret, knowing how to assess situations. Not thinking about those two young girls anymore, Charles entered the dormitory and saw that it was a sturdy three-story building. A corridor divided the entire building into two parts, one facing the street, the other facing the backyard. Relatively speaking, the side facing the yard was better since it faced the sun and was quieter. Unfortunately, Charles's room faced the street, on the first floor, so it was quite noisy. Is it because I didn't bribe the administrator back then? Sighing softly, Charles helplessly took out his key, opened the door, and slowly stepped inside. His room wasn't large, but it had all necessary facilities, a desk, a wardrobe, and a bed. That's all. After all, he was the son of an imperial baron, though just a second son without inheritance rights. Yet this shabby environment still seemed somewhat excessive. But what could be done? He had no money. In fact, he was even poorer than Brenda, the daughter of a knight, because his fief was very remote. When he came, the dignified baron had only given his son a single gold coin as living expenses. One imperial gold coin might seem like a considerable amount, considering that a farmer probably wouldn't earn that much in 10 years. But such an amount was clearly insufficient for supporting 5 years of life at Hermes Wizard Academy. So Charles guessed that the main reason the original owner accepted the magical body modification was possibly due to being close to starvation. Carefully placing his spear and shield, Charles sighed slightly. Both these items were rented, and if they were damaged, his current financial situation would make compensation impossible. Fortunately, it appeared there was no damage. Returning them to the guild tomorrow, they probably wouldn't cause him trouble. Lying back on his bed, Charles rested for a while, then opened his eyes, got up, went to the desk, and picked up a book titled An Overview of Basic Magic to read. As Viz said, although he met the requirements of a blue-collar apprentice, without solid fundamentals, improvement would be hard. He must enhance his worth. Only then would Zola Minter likely intervene to solve the trouble in his body. Therefore, he had to study more, especially since he had already fallen far behind his peers due to missing classes because of the magical body transformation. Although Viz didn't explicitly say it, he seems to hint that I shouldn't continue meditating with water elements. Reading an article about elemental properties in the book, Charles suddenly frowned. Every night before sleep, he had to meditate, aligning with water elements. He knew this was because he possessed organs from a sea demon, which this meditation could soothe. However, between the lines, he also discovered a problem. Meditating using specific element diagrams would increase one's affinity with that element. However, the elements he originally resonated with weren't water elements, but light elements. Should he switch diagrams? Charles fell deep into thought. After all, he had tried meditating using non-water element diagrams, causing those organs to become extremely violent, as if rebelling. Well, let's wait until the results come out. Recalling the feeling of internal rebellion, Charles couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Though Viz must have his reasons, Charles still believed it would be best to consult Zola Minter before making a decision. Thus, he needed to advance. After all, a red-robed wizard was not someone you could meet just by wanting, and only becoming Zola Minter's disciple would give him the right to ask questions. Waiting was torture, but fortunately, Charles didn't have to wait long. On the third day after returning to the dormitory, an owl suddenly flew to his window. Tap, tap. The owl pecked on the glass, and Charles hurriedly opened the window. The owl looked at him, then surprisingly spoke in human language. Shurter Charles Nalache, I am Gato Elson Minter. Congratulations, you have passed the preliminary wizard apprentice test. Please go to my office tomorrow morning to collect your new robes. The owl succinctly explained, then without waiting for a reply, flapped its wings and flew away. Charles stood there dazed, and after a while, he excitedly raised his arms high. He had passed. Everything was settled. Cheating hadn't been discovered, because Elson Minter certainly wouldn't joke around with him, such a small fry. After all, Elson Minter was a real wizard who managed the daily affairs of Verona. To an apprentice like himself, the Minter was a lofty figure. However, adhering to the principle of caution, Charles did not spread this news, not even to Margaret and Brenda. He kept it to himself. After all, his collar was still black, and anything could happen before it changed color. As soon as the sun rose the next day, Charles went out early. Wizards mostly prefer solitude, hence their choice to live in tall spires. But Minter Elson was different. Since he needed to manage the daily affairs of this town, he stayed in a small building at the center year-round. There are no perfect choices in life. When this blue-robed wizard chose secular power, it meant he had already abandoned advancing further down the path of wizardship. In a sense, it was also tragic. Beside the small building stood several large structures serving as teaching buildings. On regular days, students would attend classes here, but because Charles arrived early, there was almost no one around yet. Nevertheless, the guards didn't neglect their duties just because it was breakfast time. They stopped Charles, and upon learning that he was summoned by Minter Elson, they asked him to wait while they reported the matter first. About 15 minutes later, the guard returned. They invited Charles inside and kindly informed him that Minter Elson's office was in the room furthest inside on the second floor. Charles expressed his gratitude. Stepping slowly, he entered and found that hardly anyone else was around, making it especially quiet. The first floor was quite spacious, with only a few decorative paintings, whereas on the second floor, Charles was surprised to find no decoration at all. Hermes Wizard Academy wasn't poor, and Verona's economic condition was better than most towns of similar size in the empire. But as the mayor's office, such frugality was quite unexpected. Perhaps it was an indication of integrity, or maybe as a formal wizard, he considered decorative items these kinds of worldly objects lowly. In any case, looking at the emptiness all around, Charles couldn't help but start feeling nervous. Taking a deep breath, he quickly crossed the corridor and stopped in front of a broad gate. He knocked lightly. After receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. "You've come." An elderly man sat at the desk, seemingly reviewing something. He slightly raised his head, casting a profound gaze toward Charles. "Hello, respected Minter Elson." Charles hurriedly bowed. It wasn't his first time seeing this Minter, but getting so close was indeed a first. Mentors aren't easily seen by apprentices. Wizards are a peculiar profession. They're either doing experiments or heading towards more experiments. They have no time for young apprentices like him. Even Elson, the kind of wizard who doesn't plan to go further in the craft, is the same. Since enrolling, Charles has mainly encountered older students in class, mostly blue-collar apprentices. Occasionally, a few red-collar intermediate apprentices might appear. That was already the ceiling of his social circle. Therefore, meeting Elson, the blue-robed wizard, was quite rare for Charles. Feeling somewhat restrained, Charles lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact, which made the atmosphere feel somewhat awkward. "I have other matters to attend to, so I don't have much time. Everything you need is on that cabinet over there. You can take it yourself. Also, Minter Zola asked me to give you a message. Once you pass the assessment, she wants you to keep yourself busy with something. She'll be leaving on a long journey, and it will take her at least half a year to return." Elson finished speaking, then gestured casually, indicating that Charles was free to do as he pleased, before diverting his gaze and immersing himself back into his paperwork. Shocked, Charles felt he desperately needed Minter Zola to help solve the lingering issues from his magical body transformation, but now she had left. What was the point of risking everything during this period? She won't be back for at least half a year. Did he have that much time? Charles felt that his internal organs were becoming increasingly restless, and other parts of his body were beginning to assimilate. For instance, at dinner the previous night, Margaret had even asked him what song he sang last night, finding it pleasant. Charles was sure that he didn't have a habit of singing, especially in the dead of night. Yet in his dreams, he often found himself sitting on the reef under the moonlight, singing. It was clear that the erosion was getting worse. By the time half a year passed and Minter Zola returned, she would be surprised to discover that her disciple had already become a real sea demon, perfect for conducting new magical body transformations trials. Slipping on his new robe and stroking the blue collar, Charles stood in front of the small building without a trace of joy on his face. All his original plans fell through. Even though he successfully advanced, his problems remained unsolved. And without any guidance or advice, might as well consult the senior students. Since he couldn't seek help from his mentor right now, Charles settled for consulting a familiar red-collar apprentice. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to seek out that person, but now, the only one who could help him was. Turning his head to look at a deep and narrow path, Charles sighed slightly. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, and perhaps, this was just fate. Chapter 4. Senior, I don't want to try anymore. At the end of the narrow path stood a shabby stone house. Unlike the towering buildings around it, this place seemed remote and desolate, overgrown with weeds as if it had been forgotten by time. Zyle dragged his heavy steps to the door, hesitated for a moment, then switched into his long apprentice robe before knocking gently on the wooden door. The creak of the door opening revealed a face partially hidden behind thick lenses. A pale, dirty woman peered at him through the crack. "Hello, Senior Karina." Upon seeing the woman, Zyle quickly bowed his head in respect, showing deference. "What brings you here? If you're still unwilling to be my test subject, then please leave." Glancing at Zyle, she adjusted her glasses slightly, appearing somewhat impatient. If I agree to help you, could you possibly return the favor and help me with something else? And can we talk inside?" Zyle spoke with some embarrassment. The woman nodded, widening the gap to let him step inside. Once indoors, they entered a modest space bereft of any decorations but packed with objects. Various bottles, jars, and metallic instruments lay scattered around chaotically. On a fire, a glass vessel was heating up, bubbling small streams of vapor from an unidentifiable liquid. "Well, what conditions do you need to become my test subject?" "To be honest, I don't have much time. I need to finish writing a thesis accepted by the Wizards Academic Committee so I can advance in rank. You are the most suitable candidate for the experiment, but don't push too hard. After all, the decision lies with me." The girl adjusted her glasses again, a repetitive gesture that seemed as if her petite nose struggled under their weight. "I won't make unreasonable requests. In fact, I'm asking for your assistance this time." Zola Minter's wizard body enhancement left some problems unresolved. Those organs from sea demons started rejecting harshly. "I can no longer harness their magic energy. Even worse, they are assimilating my other internal organs, even polluting my mental state. If it continues, I fear I'll be entirely absorbed, transforming into a new kind of sea demon, losing myself." Clearly understanding who she was dealing with, Zyle openly laid out his concerns while showing signs of urgency. He couldn't delay anymore. The situation was worsening day by day. Now, with Zola Minter nowhere to be found, all he could rely on was the senior standing before him. "Did you notice this issue?" She chuckled, reclining in her chair, her well-endowed figure creating a crease in her white lab coat splattered with stains, exposing a hint of red-collared clothing beneath. If Hermes Wizard Academy had rankings among apprentices, this young woman would undoubtedly be within the top 10 among the red-collar apprentices. No, Xyle believed she should rank among the top 5 without question. Alchemy Maniac. That was the nickname given to Karina by other red-collar apprentices. Her mentor, the most powerful light element wizard in Hermes College, was Saval the Witcher. But despite possessing an affinity for light elements herself, she abandoned studying witchcraft under her teacher's guidance and became completely obsessed with alchemy instead. Although alchemy was also considered a type of witchcraft, her talent in this area wasn't great, and neither was her mentor proficient in it. Regardless, she insisted on dedicating herself to mastering alchemy. Through unwavering perseverance, though achieving little breakthroughs in alchemy itself, her innate magical power surged dramatically. Without undergoing any transformation of her wizard physique, her current magical energy already exceeded 720 joules, crossing the threshold required to qualify as an advanced-level wizard apprentice. This achievement astonished the entire academy, since only absolute geniuses could attain such formidable magical strength without modifying their bodily structures. Even with all that, getting promoted remained no easy feat. An advanced-level wizard apprentice required not just immense magical prowess, but also real expertise, mastering either 5-level, 3 spells, or 2-level, 4 spells. Beyond that, one must submit a valuable research paper to the wizard's academic committee. Spells were less challenging. Thanks to her exceptional affinity towards light elements, along with the teachings of Saval, casting spells came naturally. But papers presented more of a problem. She planned to submit a paper about alchemy, titled Applications of Alchemy in Physical Enhancement Spells. As for the test subject, she chose Xyle, the masterpiece created by mentor Zola. Senior, is there a way to eliminate the hidden dangers within me? Hearing the acknowledgement of the problem, Xyle immediately grew excited, sensing a probable resolution pathway. At least someone might point out a direction forward. What benefits do I gain from helping you? Wait, have you advanced already? Who is your mentor? Pushing her glasses up, Karina stared smugly at Xyle, feeling like she had completely figured out this little shrimp. But then, her expression shifted instantly. His collar is blue. He isn't a little shrimp anymore, but rather a novice wizard apprentice. I've become Master Zola's disciple. I originally planned to ask her for help, but she's away. Xyle didn't hide anything. This kind of information was easy enough for a red-collar apprentice to find out with just a little inquiry. Karina. Unexpectedly, after hearing Xyle's words, she fell silent as if lost in deep thought. Xyle immediately grew startled in his heart. Coming here, he'd already prepared himself mentally. If the problem with the sea demon organs wasn't resolved, then there would be no way out for him other than death. Karina clearly had designs on his body and always wanted to operate on him. Initially, he was resistant, but now he had no choice. Either way, it meant death. Might as well take a risk. According to the Academy rules, if one becomes a novice wizard apprentice, then their mentor's approval must be obtained before undergoing any physical enhancement modifications. Karina revealed a conflicted expression. After pondering back and forth, she suddenly snapped her fingers. Then why don't we approach this from another angle? Your physical enhancement modification left some lingering issues, but as a friend, all I'm doing is helping out. This isn't violating any rules, especially if the changes are minor. And since it's for life-saving purposes, Master Zola likely won't mind either. The woman's line of thinking wasn't exactly normal, but sometimes she moved faster than others. Of course, we've already. Xyle thought that such a flimsy lie could never deceive that red-robed witch, yet instead of exposing it, he even intended to go along and try to build a connection. Before he finished speaking, Karina took out a pen and paper and scribbled quickly. What's this? Xyle felt very strange and asked aloud. Consent form. Karina replied without lifting her head. Xyle. This woman's train of thought was beyond his grasp. All right, sign it. While you're at it, let me briefly explain how to resolve your bodily issues. Placing the completed consent form in front of Xyle, Karina coughed twice. As the other party carefully examined the terms, she casually stated, you should know that physical enhancement transformations are inherently dangerous and unpredictable. Most physical enhancements face problems similar to yours. There are typically 2 solutions. The first is to adapt. Rely on your own magical power to suppress the alien force and gradually assimilate it, making it truly a part of your body. The second involves using external forces to guide out the foreign magical energy and continuously weaken it until submission. Clearly, the first option is something you cannot achieve, so the second method must be used. At this point, Karina paused and then proudly continued, puffing out her impressive chest. And my thesis project is perfectly suited to address a case like yours. Alchemy is incredibly wondrous. Most people's understanding of it merely scratches the surface. I plan to shatter common misconceptions. Just like your current predicament, I can flawlessly solve it through alchemy. The exact method is to use alchemy to create an outlet inside your organs to drain off the uncontrollable magic endlessly. To be honest, your foundation is too weak to handle the immense power of the sea demons. It was overly risky for Master Zola to select you as her experimental subject. Nevertheless, don't worry, I'm confident about solving this issue. After all, when it comes to alchemy, across the entire Hermes Wizard Academy, no one surpasses me aside from Professor Hillard. When speaking about her alchemy skills, Karina raised her head high, seemingly extremely proud of them. However, Xyle cast a glance at her. To be honest, he didn't agree with this opinion. Professor Hillard was one of the 4 red-robed wizards at Hermes Wizard Academy, his alchemy skills reaching a top-tier level, renowned throughout the wizard community. Karina bringing up this professor seemed suspicious, aiming at self-promotion, considering even just Hillard's several disciples possessed far greater expertise in alchemy than this conceited woman. Though tempted to challenge her claims, rationality reminded Zyle not to easily offend this senior student just yet. After all, his life was about to be determined by her. The consent form had no issues. After checking it thoroughly 3 times and ensuring its accuracy, Zyle signed his name, then handed it over to Karina. Good job. Also, write a promissory note while you're at it. Under Zyle's bewildered gaze, Karina put away the consent form and then placed a blank sheet of paper in front of him. Since it's related to my thesis, I can waive the surgery fee for your witch body enhancement, but you'll need to cover the material cost yourself. You should know the basic principle of alchemy, equivalent exchange. It's just like this, an equivalent trade that benefits both parties. I get the data and materials I need for my thesis, and you resolve the troubles left by your witch body enhancement. As for the modifications I plan to conduct next, the materials required are quite expensive. After a quick calculation, excluding auxiliary materials, it's going to require at least 600 grams of mithril alone. Judging by your impoverished look, I assume you don't have much money. So let's put your academic credits on hold for now. After the enhancement, you should be able to take on tasks to earn them. Once you've earned the credits, you can pay me back. Karina's words were filled with sarcasm, her attitude condescending. Although Zyle felt uncomfortable hearing this, he knew it was true. How poor he was could easily be seen from the shabby condition of his dormitory. Even if he wanted to retaliate and reclaim some dignity, he lacked the confidence. Besides, Zyle was fully aware how expensive mithril was. It was one of the highest-tier magical materials, a metal with the most efficient magic conduction properties, and its trading value against gold remained steady at a ratio of 1:10. 1 gram of mithril equaled 10 grams of gold. 600 grams of mithril would be equivalent to 6 kilograms of gold, something Zyle could never afford. With red-faced embarrassment, he inquired how many academic credits Karina needed. Strictly speaking, novice wizard apprentices were not yet considered actual apprentices. Their admission to the academy solely stemmed from their noble status, as it allowed the academy to maintain good relations with the empire. True apprentices were those recognized by their mentors, which meant blue-collar and above apprentices. These individuals demonstrated proficiency and potential in magic, marking them as people who truly walked down the path of a mage. Therefore, the academy implemented a credit system designed both to contribute to the academy and guide the students' studies. However, obtaining these credits wasn't easy since they could only be acquired upon completing tasks assigned by either the academy or their mentors. Each credit was precious, as it could truly provide tangible benefits. I'll calculate it. Aside from mithril, there are other materials involved. Alright, 500 credits from you should do, payable within 3 years. Why don't you just rob me? Zyle was infuriated by the quote. It almost made him rip the paper in his hands. Credits were hard to come by. Take witness task assignments given to senior students like this for example. One task barely netted 2 credits. And that was already a relatively light and efficient task. The exchange rate between credits and mithril was 1:2. 500 credits amounted to 1 kilogram of mithril, or 10,000 imperial gold coins. This was absurd. Selling his father's land wouldn't even fetch close to that amount, possibly not even a tenth. That's a very fair price. I've done the precise calculations, and I haven't charged you extra. Pushing up her glasses, Karina said seriously. Zyle bit his lip, staring at her for a moment before sighing heavily and starting to write the promissory note. In his mind, he kept muttering, money is external property. As long as he survived, working for her for 3 years wasn't a problem. Wait, could he really repay everything within 3 years? After handing over the IOU to Karina, Zyle let out a deep breath. Finally, he understood why people who owed millions or even billions to banks in his past life still managed to live so carefree. The pressure lies with the bank. If one failed to pay back on time and the bank gave up due to legal issues, then what's there to lose? Zyle didn't intend to default, but realistically, it was almost impossible to pay off such a debt within 3 years based on his current circumstances. There was simply no point in holding on to false hope. But reflecting further, he wondered, where did Senior Karina obtain the resources to acquire 600 grams of mithril? Just as Zyle puzzled over this question, Karina carefully stored the promissory note, casually picking up an ordinary wooden box from a nearby cabinet. From it, she took out a large chunk of black-brown metal. Mithril, an enormous block of it, estimated to weigh at least 5 kilograms. Under Zyle's shocked gaze, Karina picked up a small knife and effortlessly cut off a piece, weighing it on a scale. Realizing it was too heavy, she trimmed off another smaller piece before nodding contentedly. Alright, I already have the main materials here. I will gather the rest over some time. Go home and wait for my news. It could take as short as 3 days or as long as 10 days before I prepare everything and notify you. After finishing her sentence, Karina gave Zyle a clear signal to leave. Upon stepping out of Senior Karina's little house, Zyle's vision still remained glazed. He had never witnessed so much wealth. Today had truly been an eye-opener. Looking back at the stone slab house that resembled a slum, he suddenly remembered a catchphrase among the younger members in the hospital. At that moment, he couldn't agree more. Now he also wanted to cling to Senior Karina's legs, crying and shouting, "Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore." Chapter 5. Magic out of control. With the shock given by his senior, Charles returned to his dormitory. He was now a blue-collar apprentice, and unlike those little kids who were rushing around with no academic worries. But he couldn't relax. As a student from the 577th intake cohort, he had been studying for more than a year, and many fundamental courses were still not fully grasped. Should I change the dorm first? Just as he was about to sit down at his desk, a carriage rushed by the window, and the noise made Charles frown. As a blue-collar apprentice, he now had the right to choose another dorm, or even request a tranquil bungalow. But that required spending money, which the academy could provide but at his own expense. Weighing the weight of his pocket, Charles dismissed this thought. He didn't deserve better conditions yet, so it was time to focus on current matters. The trouble with his body would be helped by Senior Karina. Though unsure of the outcome, there was at least some direction and hope. But his weakness in knowledge could only depend on himself. Thus, he picked up the book and began reading on his own. The world of wizards is quite mysterious. Knowledge from his previous life doesn't apply here. He needs to learn and keep adapting. Fortunately, he has always been diligent, with an extremely high level of concentration. Even the obscure and utterly boring wizardry books can deeply captivate him. Unconsciously, night fell. Putting down the book, Charles stretched his waist, suddenly feeling hungry. Too many things happened today that he forgot he hadn't eaten anything all day. There's a cafeteria in the dormitory, and it was dinner time. After hesitating for a moment, Charles took off his blue-collar robe, changed into an ordinary student's robe, and walked out. His promotion news hadn't spread, and Charles didn't want to draw too much attention. After all, a blue-collar apprentice mingling with regular students might not be good for either side. The cafeteria was on the first floor, not very large, but fortunately not crowded. Verona's facilities are comprehensive, with restaurants everywhere. Those wealthy noble children all ate outside. After all, the dishes in the canteen are few, and the taste is very plain. Charles held his plate, scooping some mashed potatoes and seasonal vegetables, along with a bowl of mushroom soup and a small piece of ham. Simple, but nutritionally balanced. "Can I sit here?" While Charles was enjoying his meal heartily, a soft female voice came over. He looked up and saw it was Brenda, so he smiled and made a pleased gesture. "How come Margaret hasn't come back? You usually eat together." Charles felt curious. Most of the time, Brenda and Margaret were inseparable, and seeing only one of them was really rare. She's been left behind by Senior Lang because her progress in meditation class was slow. Today during meditation class, Margaret was fast asleep, while Senior Lang stood beside her, eyes almost blazing with fire. "So you know what I mean." Brenda covered her forehead and shook her head slightly, seemingly helpless about the scene. Senior Lang must have had a tough time. For Margaret, this meditation difficulty, Charles also witnessed it. After all, they're from the same batch, and before they used to go to classes together. The girl's personality is too unpredictable, and meditation, which requires calmness and focus, was always difficult for her to complete properly, sleeping through it being the norm. Senior Lang is serious and prone to nitpicking. If he knew beforehand that among the 577th intake cohort there would be such a gem, he wouldn't have gone through all this pain just for 5 credits. After all, if students' exam scores are too low, it will reduce the evaluation of the subject teacher. If Margaret lags behind too severely, then he'll find it difficult to take on similar tasks next time. Is there no news about the promotion yet? After chatting about Margaret's funny stories for a while, Brenda looked at Charles's black collar and shifted the topic. Her expression seemed genuinely concerned about this issue. "Not yet. The institute has a lot going on recently, so it's probably delayed. I've already passed the assessment, so promotion is just a procedural matter, don't worry." Charles deliberately concealed the fact that he had passed the test. Even though he and Brenda were friends, he didn't inform her. After all, changes in identity would bring social influences. As someone who experienced it in his previous life, he was clear about this point. With Brenda as company, Charles enjoyed his meal happily. They chatted about a lot of interesting stories, even including their hometowns. Unconsciously, they became the last table of students in the cafeteria. Seeing that the chefs had already started cleaning, Charles knew it was time to leave. Brenda lived on the second floor, so she sent Charles back to his room first. This young lady was very thoughtful, and even asked if Charles needed autumn clothes. She mentioned that she was learning tailoring and could make a warm shirt for Charles. For this somewhat ambiguous proposal, Charles politely declined. After all, they were just ordinary friends who occasionally crossed paths, nothing more. There was no need to add unnecessary complications. After all, their futures might be very different. Back in his room, Charles lit the oil lamp. The dim environment wasn't suitable for reading, so after flipping through a few pages, he decided to sit down and meditate. Opening the Sea Monsters Compendium, Charles hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He had recently been reading books about elements. Although this compendium could soothe those organs, it would also enhance them. In short, it was like a slow-acting poison. Present peace would come at a steep cost in the future. Before I resolve the issue with these organs, it's best not to do water element meditation. Sighing, Charles turned the page and hesitated for a while before choosing a compendium resembling the sun. This was the Light Elements Compendium, showing a dozen small figures standing in a circle drawn in elven language, forming an A shape, simulating sunlight, surrounded by twinkling stars, looking quite religious. The organs stirred restlessly, seemingly dissatisfied with Charles's choice of this compendium. The sharp pain made Charles frown slightly, but he persisted in using this compendium for meditation. Attempting to completely isolate the impact of the flesh, he fully immersed himself. As the meditation progressed, white light dots appeared and coalesced around Charles. There weren't many, nor were they particularly bright, but they were soft and carried a warmth. He was inherently attuned to light elements, which was how he should appear during meditation. Just as Charles's meditation was becoming deeply absorbed, things beneath the bed were quite different. An effigy lay silently on the ground. As midnight approached, it suddenly opened its eyes, and its tightly shut mouth parted slightly, as if laughing soundlessly. A wave of intangible force rippled outward, instantly making the already dim room even more ominous. Charles did not notice any abnormality. He was entirely focused, ignoring the protests of his internal organs, concentrating all his spirit on sketching that pattern. His concentration was powerful. Despite the turmoil of the sea creature's organs, the image in his mind still sketched smoothly. But just as it was about to take shape, suddenly, a grotesque effigy appeared in his mind, tearing everything apart. It had invaded Charles's spiritual world, revealing a cold smile. The backlash of spiritual power made Charles's head split with pain. All the light elements beside him shattered and disappeared, but the magic inside his body climbed steadily, akin to floodwaters on the verge of breaking loose, surging against the already frail dam. Hoo-hoo! Charles's eyes were blood red. His consciousness began to be eroded. The effigy's face grew clearer. It sneered cruelly, blood trickling from its corners, just like his current state. He bit his lower lip, blood flowing down his chin. This was a cruel curse. Charles's soul was being eroded. In the face of the effigy's invasion, he had no resistance, watching helplessly as the other tore him apart and swallowed him. At the critical moment, his organs began to violently stir. A phantom sea monster suddenly appeared in his mind, dancing and singing. The effigy's attack stalled because an endless surge of seawater came towards it. Soon, the effigy was swallowed by the ocean. It struggled desperately but in vain, crushed by the pressure of the seawater. That hideous and grotesque face was riddled with cracks. Puff! The effigy beneath the bed burst into flames. It still retained awareness, struggling and rolling on the ground, but all in vain. It was quickly consumed by the fire, leaving behind a pile of black ash. Yet, Charles's troubles did not end there. The sea monster didn't disappear. She still lingered in Charles's mind, wandering, dancing, and singing. Gradually, the water accumulated more and more until Charles felt suffocated. No, this can't be. I'm almost finding a way. I'll drive you out. Charles clutched his throat with bloodshot eyes, nails piercing into the flesh, yet seemingly unaware. Even though blood flowed freely, he didn't let go. Tiny blue water elements began gathering toward him, growing more and more, illuminating the entire room. Surging magical energy impacted his body. Gradually, his internal organs also emitted a faint blue glow, resonating with the external water elements. Margaret walked along the path with her head bowed, tear stains evident on the corner of her eyes. She looked sullen. She was detained for falling asleep in the meditation class, receiving mandatory one-on-one tutoring from Senior Lang. The instructor was renowned for his strictness. Margaret wouldn't be released unless she met the requirements, resulting in her struggling late into the night before he finally let her go. However, after barely returning to the dormitory, before she could even enter, she was startled by a loud noise. Looking up, she saw that the road in front of the dormitory was littered with debris. Countless blue light spots floated in the air, opening and dispersing from time to time, creating a magnificent scene. For ordinary people, such a scene would be like a dream, but in the eyes of an apprentice wizard, it was something else entirely. Magical energy was raging wildly, like a storm. Margaret had no doubt that if she took a few more steps forward and entered it, in an instant, she would be torn apart by this violent magical energy. What happened in the dormitory? Margaret couldn't help but take a few steps back. She felt a touch of fear. Verona was usually very safe, and no one dared to cause trouble here because that would be slapping the face of Hermes Wizard Academy. But why? Outside the student dormitories, would such a terrifying magic storm appear? Just as Margaret was shocked, a figure walked out from the broken window. Turning his head, that person looked at Margaret, and Margaret also recognized him. The already dire little girl couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes wide open, exclaiming, "Charles?" Chapter 6. The Horror of the Purple Collar Apprentice. At this moment, Xianxia had a vacant gaze and moved slowly. Raging water elements swirled around him, rotating continuously to form a vortex. His internal organs emitted an eerie blue light, looking extremely bizarre. "Xianxia, stay where you are and don't come any closer." Marguerite was terrified. She knew something was wrong with Xianxia, but she didn't know what it was. Her only thought at that moment was to distance herself from this friend. The farther, the better. What happened? With such a commotion, the other students in the dormitory naturally ran out. They all saw Xianxia's appearance and were shocked. No one dared to approach the raging water elements. They could only look from afar through the windows. "Xianxia's magic is out of control. Hurry up and inform the academy." People who were knowledgeable quickly guessed the general situation. After all, Xianxia's magical body transformation was a hot topic in the academy, so they couldn't possibly be unaware. Anybody with a little wisdom would know that such violent magic couldn't possibly come from an apprentice wizard. Only magic going out of control due to the magical body transformation could explain everything happening before their eyes. But before anyone could act, Xianxia launched the first attack. He merely lifted his hand, and the chaotic water elements rapidly transformed into seawater, rushing toward the nearby dormitory building. This water formed by condensed water elements was in a highly compressed state, its strength comparable to steel. The dormitory building, made of ordinary bricks, couldn't withstand such impact. Cracks appeared on the walls, windows broke, and in the blink of an eye, half of it collapsed. Some unlucky students were swept up, letting out agonized screams. The others, seeing this, dared not linger and scattered in panic. The commotion was so great that it wasn't just the novice wizards that were disturbed. Several blue-collar apprentices living nearby rushed over. Seeing the scene, they too were greatly startled. However, they reacted quickly, immediately recognizing that the student in front of them was in a state of magical swoon. They joined forces and launched an attack against Xianxia. Wind Blade spell, Fireball spell, Flying Rock spell. A string of level 1 spells simultaneously assaulted Xianxia, illuminating the entire street with magical brilliance for a time. The violent water element vortex seemed stimulated, suddenly accelerating its spin. Although these spells approached ferociously, they were ultimately low-level magic and never managed to touch Xiar's body before being pulverized by the overwhelming force of the magic. Without Xiar needing to give commands, the water elements had already locked onto these few blue-collar apprentices who had cast the spells. Water elements surged forth wildly like monstrous waves, instantly enveloping them. Hurry, run. These individuals realized the danger, but escaping was already too late. Water poured down forcefully, the stone-paved road unable to withstand such pressure, cracking and shattering everywhere. Boom. Just as these people were on the verge of peril, a colossal pillar of fire erupted, dispersing the rampaging water elements and barely allowing those few blue-collar apprentices to escape, rolling away clumsily to safety further back. A red-collar apprentice then appeared. He extended his left hand, exposing his little finger, which looked like a protruding bone spur, adorned with numerous tiny shimmering magical arrays. Fiery elements gathered ceaselessly, dyeing the little finger fiery red, resembling a burning branding iron especially conspicuous in the night. Brother Weiss arrived just in time. He had been nearby and was drawn by Xiaotra's commotion. However, upon witnessing the junior before him, his heart trembled slightly. The surging water elements were even more powerful compared to several days ago on the Gmelwia plain. Xiaotra's elementally powered rampage astonished even Weiss. This indicated that dealing with the situation would be even more complicated. I'll try to hold him off as long as possible while you guys go report to the academy and bring more help. Apprentices of intermediate level or above. Weiss suddenly turned around, shouting at the few blue-collar apprentices. His urgency was evident because he understood his own capabilities. Trying to control Xiar in his current state was impossible for him. Struggling for even half a minute would be considered reaching his limit. Refocusing on Xiar, Weiss's mind raced with potential strategies. Xiar was currently in an unconscious state. The good news was that he could only call upon elemental forces and was unable to use spells. The bad news was that even in this primitive elemental state, Weiss struggled to handle it. After a brief shock, the few blue-collar apprentices quickly got up and fled. They realized the situation was beyond their capability to manage. All they could do now was hurry to find help. Seeing those blue-collar apprentices flee, Xiar did not choose to chase after them. He now had a new target, the Weiss standing right in front of him. Stepping forward, water elemental energy began to oscillate, emitting immense pressure that crushed the stone-paved road to powder. Weiss instinctively retreated. No, we must stop him. Seeing the destruction caused by Xiar growing worse, Weiss felt a surge of determination in his heart. He silently recited a spell, and his little finger glowed as fire elements gathered fiercely, eventually forming a whirlwind. A whirlwind entirely made of flames. Once his spell took form, Weiss widened his eyes and let out a loud roar, Fire Dragon Tornado. This was Weiss's ultimate attack, a level 3 fire magic spell. A massive flame tornado more than 5 meters in diameter surged forward with lightning crackling within it, hurtling towards Xiar like the gaping maw of a fiery dragon, ready to burn and devour him. However, Xiar showed no panic at all. Perhaps he no longer possessed such emotions. He simply raised his hand calmly, and water elements swiftly gathered, forming a pool of blue liquid that blocked his path. With a sound of puff, the fire dragon tornado collided with this wall of water elements. The opposing forces clashed violently, sending ripples of magical energy radiating outward, destroying houses, trees, and roads. Xiar's earlier attack had already injured many students in the dormitory, but this one caused the already severely damaged building to collapse completely. My leg, my leg. Most students had already evacuated, but a few unfortunate ones remained trapped beneath the rubble. Their cries of agony filled the air, yet no one dared to approach to rescue them, as everywhere they looked, there were raging fire elements and chaotic water elements. They intertwined and attacked each other, their magics locked in fierce struggle. The apprentices knew all too well that if they got caught up in the chaos, there would be no hope of survival. Not even ash would remain. Stop right now. Seeing the situation reaching a deadlock, Weiss roared and reached into his pocket to pull out a vial of potion. He drank it down in one gulp, causing the fire elements within him to rise exponentially. Even his hair turned a vivid fiery red. As Weiss forcefully boosted his own magic power, the fire dragon tornado became increasingly violent, relentlessly pressing towards Xiar. The wall of water elements, unable to bear the pressure, began to disintegrate. La la la. Suddenly, a beautiful melody rang out. Xiar opened his mouth, danced wildly, and began spinning around on the spot. Not good. He's about to undergo full mermaid transformation. Weiss panicked as Xiar's features began to change. His originally ordinary, sturdy male face started to become increasingly delicate. His pupils shifted from brown to blue, his hair grew longer, and even his ears became pointed. Most crucially, his voice began altering. The song, which initially carried heavy masculine traits, gradually developed a neutral quality and finally adopted a distinct high-pitched characteristic unique to females. This was an extremely rare occurrence during the transformation process, demonization. All of Xiar's organs came from the same mermaid, meaning that with the rapid advancement of corruption, he was also evolving towards becoming a mermaid. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before Xiar fully transformed into a complete mermaid. Though Weiss gave it his all, with Xiar undergoing mermaid transformation, the fire dragon tornado could no longer compete against the ever-strengthening water elements. Weiss Sr., keep it up. Just as Weiss was about to retreat, a shout of encouragement came from afar. The fleeing apprentices were waving their arms, cheering him on tirelessly. I'd rather add your big fat head. Weiss felt a wave of frustration. Those apprentices obviously lacked any vision. He was already exhausted, while the opponent clearly hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. How could he fight? There was nothing left to fight for. He managed to hold on for just a moment longer, then saw the water elements suddenly turn into giant waves, completely enveloping and swallowing the fire dragon tornado. Puff! Weiss spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been continuously channeling magic into the fire dragon tornado, and after the spell was forcibly terminated, he suffered backlash. But the water elements weren't finished with him yet. Suddenly, a colossal wave rushed forth, towering over 10 meters high, blocking out the moonlight and enveloping Weiss. It was highly compressed water. There was no doubt that a human body alone could not withstand such force. Weiss realized that his life hung by a thread, but fortunately, he had some means to save himself. Pulling a puppet from his pocket, Weiss quietly recited a spell. The puppet burst into flames, and instantly, a faint non-luminous magic array spread outward. He activated his domain, and in the very moment the wave crashed down, his body suddenly dissolved into sparks and vanished from its place. He reappeared at the edge of his own domain, 20-odd meters away. Puff! Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Weiss had sustained serious injuries, and the use of this life-saving spell came at a price, leaving him visibly weakened and his magic power significantly reduced. La la la. Xianxia continued singing. Although the huge wave missed its target, it didn't give up. It reformed and surged once again, sweeping toward Weiss. Weiss no longer had any combat ability. He knelt on one knee, coughing continuously, and a pool of blood had already gathered beneath him. His internal organs were injured, and his movements were restricted. Faced with the surging giant wave, he knew he should dodge, but his body wouldn't obey. Go all out. Gritting his teeth tightly, Weiss raised his left hand. The already charred little finger suddenly emitted light, frantically gathering fire elements around him, forming a flame shield in front of his body. Since fleeing was impossible, there was only one option left, to endure. But could such a shield withstand this massive wave? Frankly speaking, Weiss had no confidence. In the very instant the wave was about to fall, Weiss realized it was futile. He closed his eyes, silently praying that this time would result in severe injuries rather than death. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resounded, forcing everyone to shut their eyes due to a flash of lightning. When they reopened them, they found that the massive wave had vanished. Weiss was also startled. In front of him, sparks of faint lightning flickered incessantly. The water element giant wave was now broken apart, being continuously disintegrated and eliminated by arcs of electricity. A figure emerged from the street corner. The person's face was unclear, but the purple collar stood out amid the flashes of lightning. Gulam Sr. Upon seeing the newcomer, Weiss immediately broke into a smile. He knew the situation was salvageable, as the arrival was none other than a genuine purple-collared apprentice. As the moonlight revealed the true appearance of the newcomer, it illuminated a man in his early 30s, muscular, with deep eyes and a determined expression. The wizard Gatan El-Sun chose the secular life, and his sole advanced apprentice disciple followed suit. Thus, Gulam became the magistrate of Verona. With the strength and status of an advanced apprentice, he handled his job with ease. Without acknowledging Weiss, Gulam locked his gaze firmly on Xianxia. He was aware of Xianxia's situation and anticipated that this impulsive youth might end up in a tragic fate. But he didn't expect the trouble to come so soon. He thought Xianxia's transformation into a sea monster would take at least a few months, during which Zola Minter would have returned and dealt with it. Even if Zola Minter hadn't returned, he could have intervened before the situation worsened, minimizing the impact of the incident. However, because of the loss of control by this new blue-collared apprentice, an entire street in Verona had been utterly devastated, and casualties had occurred. A surge of anger inexplicably arose within him. Senior, he's just demonized and lost consciousness. Maybe, there's still a chance to save him. Noticing Gulam's demeanor, Weiss felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He hurriedly tried to reason with Gulam. How terrifying purple-collared apprentices were. Those rookies didn't understand, but Weiss, as a red-collared apprentice, certainly did. In short, purple-collared apprentices were no longer apprentices in the truest sense. To cross the threshold, a purple-collared apprentice's magic power must reach 720 joules. But in reality, due to the two other promotion conditions, mastery of 5 level 3 spells or 2 level 4 spells, and submission of a paper recognized by the Wizards Academic Committee, by the time they successfully changed their collar color, their magic power had often surpassed the 1,000 joule mark. This was equivalent to a mid-level magical beast. To say one person could destroy an entire city wasn't an exaggeration. Moreover, it had been 8 years since Gulam became a purple-collared apprentice. During this period, even while preoccupied with worldly affairs, he couldn't have stagnated. In Weiss's view, Gulam's strength had become unfathomable. Weiss had no doubt that this purple-collared senior could eliminate Xianxia, but he really hoped such a thing wouldn't happen. It wasn't because he and Xianxia shared deep ties, but due to Xianxia's background. If Xianxia truly died here, then once Zola Minter returned, it was highly likely she would seek someone to vent her fury upon. Because of the relationship between Zola and Gulam, who was now the magistrate of Verona, handling Xianxia's uncontrollable magical outburst and subsequent demonization would be justified and reasonable. Moreover, as a purple-collared apprentice, he possessed the right to remain in the academy for life and was second only to the mentors. Zola Minter most likely wouldn't trouble him, so the one who'd bear the brunt of the red-robed wizard's wrath would very likely be himself. If he'd known this would happen, he would never have interfered. But now that he'd gotten involved, escape was impossible, leaving him to hope the purple-collared apprentice would show restraint. I know my limits. As if sensing Weiss's concern, Gulam nodded and then focused his eyes on Xiar, taking slow steps forward. Xiar continued singing, seemingly unaffected by the appearance of a purple-collared apprentice. He kept gathering water elements, subtly shaping another massive wave. Weiss did not give him another chance to attack. The purple-collared apprentice simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip. Sensing the threat, water elements quickly condensed, forming a barrier in front of Xiar. But it was useless. The lightning bolt pierced through it, unleashing immense and powerful electric energy that shattered all the water elements. The aftershock struck Xiar directly, making him spit out blood and let out its own howl. Electric arcs ran rampant across Xiar's body, but since he had already undergone demonization, his physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. After being electrocuted, he merely staggered and did not fall down. Seeing that one strike had failed to subdue his opponent, Gulam furrowed his brow slightly. Just as he was about to snap his fingers again for a follow-up, Weiss acted first. A level 1 fireball spell hit Xiar directly. This magic wasn't very powerful, but it became the last straw that broke Xiar's resistance. The boy with the newly acquired blue hair collapsed straight onto the ground. At the same time, the water elements began to disperse on their own, fading away into the air. Apart from the mess scattered everywhere, it seemed as if nothing had happened. All the rookies stood frozen in place, no one speaking, as though they were still trying to figure out what exactly had occurred. Thus, the clamor subsided, and the night once again returned to silence. Chapter 7. Who Wants to Harm Me? Verona's dungeon was usually very quiet. After all, in this city, most who committed offenses never got a second chance. But now it was different. In the deepest part of the dungeon, in that pitch-dark iron cage, there was a new resident. He had wavy blue curls. His tattered clothes were full of bloodstains. The person on the cross had their hands and feet fixed by chains, and around their neck was a thin string filled with magical runes. If he made any improper moves, this string would quickly contract, cutting through his tender flesh and his throat. Charles. The jailer opened the iron cage door, and a woman dressed in a black wizard's robe entered. In the flickering candlelight, her pale face and red collar could be seen clearly. Corinna asked hesitantly, seeming unsure about the completely unfamiliar figure before her. Raising his head slightly, a gap appeared among the curls, revealing a pair of large blue eyes. Corinna, Senior. Charles's voice was also weak. He almost had no strength left, his complexion was pale, and his spirit seemed unstable. In the state of magical transformation, he had completely fallen into a slumber and did not know what he had done, having not an iota of memory. Even though someone told him afterward, he still found it hard to believe. After losing control, he actually destroyed an entire street. Moreover, he severely injured Senior Weiss, a genuine apprentice with a red collar. The officers from the security department couldn't have lied, nor was there any reason for them to deceive him. Besides, his current appearance definitely wasn't faked. His body had once been briefly controlled by a sea sprite, and the uncontrollable magic had also hurt many people. Fortunately, no one died. You don't need to worry. This incident is entirely due to the residual issues caused by the wizard body modification. You are not personally at fault. I have already met with Elson Minter, who indicated that if we can prevent your internal organs from further loss of control, your freedom will be restored. At the same time, your Chuji wizard apprentice status will also be retained. Corinna spoke, carefully observing the junior disciple before her. The anticipation in her eyes was almost overflowing. What a perfect experimental subject. Uncontrollable magical power, magical transformation occurred, and the physical form developed towards that of a sea sprite. This was very rare material, and she absolutely wouldn't let it slip away. Is it true? A glimmer of light flashed in Charles's eyes. He originally thought he was finished, creating such a huge disturbance. Let alone continuing to stay in the academy. Even avoiding being cleared as a monster and surviving would be considered lucky. Of course it's true, but there are some matters I must first clarify with you. Corinna took a deep breath. Her expression became serious. She then raised a finger and said, Elson Minter sympathizes with your predicament and has expressed that he will not hold you accountable. However, you must make restitution. The specific damages are currently being tallied up. 3 buildings need to be rebuilt, streets require repair, approximately 20 injured individuals, including 2 with more severe injuries, but none life-threatening. It's estimated you probably can't afford it, so leave this matter to me. However, I'll convert it into credits, which you'll need to pay off later. Also, your condition cannot be delayed any longer. My materials collection has been smoother than expected, so I can soon conduct the operation on you. However, because you've undergone magical transformation, the original plan needs adjustments. For safety, I've engaged assistance, and it's not free of charge. These costs will also be charged to your account. Lastly, to avoid further trouble, the Academy requires a guarantor prior to your release. I can take on this role, so after your modification surgery, you will live with me. You won't owe accommodation fees, but you must help me with chores and serve as my lab assistant. Of course, when Zora Minter returns, if she has other arrangements, we will follow her instructions. Corinna swiftly explained all these matters. The information volume was massive. Charles was somewhat confused, but he roughly understood the meaning. First, he wouldn't be held responsible, but he needed to compensate financially. This money, Sister Corinna could temporarily cover for him. Second, he would soon be able to undergo the operation and would no longer have to worry about the organs of the sea sprite. Third, once everything was over, he would cohabit with this rich benefactor and double as a laboratory assistant and nanny. Well, although it sounded like he was swindled again, almost akin to selling himself, but to survive, to continue as a wizard apprentice, and to leave this dark dungeon. He could agree to it. Of course I agree. Thank you so much for your efforts, Sister Corinna. Charles spoke sincerely, even forcing a smile to flatter her. Over these few days, he had thought it all through. Nothing was more important than freedom, even limited freedom. Very well, then this matter is settled. The wizard body modification requires preparation, about 3 days' time. During this period, you must not have any accidents. Otherwise, even I couldn't save you. Corinna nodded. Charles's response did not surprise her. In such a situation, it was impossible for anyone to make the wrong choice. However, she still looked at Charles's chest with slight concern, as if there was something that troubled her. It's fine, they're very calm now. It seems that this xuanhuan also exhausted their energy. Charles smiled. In these few days, those sea sprite organs were indeed very calm, and even during the night when they were more active, they didn't torment him. So before leaving the dungeon, there should be no further incidents of magical transformation or xuanhuan. That's good. Oh, has your chest developed? Charles, you've been staring for so long just to see if my chest has developed? Well, to be honest, Charles had also worried about this issue. His body had already sea sprite iffied, and there was indeed a possibility of gender change. Many fish are hermaphrodites. But fortunately, his little brother was unharmed, and his chest had not swelled. Although his appearance and voice had become somewhat feminized, he knew clearly that he was still a manly man. Once the new transformation surgery is completed, this hidden danger should no longer exist. Not sure whether she was joking or being serious, Corinna nodded meaningfully, while at the same time straightening her chest, as if indicating, even if you develop, compared to me, you'd still be no match. Charles. This woman had an odd competitive spirit. He truly didn't know what to say, so he chose silence. Corinna then left, and the jailer locked the door again. As he walked away, the middle-aged man with a scar on his face kept glancing at Charles. This look made Charles very uncomfortable because the other party was obviously staring at his chest, as if curious how big the lady's breasts actually were. Good heavens, I'm really a man. Why don't you let go of my hands, and let me prove it by taking off my pants? With 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts frustration, Charles closed his eyes again. It seemed like things were seeing some light, but the most fundamental question still remained unanswered. Who wanted to harm me? Regarding the doll that appeared in his spiritual world, Charles knew how terrifying that thing was. A wraith, an existence between the illusory and the real. Originally, wraiths lacked a fixed form. Even if they appeared, they mostly showed up as their previous human visage. Only wraiths tamed by wizards became dolls and would appear in one's spiritual world like that. Wraiths were extremely dangerous. They harbored immense hostility towards the living. Their method of attack in the spiritual world was unpredictable and unstoppable. If it hadn't been for the awakening of the sea sprite's consciousness, he might have already met his doom. Though the sea sprite caused great problems too, among 2 evils, one was chosen as lesser. Clearly, the threat posed by the wraith was greater. But there was no way that thing could randomly appear, much less coincidentally single him out. Therefore, there was only one explanation: someone wanted to murder him. Memories flickered like slides as Charles tried to recall who his enemies might be. But after much thought, he couldn't conjure up any faces. As the second son of a border baron at the Hermas Wizard Academy filled with nobles, he was completely inconspicuous. Moreover, he was neither handsome nor talented, lacked background or wealth. On ordinary days, aside from attending classes, he rarely went out. He had only 2 or 3 friends, and his social circle was incredibly small. So he had almost no enemies, since he barely ever had the chance to create them. Wait, could it be related to the promotion exam? Charles suddenly considered a possibility, but after careful contemplation, he shook his head. Ralph and Jerry were people he brought back. Their severe injuries and loss of exam eligibility weren't his fault. If anything, they owed him thanks. Had he not led them back, they would have perished in the Gmir wilderness, serving as dinner for some lucky monster. Thinking for a long while, Charles still couldn't figure out who would do such a thing, but one point was certain: he was too weak. If he had enough strength to protect himself, then he wouldn't have ended up in this state, and this was already the best possible outcome. At least he was still alive. Thus, he began craving power. Frankly speaking, he had never yearned for it so intensely. Senior Corinna's wizard body modification. I hope it will be beneficial to me, at least granting me the ability to protect myself. Thinking of the senior who had just left, Charles placed all his hopes on her. After all, his talent was too poor. After over a year of diligent study and hard training, his magic power increased by less than 10 joules. Therefore, whether he could become stronger depended entirely on the effectiveness of the wizard body modification. The sea sprite was a powerful magical creature. This could be seen from the fact that during his xuanhuan episode, he had managed to severely injure Senior Wes, a red-collared apprentice. Although Senior Wes wasn't outstanding among red-collared apprentices, his strength was still in the middle range. If I could reach the power I had during my xuanhuan phase, perhaps those who want to harm me would start to think twice. With a sigh, Charles's eyes revealed a touch more determination and anticipation. He had the potential to grow stronger. As long as he harnessed the magic power of those sea sprite organs, he would become formidable. And he needed to be strong, to instill fear in anyone daring enough to plot against him. Everything depended on Senior Corinna's wizard body modification surgery. Fortunately, the operation was now just around the corner. Chapter 8. An unreliable surgical team. Raising his hand to block the bright sunlight, Charles's pupils contracted slightly, as if separated by worlds. The 6 days he spent in the dungeon felt like an eternity, each moment a torment. Touching his neck, he deeply inhaled a breath of air, sensing the scent of freedom. Yes, freedom. Those who haven't been imprisoned in a dark cell can never truly understand that feeling. It was like being reborn. All the past seemed like nothing more than a nightmare. We should hurry, someone's waiting for us. Seeing Charles's appearance, Corinna adjusted her glasses and urged him on. This junior was drawing too much attention now. Passers-by couldn't help but glance curiously. Blue curly hair was already rare, not to mention the elf-like pointed ears. Most importantly, Charles's face resembled that of a beautiful teenage girl, with large, deep blue eyes that blinked innocently, making him appear childlike. Such an appearance paired with a blood-stained, tattered shirt was bound to raise eyebrows and invite speculation. Corinna had anticipated this situation, so she had arranged a carriage in advance. Under her urging, Charles, still lost in thought, was ushered aboard before he could fully savor his newfound freedom. However, there wasn't only the driver in the carriage. There was also a red-collared apprentice, Heidi. Is this Charles? Heidi had met Charles before and had a good impression of the shy young man. Yet when they saw each other again, surprise spread across her face. Who wouldn't be surprised by Charles's current state? Hello, Senior Heidi. Charles greeted the woman in the carriage politely, but appeared somewhat nervous and uncomfortable. Unlike Corinna, who lived secluded from others and was known as a senior, Heidi was very popular among the apprentice sorcerers. Both being students under Master Saval, Heidi practiced orthodox, luminous sorcery. In Verona, she ran a clinic where she treated apprentices at half price or even free of charge. For these younger apprentices, studying at Hermes Mage Academy wasn't easy. They were still young and found that most of their senior classmates were cold and indifferent, offering neither academic nor personal support. So for them, Heidi, who treated them kindly, became a unique presence. Though Heidi wasn't particularly outstanding in appearance, her features and figure were both average. She was seen as an angel, the white moonlight in the hearts of the young apprentices. Her admirers were countless. Though Charles wasn't one of them, he held her in high regard. As Charles looked somewhat at a loss, Corinna got on the carriage. She kicked the wooden floorboard twice, and understanding her meaning, the driver immediately cracked the whip, setting the carriage into slow motion. You're surprised, aren't you? To tell you the truth, my expression was exactly the same as yours when I saw him a few days ago. His demonization is quite severe, and I even suspect that his original organs have been affected. Therefore, before we proceed with the magical body modification surgery, a thorough checkup must be conducted. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll find it hard to explain things to Mentor Erlson. After all, I've signed the promise letter. If any issue arises from this guy, I will be implicated. Sitting in her seat, Corinna finished speaking then stretched her back, letting out an odd groan, which made Charles unconsciously shift further away, as if trying to avoid association with her behavior. I am indeed shocked. Frankly speaking, Charles looks just like a real sea demon now. Though without such strong magical power fluctuations, Heidi nodded seriously and said. She had seen sea demons before. They were truly mesmerizing creatures, and once you'd encountered one, their allure was unforgettable. Charles's current appearance bore such resemblance to the sea demons that it captivated people. Even women were entranced by him. After all, admiration for beauty was innate in humans, regardless of gender. Heidi Sr., may I ask, is there a way for me to return to my original appearance? Charles asked hesitantly. He actually disliked his new look immensely. Looking like this didn't feel manly at all. He would rather have darker skin, a tougher countenance, even a few scars. He simply didn't care. But looking at himself now, he felt more like a budding, beautiful young girl. For a normal man, this was hard to accept. Uncertain. I've discussed this operation with Corinna. The main focus is solving the issue of magical force guidance within your internal organs. Your changed appearance stems from demonization, and theoretically speaking, even if the surgery succeeds, your original form won't be restored. The only solution is a facial plastic surgery, but conducting both surgeries in succession might be too much for you to endure, so I suggest you wait for some time. Besides, I think you look pretty good like this. There's no need to change it back. Heidi laughed, her laughter pure and innocent. She wasn't lying. She genuinely thought Charles looked good this way. Charles. From a female perspective, Charles's new appearance was almost perfect. After all, the pursuit of beauty is inherent in women, like diamonds, useless as they may be, but women are inexplicably fascinated by them, to the point of obsession. After some small talk, Charles fell silent. Corinna and Heidi were close acquaintances with plenty to discuss, so their conversation soon veered toward topics favored by young women, effectively excluding Charles from the group chat. So Charles could only rest his head against the window pane, awkwardly staring at the street in silence. Verona had no wizard's tower, and Corinna's stone house was unsuitable for surgical procedures. Thus, the carriage circled half the city before stopping in front of an unremarkable little building. But as soon as he got out, Charles was dumbfounded. Standing at the entrance was another red-collared apprentice, Wes. This Wes clearly didn't look well. His face carried an unhealthy paleness, his once upright frame now somewhat hunched. His left hand was heavily bandaged, and his robe riddled with wrinkles, as though he'd just been thoroughly beaten up. Well, he had indeed been beaten up, by none other than himself. Not only had he sustained internal injuries, but his forceful enhancement of magic also left him with numerous aftereffects. Without a year or more of recovery, he wouldn't be able to fully recover. The two met, and the atmosphere turned awkward for a moment before Charles broke the silence. I'm sorry, Senior Wes. I lost control and don't remember what happened, but I'll take responsibility. If there's anything I can do, I'll try my best. Charles, like a schoolboy who'd made a mistake, fidgeted while speaking, his attitude sincere and full of sincerity. After all, it was his fault that Wes had ended up this way. and he couldn't help but feel guilty about it. It's fine. It's not your fault. Wes didn't show much inclination to talk further, shaking his head awkwardly before stepping into the building first. After all, Charles was merely a blue-collar apprentice, and even if he'd lost control and defeated Wes, it still damaged Wes's pride to lose so badly. Let's go. There's still a lot to do before the surgery begins. Corinna patted Charles on the shoulder, then walked past him shoulder to shoulder with Heidi, seemingly very urgent. Yes, Senior Corinna. Taking a deep breath, Charles steadied his emotions. He was excited too. After all, his problem was about to be solved. Stepping inside the small building, Charles immediately noticed how vastly different it was from the outside. From the exterior, this building appeared ordinary, looking no different from others. But upon entering, he realized how expansive its interior space was, with a faint magical energy swirling around, isolating outside noise, and creating an atmosphere of profound quiet. Most crucially, the place was completely open, without any individual rooms or doors. It was all visible at a glance. It somewhat resembled an office building, featuring only beams and pillars. I still harbor doubts about this surgery. If we can't resolve his demonization issue, then I maintain that he should be locked back up in the dungeon. As Charles stood there dazed, a voice came from somewhere. He looked over and saw Corinna conversing with a man, both of whom seemed somewhat agitated from their expressions. Wait, that man had a purple collar. Charles gawked. He hadn't expected Corinna to have such clout, actually bringing in a high-ranking apprentice wizard to oversee things. You don't remember him, do you? Oh right, you lost your memory. Allow me to introduce him to you. This is Verona's constable, the distinguished disciple of Minter Earlson, Guram. Heidi whispered softly beside Charles, who suddenly woke from his stupor and realized this was the person who had apprehended him when he'd lost control. Charles, come here. Senior Guram wants to see you. Apparently frustrated by her previous argument, Corinna angrily turned around and shouted at Charles. Thus, Charles approached hesitantly, only to find himself instantly enveloped by an immense sense of pressure the moment he reached Guram. Guram hadn't released any magic at all, yet his mere presence rendered Charles unsure of how to act. Kid, don't think this will end here. I don't care whose disciple you are or how talented you might be. If you can't solve the problem with your body and remain at risk of demonization, then I'll roast you until you're burnt to ashes and throw you into a field to become fertilizer. Guram stared at Charles, delivering his stern warning with a threatening tone. Trembling uncontrollably, Charles couldn't respond at all. After all, he'd never directly faced the intimidation of a purple-collared apprentice before. The gap in rank was simply too great. All right, you frightened him. Don't forget, I brought him here with the approval of Minter Earlson. Your duty is to ensure we aren't disturbed during the surgery and deal with any unexpected situations, not to intimidate the test subject. Corinna yanked Charles toward her, glaring provocatively at Guram as if the two were ready to break into a fight at the slightest provocation. Charles, test subject. Although Corinna seemed to be defending him, Charles couldn't bring himself to feel grateful. This rich lady had nothing but her thesis on her mind. Before the surgery, Charles underwent a full-body examination first. To be honest, there were two women present, making him feel somewhat awkward about being completely naked. However, having been an orthopedic surgeon in his past life, he could still accept it calmly following the principle that nothing taboo exists in medicine. His body, which had once been heavily injured by Guram, had now recovered around 70 or 80%, leaving no scars behind, much to everyone's surprise. Is this due to demonization? Corinna tapped her chin. Her interest in Charles's body grew increasingly intense. Could there be another explanation apart from that? Guram's expression was exceptionally grave since it was his own handiwork. Charles had been struck by lightning and then hit by a fireball spell right before his eyes, tearing his flesh apart. Perhaps his inherent recovery ability is just astonishing. Wes murmured quietly. In the Gmur wasteland, Charles had carried a long spear and shield, dragging two people for dozens of miles. Wes remembered his junior's physical strength vividly. So white. Heidi was stroking Charles's smooth skin, grinning foolishly with drool almost spilling out. Charles. He felt somewhat depressed. To be precise, he was verging on becoming introverted. Now he finally understood how surgical patients taking part in experimental courses must have felt. You can talk all you want, but can't you consider the patient's feelings? I'm still naked. The examination isn't even finished, yet you're debating the issues without letting me dress up again. Especially you, Senior Heidi. Others merely discuss it, but you're doing more than that. Don't touch my private parts. What makes you different from a pervert? If those aspiring apprentice disciples who admire you knew, their hearts would shatter. As they continued pointing fingers and talking endlessly, Charles inadvertently noticed that not far away on the operating table, there seemed to be a book. On Human Body Structure, Basic Edition. Charles suddenly shivered, hesitantly opening his mouth. Senior Corinna, have you conducted magical body transformation surgeries before? Nope, you're the first case. Senior Corinna pushed up her glasses, turned around, and spoke seriously. You haven't done a magical body transformation surgery? Heidi covered her mouth, looking incredulous. That's correct, I haven't done one. Not for myself nor anyone else. Puffing out her chest, Corinna displayed a look of pride. Everyone. Then who will be the chief surgeon? Wes posed the ultimate question. Isn't Heidi the doctor? She can do it. Corinna stated it as if it were the most obvious thing, only for Heidi next to her to display an awkward expression. I merely provide treatment using spells like light recovery magic. I haven't done magical body transformations for anyone. By the way, Junior Wes, haven't you undergone such transformations? How about leading this operation? Heidi passed the buck to Wes. only to see this red-collared apprentice who hadn't fully recovered from severe injuries shake his head furiously. My magical body transformation surgery was conducted by someone else. Moreover, I've never held a scalpel either. If absolutely necessary. Senior Giram, how about you? I lack experience too. Plus, I'm here today only to supervise and guard, not to participate in the surgery process. Giram waved his hand, clearly unwilling to take on the task. The scene turned awkward, and the sudden silence thickened the atmosphere slightly. It appears that Karina hasn't performed magical body transformation surgeries, so despite asking everyone, they were all inexperienced and hadn't handled a scalpel. What if I do it myself? Tremblingly, Charles raised his hand, unable to suppress the urge to curse inwardly. What kind of bunch are these people? They're incredibly unreliable. Chapter 9, Mithril, Magic Arrays, and Alchemy. Holding the scalpel, Bull looked at the beautiful youth on the table, who was marked with colorful lines, and felt a bit panicked. It happened this way. After finishing today's lesson for the little ones and planning to return to his dormitory, he was suddenly put into a carriage by Wes and Karina. They said they needed his help to complete a witchcraft body modification surgery. The content was simple, no organ transplantation was needed. He just had to master the depth of the incision, and the reward would be 2 4th-grade magic crystals. Considering that they were both disciples of Savar Minter and the remuneration was good, Bull agreed. But he didn't expect that the object of the transformation was actually a blue-collar apprentice under the influence of magic, and he also needed to cooperate with Karina's alchemy. He had only performed a few small-scale witchcraft body modification surgeries. This high-end situation was beyond his level. Moreover, why was Gulam, the purple-collar apprentice, here? Wasn't he a police officer? Why did he take so much interest in a witchcraft body modification, always ready to act? What exactly was going on? Was there anyone who could explain it to him? Although his heart was pounding, since he was already here, whether he liked it or not, he had to move the scalpel. As a result, sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Cough, cough. Let me explain the surgical steps first. Seeing Bull, the unwilling helper, was ready, Karina coughed twice, puffed out her chest, and lectured on the process of this witchcraft body modification surgery in an authoritative manner. First of all, the main purpose of this surgery is to verify my hypothesis, which is the application of alchemy in witchcraft body modifications. The specific method is for me to use alchemy to create a device for guiding magic power, then implant it inside the subject to lead out magic energy. This process is divided into 3 parts. First, Pole will cut open the skin and flesh of the test subject. Then I will implant the magic guiding device around the internal organs to form a new network of magical energy transfer. Second, we will guide this magical energy network towards the limbs and draw magic arrays on the hands and feet for extraction. Third, Heidi will cast the muscle healing witchcraft to fully integrate this external magical energy extraction system with the muscle tissue. Note that Heidi, you are not only responsible for the final healing, but also need to protect the life state of the test subject throughout the procedure. If there's insufficient magic, you can borrow from Wes. After Karina finished speaking, she glanced at Wes. Consequently, this red-collar apprentice shivered in thought. If he was already in such a state, why did he have to continue suffering? Is there any justice left? Excuse me, Sister Karina, what exactly does this magic power extraction device look like? Xyler, lying on the operating table, raised his hand to express his question, but Karina simply replied indifferently. She hadn't made it yet, and Xyler would know once the surgery began. All present remained silent. Since everyone who should be here has arrived, standing around idly wouldn't make sense. Karina gestured, and immediately Heidi took out her staff, muttering ancient elvish words. A faint glow of magical power appeared on the staff. She pointed gently at Xyler, making him feel drowsy. In moments, he fell asleep. Let's begin then. While preparing all the materials required for alchemy, Karina signaled to the group. Thus, Heidi continued casting witchcraft, stopping all blood flow in Xyler's body. Subsequently, Bull held the scalpel, cutting open Xyler's skin according to the pre-drawn red and blue lines. It was definitely a major surgery as Xyler's chest cavity was completely opened. Witchcraft was indeed mysterious. His organs were exposed without a drop of blood spilling out. Bull's technique was undoubtedly impressive, worthy of being the most capable student in surgical ability from the line of Master Savar. Almost avoiding all large vessels, his control of depth was incredibly precise. Keep in mind, many areas only needed a slight mistake in depth to cause damage to organs. Once the preparatory work was done, it was time for Karina to take action. She raised both hands, chanting something, and soon the mithril in front of her began to emit light. Some auxiliary liquids also started boiling. Alchemy was actually similar to prayer, both hoping for some kind of gain. However, alchemy was more complicated. They demanded equivalent exchange, but also needed to design details themselves. For example, during this session, Karina sketched out complex patterns. The mithril started dissolving automatically and floating towards Xyler's organs. The organs of sea demons were almost identical to humans, but upon feeling foreign intervention, they emitted faint light. Abundant water magic began gathering, as if resisting. Wes. Karina reacted instantly to this phenomenon and softly called out, whereupon Wes acted, removing the bandage wrapped around his left hand. Revealing a blackened little finger, he gritted his teeth and murmured a spell. At once, small magic arrays emitted light as fire elements gathered, drawing all the dispersed water elements over. Without the obstruction of water elements, Karina's work went smoothly. As the alchemy proceeded, the mithril began to fuse into the internal organs and formed patterns on their surfaces, much like tattoos. These were magic arrays, entirely drawn with mithril. Then fine lines were extended, intertwining and connecting all the organs, forming an interconnected network. The first step is done. Now it's time for the second one. Cut the flesh of the limbs open, follow along the aorta, quick. Sweat beaded on Karina's forehead as her magical power was heavily consumed while carrying out the alchemy. Pole nodded and immediately started cutting open the flesh according to the plan. Xyler began to look more terrifying, his body gradually resembling a human cross-section diagram. Even his bones were exposed. Karina controlled the mithril liquid that flowed along the blood vessels, finally gathering at the hands and feet to transform into complex magic arrays. The internal organs, influenced by magical energy, emitted an eerie blue light. Mithril was the perfect magical conductor, slowly guiding the magic energy into the limbs and finally concentrating it in the magic arrays of the hands and feet. This kid is really lucky. Gulam, who had been observing all this time, grunted. He could feel how powerful the magical energy from those organs was. It's done. Heidi, it's your turn next. After completing the last magic array, the mithril was all used up. Karina felt completely drained, but did not fall down. Instead, she gestured for Heidi to finish the final steps. Heidi closed her eyes, raised her staff high, and murmured ancient elvish incantations. Subsequently, a wondrous light pierced through the roof, focusing on Xyler's body. His skin healed rapidly, new granulation tissue growing frenetically. Xyler, who earlier resembled a human cross-section, gradually returned to his normal appearance. The marvel of witchcraft was fully displayed at this moment. We've succeeded, Wes excitedly shouted. After Karina completed the final step, the water elements dissipated, which meant the internal organs had begun to come under control. Yes, we've succeeded. Pole also raised his hands in triumph. It was a brand new witch body modification, proving Karina's alchemy could play an enormous role in witch body transformations. And he, as the main operator, would also benefit from this achievement. Thud, Karina plopped onto the ground. Though the operation lasted only about 2 hours, her magical energy was depleted, and her mental strength was utterly exhausted, even overdrawn. But just as everyone thought they had achieved a great success, Carl's brows knitted together. He showed a pained expression. The internal organs still emitted an eerie blue light, just like on that day of uncontrolled behavior. The mithril implanted in his body also lit up, making Xyler appear like a squid at night, glowing with fluorescence. Water elements around them started converging and caused magical fluctuations. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Jairam quickly stepped forward, keeping a close eye on Xyler, both hands stretched out, ready to act at any moment. Others were also very nervous, watching Xyler intently without daring to take a deep breath. It seemed that the surgery had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 10, Still Friends. Look, that's Xyler. He looks so handsome. Is it true that the witch body transformation has a beautifying effect? If I didn't know he was male, I would almost propose to him. In the teaching building, Xyler's appearance caused a round of screams. There was no way around it. At the moment, he was all everyone could talk about. Magic out of control, his body transforming into a mermaid-like state. With only the surging elemental forces, an entire street was destroyed. He repelled several blue-collared apprentices and inflicted serious injuries on the red-collared apprentice Wisconsin. Only after the purple-collared apprentice Jalamu arrived was Xyler subdued. Afterward, Karina, one of the strongest red-collared apprentices in the whole academy, vouched for him, not only securing his release from prison, but also preventing any punishment. Even more surprisingly, he regained the status of a xuanhuan primary witch apprentice. With these events stacked up, Xyler quickly gained popularity among the little ones and became something of a legend. Many people regarded him as an inspirational idol, and whenever they mentioned him, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Even though the color of his collar had changed, and he was no longer part of their group. Rushing into the classroom, Xyler sat down in a corner, calmly ignoring the constant glances directed at him. Honestly speaking, he truly didn't want the attention. All he could think about was enhancing himself as quickly as possible to deal with the new trouble. Yes, new trouble, because the old problem had escalated. In a sense, the witch body enhancement surgery was very successful. Karina was a genius. Her idea wasn't wrong. The magic of the mermaid organs was successfully channeled into his hands and feet. The iron slab broke, and afterward, when tested, Xyler's magic surged to 376 joules. So, in terms of magic alone, he had already reached the level of a mid-tier witch apprentice and could now be compared to those red-collar apprentices. But the issue was, Xyler couldn't control such overwhelming magic. Water elements naturally condensed due to the magic array drawn with mithril, which turned out to be a gathering spell. Although this power did leave the internal organs, it ended up concentrated in his hands and feet. As a result, Xyler had to waste his accumulated magic every day. Otherwise, his hands and feet might be crushed by the massive magic, rendering them useless permanently. Worse still, if he didn't dissipate this magic in time, those internal organs would continue to rebel, accelerating his transformation into a merman-like creature. However, this gave Karina a bit of convenience. Now Xyler lived with her, cohabiting. Every night, Xyler would cast a level 0 water element small witchcraft spell for over an hour, both consuming magic while converting water elements into clean water, filling a large vat. This saved them the daily chore of fetching water. More importantly, Xyler felt weaker. The water elements were becoming stronger, suppressing his perception of light elements, to the point where he couldn't even use a level 0 minor healing spell. That meant if he were called upon to fight now, the most he could do was cast a level 0 water element witchcraft spell, shooting a spray of water to fend off enemies. What good was that? Now completely focused on writing her thesis, there was no longer any reliance on Karina helping him again. Hence, Zaire had to rely on himself to find a new solution. Zaire. While flipping through a book searching for possible solutions, a gentle voice came his way. Turning around, Zaire saw Margaret. Possibly due to the unfamiliarity of the new dormitory, the young girl didn't look too well. Brenda behind her was similar, clearly indicating how much the previous event troubled them. I'm really sorry about my magic going out of control and causing you a lot of trouble. This was their first meeting since the incident, so Zaire spoke politely and expressed his apologies. It's fine, we like the environment in the new dormitory. We're doing well. Margaret quickly reassured him and then glanced back at Brenda, seeking support. We are still friends. Zaire understood what the little one meant and smiled gently, shifting his seat a bit to make room for them. Yes, we're still friends. Margaret nodded happily, relief evident on her face. To be honest, because of this matter, she had been under some stress. Though cheerful by nature, making friends in Helmo Witch Academy was not an easy feat. Therefore, Margaret's close friends were only Brenda and Zaire. Zaire now had a totally different appearance, and she could feel that they were no longer in the same world. She was still just a little one, with black collars, rushing daily between classrooms and dormitories. But Zaire had become a blue-collared apprentice who no longer needed to complete assignments. Around him were geniuses like Karina. Their social circles had entirely diverged, so she felt that she might have lost this friend. However, Zaire had been frequently showing up in the classroom recently, making her feel that perhaps this friend hadn't changed after all. He was still the same Zaire, although his appearance was now unrecognizable. Sitting beside him, Margaret began to scrutinize this friend of hers. She had never seen a mermaid, only illustrations in books. Mermaids were powerful magical creatures who liked to lure sailors at night with their songs, causing their ships to crash and sink. Thus, the mermaids depicted in books were always hideous, but as she looked at Zaire, she realized that what the book said was pure nonsense. Gorgeous blue curls, exquisite features, pale skin, and a well-proportioned figure. To be honest, anyone who didn't know Zaire would absolutely be captivated by him. He was an otherworldly beauty, a perfect blend of innocence and allure. If this was what mermaids were like, it was no wonder sailors became entranced. Even someone like herself, a woman, struggled to resist. Siren Zaire. Unbeknownst to her, Margaret muttered aloud. Upon hearing it, Zaire immediately turned around, looking puzzled. I mean, you're as beautiful as a true siren. So I thought maybe I could call you Siren Zaire from now on. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't mean it maliciously. It's just that the title really suits you. Margaret laughed. Perhaps because of Zaire's unique aura, she instinctively lowered her guard and reverted to being the carefree little girl she used to be. Yes, the title really fits you. Brenda chimed in agreement, finding the title equally suitable for Zaire. It couldn't be more fitting. You can call me whatever you want. Zaire helplessly shook his head and then returned his focus to the book. He had no time to bother with these trivial matters, since trouble loomed before him, and he had to find a way to deal with it. But they didn't notice that the nickname Margaret had casually mentioned caught the ears of several young students nearby. Soon, whispers spread throughout the classroom, for the description was simply too accurate. Within a day, the name Siren Zaire had already spread among the junior apprentices, officially becoming Zaire's nickname. However, the subject himself was entirely unaware of all this, as he was completely engrossed in his studies, unable to tear himself away. Chapter 11. The Sudden Task. Senior, is it really impossible to use different elements simultaneously? I've seen some magic arrays that inherently require 2 or even more elements to work together. I don't quite understand this theory of elemental resonance. I know elements attract each other, and conflicting attributes can attack each other, but the idea of elemental compatibility confuses me. Alberto, the instructor responsible for teaching fundamentals of elements to the class of 577, was visibly at a loss. The blue-haired boy in front of him had just fired off a series of questions, most of which were far beyond what a blue-collar apprentice like himself could answer. And the kicker wasn't this guy also a blue-collar apprentice? Not only that, he was an immensely popular novice wizard apprentice named Mermaid Char. At this moment, Alberto was panicking. Answering these questions seemed impossible, and not answering them would embarrass him in front of a large audience. What to do? Should he tell the task registry people that he'd declined this task, and let them find someone more competent? Losing credit points wasn't the main concern. The real problem was that if this continued, he might never have the face to stay at the academy. Just as sweat poured down Alberto's forehead, someone tugged at Char's sleeve. Wes arrived, waving his hand to signal Char to follow him, seemingly having something important to discuss. Char shot Alberto a grateful glance before grabbing his book and leaving in a hurry. This class couldn't continue. He would now head to the registration office and request a long leave. In a secluded corner, Wes handed Char a piece of paper, acting mysteriously, glancing around left and right. With a puzzled expression, Char unfolded the paper and glanced at its contents, causing a slight furrowing of his brow. It was a personal letter from Tutor Savar. Its gist was that Norse Cemetery was experiencing abnormal concentrations of death energy, and there was a possibility of a sudden outbreak of undead forces. Turum, the senior wizard residing there, indicated that he alone couldn't handle it, and hoped for some assistance from fellow disciples to help out with the situation. As such, Tutor Savar specifically designated Wes, Heidi, and Karina to make a trip there. What does this have to do with me? Char asked, confused. As a disciple of Tutor Zola, Tutor Savar didn't hold authority over him. Do you think I'm currently in a state where I can handle the undead? This is your fault. You need to take responsibility. Wes patted Char on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hearing these words, Char stammered. wanting to say something but unsure of what to respond. It was due to his losing control that Wes sustained serious injuries, severely damaging his magical powers so much that he was unable to fight using witchcraft anymore. And the commands from a tutor to their disciple are absolute. In the world of witches, as apprentices, you may deal with academy tasks carelessly, but when your tutor assigns you something, it must be accomplished diligently. Otherwise, endless trouble will await you, making your life miserable enough to wish for extra feet, or worse, potentially endangering your life during critical moments. Thus, upon receiving the letter, Wes came looking for Char, openly stating that he should take responsibility and assist in completing the mission. But I'm still under observation. You know my body issues aren't entirely resolved yet, and there's still a risk of transforming into a mermaid. Besides, if I leave Verona, I'll need Tutor Earlsong's approval. Char had no intention of getting involved. This matter was internal to Tutor Savar's faction and irrelevant to him. Things would go smoothly only if everything went well, but if anything went wrong, he might end up being the scapegoat. After all, everyone else belonged to the same school except him, who was the lone outsider. Additionally, he hadn't resolved his own troubles yet, so why waste time meddling in others' affairs? You shouldn't worry about that. With us red-collar apprentices here, even if you turn into a mermaid, we'll manage it. So Tutor Earlsong will approve. Wes was extremely confident, but Char gave him a skeptical look. Who inflicted those wounds on you? Do you not remember? Alright, cut to the chase. Are you going or not? Seeing Char hesitate without giving a definitive response, Wes grew impatient. If Tutor Earlsong and Senior Karina agree, then naturally, I wouldn't mind. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Char reluctantly agreed. Great. Let's find Karina right now. Upon hearing Char's consent, Wes immediately grabbed him by the arm and headed outside. Moving swiftly, Wes clenched Char tightly, fearing that he might slip away otherwise. They directly rushed toward Karina's slate house. Just stepping in, they found the red-collar apprentice buried deeply in her writing. She was fully engrossed in her thesis, lost in thought. Karina was close to advancing. Only her dissertation stood between her and promotion. Her magical strength already met the requirements, and she had mastered both LV4 witch spells. Once her thesis gained the recognition of the Wizard Academic Committee, she could petition the Academy to arrange her advancement exam. The examinations for apprentices can be independently organized by the Wizard Academy, even for those at the purple collar level. Thus, the crux of the matter was the thesis. As long as it met the standards, Karina would gain the qualification for permanent residency at the Academy. After all, she was already 28 years old, and her initial goal had been to own a purple-collared robe before turning 30. Now, the only thing left to achieve this modest goal was the thesis. Just the thesis. Speak quickly. If there's nothing, then get out. Karina spared them a glance, continuing right away on her thesis without further acknowledgement. Her tone carried impatience, clearly not wanting any disturbance. Senior Karina, I have a letter from Tutor Savar intended for your eyes. Wes looked increasingly uneasy. This senior of his was truly someone he could never afford to offend. No need. Just read it aloud to me. Even with the personal correspondence from her own tutor, Karina had no intention of reading it herself. Instead, she expected Wes to read it aloud, not even glancing at it once. With no choice, Wes proceeded to read the content of the letter to Karina, only to receive the curt reply, I'm not going. But senior, these are Tutor Savar's direct orders. Wes tried to look distressed, but Karina didn't even bother lifting her head as she shot back a single word, leave. Senior, this seems like quite a serious matter. Moreover, the letter mentioned that every student participating in the task would receive 5 academic credits, a pretty good reward indeed. Char found it hard to watch. While Wes could still pretend to be a cool predecessor in front of the rookies, here with Karina, all he got was embarrassment. It was outright one-sided torment, and the situation looked too brutal. Char couldn't help but feel sorry for this elder student. That doesn't sound like something someone who owes me 800 credits should say. Hearing Char standing up for Wes, Karina paused her writing and cast an icy glance at him. Char, elder brother, may fortune favor you. I'm powerless to assist. So Char turned into a turtle, stepping aside and bowing his head deeply. Who eats someone else's food without owing them something in return? Last time, all the problems caused by his losing control were dealt with by Karina. Coupled with the cost of magical body modifications, he now owed her exactly 800 academic credits. Even if he worked himself to death, repaying her might still prove difficult. One point is correct though. If Norse Cemetery experiences an undead tide, there will indeed be grave consequences. Fine, I'll leave briefly, but the kid's credits belong to me. Karina jotted down a line, closed her notebook, then turned to look at Wes while pointing at Char. He doesn't have any credits. Wes said awkwardly because the 5 credits this time around were granted by Tutor Savar with specified members involved, none of which included Char. That's your problem. All 5 credits are mine. After this mission, I expect my total credits to increase by 10. Karina spoke with an unquestionable tone. Wes wanted to argue a bit more, but was immediately silenced when he caught sight of her glare behind the glasses. But dealing with the undead alone won't be enough with just us. Heidi should join us too. Wes, go find her. I'll take Char to the guild. Karina adjusted her glasses, seemingly thinking of something, and subsequently dragged Char away without giving Wes another thought. In this world, the so-called guilds were essentially places akin to adventurers' guilds. However, they lacked any systematic organization. Each guild was independent, requiring only simple registration of personnel, who then chose their own tasks freely. It somewhat resembled mercenary work. Verona's guild wasn't far from the college teaching building. It was a relatively large tavern called Rage of the Giant Bear. Char knew this place well, since his spear and shield had been rented here. Upon entering, one could see a massive bear skin hanging above the counter, which served as the tavern's emblem. It was daytime, so there weren't many people inside, yet Karina and Char's entrance attracted everyone's attention. Still stinking as ever. Little girl, fetch your boss out. Someone drinking in broad daylight was naturally no saint. One could describe all of them as ugly to the bone. But Karina paid them no mind, walking straight to the counter, tapping lightly on the table, and speaking arrogantly to the waitress. Yes, please wait a moment, Lady Karina. Yet no one dared to cross her. The apron-clad girl bowed her head and quickly went inside. Karina sat casually at the bar counter, turning around briefly to glance at the mercenaries. Everyone lowered their heads immediately, none daring to meet her gaze. Char wasn't surprised by the scene. Wizards had a high standing from the start. Though these mercenaries lived their lives on the edge of danger, they still felt fear when facing a red-collared apprentice. Such was the status of wizards. In this world, they were the ones standing at the pinnacle of humanity. And even apprentices were no exception. Not long after, a bald, burly man appeared. Seeing Karina, he immediately revealed an amicable smile, though the scar and wrinkles on his face made the expression appear quite terrifying. Paul, I'm going to North Cemetery. Find me some people who can handle undead. The pay remains as it always has been. Karina clearly knew this bald man well, and directly stated her intentions without any pleasantries, heading straight to the topic at hand. North Cemetery? Frankly, not many dare to go there, and most skilled hands have already been hired away. Bald Ball shrugged, then poured Karina a glass of water, pushing it toward her. 5 people, all with experience handling undead. They don't need to solve the problem themselves. All I need is for them to provide appropriate protection. You know what I mean. Without hesitation, Karina picked up the cup and took a sip, but her brows suddenly furrowed as she glanced at Char beside her. To be honest, the clear water here was nowhere near as good as that which Char could condense using water elements. Even so, there aren't many who fit the bill. You know, swords and knives are far less effective against undead than magic. But I do have a few candidates in mind. If they come, I'll talk to them. So, would you like to post a task? After speaking, Bald Ball pulled out a pen and paper with some pre-written content. This was a contract, an employment contract, detailing the task, its duration, and payment. It belonged to the official procedure of tasks issued by the guild. Handle this matter for me. We're setting out roughly 2 days from now, and it will take around half a month. We'll take a carriage, but we won't have extra space for anyone else. So let them manage their own transportation. After finishing her words, Karina took out 2 gold coins from her pocket, placing them on the bar counter before getting ready to leave. Senpai, please wait a moment, Char quickly interjected, wanting to borrow a spear and shield, so he might bother Mr. Ball as well. Ball was both the owner of this place and the president of the guild. Char had visited several times before, borrowing a spear and shield, so they weren't strangers. I'll prepare your equipment for you. Remember, you're a blue-collared apprentice now. Any loss of dignity reflects poorly on the Hermas Wizard Academy. Karina knew what Char intended to do, immediately responding coldly. Instantly, the temperature in the bar seemed to plummet, as if the air had frozen solid. Yes, senpai, I'll be more careful next time. Char quickly lowered his head and followed Karina out of the tavern. Her earlier words had been heavy, and it seemed his actions had touched a nerve with Karina. The status of wizards was supreme, and even apprentices must possess their own dignity. Karina understood this deeply, yet Char clearly lacked awareness. The job ahead involves dealing with undead, and ordinary weapons won't suffice. I know you can't use wizardry, but you just need to support from behind. We red-collared apprentices aren't so incapable that we need a blue-collared apprentice to stand front and center. Moreover, I've already hired some people. They'll serve as meat shields. When danger comes, they'll suffer first. Walking onto the street and moving a bit further along, seeing that Char's mood was low, Karina pushed up her glasses and began explaining to him. But without weapons, I feel like I can do nothing. Char was disheartened. He could originally use lower-level light magic to deal with undead, given its effective suppression. It had served some purpose. But now, he could only spray water, at best giving the undead a shower. Ho ho, that isn't necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm an alchemist, and you possess surging magical power. I know how to maximize your potential. Karina adjusted her glasses and regarded Char with a peculiar smile. In that moment, Char suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, this little madam must have another ingenious idea up her sleeve. Chapter 12, North Cemetery. The sky was overcast with drizzling rain. Charles walked along the deserted street, an umbrella in one hand and a suitcase in the other. To be honest, Charles didn't enjoy this kind of weather because the water elements became highly active, making him feel damp all over. It was the day for departure, but after Karina assigned a bunch of tasks to him and left for somewhere unknown, Charles had no choice but to head to the meeting point alone. Hey, Charles, over here. At the agreed spot, a large caravan was parked by the roadside. Heidi, senior student, lifted the curtain and waved at him enthusiastically. Charles smiled, gave a slight nod, and hurriedly approached. Isn't Karina coming with you? After boarding, Heidi helped Charles with his luggage while casually asking, seeming genuinely concerned. She left earlier. I don't know where she went, but she shouldn't be too late. Charles wasn't sure about Karina's whereabouts and replied in a somewhat evasive manner. I hope she's on time. North Cemetery is not close. Wise took out a pocket watch from his coat. The second hand was ticking, showing they had less than 10 minutes before the appointed time. He slightly frowned, revealing dissatisfaction. What do you plan to do if she doesn't arrive according to schedule? Heidi glanced at Wise provocatively. Of course, we'll wait. Well, concerning senior student Karina, Wise's cool persona broke down within a minute. I guess we don't need to worry about that question anymore. She's already here. Just as Heidi prepared to continue teasing Wise, Charles spoke up. They both looked in the direction he indicated, seeing a carriage approaching from far down the street. On the driver's seat sat Karina in a raincoat. I doubt I'm late. Anyway, even if I were, I'm sure you wouldn't dare leave without me. The carriage slowed to a stop, and Karina glanced at the three of them, her tone leaving no room for argument. Indeed, apart from this leader figure, the remaining three were quite insignificant. Wise was seriously injured, Heidi not good at fighting, and Charles was more or less just like an ordinary person. Faced with slightly stronger undead, this group might very well meet its doom entirely. For a moment, the three awkwardly chuckled, unable even to muster a single firm word. Fidakis, come say hello. Heidi and Wise, you've met him before. That boy in the blue collar is Zora's disciple. You can call him Charles. Karina gestured towards the back, and immediately a middle-aged man with a small mustache peeked out, giving a slight nod. This is Fidakis, previously a paladin of the Holy Light Temple. We might be somewhat overwhelmed this time, so I invited him and his men to help. Karina mentioned it offhandedly, not providing much further introduction. However, Charles was inwardly startled. The Holy Church served as the state religion of this continent, possessing a unique system distinct from wizards. Clergy could summon miracles through prayer, healing diseases, eradicating plagues, and it was said that a bishop-level prayer could even alter the weather, bring down sweet rain, drive away frost. On the other hand, paladins are the military arm of the Holy Church, having received blessings, making them especially strong against the undead. However, hearing Karina's description, this Fidakis used to be a paladin, which meant he no longer belonged to the church. There must be a story behind this, but Charles had no intention of prying since curiosity beyond what concerns you often leads to trouble. With everyone gathered and no intention of idle chatter, Karina stepped down from the carriage, joined Charles and others, then signaled to the driver that it was time to depart. Norse Cemetery lay within a mountain range, not too far from Verona. Traveling day and night except for necessary breaks, they reached the periphery of the mountainous area 3 days later. This was also the base of the Hermas Mage Academy here, Green Castle. The castle stood atop a small hill, relatively small in size and somewhat dilapidated. In Wise eyes, calling it a castle seemed exaggerated. A beacon tower would be a better fit. Hey, you finally arrived. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Those necrotic energies are getting denser, and the activity radius of the undead keeps expanding. I fear they might break out, making handling them much more difficult. The carriage pulled up outside the castle, and a chubby young man wearing coarse linen shirt emerged as the gate swung open slightly, his face full of joy, arms spread wide, muttering as he walked closer. Tullum, if I were you, I'd first make sure of the situation before seeking help from a teacher. Also, keep your distance. The stench on you can be smelled from miles away. At the sight of this person, Karina immediately pinched her nose and spoke in a tone of disgust. Senior Karina, do you have any idea how worried I've been? You must be very tired. Let's go inside. We can eat while discussing what to do next. Tullum had originally intended to catch up on old times with his seniors, but at the sight of the glowing tip of Karina's finger, he immediately stopped in his tracks, signaling for those behind him to widen the door further. As a junior student, Tullum was all too aware of just how terrifying this senior could be. She would lash out at the slightest disagreement, showing no mercy whatsoever. The most critical thing was that he genuinely couldn't match her strength. Karina wasn't Savar Mentor's strongest disciple, but she was undoubtedly the most reckless one. Her explosive temper left nearly all juniors beaten black and blue, needing at least 10 days to recover fully. As the gates swung fully open, the 2 carriages slowly drove in. The hired servants within the castle sprang into action. Some led the horses away, others unloaded the baggage, striving to appear as industrious as possible. After all, these were esteemed wizard masters, not to be neglected in the slightest. So many people serving you. How about it? Using the academy's funds, living like a lord here feels pretty good, doesn't it? Heidi, on the other hand, greeted them warmly. She hopped off the carriage, slapped Tullum's shoulder teasingly, and spoke with light-hearted sarcasm. Forget it. If I had a choice, I'd much rather stay in the academy. But who could have guessed I'd lose the draw and end up banished here? It's practically the same as being locked up in jail. Tullum shook his head with a wry smile, and his words rang true from the heart. No one wanted to take on a job like this, even though it came with 20 academic credits per year and a hefty allowance for free disposal. After all, accepting this task meant becoming a gravedigger, spending every day wandering through cemeteries. While not physically exhausting, danger lurked constantly around every corner. What's more, the hired help were impoverished peasants, often with ailments or disabilities. Whoever had other options wouldn't choose such a place for work. And because the academy forbade hiring opposite genders, the only company he got day after day was a group of elderly, coarse men who trembled and stuttered their way through speech, a situation whose discomfort only he truly understood. Hence, upon seeing his fellow students, Tullum chattered incessantly, greeting them with great enthusiasm. In such an environment, remaining sane was testament enough to his strong willpower. So what exactly is going on? The mentor simply told us to come help, but didn't specify what we'd be doing. Wise, however, cared more about the task itself. He wasn't new to this location and already sensed a faint whiff of death permeating the air within the castle. The Green Castle was built on the outskirts of Norse Cemetery, so theoretically, there shouldn't have been such traces of necrotic energy. It's a long story. Dinner has already been prepared. We'll talk as we eat. In response to Wise's query, Tullum's expression grew serious. He gestured for someone to prepare the meal and led the group into the castle, toward a small meeting room. I'm not sure precisely what happened, but overnight, the necrotic energies in the cemetery surged, and the undead began stirring. The good news is that they are still contained within the cemetery grounds, showing no signs of expansion yet. The bad news is, the necrotic energies continue to grow denser and are spreading further. If left unchecked, this will definitely cause trouble. Tullum elaborated carefully, pulling out a sheepskin map almost casually and spreading it out on the table. With a piece of chalk, he drew a circle on it. This marked the area covered by the necrotic energies, which had already extended to the edge of the mountain range. It was less than 20 miles from the nearest village. The Norse cemetery won't turn into this state without reason. We need to delve deeper and uncover the cause. Karina, too, became serious. Though prone to violence, she wasn't unintelligent. She fully grasped how disastrous this situation could become if mishandled. More importantly, any misstep would tarnish the reputation of Hermas Mage Academy severely. On a continent filled with numerous magical academies, everyone eagerly awaited opportunities to witness others fail. If the academy lost face, their future school lives wouldn't be easy. Attempting a deep incursion now would likely be difficult. The necrotic energies are too concentrated, and large numbers of undead creatures have appeared. Even I dare only venture near the fringes. It's because you're too weak and too scared. Tullum had barely finished detailing the current predicament when Karina shot back, bluntly scolding him. Infuriated, Tullum glared daggers at Karina, but as soon as their eyes met, he licked his lips nervously and lowered his head once again. There was no mistaking it. This senior was simply not someone to provoke. Fine then, endure it. I think junior brother Tullum is right. Given our current circumstances, it would indeed be difficult to penetrate deeply. The interior of Norse Cemetery has a complex environment, and once the necrotic energies intensify, many changes occur, including geological shifts. Moreover, we all know what rests buried there. With that, Wise interjected, restoring a modicum of dignity to Tullum while also pointing out the inherent dangers of their task. Everyone fell silent. For a moment, everyone fell silent, except for Char, who wore an expression full of confusion. What's down below the Norse Cemetery? Is there something terrifying? He truly had no idea, so he could only ask Heidi quietly. You don't know? Hearing Char's question, Heidi exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, everyone in the room looked over, including Fidax, who gave him a glance as if looking at a fool. 300 years ago, Nor had a population exceeding 100,000 and was an extremely prosperous town. But one night, the door of death descended suddenly, and the city disappeared, transforming into undulating mountains, with the aura of death lingering perpetually. Unseen undead would occasionally appear, leading to its being called cemetery. There is a rumor that the city didn't vanish. It was merely pressed under the mountain range. 10 million souls remain there, waiting for the day they can reappear in the world, and at the same time, spread death across the land. Heidi explained to Char. It was a sealed history filled with despair, listed as forbidden by the upper levels of the empire, so commoners couldn't possibly know about it. Only the wizards paid no attention to those officials' ban. This is why the academy built this castle and sent students here permanently to observe the situation in the Norse cemetery. Karina added, stating her explanation. Most of the red-collar apprentices understood this history. It was only Char who wasn't aware. It wasn't his fault, though. After all, he'd only been studying in the academy for more than a year, so it was normal for him not to be familiar with many secrets and legends. So what do we do next? Tullum was actually the most anxious among them. The others were just there to help. If things got really bad, they could hide or delay, but he didn't have that luxury. Even if the solution wasn't found, he had to at least determine the cause of the sudden increase in death chi. Otherwise, he'd have no way to report back to the academy. We must go inside. The surge in death chi must indicate some problem in the central area. Very likely, it's right here. Karina had entered the cemetery before and knew certain special places, such as the center of the mountain range she was pointing at now. That place was a valley, and always the spot with the most concentrated death chi. It was rumored that there was a door there which could lead directly underground to the vanished North City. Hey, no human can enter that place, alright. Wei licked his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat. Even the mentors hadn't dared to venture into that place, let alone they, the apprentices. Who said we'd enter? We only need to investigate from the outside. Through the concentration of death chi and undead activities, we'll record data and then make some deductions. As for what action needs to be taken later, that's up to the academy. We're only apprentices. If an army of undead appears, the only thing we can do is report it. At most, we might help relocate the surrounding townsfolk. Karina shrugged, clearly not intending to push herself unnecessarily. I think that sounds good. If our task is just observation, based on our current abilities, we should be able to handle it. Tullum nodded in agreement with Karina's suggestion. After all, they were just apprentices. Dealing with a few undead creatures was fine, but if the numbers were too great or their levels too high, they'd be powerless. In that case, let's decide here. Today, we'll rest well. Tomorrow, we'll set out and try to find the cause before the situation worsens. After speaking, Karina glanced around the room, seeing no objections, and clapped her hands, indicating that they should eat first, then Tullum would arrange the rooms for a good rest tonight. The green castle wasn't very large, but it did have a few guest rooms. Char was allocated a single room, less than 10 square meters, with very old and rudimentary furnishings. But he was still satisfied. After all, it was better than sleeping outdoors without proper food or shelter. It seems I underestimated the mystery and intrigue of the wizarding world. Staring at the moon rising through the window, Char lay on the bed muttering to himself. He hadn't expected that Nor would turn out to be such a place. Originally, he thought it was just a large mass burial site. If he'd known beforehand, there's no way he would have come. Unfortunately, once the bowstring was drawn, there was no going back, not even if he regretted coming. A few words of lamentation and weariness began to creep in, the hardships of traveling having left him utterly exhausted. He tilted his head and drifted off to sleep. He didn't notice, in the silver glow of the moonlight, a blurry shadow flickered past his window. Chapter 13, The Unnamed Flower. The wind blew through his hair, and Charles furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes. Sitting up, he looked around in surprise. The shabby room had vanished, replaced by a small valley. The stars twinkled in the sky, illuminating the ground covered with bright red flowers. Charles didn't know the name of these flowers, only that they were beautiful, their slender petals resembling orchids, with delicate yellow stamens. They swayed gently with the wind, exuding a sweet fragrance. Standing up, he noticed an old tree standing alone in the vast valley. Its branches swayed softly, producing a rustling sound whenever a breeze passed by. Walking slowly to the tree, Charles looked up and saw its crown spreading widely across the sky, yet not appearing gloomy. Snap! He lightly slapped his cheek, feeling a clear sense of touch. This was not like a dream, but, just as Charles was puzzled, he suddenly heard a melodious flute sound. Turning his head, he saw someone standing among the flowers not far away. Golden long hair hung down her back, and her pink long dress fluttered gently with the wind. She was a girl, tranquil and beautiful. Hello. This girl looked strange, but Charles still tried to remain calm, raising his hand to greet her. However, before he could finish speaking, the girl opened her eyes, and Charles choked on his words. The girl had no eyes. There was only chaos in her deeply sunken eye sockets. Hello, soul not belonging to this world. The girl smiled at Charles, and then walked over slowly. The flowers and grass beneath her feet parted automatically, as if welcoming their queen. Tension began to build in Charles's heart. That sentence clearly referred to something. His soul indeed did not belong to this world, which was his secret, and it seemed the other party had already sensed it. Don't be so defensive. I have come here to ask you for help. The girl leaped lightly, and sat on the tree branch. Only now did Charles notice that her figure seemed somewhat ethereal. This made Charles even more nervous. He felt sweat starting to form on his palms. After all, he had heard of such things. When a person dies, the soul separates from the body, either dissipating or moving toward an unknown world. If the soul can still appear before the living and refuses to leave, it is most likely what people call a malevolent spirit. Malevolent spirits naturally harbor hostility towards the living. They are very dangerous. Charles had no experience dealing with malevolent spirits, and if the other party intended harm, the outcome would probably be bad. We come from the same world, so I sensed your approach when you neared Nor. To be honest, you shouldn't have come here. This place is already the land of the undead. If you step into it, your chances of survival are almost zero. But since you've come, I think perhaps you might attempt to let him find peace and no longer dwell on the past. After finishing her speech, the girl suddenly seemed to remember something, clapped her hands, and said, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Pauline Winnie Nor, or, the daughter of the Earl Nor, one could say, the eldest daughter of the Lord. Seemingly casual words struck Charles like thunder, causing him to stand dumbfounded. At dinner, he had asked about some matters related to the Nor cemetery, knowing that this town had once been ruled by an earl, and the surname of that earl was Nor. Specifically speaking, this town was named after this earl's surname. Thus, the girl in front of him was the daughter of that earl, meaning she had experienced the disappearance of Nor City 300 years ago. A 300-year-old malevolent spirit. Can I beat her? Charles couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Her background was significant, and now, completely isolated without help. If they truly fought, he knew he wouldn't fare well. You can call me Winnie. Friends call me that. Now it's your turn. What's your name, blue-haired boy from another world? Winnie said with a teasing smile. If she still had eyes, this smile must have been very pretty. Unfortunately, those chaotic eye sockets made her smile seem somewhat frightening. Charles, Charles Nilishek. Bowing 90 degrees, Charles placed his hand on his shoulder and performed a standard noble salute. A noble as well? Yes, I am the second son of Baron Nilishek. Baron Nilishek? Never heard of it. Just a small noble from the border area. Oh, I see. Winnie nodded and then swung her legs, sitting leisurely on the tree, seemingly lost in thought. You mentioned earlier that you needed me to do something. A moment of silence continued, and Charles couldn't help but ask tentatively. That's right. I originally intended to ask you, but now I'm unsure because you're too weak, probably unable to accomplish it. I am indeed weak. How about this? You tell me the task, and I will go look for some help. After all, my seniors are very powerful. They are all red-collared apprentices from the Hermes Wizard Academy, with formidable strength. Charles decided to stabilize the situation first, then escape danger and reunite with Carolina and others before devising a plan. Red-collared apprentices? If that's all they can muster, it might still be insufficient. After all, he is not the same now, having grown very strong but also lost in his power, unable to recall who he is. Winnie shook her head, believing that even the power of red-collared apprentices would not be enough. In that case, I'll seek out my mentor. Let me tell you this, my mentor is Lady Zola, one of only 4 crimson-robed wizards at Hermes Wizard Academy. Charles had run out of options and could only resort to invoking the name of his mentor for help. Zola? Has she become a crimson-robed wizard already? Time truly flies when even she has donned the crimson robe. Winnie smiled, seemingly reminiscing about something as she glanced at the sky with a gentle smile. You know my mentor? Seeing Winnie's manner, Charles couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope because if she was an acquaintance of his mentor, this predicament might be resolved through this connection. I've met her once. That young girl was rather shy. Let me think. Back then, she was still a blue-collared apprentice. Charles froze, amazed by how far back their association stretched, reaching the era when his mentor was still a blue-collared apprentice. The lifespan of wizards does last longer than that of ordinary people, but only certified wizards live much longer due to their magic having altered their bodies. Regardless of whether they've undergone any magical physical transformation, under the nourishment of such potent magic, calling them human feels somewhat off. As for how old Mentor Zola is exactly, Charles was unaware, since certified wizards typically keep their ages closely guarded secrets, especially women. But judging from appearances, she must be over 300 years old, considering the 300-year-old ancient person in front of him had already met her. Never mind, give it a try. If you fail, when things escalate, there will naturally be someone to handle it. However, I do hope you succeed. After all, he was my love, and the one who should send him away should be my chosen person. Winnie finished speaking with a wistful expression. After a short while, she shook her head, her figure flickering, and vanished from the tree. She appeared before Charles. Let me tell you a story. If you believe you can try, go ahead. If you think it's beyond your capability, you can refuse. Winnie turned around, facing Charles's back, walking a few steps outward before stopping by a flower. She crouched down, lightly stroking it. When I arrived in this world, I was completely clueless. This place is vastly different from the world I used to know. The empire, witchcraft, the church. To be honest, I felt extremely unadjusted because I thought this world was filled with peril, like a fiery inferno. Fortunately, as the eldest daughter of the Earl, my natural highborn status spared me many troubles. Do you know that saying, when you're strong enough, even the coldest of worlds will greet you with a smile? High birth, after all, is part of one's strength. It's like when a wealthy man does charity, everyone praises him for his generosity and virtue. No one bothers to trace where the money comes from. Standing up, Winnie turned around. Despite showing no expression, these philosophical words spoken by her lovely teenage face seemed somewhat dissonant. But nobility also brings its own set of troubles. The complicated interpersonal relations make me feel exhausted, and it was at that moment that Gweller entered my life. He was the son of our housekeeper, a second son, always bumbling around but possessing simplicity within himself. Like a little puppy, loyal, kind-hearted, humble, yet hardworking. We were about the same age and always played together. He once vowed that upon growing up, he would become a knight, dedicating his life to guarding me. That's what he said, and that's what he did. Every day, I watched him train with his sword, from sunrise to sunset, never tiring of it. It was like, during pretend play, assigning him to be the father always made him blush, an expression I also could never tire of. And so we became each other's most cherished memories of childhood. Later, as we grew older, feelings naturally sprouted between us. The disparity in our social statuses gradually made him realize that being together wouldn't be easy. So he decided to make achievements, setting out alone for the capital, hoping to return triumphantly after making his mark. At this point, Winnie's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. She looked up at the starry sky, her thoughts drifting far away. But before he could return, Nor City was consumed by darkness. Death became the final resting place, and the Nor family met the same end as the city. Naturally, that includes me. But not long ago, I suddenly awoke to find, much to my surprise, that Gweller had returned. It was him, yet not him. His power radiated so terrifyingly strong, as if he himself were death personified. I couldn't approach him, nor did I know why he had come back here, but I knew it wasn't a good sign. With his presence, death began to spread, unsettling the undead. This world is very cold. Since my awakening, aside from him, I have never felt warmth, not even from my parents, who only valued reputation and status, and never truly cared for their daughter. But even so, I do not wish this world to be shrouded in death. Moreover, I know this isn't his intention because Gweller is a kind boy. He has merely been blinded by his own power. His heart is still pure, and I believe that if I can awaken him, tragedy will not occur again. So I came here seeking help, fortuitously discovering you, one of my kind. Promise me, please free him from this torment, for both him to no longer suffer, and for me to finally achieve eternal rest. For neither he nor I should remain in this world. After finishing her speech, Winnie suddenly crouched down and casually plucked a flower. She then slowly approached Charles and placed the flower in his hand. A warm glow appeared within the flower and then gradually permeated through his hands into his body. The flower withered and dissipated in the wind, but that warmth continued to flow through his limbs, leaving Charles feeling quite comfortable. There's something wrong with your wizard's body transformation. The sea fiend's magic is far beyond your control. I can help fix some issues. It could be regarded as an advance payment. After speaking, Winnie reached out and lightly touched the palm of Charles's right hand, causing a surge of magic to flow into him. To his astonishment, Charles found a sacred light emerging in his palm. This is holy energy. It's different from magical energy. It's gentle and has healing properties. Though it's just a little bit, it's enough. It's like a seed that takes root and sprouts inside your body. In the future, as long as you nourish it with your magic, it will slowly grow stronger. Holy energy has many uses, and those most skilled at wielding it are from the Light Temple, since they can obtain many miracles, including holy energy, through prayer. Unfortunately, they've become corrupt now, and fewer people can truly master holy energy. I'm giving it to you now because holy energy has the ability to dispel death magic and restrain undead beings. How to use it specifically? You can experiment on your own, as this thing has existed with me since birth. I died too early to fully understand its nature. Winnie spoke as though discussing someone else's affairs, showing remarkable calmness about her own death. But Charles was unsettled. He felt the light in his palm, and his body trembled slightly. He was aware of what holy energy was. Its fame was immense. It was the Light Temple's prized treasure. Just as Winnie said, holy energy is indeed one of the divine miracles, and it's rumored that only archbishops and above could possibly obtain it. Yet now, this incredible power lay in his own hands. For the first time, Charles fervently hoped this wasn't a dream. Well, I've told you everything, even given the reward, but I still don't know your answer. Winnie smiled, her tone seemingly teasing. I will give it my all, and will not let you down. Charles bowed again, this time performing a knee-bending bow. After all, having already accepted the reward, how could he refuse? Thus, he responded with the highest courtesy befitting imperial nobility. Very well, then I shall wait for good news from you. Winnie also performed the knee-bowing gesture, maintaining propriety despite being more powerful. In this world, etiquette runs deep within the blood of nobility. Rising, Winnie gazed into the distance where a vast sea of bright red flowers stretched before her eyes. Beautiful, mysterious, melancholic. What are these flowers called? Charles also looked toward the sea of flowers and asked seemingly offhandedly. I don't know either, as I've only ever seen this scene in dreams. Do you know? Gweller and I once shared the same dream, and the landscape was exactly like this. We promised each other that when we returned to this place in our dreams, we would pledge eternal devotion. Winnie spoke with a wistful tone. After a long silence, Charles quietly murmured, Ah, so it's unheard flower name. Chapter 14, Human Barrier. A group of people was carefully making its way across the barren ridge. The surroundings were enveloped in thick fog with a visibility distance of less than 10 meters. There were shadowy figures faintly moving about. It was mysterious and strange. Stop, we need to figure out the direction. Karina raised her hand, and everyone immediately halted. The wizards quickly gathered together, while Fidaxis, along with 4 warriors, dispersed to be on guard. Everyone was tense because they had already encountered the undead. Luckily, it was only low-level skeletons which didn't even require the wizards to intervene. Fidaxis, along with his subordinates, managed to deal with them with a few swings and strikes. But those were just the lowest level of magical creatures, and they were still in the outer area of the North Cemetery. Therefore, no one dared to relax, as even a slight oversight could be fatal. Only Charles seemed distracted, not because he wasn't scared of the undead, but because his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Everything that happened last night was real, not a dream. For when Charles woke up, he discovered that he really did master holy energy. Even though it was just a tiny amount that he could gather in the palm of his hand, he was still excited. And just as Winnie had said, holy energy could be nurtured through magic, making it perfect for Charles, who always had excess magic power that needed to be used up. This reward seemed tailor-made for him, yet thinking about Winnie's mission made him worry. Winnie hadn't revealed much about the target they would confront, only stating that once they delved deep into Nor, everything would become clear. It was the source of the surge in death energy that coincided perfectly with their reason for entering Nor Cemetery. There was probably no way they could defeat it. Even Winnie couldn't approach it, showing how powerful their opponent was. Their strongest warrior here was Karina. In Charles's opinion, this violent apprentice was at least 2 levels below Winnie. How were they supposed to accomplish this? Another shocking fact for Charles was that Winnie was from the same world as him. When she played a tune, Charles instinctively began humming along. The light-colored smoke and rain, and I'm waiting for you. Well, they were not only from the same world but also countrymen, and fans of the same singer. This meant that time travelers were not just limited to himself. In this chaotic timeline, there might be countless others similar to him. Charles felt slightly frustrated after calming down and thinking about it. Why was it that although both were time travelers, Winnie was the eldest daughter of a countess, born with the cheat of holy energy? As for him, his plain identity aside, his crossing the ages benefit came with a heap of troubles. Time travelers all received such differing treatment. Charles, come over here. Karina's sudden words interrupted Charles's musings. He quickly advanced several steps and stood before the fiery red-hooded apprentice. Put this on. For the next leg of the journey, we'll likely have to rely on you. Taking out something strange-looking from her pocket, Karina slipped it around Charles's neck. What is this? Charles felt a bit odd. This thing looked like a century-old lock, made of an unknown metal, engraved with magical runes that faintly emitted weak fluorescence. This is my masterpiece, nameless for now, whose function is to absorb magic and form a barrier, capable of isolating these death energies. Your body contains strong magic, yet you're unable to use it. With this device, it suits you perfectly. Karina adjusted the object on Charles's neck, clapped her hands, and seemed very satisfied. Sure enough, as soon as this thing went on Charles's neck, a faint ray of light immediately extended outward. Centered around Charles, there formed a transparent eggshell of about 5-meter radius. The heavy mist gradually dissipated, significantly improving the line of sight. Do you take me for what? A portable barrier? Charles was somewhat dissatisfied, sensing his magic being drained. It finally dawned on him why Karina hadn't allowed him to equip the spear and shield beforehand. She'd been holding this back for him. You're a wizard. Shouldn't you be putting in some effort? Seeing Charles's attitude, Karina became unhappy. She pushed her glasses up and a threat hung in her tone. Charles, fine. You're stronger, so you're right. After briefly identifying the direction, the group set off again. They followed the map, heading towards the central area of the North Cemetery. As they ventured deeper, the fog grew denser. These fogs weren't ordinary. but external manifestations caused by an excessive concentration of death energy. If ordinary people inhale too much, their vitality would continually decrease. Even if they manage to escape, they will fall gravely ill. In serious cases, they may die directly. The wizard's magic can resist the effects, and blessed knights like Fidaxis also possess some resistance. However, walking for a long time in such a dense concentration of death energy still made them feel exhausted. Fortunately, they had Charles. Everyone took refuge in the barrier he provided, which made them extremely comfortable. Can't we come up with an alternative solution? Like consuming magic crystals? Charles didn't find it so pleasant. While he was willing to help, this particular method left him somewhat uneasy inside. He felt like he was just an object, and worse, a consumable one at that. I can do some research later, but not now. You keep this up for a while longer. Once your magic runs out, go get a potion from Heidi. Karina thought there was nothing wrong with it, and was, in fact, very proud of her invention. So, I am a consumable after all. Charles let out a long sigh. Since struggling was no use, he decided to close his eyes and enjoy it instead. No amount of persuasion worked, and he couldn't fight back either. What else could he do? Only accept it calmly. Something is emerging. Everyone, be on guard. Suddenly, Fidaxis stopped in his tracks, shouted, and drew his sword in preparation. Everyone immediately became alarmed. Looking forward, they saw a rolling fog where numerous shadows flickered. They're undead. There are at least dozens of them. Wes furrowed his brows. He had already taken off his gloves, revealing his modified little finger, and watched the front cautiously. There's something coming from behind too. Just as everyone focused their attention ahead, Tullum at the rear called out a warning. They turned around and discovered that the mist behind them also contained moving figures. Are we ambushed? Heidi was very nervous. Not good at fighting. She served as the healer in the team, staying in the middle and protected by others in the C position. No, it's likely a coincidence. They don't yet have the intelligence to set traps or tactics. Wes' sweat broke out on his forehead. His current state was not suitable for battle. If they really fought, it would be disadvantageous. I'll deal with the ones in front. The rest of you guard the rear. Karina remained calm. She quickly analyzed the situation. Even though they were under attack from both sides, it was evident that there were more undead in front. This time, she planned to take action. Without hesitation, Karina moved to the front, while Fidaxis assisted her. At the back were Tullum and Wes as the main forces, with Fidaxis' 4 subordinates providing support. As for Heidi and Charles, they obediently stayed in the center, one ready to heal wounded soldiers at any moment, and the other maintaining the barrier to ensure the battlefield favored their side as much as possible. Karina showed no signs of panic. She silently recited incantations, and soon a magical array appeared before her. The staff made from fig wood shone brightly, gathering large amounts of light elements. Even though she was infatuated with alchemy, she never neglected practicing witchcraft. Those light elements contained tremendous energy. Just by looking, one could feel their intense heat and ferocity. This was the difference between witches and the Holy Light Temple. Though both used light, witchcraft was intense and violent, whereas holy energy was warm and peaceful. Just as Karina was casting her witchcraft, those shadowy figures emerged from the mist and stepped into the barrier released by Charles. They were skeletons, but unlike the naked ones they'd encountered before, these wore tattered armor, carried rusted weapons, had brighter blue flames in their eyes, and emitted heavier death energies. Wait, death energy. Upon stepping into the barrier, these skeletons paused their movements momentarily. As undead creatures, they were highly sensitive to death energy. Why is there no death energy here at all? If this was supposed to be our home court, why are we suddenly treated like visitors? While the skeletons were puzzled, Karina had completed her precast. With a shout, the magic array in front of her wand rapidly became blindingly bright, like the sun. Everyone had to close their eyes, and they heard the crackling sound of breaking bones. When they opened their eyes, they saw a large hole blasted through the surrounding death energy. Points of residual light elements still separated the heavy mist outside. A charred mark lay on the ground, as if something scorching hot had passed through here, and bone fragments were scattered everywhere. Clearly, the previous wave of skeletons had been mostly obliterated by this single strike. Your impressive LV3 Scorching Light spell, able to be cast within such a short period. The rest will be handled by me. Take a rest. Fidaxis, the former paladin, was usually taciturn, but seeing Karina's witchcraft, he smiled and expressed admiration. After speaking, without waiting for Karina's reply, he charged forward with his longsword in hand. The few remaining skeletons rushing to meet him were instantly crushed in a one-sided battle. No wonder the paladin could play with those skeletons so easily. His longsword emitted a faint holy light, and in just 3 swings, it shattered one skeleton into pieces, like an adult bullying a child. Karina's single strike had felled most of the skeletons in front, and what remained was more than Fidaxis alone could handle. So, she turned around to check on the situation at the rear. The result made her frown, purse her lips, and show evident anger. She herself had wiped out most of the enemies in front with a single attack, but looking back, those two were still throwing minor spells. After fighting for a while, they hadn't even managed to take down a few skeletons. If not for the warriors' protection, they would have been surrounded by skeletons already. This was truly embarrassing for the red-collar mage apprentices. It brought shame to the Hermo Mage Academy. As for their mentor Savar's face, losing it didn't matter much since that old man never cared anyway. Though upset inside, Karina knew priorities. They were deep inside Knoll Cemetery, and prolonged combat would disadvantage them. So she silently chanted a spell, gathering the light elements once again. Almost like repeating the earlier feat, she unleashed another Scorching Light spell. Who the hell? Although she had tried to avoid hitting her allies, Tulum was still grazed slightly, setting his robes on fire. As he patted out the flames, he turned back ready to swear. But upon seeing Karina's frowning face, he quickly swallowed his words. This woman was someone you don't want to cross. With Karina's help, the tide of battle shifted instantly. The wave of skeletons was completely wiped out, leaving only minor scratches on their side. In short, aside from Tulum burning a bit of his skin, everyone else was unscathed. The kind of situation we just faced may occur again in the rear. You two had better stay focused. I don't want to run out of mana after traveling just a short distance. During the post-battle debrief, Karina harshly criticized Wes and Tulum. These two, who were supposed to be red-collar apprentices, turned out to be less useful than the younger subordinates under Fidax's command. Being a red-collar apprentice herself, Karina couldn't help but feel humiliated. However, it wasn't entirely the fault of these two. Wes had an existing injury and dared not unleash powerful magic. Tulum simply had weaker foundations. The only LV3 spell he knew was one that drained almost all his fighting strength after use. Not all red-collar apprentices could perform like Karina, capable of continuously casting 2 LV3 spells without even panting. To be honest, Karina's performance went far beyond what an average red-collar apprentice could achieve. This girl was only one academic paper away from being promoted to changing the collar color of her robe. Whether it came to mana or witchcraft skill, she had already surpassed the standard of a red-collar apprentice. Give me 2 vials of potion. I feel like this way, I won't be able to hold out much longer. While Karina was venting her anger, Charles suddenly said to Heidi. His complexion was somewhat pale, radiating signs of weakness. Helpless, Charles realized after mastering the holy chi that he'd spent most of his mana nourishing it. Now with yet another energy consumer, his mana began to deplete significantly. So fast. Are you okay? I don't carry many potions either. You'd best drink sparingly. Also, I must warn you. While potions can quickly replenish mana, consuming too many will cause various adverse effects. You should only use them when necessary. Heidi took out 2 small bottles from her bag, handed them over to Charles, and showed her worried expression while giving instructions. I know, every medicine is poisonous to some extent. What poison? Anyway, I understand. Potions shouldn't be consumed constantly. No need to worry, no need to worry. Charles chuckled, then put the 2 green-colored potions into the pocket on his waist. After resting briefly following the fight, recovering some energy, they set out on their journey once more. The road ahead grew increasingly difficult, not because of rugged terrain, but due to increasingly frequent attacks by the undead. Initially, everyone coped quite easily, given that there was Karina, a formidable weapon. But as they fought, something seemed amiss. Their own consumption of resources was enormous, while the supply of undead seemed endless. They kept coming, never ending. Exactly what's going on. The Knoll Cemetery does indeed sometimes see undead appear, but there's no way there could be this many. Karina had started drinking potions to restore her mana. It seemed that things were taking a dangerous turn. I don't know, and it's strange. All are low-level skeletons, and none of the more advanced undead species have appeared. Tulum was stationed here and understood the conditions of Knoll Cemetery well. This phenomenon was indeed abnormal. In any case, let's stay alert. We'll try moving forward a bit more, and if things get worse, retreat immediately. Wes also sensed something unusual happening and proposed a relatively cautious plan. Agreed, let's move forward a little further. Before Karina could finish her sentence, a sudden whistling sound broke the air as an arrow shot toward them. Fortunately, Fidaxis reacted quickly and instantly shielded her with his round shield. Bang! An enormous force sent Fidaxis flying, the round shield rolling to the side and leaving deep dents. Magic arrow! Watch out, it's an undead wizard. Karina, well-versed in battle tactics, shouted the warning while silently chanting a spell, conjuring up a barrier imbued with powerful light elements in front of her. Hee. Sinister laughter echoed around them, as if rising from the abyss, making everyone's spines shiver and their foreheads sweat. They knew that a truly formidable opponent had arrived. Chapter 15, The Duel of Two Wizards. Hurry, take this thing off. Wacy suddenly shouted, and Kalina immediately realized what to do. She quickly pulled Charles and removed the item from his neck. This happened extremely suddenly. As Charles's human-shaped barrier disappeared, boundless death energy instantly swallowed them all up. Heidi wasn't prepared and coughed uncontrollably from the death energy, but fortunately, her magic took effect and quickly expelled the death energy out of her body. Only then did she catch her breath. Everyone hide. The opponent is concealed in the thick fog. If we can't see the enemy, we won't be able to counterattack. So before finding the other side, we cannot expose our own positions, otherwise, we'll only end up getting hit one-sidedly. Kalina was experienced and immediately understood the core issue at Wacy's shout. Charles's barrier indeed could isolate the death energy, but it also made them as noticeable as a beam of light in the dark night. After removing the barrier, although they felt uncomfortable amidst the heavy death energy, they were now hidden by the thick fog, concealing their figures. For both sides, the situation seemed fair. The smell of our living beings is equally obvious in this death energy. Once we approach a certain distance, we will be detected. Turum frequently dealt with the undead and knew that merely obscuring sight had no real meaning. Move 20 steps to the left. Let's leave this place first. Kalina nodded, and she also understood Turum's point. However, given the current situation, it was not the time to be concerned about such matters. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. The group immediately acted, moving 20 steps to the left. Almost the moment they stopped, they heard the sound of something cutting through the air coming from a distance. Bang! Another magical arrow struck the location where they had just been standing, causing everyone to sigh in relief. After all, judging from this, the opponent indeed couldn't see them, or else there would be no reason for the attack to target the original spot. Probably, we can judge the attack comes from the front. We need to get closer. Fedax already retrieved his shield. He was unharmed, but the violent impact still left him feeling a slight chest tightness. Okay, everyone look behind and in front of you. Confirm who is present, and then move forward together. Kalina nodded, understanding that under these circumstances, evading constantly was not a good strategy. The opponent held an advantage. Among the undead, wizards usually held higher status and often led a large number of lower-tier undead creatures. In the case of invisibility, he could dispatch these creatures to investigate through the mist. As soon as any discovery is made, he could launch attacks from afar. Kalina et al. Were also wizards, proficient in long-distance attacks, so the key now was which side could discover the other first. In order not to fall passively into disadvantage, they could only take risks by advancing. But surprisingly, the opponent moved even faster. Before the group advanced much, they heard a deafening sound, followed by vague shapes emerging in the mist. Damn it, it's necromancer cavalry. At the sight, Wacy cursed, his expression changing dramatically. Everyone also realized they had serious trouble ahead. As both sides got closer, the identities of the arrivals were revealed. Sitting on skeleton warhorses were skeleton knights. Each held a spear, with round shields slung on their arms. Their armor almost entirely covered their bodies. If not for the flickering blue flames in their eyes, they would have looked nearly identical to knights from the Empire. Amidst the mist, the advantages of the undead began to emerge. These necromancer cavalry were the first to find them, and they swiftly adjusted direction and charged straight over. Spread out. They're riding horses, don't bunch up. Fedax shouted loudly. He was a paladin, naturally skilled in riding and archery, and he knew the specialty of heavy cavalry was to break formations, charge. However, before anyone could spread out, the cavalry had already rushed to them, wildly swinging spears in hand, scattering everyone apart in an instant. Help me. One of Fedax's subordinates was pierced by a necromancer knight's spear. The immense force threw him into the air, eliciting cries of pain for help. But even before he hit the ground, another skeleton rider arrived. The skeleton horse let out a shrill neigh and leaped high. The rider atop it thrust the spear forward, striking the man's neck directly. Blood sprayed everywhere, leaving a gaping hole in his throat. Upon landing, the immense impact shattered his already damaged neck completely, severing his head from his body, which rolled away. Damn it, Kalina gritted her teeth. Things developed too fast, and had completely spiraled out of control. The appearance of the cavalry was fatal for the wizards. They needed to chant incantations to cast their spells, and in that time, the cavalry could already chop off their heads. If there were frontline units providing protection, they might try casting spells. But with Fedax and others' current strength, they couldn't possibly stop the cavalry. How could they keep fighting like this? Just as Kalina was pondering a strategy, the necromancer cavalry had already reorganized their formation and initiated a second assault. Use minor magic. Even if it doesn't deal damage, it can still interfere with their movements. Though Kalina was the strongest, in terms of combat experience, Wacy was more seasoned. He extended his pinky finger, pointing towards the vague silhouettes in the fog ahead, and unleashed a level 1 fireball spell. Because the lower-level spells required shorter chanting times, it allowed them to act more swiftly. But the drawback was equally clear. Spells of this level couldn't penetrate the enemy's armor. Still, at least it served as interference. When the enemies charged forward, they actually deviated slightly. Seeing that it worked, Kalina, Heidi, Turam, and even Charles followed suit. They used minor spells to attack the necromancer knights. Though these attacks didn't harm the enemies, they made them feel very uncomfortable. Especially Charles, whose body now harbored sacred energy. Even though he only cast a level 0 spell, Water Jet, it still had a purification effect on the undead riders. As a result, the battlefield descended into chaos. The wizard team fell into disarray, dispersing into the thick fog and losing contact with each other. And the necromancer cavalry were in an even greater mess. They originally formed cohesive formations for charges, but now all were fighting individually. We'll continue moving forward and try to find a way to take down that undead wizard. Amidst the chaos, Kalina and Fedax gradually distanced themselves from the fray. The young woman bit her lips, deciding to go big. The necromancer cavalry were clearly the guardian force of that undead wizard. Now that they were out here, the protection around the wizard must have weakened significantly. This gave her an opportunity. Kalina was confident that if she could spot him first, she could utterly destroy him. As Kalina and Fedax advanced to search for the undead wizard, the chaotic battle reached its peak. The knights, taking advantage of their elevated position on horseback, pressed their dominance against their opponents. Furthermore, within the dense aura of death energy, they were more perceptive, enjoying the home field advantage. Despite the disordered fight, they gradually took control, while the wizards grew increasingly passive in their defense. If we keep this up, we'll be picked off one by one. Wacy often battled various magical creatures, knowing how critical it was to assess the situation. With the current disadvantage, they needed to change the situation. I'll distract them. You think of something big. Charles dodged an attack from an evil spirit rider, shouting toward Wacy before putting on the centennial lock given to him by Kalina. As soon as he hung it around his neck, a strong suction occurred, drawing the magic from his body. The alchemical product emitted a faint light, then projected outward from him as the center. Once again, the eggshell, like barrier shone brightly, driving away the death energy and creating a clear space. This caught the attention of several evil spirit riders. They even abandoned their original targets and turned to charge toward Charles. "You'd better hurry up." Charles glanced at Wei, who was muttering under his breath, then focused entirely on the incoming riders. After all, this was a life-and-death moment. Any slight oversight would cost him his head. The speed of the cavalry was extremely fast, almost instantaneously appearing before him. Relying on his exceptional physical attributes, Charles quickly moved between the gaps of the riders, narrowly escaping through the cracks. However, these riders reacted just as quickly. Upon realizing their attacks missed, they promptly adjusted their horses, giving Charles no chance to catch his breath as they attacked again. Escaping left and right, Charles ran off clumsily on all fours. But before he could catch his breath, he saw them charging again from the opposite side. "Are you done yet?" Charles shouted loudly, suddenly regretting his bold move. It seemed he had overestimated his abilities. Fire Dragon Whirlwind, release. Fortunately, Wei's precasting delay finally ended just then. A whirlwind composed of fire elements surged towards the few riders. This happened suddenly. Charles had drawn all their attention, leaving the necromancer riders completely unprepared. They maintained their charging stance and failed to notice the nearby wizard casting a spell. By the time they realized it, it was too late. They crashed directly into the fiery whirlwind. The fierce fire scorched their bodies and the warhorses beneath them. Unable to endure the burning, the warhorses let out piercing screams before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The evil spirit riders emitted a heavy aura of death energy, trying to put up their last resistance. However, Wei wasn't about to give them the chance. Suddenly, this red-collar apprentice extended his hand and clenched it forcefully. Immediately, the fire elements surged with even more vitality, then exploded. Bang! The explosion's shockwave sent Charles flying. Fortunately, the ground wasn't too hard, so although he landed heavily, he didn't get injured. Who the hell? Not everyone was as lucky. A fiery-headed man came running over, yelling curses at Wei. Turum had been hit again. The aftermath of the explosion caught him in its wake. His robes were torn apart, smoke curling off his head, and his face, never pale to begin with, was now completely charred black. In any case, they finally managed to take down 3 evil spirit riders. Wei sighed deeply, his complexion pale. Clearly, using a level 3 magic spell had put considerable strain on his already weakened body. For the overall situation of the battle, losing 3 evil spirit riders dramatically reduced the group's pressure. The situation was now under control to some extent. They weren't going to be wiped out by the enemy within a short time. Just as everyone relaxed a little, the sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, Charles instinctively fell flat to the ground. His judgment was right. This was a magic arrow aimed directly at himself. The arrow narrowly grazed past his hairline, striking the boulder behind him. With a loud bang, the solid granite block was chipped at one corner. The power of this attack was comparable to that of a high-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. If it had struck him, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Charles broke into a cold sweat, but from afar, Kalina smiled faintly. The flash from the magic arrow had revealed the position of the undead wizard. "A bit forward. I need the exact distance." The direction was determined, and Kalina gestured for Fidax to continue moving ahead. He nodded, sword in hand, and slowly crept forward. But not far from where he moved, they were discovered. A few small skeletons wielding weapons lunged wildly towards them, prompting Fidax to step forward and hold them back. At this moment, another beam of magical light appeared. It was another magic arrow aimed toward the eggshell-like barrier. It was this ray of light that allowed Kalina to finally identify the target clearly. It was a skeleton draped in a black robe, holding a long staff, surrounded by murky and death-filled dark elements swirling around its form. Kalina spotted it, and it spotted her. Both wizards looked at each other simultaneously, and at the same instant, both began chanting, as if 2 snipers spotting each other simultaneously. The quicker one to finish their chant and release the spell would secure the victory. This was a contest of who could chant faster. The winner would triumph in this fight, while the loser faced annihilation. The light element surged furiously toward Kalina, causing her staff to glow brightly. Dark elements converged upon the undead wizard, its form becoming malevolent and eerie. Boom. The undead wizard finished chanting first and released a magic arrow piercing through the rolling death energy, aimed straight at Kalina. Fidax's expression turned one of horror. Determined to leap forward and block the attack with his own body, a skeletal hand tightly grabbed his ankle, preventing him from moving. By the time he severed the hand clutching his ankle and tried to rush to her aid, it was already too late. The arrow was mere inches away from Kalina, seemingly about to strike the young woman wearing glasses. Boom. At this critical moment, Kalina completed her incantation as well. A radiant beam of light shot forth, shattering the magic arrow completely. Fidax was left stunned, muttering to himself. Level 3 magic. Blazing light spell. No, level 3 spells aren't this powerful. That's correct. It's a level 4 spell called Annihilating Ray. Kalina's voice carried exhaustion, yet the light illuminated her face, revealing her slight smirk. After all the trouble this undead wizard caused them, she had decided to give it a big present. A level 3 spell felt too light, not weighty enough. So she unleashed her newly mastered level 4 spell. Look at how beautiful it is. It excited every nearby small skeleton until they crumbled to pieces. This was a strong area effect spell, containing wildly destructive light elements. Sensing the threat, the undead wizard let out wild screams. Its surrounding skeletons quickly gathered together, connecting through the death energy to form a wall of bones. But it was all futile. Against such an overwhelming spell, They all turned to ash instantly. Even the thick wall formed by the death energy couldn't hinder it one bit. Bang! With a tremendous explosion, the undead wizard and countless low-level skeletons were all blasted into powder, including the endless mist that was blown away to reveal a large hole, allowing the warm sunlight to spill onto the ground. It was like a divine miracle descending from the heavens, driving away the gloom. With the destruction of the undead wizard, all the skeletons seemed to lose their mainstay. They scattered and fled, including the evil spirit riders. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis had finally passed. Heidi patted her little chest and showed a look of relief. After all, she wasn't good at fighting, and among the group, she was the one chased by the Death Knights most embarrassingly. But suddenly, the death aura around them began to surge wildly, and before long, it receded on its own. As the surroundings came into view, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of shock. They clearly remembered they should be in the mountains, but now they found themselves inside a valley. This valley was extremely open, withered flowers and plants covered the ground. In the center stood a dead tree, and under the tree was a gravestone. A knight was kneeling on one knee as if mourning in front of the tombstone, with a bouquet of flowers stuck in its armor. The eerie dark red flowers swayed gently in the wind. Charles felt a chill rising in his heart, his teeth involuntarily trembling, because he had seen this valley last night in his dream. Chapter 16, The Gravekeeping Knight. It's probably too late to leave now. As she looked at the knight, Karina cracked her jaw and turned to Weiss. She saw that this person, who had faced the most monsters, was already trembling slightly in both legs. There seemed to be no ominous deathly aura here, but as apprentices of the Red Collar Order, they all clearly understood that the single-kneed knight almost represented a concentration of death energy. Just how much deathly aura would it take to condense into such an existence? Even kneeling motionless with his back to everyone, he sent chills down everyone's spines. It felt as if they were being watched by countless undead. They couldn't escape, couldn't break free. Karina didn't doubt for a moment that if the figure stood up and attacked, they would have practically no chance of survival. Not even a red-robed wizard exudes this kind of pressure, right? Tullum had already decided to retreat. His steps slowly moved backward. But just after walking a few paces, he suddenly found that he could not move anymore. Not only him, everyone felt they couldn't budge. Their bodies were as if held by some sort of binding spell. They couldn't run, and it was difficult to even wiggle a finger. What do we do? Karina knew fear, but she also understood. If they didn't act, there would only be death. Resistance might give them a ray of hope. Otherwise, it was certain doom. She suddenly bit her tongue, and instantly, a great surge of magical power erupted from within her. An indescribable sound of something breaking filled the air, and she regained control over her body. Without hesitation, she immediately picked up her staff and began chanting. Light elements gathered together, and at the tip of her staff, dazzling rays of light burst forth. At nearly top speed, Karina completed the incantation of this level 4 spell, then exerted all her strength to unleash it at once. A beam of light soared straight towards the knight. The scorching heat wave ignited the dried-out flowers and grass on the ground, creating a line of fire that spread far and wide. Boom! The pillar of light crashed into the night, emitting blinding brightness. Everyone closed their eyes. After quite some time passed, they cautiously opened them again. Did it work? With a heart full of nervousness, Karina looked toward the distance where that blinding bright light remained. This spell had immense power, and its explosion persisted with shining light for some time after. It was hard to verify the results, but everyone was extremely tense. Forcing their eyes open, they tried to witness the ultimate outcome of this blow. However, as the light gradually faded, they were disheartened. The knight still maintained his original posture. Facing such explosive magic, not even a scratch appeared on his armor. Why disturb Winnie's eternal rest? Uttering a deep, broken voice, the knight rose and then turned around. His entire face was covered by his visor. However, he was markedly different from other undead creatures, as no flickering blue flames were seen through the slits for his eyes. He's not a skeleton, but a ghoul, an intermediate-level undead creature. Weiss, who knew his stuff, immediately identified this species of the knight, while Shar asked a question. Can an intermediate undead be this powerful? Certainly not. Ghouls belong to the intermediate level of undead creatures, but some individuals are incredibly strong, rivaling advanced types. We're likely facing such a presence today. We may not make it out of this alive. Wei's words chilled Shar to the core. Others revealed fearful expressions. The knight wore black armor, making him appear highly formidable. Facing the intruders, he grabbed his long sword, raised it high, and swung with force. Immediately, everyone felt a gust of wind rush at them, lifting them off their feet. They landed heavily and found multiple small wounds appearing on their bodies. On the bright side, the binding curse was lifted. On the downside, none of them could get up. Everyone was thrown hard from the blow, regaining control of their bodies, only to find internal injuries. What was worse, the knight wasn't stopping. He lifted his longsword again, sending another powerful gale wind. Even lying on the ground, they were lifted again. A sudden scream of pain pierced through the air. Turning their heads, they saw one of their own warriors split in two, the upper part of his body landing while the lower continued flying through the air. Guts and blood sprayed everywhere, painting a gruesomely bloody scene. Damn it, Fidax was enraged. The 4 warriors accompanying him were loyal subordinates from his time in the Temple of Light. They followed him with unwavering devotion when he left. Such loyalty was rare within the Temple of Light, for most would choose reverence for the temple itself over loyalty to superiors. Hence, Fidax felt deeply touched, treating them like brothers. Now, Two of them had already fallen in battle. Leaning on his sword, Fidax stood up. First, he adjusted his breathing before drawing his weapon and charging towards the knight. At the moment the two were about to meet, Fidax's long sword emitted a faint holy light. With all his might, he swung it towards the knight's neck, aiming for a fatal blow. However, the knight simply used 2 fingers to effortlessly defuse the attack. In shock, Fidax tried to pull back his sword, only to find that despite the knight using just 2 fingers, the strength was extraordinary. His sword wouldn't budge. "You are very brave." Another vague voice, as if speaking with something in their mouth, resonated. The knight slightly exerted force and Fidax's sword shattered instantly into pieces. As Fidax gaped in astonishment, the knight suddenly exerted more force, summoning a gust of wind that swept through. Fragments of Fidax's own sword sliced his body, eliciting an agonizing scream. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, after which there was no movement from him. "Let's all attack together. If we don't resist, we will die even faster," Karina shouted, then raised her staff and began chanting spells. The others followed suit. The wizards were intoning, while the warriors would buy them time. Fidax's last 2 subordinates rushed forward at this point. They knew such action was akin to trying to stop a cart with bare hands, but they had their reasons to charge ahead. They had once been knights of the Light Temple. Their first creed was sacrifice. Sacrifice for one's faith. Sacrifice for one's mission. Sacrifice for those they deeply loved. With all their might, they attacked, but against such an opponent, they were utterly powerless. A single swing of the knight's sword unleashed powerful gales that cut them cleanly in half at the waist. Blood spurted out like beautiful flowers. As they fell, the knight did not continue attacking, but stood there, watching as the wizards cast their spells. "Does this mean you look down on me?" Karina felt insulted. When her incantation was completed, she released another level 4 light element spell. Others also finished their preparation phases, and beams of different lights surged towards the knight. Facing the attacks, the knight remained calm. He bent slightly, placing his sword behind his waist, assuming a posture ready to draw his blade, as if gathering strength. When the spells approached, he lunged forward, transforming his sword into a crescent moon-like streak. Tremendous power was unleashed. A violent storm swept outward, filled entirely with tiny wind blades. This powerful storm collided with the spells. A loud explosion sounded, and the brilliance formed by the spells dimmed instantly. The storm rushed toward everyone, causing them to involuntarily fly backward. They crashed onto the ground. Heidi and Tullum passed out directly, while Shar spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a cry of pain rang out. Following the sound, Shar saw that Weiss's left arm was bent at an odd angle. The broken bone pierced through the flesh, completely exposed to view. "Hold on. Is it not shameful to howl in front of your enemy?" Karina yelled at Weiss. She wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand, gritted her teeth, and stood up. "We are wizards, the peak of humanity in this world. We have our honor. We won't yield. Failure is due to our individual weakness, not because magic isn't great enough." Facing the formidable enemy, Karina muttered these words, reminiscent of the famous saying by the late great wizard Spint Rock, remembered by Shar. Every wizard academy carved this phrase at its entrance as the motto for the community of wizards. Moreover, it was also the opening line of a forbidden magic. Then, Karina raised both hands, and her staff floated in front of her. Closing her eyes, she started chanting in Elvish. This was the exclusive prayer technique of wizards, or more precisely, the ultimate skill of alchemy. Alchemy emphasizes equivalent exchange. Thus, Karina traded her life energy for the descent of a magical spirit, thereby acquiring power far beyond her own limits. Innumerable elemental forces converged on her, not only light elements, but fire, water, earth, metal, thunder, and even dark elements. Virtually all the elements capable of being controlled by magic gathered until forming a colorful vortex. She was going all out. Seemingly sensing the danger, the knight did not wait idly this time. Instead, he charged towards Karina, raising his sword. "Shar, block him." Karina glanced at Shar with her peripheral vision. She couldn't stop chanting. Now she was completely defenseless. So she could only let the only person still able to move in the area hold the knight off. To give her a chance by risking his life. Clenching his teeth, Shar charged forward. He knew he wasn't a match for the knight. Even less effective than the warriors who had been bisected. But he had to rush forward now because, during this period, he had grown accustomed to his identity as a wizard apprentice. The nobility of wizards is not innate. They are the strivers, the rebels, the pioneers breaking the shackles of fate. They possess the courage to never bow down to anything. Why should humanity be governed by birth, aging, sickness, and death? Why must humanity revere deities? Why must we accept the so-called arrangements of destiny? No, wizards refuse to accept this, and they will not allow it. Generation after generation, they continuously push forward, challenging the so-called fate and challenging the so-called rules. Karina's determination at this moment was the finest embodiment of the spirit of wizards. They may fail, but they will never surrender. My life is determined by me, not by heaven. Therefore, Shar no longer felt fear in this instant. Instead, his blood boiled. As a member of the group of wizards, he suddenly had a sense, a feeling of honor. Facing the obstacle, the knight showed no mercy whatsoever, and even due to the opponent's weakness, he didn't bother using his longsword. Maintaining his charging posture, the knight exposed his iron-hard elbow. He had absolute confidence in himself that with merely his imposing aura, he could grind the enemy into powder. "Ah!" Shar screamed loudly, his delicate face showing an unexpected degree of madness and ferocity. He knew the gap between them, so much so that even without a sword, the other party could easily crush him. Yet, he pressed on undeterred. Even if he were like an ant against an elephant, he would still show his courage and reveal his sharp stinger. Even if it meant shattering into pieces, it would be worthwhile. Boom. Unexpectedly, when the knight's elbow struck Char's forehead, there was no pain, not even the slightest pressure. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to distort, then shattered and reformed. Char stood silently there, expression blank, unaware of what just happened. It simply felt like something appeared in his hand. Looking down, he saw a vivid flower, as though made from congealed blood, beautiful yet eerie. Sasa. It was still this valley, still this old tree. The leaves rustled as they were brushed by a gentle breeze. Glancing around, the valley was no longer desolate. Grass swayed gently, wildflowers swayed in the wind, and vitality filled the space. Huh. Suddenly, laughter rang out, and Char looked over to see two children running through the field. The girl ran ahead, laughing joyfully, while the boy chased behind her, filled with worry. Finally, the girl tripped accidentally, and the boy rushed over immediately, his face full of concern as he checked her injury. They seemed to be saying something. The boy appeared remorseful, even slapping himself hard across the cheek. The girl quickly grabbed his hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she caressed his swollen cheek. After a while, the boy bent down, carrying the girl on his back towards the edge of the valley. His movements were careful, for fear that the girl might slide off, and the girl buried her head into the boy's back curve, concealing her blushing cheeks. The scene shifted again. It was still the same valley, still the boy and the girl. They seemed older now, sitting side by side under the tree, each absorbed in reading. The girl read a book of witchcraft, looking lost in thought occasionally and nodding in understanding. The boy, on the other hand, read a novel about knights. Evident from the eager anticipation in his eyes, he clearly admired its content greatly. Then the scene changed again. This time, it was night, and the two embraced closely. They had grown older, nearly adults now. The girl wore a light blue silk dress, and the boy was fully armed. Gently wiping away the tears from the corner of the girl's eyes, the boy leaned down and gave her a deep kiss. Just as the girl became entranced, the boy let go of her and knelt down before her, presenting her with a vibrant red flower. When the girl accepted it, the boy stood up, said something to her, and then left without looking back. No matter how much the girl cried and shouted, he did not turn around. Finally, as the stars and moon revolved, the valley grew desolately barren. The old tree had withered, and beneath it, a new gravestone had been placed. A black-armored knight, kneeling on one knee before the tombstone, presented his offering, a seductive red flower. At this point, Char also read the words on the gravestone, Prial Winnie Knoll. Chapter 17. Holding your hand, together to the yellow spring. You must be in pain. Behind the tombstone, a figure suddenly appeared. A spectral hand gently caressed the knight's cheek. Char was shocked to see her. It was Winnie. She was still as beautiful as ever, smiling with sanctity and grace. Winnie. The knight uttered a trembling voice. He wanted to embrace the girl, but his hands met only emptiness. We already belong to different dimensions now. But that's fine. Let go of hatred and obsession. This way, we can be together again. Winnie smiled and pointed at the knight's visor. Immediately, the fearsome mask began to twist, as if an evil ghost silently screamed. But soon, there was a bang, and the faceplate shattered, revealing the ghastly face beneath. This should have been a handsome face, but the skin was dry and seemed to have lost all moisture, looking like a mummy. His eyes were dark and lifeless. He had died, but lingering resentment kept him wandering in this world. Winnie. Mechanically opening his mouth, the knight tried to smile, but his features were already rigid, making even the simplest expression impossible. He no longer qualified as a human. Now, he was just a residue of regret. Regret over losing the one he loved. Let go. It will make you much lighter. After finishing her words, Winnie inserted her hand into the armor. A piercing scream arose, and countless souls flew out from within the armor, transforming into shadows. There were too many spirits to count, forming a gray-white cloud that lingered above their heads for a while before drifting upward and blending into the night sky. Without these souls, the armor made of death energy crumbled into pieces. The knight's appearance also gradually changed. He became ethereal, yet he found himself able to smile, able to take the arm of his beloved. Gwill, he finally achieved release. Sasase, the originally withered old tree regained vitality, and the valley bloomed with countless strange red flowers. The young man and woman embraced, and they were finally reunited. Let's dance, just like before. Though there's no band. So how about some help from that guy over there? Winnie glanced at Char and casually tossed him something, which he instinctively caught, recognizing it as a wooden flute. This is probably made from fig wood, right? Char was knowledgeable. This wasn't just any wooden flute, it was engraved with many magical patterns, fully capable of being used as a wand. Try playing it. Even without experience, if a tune comes to mind, it'll play by itself. Winnie gestured playfully as if blowing a flute, and though Char had no knowledge of the instrument, he still placed it to his lips and recalled a suitable melody in his mind. In his past life, music hadn't really intrigued him, and in this life, he'd hardly come into contact with it. After careful consideration, the only thing he could recall was the score from a classic, globally popular disaster romance film. Though his memory was incomplete, the wooden flute seemed to be able to self-correct, and the song played smoothly despite its complex melody. The lament of the sea echoed continuously under the starry night sky over the valley. That's quite an appropriate piece. Winnie chuckled, then took Gwill's hand, bent her knee slightly, and performed a woman's invitation gesture before the start of a court dance. Under the stars, the valley became their stage. They danced joyfully, and gradually, their appearances began to change. It was as if they had returned to the past. Winnie wore a blue gown, while Will donned a black suit. These two ghosts, though they shouldn't evoke fear, instead brought a sense of fulfilled happiness. Whether alive or dead, they trusted each other and needed each other. Thus, even if they could no longer live under the sun, they remained happy. Because at this moment, they had finally met, and they finally possessed each other once more. Char set down the wooden flute because he suddenly felt an irresistible impulse. The movie he thought of told a tale of shipwreck and love, awakening certain instincts within the mermaid blood inside him. As he unconsciously recalled scenes from the movie, he began singing involuntarily. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. It had to be said that after being enchanted, Char's voice was comparable to a professional singer. Such a difficult song was effortlessly performed with impeccable breathing and pitch control, on par with the original singer. The wooden flute seemed to be affected by the ambience, emanating a soft blue glow. Although Char wasn't playing it, the flute started to sound on its own, harmonizing perfectly with his singing. Even the two dancers couldn't help but glance over, offering approving looks. You're here, there's nothing I fear. And I know that my heart will go on. As the music reached its climax, Char fully unleashed his voice, the resonant notes echoing through the valley. His hair was swept back by the wind as magical energy radiated outward, causing the strange flowers around them to shimmer with faint red lights. The golden stamens seemed to melt, transforming into specks of golden light, like fireflies drifting in the air. The scene was breathtaking, and Char was entirely lost in the song, not noticing the subtle changes occurring in the patterns engraved on the wooden flute in his hand. Even though he had already sung the entire piece, Char still couldn't suppress his emotions. He began singing the song again, over and over. Meanwhile, the dancing pair seemed to lose all sense of time, moving gracefully under the night sky, beside the old tree, amidst the red blossoms, and surrounded by golden light points. They danced passionately, their eyes only for each other, as if determined to reclaim every lost moment, greedily savoring every second. Not until Char's magic was nearly depleted did he finally stop, snapping back to reality. A wave of bewilderment washed over him as he recalled his recent actions. This time, truly thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to approach Gwyll, let alone help him regain himself. As a token of appreciation, this flute is yours now. It holds many mysterious powers. If you put your heart into exploring and discovering them, you'll surely be rewarded with surprises. Our time has come. This world no longer has a place for us. It's time to say goodbye. After finishing her words, Winnie embraced Char and whispered something softly into his ear. She then smiled, skipped over to Gwyl's side, and together they bowed to Char before turning and taking hands, walking towards the old tree. Their figures grew increasingly translucent, and when they reached beneath the tree, they vanished completely. Holding your hand, together to the yellow spring. Char murmured these words to himself, gazing at the gravestone. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to step closer. Taking out a knife, he carved a name onto the tombstone, Gwyll. Chapter 18, Heritage and Mystery. Almost at the moment the names were completed, the old tree trembled, leaves fell in profusion, and those flowers shattered simultaneously, scattering about as they flew into the sky. Zyle felt his body slightly quiver. When he came to his senses, he found himself back in the desolate valley. Looking back, he didn't know why, but both Karina and Wes had passed out. Zyle hurried over to check on them, finding that they were unharmed with chest movements. Turning around, he looked toward the old tree again, seeing that it had returned to its withered form. The tombstone beneath it now had two names, Pullier Winnie Knoll and Gwyll. Sorry, I don't know your full name. Zyle shook his head helplessly, unsure of Gwyl's full name since they'd barely had any communication. Bringing the wooden flute close to his eyes, Zyle couldn't help but remember what Heidi had said by his ear. The matter concerning Knoll City is not simple. Given your current strength, you cannot investigate yet. Once you become a full-fledged wizard, you can come back and give it a try. There's the heritage I left behind there, and if you obtain it, the benefits will be endless. Zyle knew that the other party was deliberately being friendly, and what was said was also the truth. His strength was indeed too weak. If he tried to probe those secrets, it would be almost like suicide. However, he did have an extremely strong interest in the disappearance of Knoll City. This was a world filled with fantasy, and without realizing it, he had started to become fascinated by it. This feeling was strange. He came from a peaceful world, so he should have been repelled by this one. But now, he suddenly felt that he accepted everything here. Fantasy, secrecy, and divinity. Alright, perhaps his true heart was actually that of an adventurer. He was incredibly excited to be in this world. What does this mean? Was he getting a little crazy? With a self-deprecating smile, Zyle no longer obsessed over these matters and instead looked around. With Gwyl's disappearance, the dead energy had thinned significantly, but still hovered like mist over this land. The key point was that as the fog spread into this valley, some shadows began to flicker and fade within the mist. I'll gather them together first, then wake them up. Zyle knew that they couldn't afford hesitation or doubt anymore. They weren't out of danger yet. He clumsily gathered the unconscious group together. Wes was severely injured. His arm was fractured badly. Karina had also exhausted herself completely, with no blood color in her face. Thus, Zyle woke Heidi and Turum first. Though these two were also injured, relatively speaking, their conditions were milder. What happened exactly? A bewildered Heidi, who clearly remembered the night being extraordinarily powerful, assumed she would die for sure this time. Now, However, things turned out fine, and that night seemed nowhere to be seen. It disappeared. I'm not sure what happened either. It was like this when I woke up. Zyle didn't plan on telling the truth, merely implying he also passed out, trying to cover it up. That thing couldn't just vanish without reason. Forget it. Now isn't the time for this talk. Turam doubted Zyle's words, but the situation wouldn't allow him much thought right now. The shadows were getting closer, so they needed to wake everyone up first and then leave this accursed place. With Heidi present, things improved considerably. This healer began playing her part. She used magic to stabilize Wes's injuries first, fed some medicine to Karina, and gradually woke the others up. The mist had dissipated greatly, and the number of undeads had reduced significantly. Thus, the return journey was smooth, though everyone remained silent. They were all wounded, and 4 companions had died. Fidak's face was nearly black. Those were his brothers, and he couldn't even collect their bodies for proper burial. He was ashamed and furious at his own incapacity. Without the undead creating problems on the way, they returned to Green Castle by the dawn of the next day. The servants looked on wide-eyed at the wizard's state. In their view, wizards were great and holy figures. Practically nothing could ever stop them, and they were practically invincible. But look now, they set off full of pride but returned battered and bruised. They looked like a pack of defeated dogs, fleeing back in disorder. Yet their rationality told them not to ask questions. After all, if they wanted to survive here, keeping their mouths and eyes shut were basic necessities. Wizards usually weren't very amiable. We'll go back tomorrow. Rest well today. Karina's complexion was still poor. Her desperate spellcasting had been interrupted. Though she had managed to save her life, she suffered from backlash and wouldn't be able to use magic for a short period. Therefore, she decided to return to Verona as soon as possible. After all, for a wizard, being unable to use magic was no different from being a lamb awaiting slaughter. She needed the protection of the academy and her mentor. This suggestion was naturally not rejected by anyone, especially Wes. Heidi could only provide emergency treatment. If he wanted to save his arm, he would need more help from professionals. Thus, after eating a simple meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Looking out the window at the distant Knoll cemetery shrouded in faint mist, Zyle took out the wooden flute and gently caressed it. Zyle knew that this wooden flute was extraordinary. It had some kind of connection with him. He could feel the waves of magic emanating from it. It was immense, yet not chaotic, like a calm, deep sea, exuding an aura of peace. Frankly speaking, Zyle felt somewhat undeserving of this gift. He hadn't done much. Guel's regaining of self-awareness was mainly due to Heidi. It was their love that crossed life and death. Perhaps what I can do is uncover the truth from back then, but before that, I must become strong enough. Staring at Knoll Cemetery, Zyle slightly tightened his grip on the wooden flute. He knew that the events from back then were not simple, and Winnie must have intended for him to do something by luring him with her inheritance. Whether it was uncovering the truth behind the city's fall, or helping her take revenge. Regardless, Zyle found a goal. He wasn't someone who didn't understand gratitude. Since he had received such favor, he needed to fulfill the entrusted task. But that required him to be strong enough first. At least becoming a full-fledged wizard. Only then could he enter deeply into Knoll Cemetery to see exactly what caused an entire city to vanish instantly. Feeling a wave of fatigue, Zyle lay down on the bed, letting his mind go blank. His injuries weren't severe, but his body and magical energy had been greatly depleted. The journey home was still long, and he had to recover as soon as possible. After all, there were already few people left who could fight. In their current state, let alone magical creatures, if they ran into a gang of bandits, it would be enough to wipe out their entire group of wizards. If that happened, they would become a permanent disgrace to Hermas Wizard Academy and the entire wizarding community's laughingstock. This was something Zyle couldn't accept. He had already taken pride in being a wizard. After all, he had already witnessed how immensely powerful and exceptional this profession could be. Chapter 19, Charles, the best surgical doctor. The next morning, Green Castle was bustling with activity. The group who had come from Hermes Wizard College to help were getting ready to return home. Servants were loading necessary supplies onto wagons, and the drivers were checking on the horses. Karina and Charles, meanwhile, looked helplessly as Turam kept holding them up with his endless chatter. Karina, senior student, you must tell the mentor to send someone else here. If that's impossible, then at least change the rules. Send someone to check on me once a month. Not for me. It's for inspection, right? Exactly, an inspection once a month. If there aren't enough people, even every 2 months would work. Looking at this red-collared apprentice who stayed alone here all the time, it was obvious how much he would miss his fellow students and brothers. After all, only in front of these people could he open his heart freely and satisfy his need to talk nonstop. Life in Green Castle was truly tough, practically no different than being in jail. No, from Turam's perspective, going to jail would be better. Both Karina and Charles wore sympathetic expressions. They knew how hard it was for Turam to stay here alone. However, this kind of thing wasn't something they could resolve by simply speaking up. The most crucial point was that everyone was busy. Who had the time to make the trip to such a remote place for nothing but idle chit-chat? Just to keep this unlucky guy company? When the two were feeling particularly disheartened, Heidi suddenly ran over. She said she had just gone to check on Wes and discovered that his condition had worsened dramatically. His magic is in chaos, and the injuries on his body have deteriorated too. He keeps bleeding and has developed a persistent high fever. I tried using healing magic, but it didn't have much effect. This news shocked everyone, causing them to rush over. They indeed found Wes lying in bed, looking agonized and drenched in sweat. Karina examined him closely before stating that West's condition was so bad because of the severe wounds, compounded by inhaling too much death energy. His magical body augmentation also has problems. That last battle pushed him to his limits. Combined with the injuries, this has caused some kind of backfire. Normal recovery magic won't work now. Unless we conduct a new magical body augmentation, his life force will wane rapidly. He probably won't survive long enough to return to Verona. Whether he can even make it through tonight is uncertain. Karina's expression was grave. West's current state could be described as precarious at best. Heidi had already used the strongest curing magic she knew, but it seemed that West's condition wasn't something that could be resolved by this type of magic. Only another magical body augmentation surgery could save him from certain death. But we currently don't have the ability to perform the surgery on him. Heidi became somewhat agitated. They lacked the necessary materials, and what was more critical, they had no one qualified to perform the operation. There's no need for a large-scale surgery. We only need to extract his broken bones, and then implant tissue replacements compatible with his body. The problem is, West is attuned to fire elements, and will need corresponding materials. Moreover, this material must resemble the ones used in his original magical body augmentation. Otherwise, rejection reactions will occur, leading to an even quicker demise. Karina wasn't well versed in magical body augmentations, but did know some basic rules. The process isn't random. It needs to align with previous transformations. A mismatch between the magical structures of the new and old materials would result in severe conflicts. At worst, he might lose his magic entirely or require amputation of conflicting organs. At worst, he might die instantly or become magically crazed. In short, secondary transformations were far harder to pull off than primary ones unless one followed Charles' method and didn't transplant organs, but instead implanted guiding media. Strictly speaking, Charles' surgery didn't count as a secondary transformation. It was more like making small repairs to the first one. Or we could cut off the arm altogether. Fidax suggested it while appearing utterly dejected. After finishing his statement, he grabbed the wine bottle and took a heavy swig. Simply cutting off the arm wouldn't solve the issue. I'd have done that long ago. His magic is already in chaos. Without handling it properly, the rampant magical energy will destroy all his organs. If alchemy could be employed, I could make a medium to guide the chaotic energy. But now, only retransplantation can fix it. Karina glanced angrily at Fidax, but refrained from saying anything harsh considering he had recently lost for close companions. However, her pouting lips reflected her irritation about missing another chance to utilize alchemy to showcase its potential in magical body transformations. Charles' surgery was akin to opening a window for her. Alchemy possessed immense room to play when it came to creating guiding media. Even external guidance might have solved their current predicament. But the problem was that she couldn't cast alchemy right now. How could she not feel frustrated and angry? If it's about materials, I may have something suitable. At this moment, Turum spoke up. He quickly left and soon returned with a wooden box. Opening the box, everyone could see several bones inside, which looked like human bones. Among them was one that was completely charred black, with some dark red patterns on it. A mutated death wizard bone? Where did you find it? Karina's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the bone. She carefully picked it up and examined it closely, looking as if she didn't want to let it go. I found it in the graveyard. At the time, there were a few low-level undead creatures fighting over this bone, but in the end, it fell into my hands instead. Turum was about to launch into a long speech, but he was quickly interrupted by Heidi. This is a fire element-infused death wizard bone, perfect for Wes. The problem is, who will perform the surgery? Now they had suitable materials, leaving only the question of who would wield the scalpel. If worst comes to worst, I'll do it. Karina adjusted her glasses, trying to appear as confident as possible. Maybe I can give it a try. Charles knew the difficulty of such surgeries. Although not as complex as internal organ surgeries, accidentally cutting the aorta or important nerve tissues would still result in Wes losing his arm. Magic body transformation was amazing, but not miraculous enough to ignore basic principles. If critical tissues were damaged, even if no problems arose during the operation, there could still be severe consequences afterward. In Charles' view, magic body transformation should combine common surgical techniques with magical applications. Karina wasn't skilled enough to handle this. Can you use a knife? Karina and Heidi simultaneously raised questioning looks. Charles just smiled faintly, implying how would they know unless they tried. The two exchanged glances. Though they thought it sounded absurd, there seemed to be no other candidate. It was good that someone volunteered. If the operation failed or issues arose, they could cleanly pass the responsibility to Charles and let Wes deal with him later. Since the patient was unconscious and unable to voice his opinion, all of them ignored it and made the decision without any better alternatives. A magic body augmentation surgery entered the preparation stage. Though Green Castle was old and shabby, they could clear out a room for the operation. Moreover, the surgical instruments were largely complete, which surprisingly exceeded everyone's expectations since Turum, as a gravedigger, shouldn't normally have these items. In fact, these things don't belong to me. They belong to the previous person. You know, that was a senior who liked to experiment with weird stuff. Frankly speaking, he left behind quite a lot of strange things. If you have time, I can show you around. Maybe you'll find something interesting. Karina casually asked about the origin of these items, but Turum started talking nonstop. As a result, everyone quickly ignored him and went about their business. Lift the patient over here, face up, fix the left arm position. To clarify our tasks, I will take care of the bone transplant. Senior Heidi will stabilize his state. Senior Karina will serve as an assistant, and Senior Turum will respond to emergencies. Now administer medicine to the patient, and then Senior Heidi can cast her spell. Charles, dressed in a leather surgical gown and wearing a mask, raised his hands and began assigning tasks. Everyone blinked, finding this scene somewhat surreal. All present were red-collar apprentices except Charles, who was the only blue-collar among them. Yet he dared to give orders so authoritatively, and most shockingly, no one found it odd at all. Charles' presence had changed significantly, making his words seem unquestionable. Unconsciously, everyone started following his instructions. Be careful, don't let your water elemental aura leak out. Wes' entire body is covered in fire elements, which are mortal enemies to water elements, and they can easily cause conflicts. Karina stood beside Charles, adjusted her glasses, and delivered this reminder both to alert him and to demonstrate her last bit of stubbornness as his senior. I understand, let's start now. Charles didn't even glance at her, but gave a signal to Heidi, who was famous for healing spells. She immediately fed Wes a green vial of potion and then picked up her wand to cast the magic. This was an auxiliary potion that, together with Heidi's magic, could make the patient temporarily lose sensation and fall into a coma. Charles himself had once consumed this during his own operation. To be honest, its effect was indeed excellent. After Heidi finished casting the magic, Charles had Karina hand him the scalpel over. Disinfection measures in this world weren't very strict, and the surgery wasn't conducted in a sterile environment. Charles felt highly uncomfortable with this situation. Even though he knew magic could solve these problems, he still thought the conditions for this surgery were too rudimentary and reckless. But given the situation, he had no other choice. In the instant he took the scalpel, all his attention focused on that arm revealing the bone. Orthopedic surgery wasn't something Charles excelled at, but fortunately, this operation wasn't overly complicated. Carefully, he incised the wound, avoided major blood vessels and nerve tissues, and then used tweezers to extract the broken bone, placing it into a nearby tray. This procedure didn't last long, but Charles' proficient technique left everyone utterly astonished. Is this really his first surgery? His methods seem more skilled than Pole's. How would I know? But seriously, his technique is genuinely impressive. Perhaps next time we have another magical body transformation surgery, we can ask him for help. Heidi and Karina exchanged glances, both young women thinking the same thing. They were astounded. They'd found a gem. For most wizards, they learned about the theory of magical body transformations thoroughly and could easily spout off loads of information. Yet when it came to actually picking up a knife, only a few managed to do so successfully. Firstly, it required high talent. They needed to be able to face the sight of internal organs, bones, blood vessels, and nerves without trembling. Secondly, this demanded countless hours of practice. Even dissecting corpses required thousands of repetitions to gain the confidence to perform a simple magical body alteration surgery. Charles gave them the impression of having both the natural talent for wielding the scalpel and a masterful sense in executing operations with fluid ease. Is this a blue-collar apprentice? Most red-collar apprentices probably don't even have this level of skill, at least compared to Pole, who was one of the best at performing magical body transformation surgeries among red-collar apprentices. There was still a noticeable gap between him and the blue-collar apprentice before them. Karina suddenly had an outrageous thought. Could this guy have started practicing surgery since he was in his mother's womb? After removing the injured bone, the next step was the crucial part, transplanting the death wizard bone. Charles didn't know much about this special bone until Karina explained some things to him. The so-called death wizard bone isn't the bone of any specific person. Instead, it's a special material naturally generated in places like graveyards where death energy is concentrated. Undead creatures covet such materials because they allow evolution and strengthen their powers. Moreover, death wizard bones are prone to various mutations. For example, the one Charles was going to transplant into Wes contains surging fire elements. Oh no, it seems to have grown 3 centimeters longer, and the position isn't suitable either. As Charles placed the bone into Wes's arm, he suddenly realized that the proportions weren't correct. And not only the proportion, this thing wasn't a standard arm bone, as its junction with soft tissues did not match properly. The death wizard bone will self-adapt to the host. The undead simply need to attach it to any part of the body, and soon enough, it will perfectly fit. Even for living beings, it's the same. So you don't need to worry about this issue. Continue with the surgery. When Karina finished speaking, Charles couldn't help but glance at her. He knew the magical world was extraordinary, but this level of marvel exceeded his expectations. However, since she had said it, he didn't see any point in dwelling on these minor details. Charles positioned the bone as accurately as possible and began repairing the blood vessels and nerve tissues. This was a precise task, but Charles' techniques were extremely adept. As the top surgical director, such restorative surgeries were practically effortless for him. Gradually, he almost forgot which world he was in, as if returning to the beloved days under the shadowless lamp, reminiscing those times dearly. Needle nose pliers. Also prepare a drainage tube. There's slight infection in the patient's inner tissue. We need to sterilize it and drain the pus. Suddenly, Charles extended his hand, muttering a series of words incomprehensible to the others. Karina stared wide-eyed, clearly bewildered. Nurse Lynn, didn't you hear me? Seeing no tools handed over, Charles furrowed his brow, ready to question, but upon turning around, he met Karina's equally baffled gaze. Dazed momentarily, he shook his head, then picked up a small pair of tweezers himself to cut away a piece of necrotic tissue. Realizing his surroundings, he understood that he was no longer the city's ace surgeon. Neither was the person beside him his trusted head nurse from years of cooperation. However, right at that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. Wes began shaking violently, as endless fire elements gathered around him. The newly transplanted bone turned increasingly pitch black. Flecks of ominous death chi started to spread, seeping into Wes's body, causing him to grimace in pain. This completely caught everyone present off guard, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 20. No more hiding. Holy Chi Purification. Weiss's condition was worsening. The fire element and the pitch-black death chi were in fierce combat, clearly indicating they had made a fatal mistake. The original fire element greatly repelled death chi. It was not as calm as the fire element found within the necromancer bone. This wasn't surprising since the fire element inside the necromancer bone had been born from death chi, and thus could coexist peacefully. However, the fire element within Weiss's body reacted differently. It saw the death chi as an invader, and, much like immune cells, initiated an attack. Under such circumstances, Char couldn't continue with the surgery. He could only stop, glance at Karina, and await her advice. We must suppress the death chi. Otherwise, if this continues, Weiss will surely die. Heidi, continue maintaining the restoration magic. Turum, you and I will summon light elements to assist the existing fire elements in Weiss's body to suppress the death chi. Remember, do not use witchcraft. After finishing her explanation, Karina started releasing her mana. Currently, she couldn't utilize witchcraft, nor could she waste too much of her mana. She managed to gather only a minuscule amount of light element, which concentrated around her palm. Turum's condition was slightly better, but even he, being injured, didn't have much strength left. Still, the light element did possess a slight counteracting effect against death chi. Thanks to the combined efforts of both elements, the death chi in the necromancer bone was temporarily suppressed. Can I resume the surgery? Char pointed at Weiss's arm. With the situation under control for now, he prepared to resume his unfinished work. Certainly. Are you going to sit around and watch instead? Karina gave him a curt response, her complexion visibly pale. Apparently, even though she hadn't used any witchcraft, driving her mana had already taken a significant toll on her. With a shrug, Char resumed wielding his scalpel. However, before he could excise the necrotic tissue, Weiss once again began to tremble violently. It turned out that the previously subdued death chi was reactivating. The necromancer bone was deforming rapidly, perfectly connecting at its joints. Yet, this was no good news. The connected areas were turning slightly black, evidently contaminated by death chi, and starting to be assimilated. Damn it, Char, come help. Karina shouted. She realized things were getting complicated. The death chi contained within the bone far exceeded their expectations, attempting to invade Weiss's original bodily tissues. This scenario was eerily similar to when Char had transplanted a sea fiend's organ into someone. The transplanted part began to assimilate other organs until, ultimately, complete metamorphosis occurred. Char would turn into a sea fiend. Weiss, however, might transform into an undead creature. Seeing Weiss's fire element gradually losing ground, and the soft tissue connection quickly turning black, Char knew he had to act. But after struggling for a while, he failed to coalesce even a single light element. That's when it hit him. He'd only retained the ability to coalesce water elements due to his previous surgical modifications. His capacity to summon light elements had been completely suppressed. If I keep releasing mana, I'll likely summon water elements, potentially making the situation worse, said Char sheepishly. Karina responded with a glare, remaining silent afterward. What else could she do? In fact, the root cause could partly be traced back to the operation she had supervised. If anything, she was more culpable. Weiss's condition continued to deteriorate. His connective tissue had completely turned black, and death chi was spreading along his blood vessels and nerve systems. His skin began to lose its color, shifting noticeably toward a pale gray. If we could bring in the Archbishop of the Holy Light Temple, perhaps there's a chance to save him. Their holy chi can play a role in purifying death chi. But those greedy bastards won't move unless forced. They demand exorbitant fees and bleed you dry down to your last coin. Fitidax, who had been observing silently, spoke up with a hint of sarcasm. He lifted his wine bottle and gulped it down loudly. Then, seemingly reminiscing about some unpleasant past, he looked furious. If you don't want to die here, I suggest you shut your mouth. Karina snapped. While they were trying their best to save Weiss, all Fitidax seemed to care about was making sarcastic remarks. She decided then and there, once they finished helping Weiss, she would make sure to give this former knight a piece of her mind. At least she would consider cutting off his tongue to relieve this rising indignation. As Karina contemplated which form of punishment to administer to teach Fitidax a lesson, suddenly, a light appeared before them. Not blinding, but substantial and warm. Fitidax froze mid-motion, raising his wine bottle but pausing abruptly. Wide-eyed, he could barely believe what was happening. In front of everyone's eyes, Char extended his hands. A gentle glow emanated from his palms. As soon as the death chi touched it, it turned into white smoke and dissipated swiftly. This was purification, different from witchcraft. The light that Char had coalesced did not feel violent. It was completely warm, gentle, and even holy. Karina looked at Char in disbelief, feeling as if she were meeting this man for the first time. Perhaps driven by a woman's sixth sense, she felt Char had become completely different from before. The old Char had given her the impression of being naive, impulsive, and even somewhat foolish. But the person in front of her now exuded an aura of authority, power, and mystery. Karina wanted very much to ask, just who are you? However, the situation at hand forced her to close her mouth and save all her questions for later, prioritizing solving the immediate troubles. As Char used holy chi, the death chi was being purified at a visible speed. The blackened tissues began to return to their original color, and the skin gradually regained some blood tone. Most importantly, the necromancer bone became docile. It stopped being restless, slowly becoming obedient. Can I continue? After using a great amount of holy chi, even Char was beginning to feel the strain. Sweat dripped from his face, but seeing Weiss's condition stabilize, he turned to Karina and asked. Nodding slightly, Karina also let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes, however, remained firmly fixed on Char without wavering. Was that just now a light element? How is it different from ours? Karina was well informed and recognized it as holy chi, but Turam was different. His knowledge was limited, so he only noticed a difference between Char's light and the light shared by him and Karina. There are many types of light elements. They're not the same for everyone. Char, that wasn't witchcraft, it was holy chi. Young man, who exactly are you? Are you a wizard or an undercover agent sent by the Holy Light Temple? Just as Karina was about to speak, brushing the matter aside, Fitidax threw away his wine bottle and drew his sword. Its tip pointed at Char, conveying a clear message. You'd better explain or leave your life behind. Chapter 21, My Gifted Talent. Fidax, put your sword away. Now is not the time to fool around, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Carlina coldly stared at Fidax. The two of them weren't particularly close, but they had worked on missions together, so she did have some understanding of him. She had never asked why he was expelled from the Temple of Light. As a wizard, prying into others' secrets was always a major taboo. But she knew that Fidax harbored hostility towards the Temple of Light. Clearly, something bad had happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled to Verona, the city protected by Hermes' Wizard Academy. After all, there, the reach of the Temple of Light couldn't extend in. So when she saw Charles channeling holy energy, Fidax's overreaction was understandable to her. But this was a critical moment for the witch's body modification surgery, and she couldn't let Fidax run amok. The two remained in a standoff. Fortunately, Fidax only displayed animosity and took no action. Seeing Carlina's resolute attitude, he reluctantly returned his sword to its scabbard, glaring fiercely at Charles as if looking at an archenemy. And then, Charles spoke up. I have nothing to do with the Temple of Light. Everything will be explained after the operation ends. Charles spoke lightly, his expression very serious, his eyes never leaving Vis' arm since the beginning. All of his focus was on it. Without the interference of necrotic energy, Vis' own fire element had been depleted entirely. One could say this was the best time for the surgery, and Charles didn't want to miss it. He skillfully removed some necrotic tissue, then realigned the area, and began the final suture process. After completing the necessary surgical work, Charles again channeled the holy energy in front of everyone. After all, those necrotic energies were just dormant and not completely gone. According to Carlina, it seemed that for some time in the future, Charles would need to regularly provide holy energy treatment to Vis. Of course, that was a matter for later. Phew, that wasn't easy. I feel like I need to sleep for 3 days straight. After the surgery ended, Hetty finally sighed with her last breath of relief, sitting down on the ground ungracefully and fanning herself with her hand. Vis needs observation. We can't leave Green Castle for at least a few days. Tell him, take people and escort him back to his room. Afterward, we will discuss and arrange the guard rotation. Carlina waved her hand at Tullum, but before this chatterbox could say anything, she shot him a vicious glare. All right, it was to avoid suspicion. What they were about to say was none of his business. Though talkative, he understood the rules of wizards and could only shake his head helplessly and gather a few servants to carry Vis out. I'll check on Vis' condition. Tullum knows nothing about patience. If something happens, he probably wouldn't know how to handle it. Hetty immediately followed out. The little girl was sensible, knowing that for wizards, the less one knows about other people's secrets, the longer one might live. Now, you can explain. When Fidax realized only himself, Charles, and Carlina were left in the room, he took a few steps forward, staring intensely at Charles, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheath it at any sign of disagreement. If I tell you it's because I'm naturally gifted. Honestly, I don't know why I came to grasp this thing. In the Norse cemetery, I fainted just like all of you, unaware of what happened. When I woke up, I felt like I had gained something more. At first, I thought it was the recovery of my perception of light elements, but when I tried to gather light elements just now, it turned out to be useless. Until you reminded me, I tried gathering this, only to find out, this is what you call holy energy. While removing his mask and leather jacket, Charles fabricated casually. He didn't want to reveal anything about Winnie, for he didn't wish for too many people to learn the secret of the Norse cemetery. This was already his personal secret. Following the principle of witches, he needed to keep it to himself. You're lying. Holy energy is a very rare phenomenon. Among countless worshippers' prayers, only a very small number will receive such miracles. In the Temple of Light, whoever wields holy energy represents the favor of the gods of light and qualifies to become a bishop. At the very least, a bishop candidate. And yet you claim you just fainted and then mastered this miracle. Do you think we're all children? Fidax felt that he was being mocked, anger filling his face as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, as though in the next moment, he would draw it out and split this handsome blue-haired man into 2 halves. He has explained the cause. Whether you believe him is up to you. Moreover, holy energy isn't exclusive to the Temple of Light. Some people are born with this gift. Perhaps in the Temple of Light, holy energy is a divine miracle, but for us wizards, it's no different from magic. Just as some wizards naturally have an affinity for certain elements, holy energy also selects specific individuals as its hosts. Don't forget, in the wizard community, there are many who possess holy energy. There's even a mentor at Hermes Wizard Academy who has mastered it. Are you suggesting that mentor is also a mole sent by the Temple of Light? Carlina spoke resolutely. Her words clearly defended Charles, even leveraging the entire wizard community and Hermes Wizard Academy. which carried significant weight. You, Fidax felt infuriated but had no counter-argument. To him, Carlina's words implied another layer of meaning. He was merely an exile from the Temple of Light, a lowly ant under the shadow of Hermes' Wizard Academy, while Charles was a blue-collar apprentice at the academy. In other words, you're just an outsider begging for scraps. When did you gain the audacity to question your hosts? There's a mentor who also masters holy energy. Who is it? Charles was intrigued by another point Carlina raised. After all, if there was someone else in the academy who possessed holy energy, perhaps he could visit them and learn from their experience. You don't know? Upon hearing this, Carlina turned around and stared at Charles as though looking at a fool. I really don't. Charles looked puzzled, unsure why Carlina had such an expression on her face. All right, maybe you should get to know your mentor better. The only mentor at the academy who masters holy energy is Tutor Zola. And as her disciple, you didn't know about it. Carlina massaged her forehead. The fact that Tutor Zola possessed holy energy was common knowledge among red-collar apprentices. She couldn't believe her own disciple didn't know about it. It was absurd enough to make anyone laugh. Oh, I see. Charles scratched his cheek, appearing slightly embarrassed. Fine, that settles the matter. Besides, whether Charles has any connection to the Temple of Light is none of your concern. But I must warn you, Charles is a blue-collar apprentice of Hermes' Wizard Academy and a disciple of Tutor Zola. His mastery of holy energy is something I do not wish to hear leak from your mouth. Otherwise, you'll not only offend Charles, but me, Tutor Zola, and the entire Hermes Wizard Academy as well. You should understand the consequences. Carlina delivered her warning with an ominous tone. Fidax grimaced in silence for a moment before reluctantly responding. How many people already know about this? His implication was clear. Why should it be considered his fault if word gets out? After all, several people had witnessed Charles using holy energy earlier. Don't worry. Aside from Hetty and Tullum, no one else will know. Carlina's tone suddenly grew cold. She adjusted her glasses, and a subtle yet undeniable aura of killing intent seeped from her body. Both Charles and Fidax involuntarily shivered at once. Chapter 22. Indifference. For bloody heads were hung on the gates of Green Castle. The servants trembled, because just a few hours ago, these 4 people had eaten and worked with them. Master Wizard had grown angry and directly killed these 4 individuals without giving any reason, perhaps merely because he found their work slow. In short, they were dead. The story sounded absurd, for living people had died like this without even a reason given. But what could they do? They were master wizards. If they wanted to kill someone, they didn't need any excuse. Through the window, Charles watched as 4 headless corpses were carried away below. He didn't feel fear, for after all, he'd long become used to the sight of bodies. In a daze, he recalled documentaries he once watched about war-torn regions where there was no law or morality to bind anyone. A person's life could be taken away so casually. And in this world, it surpassed even that. Perhaps I've been a little naive. Sharing experiences of life and death together and collaborating on an operation that saved a companion's life, Charles thought that wizards weren't emotionless. They understood friendship and compassion. Just look at those around him. They seemed to deeply care about each other. But in the blink of an eye, Karina killed 4 people without giving a reason, saying nothing. She simply walked over, paralyzed them with magic, then chopped off their heads. Just because these 4 entered the operating room and took Wesley, suspecting they might have learned of her control over sacred energy. Yes, it was only suspicion, yet it cost them their lives. Wizards still remained people of cold indifference. Partner was just Charles's illusion. Perhaps there were indeed reasons for sacrifices, but many more times, it was simple enough to kill someone without second thoughts. So Charles decided to firmly remember this point. Otherwise, one day his fate wouldn't be any better than that of those 4 servants. Let's have a small meeting. Karina, who had just washed the blood from her hands, called Charles over. She showed no emotion at all. Evidently, killing someone was no big deal to her. Following behind, Charles looked at Karina's back as if he'd met her for the first time. She was of medium height, average build, fairly good-looking, and wearing glasses which made her seem extremely intellectual. From afar, she appeared to be an ordinary female university student. Who would have guessed such a seemingly harmless woman could take 4 lives so easily? And it was as natural and simple as drinking water. An ordinary woman would likely scream endlessly just trying to slaughter a chicken, causing feathers to scatter everywhere. Yet this woman killed 4 people and remained so calm and composed. Other than indifferent, he couldn't think of another word to describe her. Entering the meeting room, where they had first stayed, Charles sat down and glanced across the table to see Turum and Heidi laughing as they discussed something. Karina killed people in front of these 2, yet neither of them expressed any emotions, not even surprise. It was as if killing a few servants was an utterly normal matter. Not only them, but even Vidax had no reaction. This suggested he'd seen it all before. Perhaps human life in this world is really as insignificant as grass. Charles couldn't help but reflect in his heart that it wasn't just Karina who was indifferent, nor even just the wizards as a group. Maybe everyone in this world was indifferent. Well, do you think those 4 shouldn't have died? Noticing Charles's slightly lost expression, Karina pushed her glasses up indifferently. No, I rather think perhaps death was a kind of release for them. Charles quickly shook his head. He knew this was not the moment to argue against Karina. Her methods might be radical, but still, they were meant for his own benefit. They're just a few servants. Turum, quickly replenish the missing workers. Green Castle must function without issues. This isn't just for you, but also for the academy. Karina didn't bother with Charles anymore, instead turning to Turum. All right, I'll buy some more servants in a few days. Turum nodded and continued chatting with Heidi. They seemed to have reached an interesting part in their conversation. The talkative youth wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity to speak freely. Clearly, he cared not at all about those people's deaths. To him, servants were perhaps no different from livestock. All right, stop talking. I have something to tell you. Karina frowned. She was about to announce something, but those two were completely absorbed in their chat, which she felt challenged her dignity as senior. She then tapped the table, a hint of restrained anger flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing Karina's unfriendly tone, the two immediately stopped their chat. When they noticed her glare, they quickly straightened up, adopting the demeanor of well-behaved students. After all, this woman was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Now that everyone is here, I will explain what we need to do next. Time is limited, so let me be brief. Karina started off and then coughed twice. She wasn't skilled at giving long speeches. In fact, talking wasn't really her forte. The issue with Norse Cemetery has been largely resolved. Turum, you'll need to write a comprehensive report detailing everything to the Academy and Savar, our mentor. However, the report should only cover up until we left the Norse Cemetery. It must not include Wesley's magic body transformation surgery, nor can it reveal that Charles has mastered sacred energy. Karina's tone was serious. Turum understood her implication. They hadn't requested permission from the Academy or even informed their mentor about Wesley's surgery. Therefore, if any problems arose, they would have to take responsibility themselves. And Karina didn't want to bear this burden, so she needed to keep it hidden, at least for now. Moreover, the fact that Charles had mastered sacred energy wasn't something to be widely spread. After all, sacred energy was very rare, especially in magic body transformations. In some specific situations, it could even determine the success or failure of such procedures. Thus, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Otherwise, an unknown mentor might get interested and simply abduct Charles. It wasn't because they were worried about Charles's safety. Rather, they themselves needed sacred energy too, which could bring them great convenience in the future, or perhaps even become their trump card. So absolutely, it couldn't fall into others' hands. In helping Charles keep it secret, they were actually helping themselves for greater utilization in the future. Seeing that both Turum and Heidi wore expressions of, I understand, Karina nodded and continued speaking. Next, there's Wesley's situation. Even though he's still unconscious, his condition has stabilized. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll wake up within a couple of days. During this time, we need to stay by his side and take turns guarding him to deal with any possible emergencies. Also, Charles, you'll need to input sacred energy into him every day to consume and suppress the residual death aura within the dead mage bones. Any questions? Karina looked toward Charles, unsure if Zora's eccentric disciple had enough sacred energy to accomplish this task. I'll try my best, but I don't have much sacred energy myself, so I'm not sure how long I can sustain this effort. Charles didn't know how much death aura existed inside Wesley, or what amount would ensure his safety from the risk of demonification. He could only vaguely promise to do his best. Do as much as you can. After all, this task will benefit you as well. Karina implied something, but Charles was perplexed. He didn't know where he could find such benefits. We will need to stay in Greencastle a few more days. The exact return date to Verona depends on Wesley's recovery, but we must also be cautious ourselves. We're all injured and cannot use powerful magic. Use this time to recuperate. Turum, if you have anything useful here, please take it out. It can be counted as credits, and we'll pay you for it. After finishing her sentence, Karina looked at Turum. This plump young man shook his head helplessly. He had no appropriate potions to address the group's current issues. The truth was, their conditions had already gone beyond what ordinary healing potions could resolve. Karina had suffered backlash from using forbidden magic. Such cases required gradual, nourishing, and it was estimated that without a year or more, she wouldn't fully recover. As for herself and Heidi, they had exhausted too much magical power, and their internal organs were damaged during the battle. Their estimated recovery period was around 2 or 3 months. As for Wesley in his comatose state, his situation was complicated. While there were certainly wounds, due to the magic body transformation, the exact recovery time remained uncertain. As for Charles, the boy appeared to be fine, but considering the brutal fight he went through, it was likely he'd suffer some after effects. But given his command of sacred energy, this veritable panacea, his condition was probably the most optimistic among them. Yet Charles lacked combat strength. If they encountered enemy attacks, let alone helping the other three, his own survival would already be difficult. For a moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. They weren't without enemies. Not mentioning the undeads in Norse Cemetery, even some bitter rivals came to mind. Wizards were a competitive group. Resources were limited, and the more people sharing them, the less naturally fell to each individual. Hermes Wizard Academy strictly forbade internecine killings among its students. Any such discovery would be met with severe punishment. But that only applied within the Wizard Academy. If they acted outside the Academy, most of the time, the Academy wouldn't bother to investigate the truth. Thus, during their growth, due to competition over resources, they inevitably made a few enemies. Inside the Academy, it was fine. The other party wouldn't dare to make reckless moves. But at a place like Greencastle, things were different. I hope no one discovers our current condition. Heidi clasped her hands together, assuming a praying posture. In any case, during this period, we should avoid going out as much as possible and refrain from disclosing our loss of combat capability. Karina also took a deep breath, her expression grave. Her condition was nearly the worst, and coincidentally, she had the most enemies. After discussing the matters, they delved into some finer details, whether Turum's report would mention their injuries, and what measures they should take if an emergency arose to ensure their survival. At least, they needed to preserve their lives. In total, they conversed for quite a while before dispersing. Charles was exhausted. After returning to his room, he fell directly onto the bed and slept immediately. The situations of the others were similar. The subsequent days passed relatively peacefully. Charles continued providing Wesley with sacred energy daily to suppress the lurking death aura within the dead mage bones. Interestingly, these death auras seemed rather intelligent. Each time Charles supplied sacred energy, they hid even deeper. Initially, there were still visible wisps of purified smoke, but after 2 days, it became almost impossible to detect even a trace. This intrigued Charles greatly. He even considered reopening Wesley's wounds to thoroughly inspect the state of the dead mage bone. Regrettably, before he could act, Wesley woke up. This was certainly good news, as once he regained consciousness, they wouldn't need to take turns guarding him day and night. Moreover, if anything happened, Wesley himself could cry for help. However, for Wesley, this wasn't necessarily a pleasant experience. Upon learning that the group had performed a magical body transformation surgery on him while he was unconscious, his face registered utter bewilderment. Now let's settle accounts. Around Wesley, everyone gathered. Karina adjusted her glasses, then picked up a pen and notebook, jotting down notes as she spoke. This magical body transformation surgery involved everyone present, with payment amounts varying based on contribution. Turam contributed the least, so you just need to pay 20 credits. Heidi maintained the surgery with healing magic, requiring a payment of 50 credits from you. I provided support throughout, thus demanding more credits, 60 in total. Charles was the chief surgeon, playing a major role in this surgery. Even after a discount, you owe him 100 credits. The dead mage bone was supplied by Turam. Based on its market value, you must pay him an additional 50 credits. All in all, you need to cover a total of 280 credits. Karina completed her calculations and showed them to Wesley, but this fellow remained silent for a long stretch. No, I never asked you to perform the surgery for me. There's no way I'll recognize this fee. Wesley shouted loudly. To him, 280 credits felt equivalent to signing away his life. If the surgery hadn't been performed, you'd be dead already. Besides, it's not all bad. Encountering a dead mage bone is incredibly rare. This time, your magical power will definitely surge. Karina smiled, and Wesley remained silent, understanding that dead mage bones were practically unattainable transplant materials, especially one with fire elemental properties. 50 credits, worth it. Absolutely worth it. But this surgical fee was undeniably steep. Yet resistance was futile. Despite Wesley's reluctance, he eventually had to write an IOU since his credits were insufficient to cover such a massive expense. Good. Instead of putting Charles's name on this debt, change it to mine. After all, he still owes me numerous credits, so we need to share the burden of this debt. Just as Wesley picked up the pen, muttering unhappily in preparation to sign the IOU, Karina suddenly interjected. Both Charles and Wesley were momentarily taken aback. However, after exchanging glances, they both saw mutual resignation in each other's eyes. What a calculating woman. Initially, there was only Charles working off his debt, but now, another indentured servant had been added, Wesley. True. She calculated every last detail, down to the bone. Chapter 23, Academy Mission, Body Sorting. Standing outside the mission registration office of the Helmerg Wizard Academy, Char couldn't help but reveal an expression of sighing. He had once thought he would come here, but never imagined he would be so alone. Right after returning to Verona, Karina, Heidi, and Wes grouped up and rushed off to find their Savar mentor. Submitting Tullum's report was just an excuse. The real reason was that they needed protection. As Karina had mentioned before, they were currently in a weak period, and if someone sought revenge on them, they'd have no choice but to endure the blows. The entire journey was filled with anxiety, as they tried their best not to draw attention. After all, on the path of growth for wizards, everything depended on the word strife. They had managed to survive this long, so naturally, they had numerous enemies. Verona was relatively safe, but it wasn't enough for them, so they went to hide inside Savar Mentor's tower. Of course, they each had their own reasons. Karina claimed she wanted to write a paper and needed her mentor's assistance. Heidi stated she had hit a bottleneck in her magical cultivation and hoped the mentor could guide her. Wes was peculiar. He couldn't announce that he underwent a witch body transformation, so for some reason, he actually told others that he was full of doubts about the meaning of life and needed his mentor to clear them up. What kind of questions can a wizard apprentice possibly have? Anyway, they ended up going to Savar Mentor's tower, and then didn't come out. It wasn't until now that Char suddenly realized he was like a child without a home, having no one to turn to when problems arose, let alone rely on anyone else. I don't even know where Zola Mentor's disciples are right now. I don't even have someone to discuss things with. Char sighed. Everyone thought being under Zola Mentor's tutelage was glorious, but only Char knew how unreliable this mentor truly was. Unlike those little beanlings, apprentices whose collars turned color would naturally form many small groups. Most of these groups centered around their own mentors, just like how doctoral candidates followed a specific advisor in another life. If they were from the same door, they were considered siblings rather than classmates. Just like now, Karina, Heidi, and Wes were all Savar Mentor's disciples. On normal days, it wasn't noticeable, but now that trouble arrived, they very naturally clung together. Only Char, an outsider, was left behind. Although there was a reason for it, Char still felt excluded. The advantage was that Karina handed over the stone tablet house to him, avoiding homelessness. The disadvantage was that he was utterly alone, and there wasn't even anyone who could guide him while he wanted to take on missions. Well, it's better to depend on oneself than on others. In the end, in this world, one must still carve their own way alone. Shaking his head, Char encouraged himself and then took a step forward. This was his first time coming here. To be honest, he was somewhat nervous. Each wizard academy had its own mission reception office, but unlike the Adventurers Guild, this place wasn't a tavern. It looked more like an office building. There were no bars, no windows, and the spacious hall didn't even have a greeter. While Char was spacing out, there came sounds from the corridor. It was footsteps, heavy ones. Might as well ask someone. Char immediately moved toward the sound source, but after walking a few steps, he quickly stopped. A hulking figure appeared in the corridor. He wore a wizard robe, but obviously, the robe wasn't enough to cover his muscular frame. His exposed calves showcased muscles that almost bulged through his trousers. From close range, he gave the impression of a gym muscle man wearing stockings. Little girl, what do you need? The man was nearly 2 meters tall. Standing before him, Char felt like a little kid. Their conversation carried a natural sense of domination by the bulky man. Char. All right, mistaken identity again. But Char was used to it by now and didn't bother explaining. The man was a red-collared apprentice, so no matter what, Char had to address him as senior. After introducing himself simply, he voiced his confusion. He wanted to accept missions, but he didn't know where to sign up or how to proceed. Didn't your mentor or seniors tell you? Forget it. You're probably a new blue-collared apprentice, huh? Every year we get foolish ones like you. Since I'm feeling good today, I can show you around. But this comes with a fee, 2 gold coins, not too much, right? After speaking, the Hulk extended his hand, signaling for Char to pay up. Char. Asking him for money was worse than asking for his life. The reason he was here to take on missions was because he wanted to earn credits while Karina was away. Otherwise, food itself would become a problem. The Academy does not prohibit the trading of credits. They are essentially a form of currency that students can freely exchange. 1 credit can be exchanged for 20 Imperial gold coins, but in reality, within the Academy, the value of credits far exceeds that of gold coins. The actual exchange ratio can reach 122, or even 125. All right, I'll just look for it myself. Char politely declined the man's offer and took a couple of steps to walk past him. Are you sure? Not every office is open to students. If you knock on the wrong door, the consequences could be severe. The Hulk reminded him again, but Char simply waved his hand in acknowledgement. I hope you don't knock on that door, or things will get complicated. Realizing Char didn't intend to seek help, the Hulk showed no regret. He muttered something under his breath and then strode off. After all, wizards were always busy, focusing solely on their own affairs and never meddling in others' business, lest they be considered unwise. Of course, if there was some benefit involved, that would be a different story. On both sides of the corridor were identical wooden doors with no numbers, but each bore a different pattern. There were depictions of hands holding books, wands being swung, demons being slain, and crops being harvested. A myriad of designs. Char passed more than 20 doors, able to guess the function of some, while completely failing to understand others. In the end, he stopped in front of a door engraved with an image of a scalpel cutting through an arm. Wes's witch body transformation had reignited within him the familiar feel of holding a scalpel. Not only familiar, but a deep, intrinsic longing. Standing before the operating table, he felt an overwhelming urge, accompanied by a sense of pride. It reminded him of the time after university when he first stood beneath the shadowless lamp, a mix of trepidation, excitement, and fulfillment from standing atop the world. Never thought that, even reincarnated, I'd have such an opportunity again. Char smiled. He extended his hand and gently knocked on the door. After knocking more than 10 times, a response finally came. Char pushed the door open slightly, only to be blinded by an intense light. Once inside, he peeked through his fingers and noticed that the source of the strong light was a projector-like device. What do you want, rookie? An indifferent voice called out. Char turned his head slightly to see a figure standing next to the projector. Snap! The man casually turned off the projector, and Char now saw clearly that the individual was actually a purple-collared apprentice. Instantly, Char adopted a much more respectful demeanor. My name is Charl Dachar Nirashek, and I am Zola Minter's disciple. I've come here to take on some missions. Char gave a slight bow as he stated his purpose plainly. Zola Minter's disciple? Ah, I remember now. You're the merman, aren't you? The man chuckled. Upon seeing this, Char couldn't help but swallow a lump in his throat. This was a man, his face deathly pale. Were it not for his clear eyes devoid of any haziness, Char might have mistaken him for a corpse. Thus, his smile appeared quite unsettling, though only for a moment before the man quickly erased it. My name is Viari. I am Frankie Han's disciple. Judging by your appearance, it seems you're visiting here for the first time and may not be familiar with the rules. The man sat back in the chair, placing his feet on the desk, staring at Char with a slightly disdainful tone. It's indeed my first time here. If I appear rash, I sincerely apologize, senior. Char did not feel offended by the other's attitude. After all, the man was a purple-collared apprentice, naturally ranking higher. Moreover, on the mentor level, Han's mentor was certainly no less prestigious than Zola Minter. Even if Char appeared ignorant, he still knew the 4 red-robed wizards of the Helmerg Wizard Academy. Frankie Hans was one of the 4 red-robed wizards. Although his fame wasn't as widespread as Zola Minter's, a red-robed wizard was a red-robed wizard, a title that couldn't be faked. So in front of Viari, Char couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Fortunately, the man didn't seem inclined to torment him, continuing after observing Char for a moment. The mission reception area consists of 32 rooms, each representing a category of missions. For example, this room represents anatomy, witch body modifications, and corpse disposal tasks. You must not enter rooms randomly. When you knock on a door, it signifies that you have made up your mind. If you merely act out of trying it out, or just wanting to know more, there's a good chance you'll end up half dead, then thrown onto the street. In addition, you will lose some credits as punishment. This is the cost of angering the academy. Yes, each room represents the academy's will. So, when you take on missions, it's equivalent to dealing directly with the academy. Do you understand? Viari's words sounded a bit harsh, but they revealed the truth. The mission reception area was an institution of the academy. Creating trouble here or showing contempt would be no different from challenging the dignity of Helmerg Wizard Academy. I truly thank you, Senior Viari. I will keep this teaching in mind. Fortunately, I haven't made a mistake. I'm indeed very interested in witch body modifications and hope to accumulate relevant experience. So, this time, I've come to take on some anatomy-related missions, which is why I've disturbed you. Char said with an extremely sincere tone. Viari paused for a moment, then leaned down, pinching his chin as if pondering something. To be honest, as Zola Minter's disciple, why are you interested in witch body modifications? I have some doubts about that, but your sincerity has been received. However, I regret to inform you that while there are indeed witch body modification commissions, they won't be given to you. The reason is simple. You haven't proven yourself yet, meaning you don't have any successful cases. Moreover, for blue-collared apprentices like you, the tasks I can assign aren't many. Well, just wait a moment while I check if there's anything suitable. For Viari, Char's arrival seemed to bring him a bit of trouble. After all, few blue-collared apprentices visited him. Those who dared knock were mostly red-collared apprentices. It wasn't that blue-collared apprentices weren't interested in witch body modifications. It was simply because they weren't qualified enough. Without mentioning witch body modifications, even basic missions required familiarity with human anatomy, elemental affinities, monster traits, and principles of anatomy at a considerable level. To meet these conditions, one had to stay in the academy for 7 or 8 years at least and gain extensive hands-on experience to master the basics. Most importantly, in most cases, no one would come alone like Char. There should at least be a familiar senior accompanying the junior apprentice, introducing them in the manner of recommendation to themselves. So Viari had no clear idea about how far Char had progressed, but he decided to give Zola Minter's disciple a task out of trust toward her, but finding missions suitable for newcomers. Holding a thick notebook, Viari frowned deeply. Frankly speaking, there weren't many missions in his collection, and even fewer suited newbies. Oh, this might work. After flipping through for quite a while, Viari finally found a task appropriate for rookies. He read it over multiple times, thinking it would allow the newbie in front of him to give it a try. The Academy's corpse repository released a long-term mission last year, requiring some accumulated corpses to be dealt with. Since these corpses have been kept, they must possess value, so before incineration, valuable parts need to be collected. This is perfect for you to attempt. Additionally, the rewards are decent. 1 credit for every 10 corpses handled. However, considering you lack experience, I'll write a letter of recommendation to Xianxia Minter, responsible for this mission. Likely, she'll conduct some tests, and whether you pass depends entirely on you. After finishing, Viari stared at Char, waiting for his answer. Thank you very much. I will cherish this opportunity. Char did not feel afraid because of the impending test. Instead, he showed an anticipatory expression. This confidence slightly surprised Viari. After a brief reflection, he thought it was simply due to the other's ignorance, lacking awareness of how strict Xianxia Minter truly was. But that had nothing to do with him. He had already fulfilled his duties, and the rest depended on the newbie himself. With that, Viari took out a piece of stationery and started writing quickly. He then placed it into an envelope, sealed it with wax, and activated his magic. The wax melted swiftly, then solidified, forming a vivid phoenix pattern. This was the unique, anti-counterfeiting method of wizards. The magical fluctuations imprinted on it were exclusive, making it nearly impossible for anyone to forge both the pattern and these fluctuations. After carefully storing the letter, Char expressed his gratitude once more, then respectfully backed out. It wasn't until he exited the door of the reception office that he let out a deep sigh of relief. Feeling the letter in his pocket, Char couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Although dealing with corpses was somewhat different from his original intention, at least it marked a good start. After all, being able to pick up the scalpel again brought him a sense of fulfillment. And there were credits too. Chapter 24, Sarija. The corpse storage area of Hermo's Wizard Academy was located beneath a Minter's Tower, about 10 miles away from Verona City, making it the nearest wizard tower. However, the other wizards' towers were all tall and pointy, but the one before them was short, flat, and less than 10 meters high. Moreover, it was haphazardly constructed with stones, resembling an illegal construction site. Surely one day a strong wind would blow, and it might just collapse, crushing those inside. Taking a deep breath, Char stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Not long after, an old servant wearing burlap clothes with a pale face opened the door slightly, peering out curiously at Char. Char stared back silently. With the other side just looking without a word, Char felt a bit awkward. After a brief silence, he spoke up. Hello, I am Shelta Charnalasa. I've been sent here for a task assigned by the Academy. May I ask if Professor Sarija is available? From the servant's attire, it was clear that they were a purchased servant of the Academy, people with almost no social status, even inferior to the vagrants who fled to Verona. Still, Char showed great respect towards him. After glancing at the color of Char's collar, the old servant remained silent but opened the door, stepping aside to let Char in with a gesture. Thank you. Char bowed slightly before entering. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he immediately felt the temperature drop by several degrees. Unable to resist, he shivered. Though Char had entered the towers of wizards before, this particular tower was undeniably special. The space was vast, but there was almost no decoration, only clutter everywhere, permeated with the smell of preservatives. Wizards usually don't care too much about the simplicity of their environment, yet such a stark and unfinished place was still rare. The old servant walked ahead through a short corridor and indicated for Char to wait in a room. Without saying much, Char nodded slightly and went inside, while the servant left, likely going off to inform someone. Not long after waiting, footsteps could be heard from the corridor. Char looked up, seeing a woman wearing a mask walking in. She didn't appear very old, her light golden hair hanging over her shoulders, with a regular figure dressed plainly. She seemed rather unremarkable, just like any random woman you'd bump into on the streets of Verona. Except for that pale white mask. "Hello, Professor Sarija. I am Shelta Charnalasa. I'm here for the assigned task involving the dissection of corpses, hence this visit, along with the recommendation letter from Senior V. Ally, hoping for your guidance." Although Char had never met Professor Sarija, the magical aura emanating from her confirmed she was definitely a certified wizard without doubt. In the wizarding world, it was quite rare for one official wizard to enter another's tower since no one could tell what the other might leave behind in one's lair. It was dangerous and gradually became taboo. "I've heard of you, Char the Sea Demon, disciple of Master Zora, but you have no practical accomplishments yet. Those corpses are hard for the Academy to acquire, so there's no way we can simply hand them over to you for handling. I need to first evaluate your abilities." Sarija tore open the envelope and gave it a quick glance before signaling Char to follow her. It was time for the assessment because, as a certified wizard, she had to first review Char's craftsmanship before deciding whether to entrust the work to him. Walking through the corridor, Sarija continued further forward, directly reaching the back door of the tower. It was still the same old servant who saw them coming and opened the door. In front of them was an obvious passage. Only now did Char notice that the back gate of this tower actually connected to a vast underground space. Because not long after entering, they reached a three-pronged crossroads. A group of armored guards stood around, unmoving, but their mere presence was highly intimidating. "This is the Academy's body storage facility, not mine personally. If your skills earn my approval, next time, you can enter from the other side instead of through my tower. Also, these guards are specially crafted puppets. They're highly sensitive to energy fluctuations, so don't think you can slip something out just because no one sees you. And if you get killed, not even Master Zola could say anything." At the center of the three-way intersection, Sarija explained to Char. She was merely responsible for managing the body repository. The tower was hers alone. The back door was built merely for convenience and shouldn't be regarded as a public passageway. Based on Sarija's introduction, Char also noticed that the route from the other side appeared more spacious compared to the narrow path from Sarija's side. It was evident that the other side was the main entrance. After mentioning some taboos, Sarija led Char towards the morgue. The deeper they went inside, the colder it became. When they reached an iron door, Char could even see frost on its surface. "Open it." With a wave of her hand, the masked man standing beside the door turned around and pulled the iron gate open. It groaned loudly, having not been moved for a long time, breaking the silence around them. The flickering firelight cast long shadows of the two figures. Instinctively, Char covered his nose and mouth because the odor here was truly unbearable. Disinfectant, formalin, the stench of corpses, blood. In short, the air was filled with all kinds of unpleasant smells. Even someone like Char, an experienced surgeon who had seen countless bodies, felt nauseous. However, seeing Sarija's calm demeanor, Char slightly furrowed his brow and began to suspect whether this wizard had lost her sense of smell. This morgue was enormous. They walked down a corridor flanked by various stone chambers stocked with bodies. Char roughly calculated that each room held at least 100. It took them a full 10 minutes of walking without reaching the end, making Char somewhat uneasy. They must have passed at least 200 stone chambers. How many bodies were there? At least 2 or 3,000. By comparison, he thought of Verona's population. The entire city didn't even have a resident population of more than 20,000. Looking down the deep corridor, Char roughly estimated that the number of corpses here was no less than 5,000, which was equivalent to 1/4 of Verona's population. Such a proportion sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, deeper inside weren't only human corpses but also magical beasts in some rooms, including several large-sized ones that occupied entire chambers alone. Lacking experience, Char could only identify a few of them, but even so, it left him deeply impressed. Among them, some were mid-level magical beasts, comparable to apprentices with violet collars. At the end of the corridor were places similar to dissection rooms where several servants waited. Upon seeing them approach, these servants immediately knelt down in submission. "Fetch a body from chamber number 71. Sarija spoke indifferently, then led Char into one of the rooms as if randomly chosen. "The storage is almost full, and some of the bodies have been here too long. They need processing." More specifically, the task referred to the bodies within chambers 71, 72, and 73. "How exactly should we proceed? I'll explain when the corpse arrives." After finishing her explanation, Sarija opened a nearby cabinet, retrieving a leather jacket and gloves to wear. She didn't bother with a mask. "Does your mask come with filtering capabilities?" Char started getting curious about Sarija's mask. Though it looked unremarkable, wizards' items are never ordinary. However, now clearly wasn't the time for investigation. Char took out protective gear, including a leather suit, gloves, cap, and mask from another cabinet. These smelled strange due to disuse. Char decided that if he kept taking this mission, he'd need to prepare his own equipment. Using communal objects like these simply wasn't hygienic. As Char lamented the unpleasant smell, the servants had already delivered the body. Unlike ordinary autopsies, after placing the corpse on the operating table, these servants did not leave. Instead, they secured the body's limbs with iron chains. A jolt went through Char's brows. Those corpses were already stiff, yet these frail-looking, pale-faced servants managed to twist rigid limbs with ease. That strength must be enough to rip an adult apart. While Char observed those servants, Sarija approached the body. After scanning it up and down briefly, she nodded satisfactorily. These bodies have been collected from all over by the academy, so they're not regular corpses. In fact, they mostly carry some degree of mutation, and these traits can be identified via magic. Point them out now. What differences can you observe on this corpse? Upon hearing Sarija's words, Char immediately refocused. He glanced at the naked male corpse on the table, frowning slightly. There was a fatal gunshot wound on its chest. Based on its location, the cause of death was clear. But that wasn't the point. The body had been stored for quite some time, yet despite the low-temperature preservation, cadaveric spots were visible across its skin. The whole body had a bluish-purple hue. Magic. Externally, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but sensing the magical energy, Char noticed certain anomalies. Here, and here. One after another, Char pointed out 3 locations: the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, and the right thigh. Not bad, but there are some omissions. There is also an abnormality here. Sarija nodded and then pointed at the corpse's left shoulder blade, which was when Char realized that there was weak magical energy flowing from there. Now we'll remove it. The thoracic cavity is the most complex. I'll demonstrate first. As soon as she finished speaking, Sarija lifted her scalpel and cut along the ribs. This thing, it moved slightly just now. When Sarija opened the chest cavity, Char reminded her. He had noticed that the corpse's mouth, originally closed, was now open. Mutated corpses have a high probability of becoming undead, which is why they need to be restrained. But don't worry, even if it sits up, it won't have much strength. Most of them aren't aggressive. It seemed common for Sarija as her technique was very proficient. In Char's eyes, it had reached professional surgical standards. Once the chest cavity was fully opened, they quickly found the mutated part. It was a piece of lung lobe, which had already taken on a jade-like feature, emanating faint magical energy, not intense, but mild. Collect the mutated organs and put them in this box, then register them. Try not to damage other tissues. Remember, although the mutated organ has been removed, there may still be uncertainties. Alright, now let me see how your skills are. After finishing her explanation, Sarija placed the excised mutant organ in the nearby green box and handed over the scalpel to Char. Char didn't hesitate, immediately cutting down into the corpse's abdomen with techniques equally skilled as Sarija's. Not bad, you possess talent in this field. But unfortunately, Zola isn't particularly strong in this area. How about transferring to my guidance? Upon seeing Char's technique, Sarija was clearly surprised and immediately proposed an impolite suggestion, that Char change his mentor. Changing mentors is a major taboo in the Wizard Academy. Wizards, who generally do not care much about fame or wealth, will not tolerate such humiliation lightly. In fact, having a disciple join another teacher ranks among the top 3 most disrespectful acts. If Char really changed mentors, Zola, the red-robed wizard, would likely demolish all of Sarija's illicit buildings. Thank you very much for your recognition, but I have no intention of changing my mentor. Char politely declined. He really couldn't understand what Sarija was thinking. Zola was a red-robed wizard, while she was only blue-robed. It was suicide behavior without limits. That's truly regrettable. Sarija didn't press further because Char had already found the mutation site, a small section of the cecum. The decay of the body started with the digestive system, but this section of the cecum was different. Unlike other parts, it remained unusually fresh. After removing it, the body began to respond more violently, albeit slowly. Its limbs were clearly struggling. Don't panic, it's a normal phenomenon. It won't last long. Continue. Seeing that Char paused his actions, Sarija spoke indifferently. It was evident that such reactions were commonplace to her. Char nodded and continued the surgery, extracting the right femur. Mutation is only partial. There is no need to preserve everything. There are tools over there. Simply cut off the mutated part of the bone. When Char was about to place the thigh bone directly into the green box, Sarija promptly reminded him. Char quickly measured it. This green box wasn't large enough to contain such a big piece of bone. At the nearby workbench where the tools were complete, Char didn't hesitate, picking up a saw to start cutting the bone. Finally, he carved out a small section of jade-like bone and discarded the remaining leg bone into the trash bin. By the time it came to cutting the shoulder blade, the reaction of the corpse became increasingly intense, so Sarija suggested that Char take a moment to wait. As expected, after a while, the corpse stopped struggling. At that point, moving forward meant much less resistance. Very good. You've proven yourself capable for this task. Once you finish the registration and seal the box, that concludes processing one corpse. Frankly speaking, you're very talented, and following Zola is somewhat unfortunate. With a sigh, Sarija left the stone room, seemingly regretting her failure to recruit Char. Thank you very much for your regard, Mentor Sarija. Char didn't get cocky. Instead, he deeply bowed. As a blue-collar apprentice, being recognized by a formal wizard was certainly an honorable matter, even though this particular formal wizard seemed somewhat unreliable. Chapter 25, The Enraged Servants. Compared to a life-saving operation, the difficulty of dissecting a corpse was much less. Investigating mutated areas required no concern for wound size or recovery. Grabbing the knife, making an incision, and then removing the part. Even so, completing one dissection still took over an hour. Adding necessary rest time and waiting for the servants to transport and process the bodies, Xianxia managed to perform roughly one dissection every 2 hours. This speed was already quite fast, but he still felt it wasn't enough. The reason was simple. He couldn't stay here indefinitely. Traveling back and forth every day consumed more than 3 hours of his time. Xiaoke was short on money and hoped to quickly accumulate some credits. He had to earn a sum before Karina returned. Yes, money, not leftover credits. At the Wizard Academy, credits were much more important than money because the exchange counter only accepted credits, not any other currency. However, Xiaoke owed a mountain of debts. Though he knew the importance of credits, there was no choice. If he left them, Karina would instantly clear them all out. Xiaoke believed this firmly because he realized that girl was exceedingly pragmatic and extremely attached to benefits. Wizards were inherently realistic. They always prioritized interest before doing anything. Karina had taken this principle to its extreme. She left the slate house for Xiaoke, but in reality, it had already been emptied out. All sorts of tools, decorations. In truth, there weren't many ornaments, and living supplies had been packed up and moved to Master Savar's tower. If it had been another master, their student acting like this would have long drawn furious rage. But Master Savar had a good temper. It was said around the academy that he was very gentle and exceptionally lenient with his students. Xiaoke had always been half convinced, thinking that even though formal wizards were known for their bad tempers, they wouldn't let their disciples act so freely. But when he saw that little girl hire a group of people in 2 horse carriages, Xiaoke finally believed. She had really moved all her belongings to her mentor's tower, and she had done it first, asking permission afterward. This was beyond laissez-faire, it was lawless. When Xiaoke watched her leave and turned around to see the empty slate house, he suddenly felt a complex mix of emotions. Though he knew that Karina wasn't untrusting of him, rather, it was just her personality. Still, it made him feel uneasy inside. At least she left me a hardboard bed. Continuously hypnotizing himself, Xiaoke felt slightly better. After all, from this perspective, she did think about him. Although not much. After several days of effort, Xiaoke finally earned 1 credit. Through Ball's connections, he contacted a blue-collar apprentice at the Adventurers Guild. Then the two went to the exchange office and completed the credit transfer procedure. Credits were account-based, and transactions could only be done at the exchange office. He ended up with 23 gold coins. Xiaoke's wallet bulged, and his mind eased a bit. At least now he didn't have to worry about filling his stomach. At the same time, he decided that each time he earned 1 credit, he would find someone to trade it. After all, no one knew when Karina would return. For safety, it was best not to keep the credits in his account. Xiaoke bet that when Karina came back, her first move would be to check the accounts, and she wouldn't leave a single credit for him. But continuing to make money wasn't an easy thing. Xiaoke gradually discovered that the corpses needing his attention became increasingly complicated, with rising difficulties, consuming more and more time and energy. It was unclear if it was Master Siria's order, but at first, the servants sent him corpses that were relatively well preserved without obvious mutations. But after some time, Xiaoke noticed that the corpses being delivered mostly carried certain issues. Take, for instance, the one in front of him, a middle-aged woman whose face was grotesquely distorted, with eyeballs that kept moving around. Fortunately, only the eyeballs moved. The limbs remained motionless. Nevertheless, Xiaoke distinctly sensed a strong ripple of magical energy pulsing within her body. Will there be trouble once I make this cut? Xiaoke hesitated. He'd been in this world for a while and had gained a thorough understanding of magic. Just like the internal magic cycle from the mermaid organ within his own body, this corpse had also developed its own magic cycle. From its operational status, it appeared stable. But if he interfered by dissecting it, there was a high possibility of disrupting this stable state, and he had no idea what might happen afterward. This wasn't Xiaoke's first time encountering such a situation. In fact, the corpses sent these past few days showed clear signs of undeath. The concept of undeath encompasses a very broad range of meanings, and does not solely refer to the group of undead in Knoll Cemetery. Instead, it refers to all death-related mutations. For instance, reanimated corpses fall under the category of undeath. These bodies do not have burning soul flames, nor emit a heavy aura of death energy. Most times, they appear no different from ordinary people. But, fundamentally, they are dead and lack the awareness of being human. They possess aggressiveness since the aversion towards life is a common trait among all undead creatures. In recent days, Xiaoke had already dealt with several such corpses. Cutting out organs imbued with magical power would cause their instinctive rebellion, heightened by their animosity toward living beings. After much deliberation, Xiaoke decided to make the incision anyway. After all, the corpse's limbs were bound tightly. Even if something went wrong, it was unlikely that the corpse could break free. Upon observation for a moment, Xiaoke found that most of the mutations on the corpse were within the abdominal cavity. Therefore, he began at the lower abdomen, gently cutting through the skin with his scalpel to expose the internal organs. However, before he could remove the mutated areas, the corpse reacted. The body violently trembled as the surge in magic power caused it to lose control. This surprised Xiaoke since he hadn't even touched the mutated parts. Just the mere cutting of the flesh triggered the reaction. This corpse is off. Xiaoke immediately sensed trouble and took 2 steps back without continuing the operation. Bang! Unexpectedly, the corpse sprang up where it stood. The iron chains didn't restrain it in any way. By the time it lunged at Xiaoke, he didn't have time to react and was knocked down onto the floor. Whoosh! The corpse opened its mouth, attempting to instinctively bite him. Fortunately, Xiaoke managed to hold its throat, preventing it from succeeding. However, this experience was extremely unpleasant. The corpse's mouth was full of thick black filth, emitting an unbearable stench. Even with his mask on, Xiaoke felt the odor assaulting his nose. What's going on? The mermaid's heart beat heavily, but there wasn't any rush of adrenaline. Xiaoke remained calm as he turned his head toward the operating table and noticed that the iron bolts below were loose. It was clear that the servants had neglected to secure them, violating the standard procedures. And not just one, but all four were left open. This revelation caused Xia's eyebrows to furrow. There was something seriously wrong with those servants. For individuals couldn't possibly forget to insert the iron bolts. This was clearly intentional, sending over a clearly undead corpse without securing it properly. I can't stay here anymore. I need to leave quickly. Xiager detected the scent of a conspiracy. He decided to leave this dangerous place. After all, his strength was considerable, and although it was a mutated corpse, it wasn't significantly stronger than a regular person, something he could still handle. Gathering his strength in his arm, Xiager pushed the corpse away. As he rose to his feet, he delivered a kick that struck its stomach with a bang. The corpse flew to the corner, colliding forcefully. This caused its intestines to spill out, creating a gruesome scene. A live person in this condition would be in extreme pain, rolling on the ground, unable to endure further suffering. However, the corpse was fully mutated, or rather, it had already been transformed into an undead state. It lacked any sensation of pain. Despite its entrails scattered all over the floor, it felt nothing. Instinctually driven, the corpse had an extreme aversion to the scent of a living human. Witnessing it rise again despite losing its intestines demonstrated its resolve to not give up. Its sole thought was to kill the bastard in front of it. Why should the other remain alive when it was dead? No, everyone must die. The entire living population must perish. Roaring incomprehensibly, the corpse leaped forward once more, determined to rip the throat off the detestable living being and taste its blood, then share the feeling of death together. Xiager was not a novice without combat experience. He knew exactly how to fight. As the corpse attacked, he held out one hand defensively, grasping its throat, and stepped back with his right foot, moving behind the corpse. Raising his hand, he gathered holy energy in his palm, inserting it through the waist wound and thrusting it deep into the corpse's abdomen. Ow! The corpse convulsed as though electrocuted. Xiager had accumulated a fair amount of holy energy. For the living, holy energy promotes tissue recovery and is beneficial, whereas for the undead, holy energy acts as a poison, and a deadly one at that. The corpse struggled to escape, but was tightly held by Xiager. Not long after, its magical energy reaction gradually disappeared, leaving it to collapse like a pile of decaying meat. At the instant the corpse fell, four servants rushed in, wielding bone saws and hard-headed axes as weapons, acting wildly with bloodshot eyes, resembling demons. Their minds seemed to have become deranged. Xiager had foreseen such a scenario. Thus, instead of retreating, he stepped forward calmly. This move was unexpected. The person in front was running too fast to avoid being directly rammed by Xiager's shoulder and flew away. At this moment, the second servant arrived. He raised his axe and swung it down at Xiager. Although he exerted a great deal of strength, it was clear he had not been trained, as his force was scattered and his speed insufficient. Xiager sidestepped with ease. Before the opponent could recover, Xiager struck again, lunging forward with the scalpel in hand, aiming straight for the servant's eye. With Xiager's strength, this strike accomplished far more than merely slicing the eyeball. It pierced directly into the brain, instantly killing him. Strictly speaking, this marked Xiager's first time taking someone's life with his own hands. Yet, he bore no psychological burden. After all, these people sought to kill him first. Either they die, or he dies. This decision required almost no thought. Having eliminated one, three remained. Initially, Xiager had no intention of engaging further. He simply wanted to leave. But the servants had gone mad. Two of them doggedly clung to him, while another guarded the door, preventing Xiager from escaping. After a brief skirmish, Xiager found himself near the workbench. He picked up the bone saw there and turned to slash at one of them. Seeing this, the man showed no attempt to evade but charged forward with his weapon, willing to trade injuries with Xiager. Crazy, muttered Xiager. In response, he subtly altered the scalpel's trajectory, transforming the stab into a block. Sparks flew as the two blades scraped against each other, clearly demonstrating that both parties possessed significant strength. Yet Xiager had no intention of engaging in a test of brute force. Slightly shifting the blade's edge, he removed its point of leverage, causing the opponent to stumble forward unsteadily. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiager moved behind the staggering figure, swiftly kicking another nearby servant away. In the next instant, Xiager spun around, striking before the still unsteady adversary could react. The knife cleanly sliced across his neck. Blood and bone fragments sprayed outward. This single cut severed the cervical vertebrae. The guard stationed at the doorway now advanced. The situation had evolved into 2 versus 1, yet they remained confident. After all, their bodies had undergone special treatment. Their strength equaled 3 to 4 times that of an average person, making ordinary wizards struggle when confronted with them. Fortunately, Xiager was no ordinary wizard. He consistently maintained his physical training and learned various combat techniques from Ball. Holding the knife in one hand, he grabbed a tray with the other. The tray was made of iron, thick and sturdy, not some flimsy sheet metal. The two adversaries approached Xiager from either side, intending to divide his attention and expose a vulnerability. However, Xiager paid no mind to the individual on his right. Instead, he faced the one on his left head-on, thrusting his blade fiercely. His opponent also wielded a knife, displaying an intention to exchange lives if necessary. Naive, Xiager murmured. In the instant their paths crossed, Xiager tilted his body slightly, allowing the blade to graze his leather apron without tearing through. Unharmed, Xiager did not let this opportunity pass. His blade maneuver shifted, slightly lifting his forearm so that during their crossing, it glided effortlessly along the neck of his adversary. As soon as his foot touched the ground, Xiaoke launched himself upward with explosive power, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that sent the man flying to the corner. Despite the considerable force behind the kick, it inflicted only moderate harm. Regardless, blood continued gushing from the man's neck, soaking half of his garment. Losing more than a third of one's blood would lead to immediate unconsciousness, with just a bit more sufficient for death. Xiaoke was uncertain whether people in this world would react similarly, but seeing how the light in the man's eyes began to fade, the outcome seemed nearly identical. Having swiftly eliminated 3 opponents, the last remaining servant became visibly shaken. Gripping his weapon, his hands started trembling. After feigning a few threatening gestures, he turned and fled. Xiaoke harbored no intentions of pursuing him to kill. After all, Xiaoke bore no grudges toward these servants. Someone else must have deliberately orchestrated this lethal setup, hinting at deeper intrigue. But just as Xiaoke prepared to chase, a sudden shriek of agony echoed out. Promptly stepping outside, Xiaoke witnessed a monstrous creature ferociously gnawing on the fleeing servant, having already devoured half of his head. With every crunch sound, it resembled chewing crispy crackers. Xiaoke took a deep breath. This beast had evidently become undead. After all, he recalled this particular specimen being stored within the stone chamber, one of the few well-preserved magical beast corpses that he specifically kept track of. Compared to regular humans, such undead magical beasts were much harder to handle. Magical beasts were naturally formidable in physical constitution, and once undead, even though certain special abilities couldn't be utilized, their sheer physical might alone could cause tremendous damage. Additionally, upon becoming undead, they lacked sensation of pain or fear. Unless powerful magic was employed, they were virtually invincible. With half of the corpse consumed, the magical beast lifted its head. It detected the scent of a living human and adjusted its footing to face Xia, revealing 2 hollow eye sockets. The magical beast's eyes had already been removed for experimentation, so now there was only a large hollow cavity where the eye sockets once were. But this did not hinder its ability to deal with Xia. After all, magical beasts relied far less on vision than humans did. Letting out a strange low growl, the magical beast approached Xiaoke step by step. Though it had no eyes, it had long locked onto its prey through other senses. Xiaoke glanced down at the knife in his hand and sighed helplessly. This weapon might work well enough against those crazed servants, but using it against a magical beast? That was simply laughable. Chapter 26. The Struggle of a Trapped Beast. His footsteps involuntarily retreated, and Charles actually returned to the disposal room. 3 corpses lay silently on the ground, exuding a bloody stench, making the space seem even smaller. Yes, it was too small. There was practically nowhere to hide. Charles knew that he was in a desperate situation. Otherwise, I might as well go all out. He licked his lips, realizing that being cornered here meant no chance of survival. The only course of action now was to fight fiercely and try to break out. But rushing recklessly was definitely not the way. After a brief moment of thought, Charles took out a wooden flute from his chest. To deal with this kind of magical beast, he could only resort to witchcraft. The good news is that he was a wizard and naturally skilled in using witchcraft. The bad news is that he could only use low-level witchcraft, which was completely unsuitable for battle. It seems a bit embarrassing, doesn't it? Charles attempted to mobilize the magic power within his body, but he could only manage to gather just a little. Summoning a level 0 water-squirting gun would work, but attack-oriented water-based witchcraft like waterblade technique was absolutely out of the question. What to do? Clean the magical beast with the water-squirting gun? That would be completely useless. There's no way the other party would spare him just because they were treated well. Looking at the wooden flute in his hands, Charles had a conflicted expression on his face. He suddenly felt how utterly useless he was. As a blue-collar apprentice, he really couldn't match even some children when it came to actual combat. Clearly, fighting with his witchcraft wasn't an option, but the wooden flute did have another use. The flute could also function as a staff, inherently possessing the ability to absorb magical power. If blown, the flute would automatically siphon off the magic power from the player's body and then release it through a magic array. This amounted to indirectly casting spells, which was quite suitable for Charles's current condition. But doing so seemed pointless as well, since the magic released by the flute, similar to a hypnotic spell, could only create some illusions. Such witchcraft wouldn't have much effect on undead monsters. After all, opponents like these don't rely on sight to find their prey. After some hesitation, Charles sighed deeply and put the flute back into his chest. For such a prestigious blue-collar wizard apprentice, his witchcraft turned out to be his weakest attribute. Where does one appeal for justice over something like this? The magical beast was advancing step by step. It had no eyes, but after its transformation into an undead creature, it didn't need them anymore. After becoming undead, its sensory system underwent a complete change, similar to the undead race in the Normal Cemetery. They were all skeletal frameworks now, yet still able to accurately locate targets and charge forward with their weapons. Sight, to them, wasn't crucial. All they needed was the ability to sense the presence of living beings, and that was enough. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The teeth of the magical beast suddenly began to tremble, clashing against each other and producing a strange, indescribable sound. This was its instinct, a way of showing threat. Even though it had been thoroughly dead, this instinct never vanished. With one hand holding a knife and the other gathering holy energy, during this period, he had cultivated a lot of holy energy relying on his magical powers. For undead creatures, the threat posed by holy energy far outweighed that of magical powers. If I get the chance, I should probably visit the Light Temple to learn some methods for using holy energy, It might save my life at critical moments. Muttering to himself, Charles cautiously advanced, hoping that the opponent could feel this holy energy and thus stop attacking him. The magical beast halted. It indeed sensed the holy energy, and for undead creatures, it was a form of threat, similar to people halting at the bank due to the rapid flow of the river. They all feared drowning. But soon, the magical beast realized that this holy energy was too weak. Although it could harm it, the damage was very limited. So instead of facing a turbulent river, it was more akin to a shallow stream that could barely submerge up to the knees. Between risking a minor injury and wiping out the opponent, the magical beast chose the latter. That human emanated such a heavy aura of vitality, and it felt more than mere dislike towards him. It was hatred. Yes, it was hatred. Why should the other be alive while it itself was dead? If death was inevitable, let everyone die, preferably leaving nothing in the world but absolute silence. The magical beast slightly crouched down, assuming an attacking posture. It had had enough. The rigidity brought by death prevented it from running around freely as it once did, but it was more than enough to handle a single human. Besides, the human before it possessed a concentrated life essence and mastered deadly poison. Bite him to death. Yes, bite his neck off, and then swallow the delicious flesh and blood. The taste of this guy would surely be much more delicious than the one earlier. Not good. This thing is about to attack. Charles's expression grew serious. The holy energy didn't scare away the magical beast. It had already assumed an attacking position, and judging by the buildup of force, he knew things wouldn't be good for him. But this was also an opportunity. Judging by the tiger or leopard-like appearance of the beast, it should be an agile type of magical creature. When attacking, its speed would certainly be very fast, but due to muscle stiffness caused by death, its agility would decrease significantly. So, as long as he dodged this attack, he could rush out of the disposal room. Taking advantage of the confined indoor space where the opponent would move inconveniently, there might even be a direct chance for him to escape unscathed. Opening its mouth and revealing sharp fangs, the magical beast emitted a low growl. Charles knew that the creature was about to launch an attack. With its back arched to the maximum, the rear legs of the magical beast suddenly exerted all their force, and like something the size of a small car, it charged straight forward. The distance between them was only a few dozen meters. The magical beast moved extremely quickly, almost instantly reaching Charles. Instinctively, while attacking its prey, the magical beast would leap high into the air. This was the most efficient way of hunting. Once it knocked down its opponent, it would give a fatal bite on the neck. Its plan was well laid out. Knock down the human in front of it, and then tear him apart with its fangs and claws. However, the prey didn't show fear but made an unexpected move instead. Charles didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed forward and, when the magical beast reached the peak of its jump, performed a diving roll and slipped right beneath the beast. Bang! The magical beast was caught completely off guard. It tried to turn midair. If it had been alive, the action would have been easy, but unfortunately, it was dead. The stiffness of its muscles not only prevented it from turning around but also caused it to lose balance, directly crashing into the cabinet behind the operating table. The cabinet immediately shattered into pieces, turning into powder. Without looking back, Charles bolted for the exit. The magical beast let out an angry growl, clearly feeling as if it had been toyed with. If you were still alive, I probably wouldn't have escaped, but a dead thing. As he ran, Charles mocked it, and even flipped it the middle finger, delivering a gesture universally understood as unfriendly. The firelight flickered slowly in the corridor, swaying his shadow again and again. He ran quickly but cautiously, frequently glancing left and right as though guarding against something. After all, this road wasn't short, and stone chambers lined both sides filled with corpses. No one knew if something else might crawl out. Charles heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He realized that the beast had left the disposal room and was now chasing after him. Comparing speeds, Charles was certainly no match, 2 legs running against 4. He wasn't an ostrich after all. Fortunately, the gate was just ahead. Biting his teeth tightly, Charles put forth the greatest effort of his life. Reaching the door, he pulled the bell while hitting it hard with his fists. Open the door, open it quickly. Charles knew that someone was waiting outside, and once the door opened, he'd have nothing more to fear. The Wizard Academy of Hermer naturally had ways to deal with such matters, and those armors outside weren't empty. They were automatons capable of recognizing undead beings and eliminating them accordingly. There'd be no contingency plan without reason. Considering the situation in the cadaver vault, undead creatures would have already run rampant through Verona's streets and basked under the sun otherwise. But despite knocking for what felt like ages, the heavy gate remained firmly shut. Charles tried pushing, finding the thick iron door had been barred from the other side. Damn it! When I get out, I'll make you regret this. Leaving a fierce remark behind, Charles ducked his head quickly and rolled aside. Bang! The magical beast lunged and missed again, smashing into the iron gate. Though no trace was left behind, the loud noise shook the heavens, and dirt rained down from above. After becoming undead, it no longer felt pain. Even with a part of its fangs broken from the collision, the beast showed no sign of agony. But that didn't mean it wasn't dizzy. After all, that blow hadn't been light. Despite having tough hide akin to copper and iron bones, the shockwave still made it take some time to stand up again. Shaking its head, it lowered it to sniff around. Charles had already disappeared in the tunnel, forcing the magical beast to search for his trail. This thing is so troublesome. Holding his breath, Charles hid among several corpses in a stone chamber, hoping to cover the presence of his life. It was a gamble, after all. In the entire body repository, he was the only living being remaining. It was painfully obvious. Thankfully, this time, he won the bet. The magical beast began pacing in circles, wandering between the stone chambers. It was searching for signs of life, but couldn't find any. Why can't I find it? Why? He's obviously here. Unwilling to leave, the magical beast was sure the person could not just vanish for no reason. It resolved to find that individual and mercilessly bite his throat. Logically, Charles as a living being should have stood out conspicuously in a place full of death, like a campfire in the darkness, visible at a glance. Yet he concealed himself underneath a pile of over 10 bodies, which sealed him tightly, with even corpse water splashing on him, covering his vitality entirely, making his presence nearly indiscernible. The magical beast began to feel restless. Though it was dead, this living person made it, a creature of undeath, feel infuriated. He was just like a cockroach, impossible to kill no matter what. The magical beast searched again and again, but could not find the man. Its anger caused it to lose control, and it even slapped the wall with its claw forcefully. A clear mark of claws remained on the stone. Watching the other person slip out of its sight, Charles sighed in relief. Now that he had calmed down, he started to think about what exactly was happening. Those servants couldn't have targeted him without reason. After all, his interactions with them were limited to this corpse repository, and he had always treated them courteously, never once reprimanding them. And judging from the current situation, it wasn't likely something they did either. They were only responsible for the inner chambers and had no authority to lock the gate. Only those few gatekeepers could do that. Could it be they were involved too? Charles felt increasingly uneasy. The situation was complicated and entangled in many factors. Not only were the servants suspicious, but this reborn, magical beast was absurd as well. Before today, there was absolutely no sign of this thing becoming undead. Magical beasts were simply too powerful, and once they went out of control, they would cause far greater damage than humans. Thus, under normal circumstances, if any body in the repository showed signs of undeath transformation, it would be dealt with immediately and not left behind. Who could it possibly be who wanted him dead? Charles began to ponder who exactly he had offended so much that they were going to such lengths to kill him. As one face after another flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt something poking him from behind. Glancing back slightly, he saw a male corpse sporting a lewd expression. Charles, what the hell? You $#at. Instinctively, Charles landed a harsh elbow strike, and a cracked sound followed. This opponent had at least 2 broken ribs. It wasn't entirely fair to blame Charles for his brutal action. Being molested by a corpse is something no one could tolerate, especially a normal man like him. Men's reactions to such situations are often more intense than women's. The elbow strike was subtle, but still produced noise. The magical beast might lack vision, but its hearing was extremely acute. Instantly, it rushed over without hesitation and lunged directly toward the pile of bodies where Charles was hiding. Realizing he was exposed, Charles stopped hiding and slightly sidestepped, grabbing the lewd male corpse behind him and throwing it hard forward before rushing towards the exit of the stone chamber. The sharp claws tore the corpse into 2 halves. Though the movement was smooth, it also threw the magical beast off balance, causing it to crash straight into the pile of bodies after missing its target. After flailing around for a bit, the magical beast cleared away the corpses and stared at the now empty doorway of the stone chamber, emitting a low growl. It vowed to tear apart that human, absolutely refusing to let him go. Bang bang bang. At the gate, Charles frantically rang the bell while pounding on the door. There was only one exit from the cadaver vault, and he could only hope someone outside could hear. However, neither knocking, shouting for help, nor ringing the bell fiercely made any difference. The area beyond the gates remained deathly silent. Just then, the magical beast emerged from the stone room. It seems there's no choice but to fight. Magic definitely wouldn't work. This fact was clearer to Charles than anyone else. So, one hand gripped a knife, while the other gathered holy energy. He assumed the stance of a final battle. This so-called desperate struggle of a trapped beast is probably just like this, right? Charles could run no further. Now, there was nothing left but to fight with everything he had. Either he dies, or the magical beast dies. Oh wait, it's already dead. Roar. The magical beast lowered its head. It knew the final moment had come. This time, it didn't plan to pounce and knock down its opponent all at once. It wanted to slowly, inch by inch, rip the other apart with its claws. It wanted to watch this detestable human scream in agony and die painfully. The blade will be hard to cut through its hide, and anyway, since it's already dead, cutting won't help. And the holy energy? That would barely make a difference against its size. The most it can do is interfere. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the magical beast circled around, seeking an opportunity. This allowed Charles to maintain vigilance while carefully considering a strategy. But the more he thought, the more he realized how dire the situation was. None of his methods seemed to have much effect, whereas the other side needed only one chance to end him. It was unfair to him, yet this world apparently didn't know fairness. If you're cornered by a tiger, what should you do? Charge forward and fight it, because doing so lets you die with dignity. In this highly tense moment, Charles oddly remembered a joke from the internet in his past life. Involuntarily, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he lost focus momentarily. Though the magical beast was indeed dead, its instincts remained sharp, and it swiftly capitalized on this opportunity with a ferocious lunge. Charles dodged to the side, knowing that since the creature's jump wasn't very high, rushing forward could easily get him crushed. But this sideways somersault was just a little too slow, and the magical beast's claws swept down hard, smashing into his chest. As a result, when Charles hit the ground, he didn't roll to absorb the impact, but instead slid across the floor. Bang! He slammed straight into the wall, breaking part of his brow bone. Blood gushed forth immediately, staining half of his face red. The magical beast approached again. It was now ready to pass judgment, declaring that the human before it would soon be no more. But just as the magical beast prepared to deliver its final blow, Charles froze in shock. For he saw that the iron gate, which had been tightly shut all along, was now cracked open slightly. A shadowy figure slowly became clearer under the dim glow of firelight. Chapter 27, Misunderstanding? Bending her arm slightly, the brilliance of magic illuminated the entire passage. Zelaya cast an oppressive spell, causing the magical beast to fall instantly. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move. It was as if it were being pressed down by something. The smell of resurrection potion. I want to know what exactly happened. Walking slowly, Zelaya said in an unpredictable voice. She glanced at the magical beast, then looked at Char, seeming full of questions. Char, covered in blood, stared at her warily. Things seemed strange. The appearance of this woman left Char uncertain whether it was a good thing or not. If he were to rejoice and think salvation had arrived, only for it to turn around and become doom. Wouldn't that be too unjust? Seeing Char didn't answer, Zelaya also didn't feel like speaking more. As a certified wizard, facing a blue-collar apprentice, she possessed her own pride. With a slight flick of her hand, the magical beast let out a cry of pain. It had already died and felt no pain, but Zelaya's spell wasn't aimed at its body, but its soul. Let's go back first. I will investigate the matter. Zelaya glanced at Char, then turned and walked away. Char stood there stunned for a moment, watching her walk far enough before slowly getting up. He looked at the already motionless magical beast and bit his lip lightly. It seemed Zelaya didn't have any intention of attacking him. After all, she was a certified wizard who could kill a blue-collar apprentice like him effortlessly. So, the one who wants to kill me is not Zelaya. Char patted his chest and showed a relieved expression. After simply treating his wound, Char headed towards the exit of the corpse repository. When he reached the open iron gate, he couldn't help but frown because he smelled alcohol through his nostrils. Looking down, he saw the muscular slaves responsible for guarding the door sprawled out on the ground, snoring loudly. No wonder no one opened the door. They're asleep. Char pinched his chin, lost in thought. Normally, such a situation would almost never happen in the Hermes Wizard Academy. Slaves were the lowest beings and had no human rights. They were merely the private property of the academy. Committing any error might cost them their lives. This point was clearest to the slaves themselves. Being drunk during work hours? That was no different from committing suicide. Even though the corpse repository wasn't considered an important facility, if such an event occurred, they still might lose their heads. The situation is suspicious, but now isn't the time. Wiping the blood off his cheek, Char didn't dare stay long. He quickly left, arriving at a fork in the road where he glanced once at the direction of Zelaya Tower, then turned and walked the other way. The entrance to the corpse repository had two entrances. The back door of Zelaya Tower was just an arrangement by a lazy wizard. Thus, the true entrance exit was actually a regular building, a dilapidated small house. Originally, this was a normal small house hidden in the woods with a courtyard and a fence wall, looking like a secluded little cottage, tranquil. But for unknown reasons, such a small house had been abandoned and transformed into the entrance to the corpse repository. Inside, many rooms still had furnishings and living supplies, but due to long neglect, they were covered in dust and no longer resembled their former selves. The corpse repository also had guards. A brown-haired blue-collar apprentice, nearly 30 years old, saw Char emerging from the passage, drenched in blood. Immediately, he looked at him with astonished eyes. What happened inside? After all, Char's current appearance was truly terrifying, so the older apprentice had to ask. Char's original appearance was very similar to a sea fairy. Although male, he had beauty akin to that of a charming young girl. In the past, this older apprentice rather appreciated Char. After all, the name Sea Fairy had been spread widely among the younger apprentices. A few more glances were indeed pleasant. However, now beauty was gone. Char carried a stern, killing aura, like a warrior returning from the battlefield, inspiring fear and respect. Char had no intention of explaining. He scrutinized the older apprentice from top to bottom, making that person's heart anxious. Who wanted to kill him? To enter the corpse repository, there were only two paths. If Zelaya's suspicion had been ruled out, then the opponent must have entered through here. Thus, this elder apprentice's presence became quite intriguing. Were there any suspicious people around these last couple days? Char's tone was unfriendly, which made elder brother display a hint of anger on his face. He was no spring chicken, definitely at least 10 years older than Char. Being questioned by some greenhorn naturally did not sit well with him. Besides, they were both blue-collar apprentices. Just because you are the disciple of Master Zola doesn't mean you are nobler than him. What gives him the right to speak in a questioning tone? Just because he looks handsome? The apprentice let out a cold snort and turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Char. Perhaps sensing the other party's mood, Char also realized that his tone had been too harsh, but he didn't apologize. He had spent too much time with the red-collar apprentices, which made him somewhat disdainful of blue-collar apprentices at his level, especially those who were older with almost no chance of advancing. Char felt they existed in entirely different worlds. According to Hermes Wizard Academy regulations, blue-collar apprentices could stay until the age of 40. Thus, the majority of apprentices within the academy weren't the young ones, but rather a large number of blue-collar apprentices. Their numbers accounted for nearly 1/3 of all apprentices, making them the biggest force sustaining the entire academy's operation. However, most of them found it difficult to advance any further. In this world, after the age of 35, the body naturally enters a stage of magical power decline. So, becoming a red-collar apprentice was a turning point. The 360 jewel magic standard wasn't arbitrarily set. Only by reaching this magic intensity could you delay the onset of the declining phase and thus progress further on the path of wizardry. Older blue-collar apprentices almost had no hope of promotion. After the age of 30, mentors would naturally give up on them, cease guidance, or even cut ties altogether. So their remaining days were mostly spent around the academy's task office. They'd accept suitable tasks, earn credits, and exchange resources. This was preparation for life after the age of 40 because many things could only be obtained easily within the academy. Judging by this person's age, he was about 30. Since he was assigned to guard the entrance here, it indicated he had already given up on pursuing wizardry further. For someone who had abandoned themselves, Char naturally wouldn't hold them in high regard. Neither of them spoke. Char left directly. As the incident occurred in the corpse repository, Master Zelaya had to take responsibility. What happened afterward didn't concern him anymore. Just wait quietly for the result. Returning to the stone slab house, Char stayed indoors continuously for several days. Not being able to find the mastermind behind, he could only wait, hoping the academy would give an explanation. After all, the incident happened inside the academy and was not like last time's loss of magical control. This time, it was an outright assassination attempt, which according to academy rules, must be thoroughly investigated when an apprentice is attacked. The waiting didn't last long. One day, while Char was reading books inside the house, an owl silently landed by the window. Zelta Char Nirase, come to my office. The owl voiced Master Earlsong's words, and then flew off immediately. Char's expression darkened. It seemed this matter had finally fallen into the hands of the actual controller of Verona. This wasn't necessarily bad, nor good. After all, Earlsong was a busy man and not one to worry excessively about blue-collar apprentices. I hope Master Zola returns soon. Otherwise, your disciple's life might not be safe. Sighing, Char suddenly realized how pitiful it was for an apprentice without a mentor to rely on. No matter what, since Earlsong had summoned him, there must have been some resolution. Thus, Char tidied himself up, left the stone slab house, and headed straight for the small building at the center of the town. Arriving at Earlsong's office, he saw 3 people inside. The overseer of Verona, Master Zelaya, and the purple-collar apprentice responsible for security, Jiram. Sit down. This meeting wasn't really necessary, but Master Zelaya thinks that, as the one who was attacked, there are some things you should know. Earlsong sounded weary. He gestured for Char to find a chair, then looked at Jiram, clearly indicating the rest should be explained by the purple-collar apprentice. Cough. According to our investigation, the servants who attacked you in the corpse repository a few days ago aren't ordinary. They belong to an organization called Liberators, which specifically targets wizard academies. Thus, this attack can be seen as both premeditated and random. Jiram understood his mentor's meaning well. He cleared his throat twice and began explaining. Liberators? Premeditated or random? Char was confused. This was the first time he'd heard of the organization, and the following statements were contradictory, leaving him puzzled. The Liberators are a slave resistance group. They've planned multiple attacks before, mainly targeting the Empire's nobility. But in recent years, they've focused more on wizard academies. Not only are Hermes Wizard Academy, but other wizard academies have also been attacked. After all, they infiltrate among the slaves very quickly. Never mind newly bought slaves. Even some old servants may join them after being persuaded. We found this organization's symbol at the residences of those servants who attacked you in the corpse repository a few days ago. Meanwhile, we also discovered some potions, such as small quantities of revival elixir. Clearly, these were specifically prepared for making a move in the corpse repository. As for why you were attacked, it was just bad luck. You were the only wizard apprentice left in the corpse repository at the time, so they chose you as their target. Furthermore, we've questioned the guards of the corpse repository and checked the entry-exit records, but found no anomalies. Therefore, we all believe that your attack was purely an accident. They targeted wizards and apprentices indiscriminately, not you personally. Jiram had clearly made thorough preparations. He informed Char of the investigation results over the past few days and concluded that this was a misunderstanding. Although Char had been attacked, it wasn't a personal assassination attempt against him. Those servants simply selected their targets at random. No, I don't think so. If they were merely looking for someone to attack, why didn't they choose Verona or places where apprentices gather? Killing just a blue-collar apprentice doesn't pay off. Once their action commenced, they'd be exposed, and there would be no second chance. Moreover, what about the intoxicated servants? Were they accomplices? If not, why did they drink during working hours so abnormally? Didn't they know the consequences of doing so? Things are definitely not this simple. I hope the Academy will investigate more deeply. Char was slightly agitated emotionally. He had been attacked and almost died, and this wasn't the first time. The previous curse almost took his life. If it hadn't been for the rebellion of the mermaid organs, he might already be dead, with grass growing on his grave by now. And this time, it was an obvious assassination attempt. Were they going to brush it aside with something about the Liberators? Please believe me, this truly was a misunderstanding. Those servants weren't drinking voluntarily. They were knocked out by a sleeping effect incense. The alcohol was forced down their throats later. They're all slaves, perhaps to prevent them from bearing responsibility. Nevertheless, their negligence is undeniable, but there's no need for resentment. We've taken care of everything. Jiram spoke rather indifferently, as if, in his opinion, it wasn't much of a big deal. However, Char's eyebrows knitted tightly. Did he realize what he was saying? Misunderstanding? All handled. He himself was almost killed in the attack, yet it got brushed off as a simple misunderstanding. Also, those slaves were eyewitnesses, but you've taken care of everything? Is this erasing evidence? For a moment, Char's gaze towards Jiram flared with anger. Such handling seemed suspiciously evasive, obviously reluctant to expend effort on further investigations. Char understood. He had been underestimated. A blue-collar apprentice wasn't worth causing a commotion over. If Master Zola were present, perhaps they'd give her, the red-robed wizard, a bit of respect. But unfortunately, she wasn't at the academy. Since the incident has already occurred, I naturally bear responsibility as the manager of the corpse repository. In compensation, I'll award you 5 credits, as an apology. I hope you'll accept it. Additionally, all the servants are gone now. I'll need time to train a new batch, so the corpse repository will be temporarily closed. Therefore, the task you accepted will remain valid but needs to be paused for a while. I'll notify you when it can begin again. Zelaya appeared indifferent to the outcome, believing that providing some form of compensation sufficed to fulfill her duty. After all, Char wasn't her disciple. She cared little. With a quick glance at everyone, she noticed Char looked somewhat angry, and Earlsong's face showed impatience. She felt it was time for her to leave. So after speaking, she handed Char a credit transfer note, then stood up and walked away. She seldom ventured out, so having come to Verona, she intended to procure some experimental materials at the exchange office. Clearly, coming here was just an incidental thing for her. That's it. Seeing Zelaya leave, Jairam shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness, as if to say, that's how things are. Even if you're dissatisfied, there's nothing you can do. Char clenched his teeth. He knew the academy wouldn't continue investigating anymore. His words carried little weight, and his mentor wasn't at the academy. Even if wronged, he had no recourse. However, just as Char rose, preparing to leave, suddenly Earlsong, who hadn't spoken for quite some time, stopped him. In his hand was a document, his expression carrying a hint of peculiarity. Chapter 28, Pokali. The dilapidated caravan swayed as it passed under the gate of Verona, slowly making its way down the countryside road, exuding a leisurely atmosphere. The coachman yawned, his eyelids drooping halfway down, half reclining in his seat, as if he were about to drift off into dreamland at any moment. After all, he was over 50 years old. Last night, he had spent the entire night discussing ideals with 2 young women. Had he not been an adventurer in his younger days with sturdy bones, he probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed now. Still, the women of Thalia are truly something else. I've heard that in a few days, there will be a few more girls from the southern peninsula coming. Thinking back to last night's passion, the coachman couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward, licking his lips with a sense of unfinished desire. However, the ladies from Thalia didn't come cheap. In one night, he had emptied his pockets yesterday. But it didn't matter. After all, money is meant to be spent, and working for the academy certainly paid decent wages. Char sat inside the carriage, his back to the coachman. He wasn't interested in anyone else's private life, nor did he bother pondering why the elderly coachman's sleep posture could be so grotesque. After all, he already had enough troubles of his own. Leaving Verona wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather because he had accepted a special mission. Haino Manor, like Green Castle, was also property belonging to Helm Wizardry Academy and required a wizard apprentice to guard it. This trip was to deliver supplies there, and Char was chosen because the current guardian was a disciple of Zola Mentor. In other words, he was Char's senior. If you feel someone is targeting you, then take this opportunity to leave Verona and stay outside for a while. It's time to persuade Kabbalah too. He has been at Haino Manor for 6 years and should have returned long ago. These were the exact words of Elzong. He received the report from the task department stating that according to the schedule, supplies needed to be delivered to Haino Manor. However, the guardian, Kabbalah, once again refused the recall order and resolutely stated that he would never leave there. Such actions were highly abnormal. After all, guarding properties outside the school may earn credits, but one also has to endure solitude. In particular, long-term guarding could impact their progress in witchcraft. Therefore, most students tried their best to avoid such tasks. Just like Tullum, he only became the grave watcher because no one wanted the job and they had to draw straws. Thus, he became the unlucky candidate. Moreover, places that required students to guard were definitely not benevolent ones. Take Green Castle, for instance. It was built solely to monitor the Knoll graveyard. Haino Manor was the same. Though called a manor, the place had been abandoned for many years. The off-campus properties of the Wizards Academy were not for operation purposes. Most were commissioned by the Empire to suppress or monitor certain things. The same applied to Haino Manor. The reason it became a property of the Academy was that many years ago, there was an outbreak of monster waves in that area. The original lord and the local residents were all consumed by monsters, and the land was severely polluted, making it impossible for ordinary people to stay there. Unable to resolve the issue, the Empire gave the area as a gift to the Academy. But exactly how that place was, Char wasn't clear. Alsong hadn't informed him of the detailed situation. Perhaps in the eyes of the blue-robed wizard, it wasn't worth explaining to a blue-collar apprentice. Does this mentor think too highly of me? Char chewed on a blade of grass and looked afar blankly. True, he was Zola's apprentice, but the problem was that he had never met any of his seniors. So there was no real sentiment involved. And anyway, were such sentiments useful for wizards? Seemed not really. Sending him to persuade was akin to treating a dead horse as if it might still run, a mere attempt. Char understood this, and Elder Song, that sly fox, understood it even better. Feeling troubled, he scratched his head and adjusted his sitting posture. This time, he left secretly, hiding in a wooden barrel when boarding the carriage. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't wear his apprentice robe but instead changed into a set of coarse cloth robes. Frankly speaking, the difference in material made him uncomfortable. It was far less comfortable than wearing his apprentice robe. Besides, taking on this task was definitely not for helping Elzong. It was more for considering his own safety. He would bet that someone had surely been watching him. He hadn't worried much before, because Karina and others were around. But being a red-collar apprentice, no one easily provoked them at Helm Wizardry Academy. He hadn't thought much about it earlier, but after experiencing many events recently, Char realized that the grade differences among apprentices were greater than he had imagined. Even though blue-collar apprentices were officially recognized apprentices, the looks of admiration directed towards them by novices revealed the truth. However, it's only after you become a blue-collar apprentice that you truly realize the touch of blue at your collar won't make you superior. You're still at the bottom among apprentices. For senior apprentices and mentors, blue-collar apprentices are merely free labor and tools. This was evident from Elsong's attitude towards Char. If a red-collar apprentice had been attacked, things would certainly not have ended so simply. Still too weak, Char extended his hands. In reality, he wasn't far from becoming a red-collar apprentice. After undergoing the second magical body transformation, his magic power had already met the standard. The problem lay in application. Despite having ample magical energy, he could only cast level 0 spells. Any higher, and he wouldn't be able to maintain them. He didn't know where the issue lay, nor did Karina and the others. This left Char feeling desperate. He even pessimistically thought that there was a possibility he might never wear the red collar in his lifetime. Glancing at the drowsy coachman, Char stopped dwelling on those troubling thoughts. The journey ahead was long, and he also needed to conserve his strength. A bit more rest would do him good. Indeed, this wasn't an easy trip. The caravan moved very slowly, and it took them 3 days of arduous travel to reach the first town, Pokali. This was a small mountain city close to Helm Wizardry Academy, which explained why you could see many people wearing student robes strolling on the streets. But not all of them were actual academy students. You could tell by their bald heads. The academy has high requirements for its students. If a blue-collar apprentice exceeds 40 years old, they must leave. Similarly, after 5 years of education, if one fails to advance, they must depart as well. So, once out of the academy, where could they go? Those with inheritance rights naturally return to their fiefs, but for those who must seek their own way, life becomes difficult. Blue-collar apprentices still had options. They could join the military or work as servants for a noble. If nothing else, they could still be wandering wizards. Somehow, they can scrape by. As for the novices without any collar, they fare worse. With no collar, even joining the Adventurers Guild for some dangerous jobs proves difficult since nobody likes dealing with them. After all, the requirements for blue-collar apprentices aren't that high. Failing even these basic standards indicates a lack of talent. Hence, a part of those who leave the academy with nowhere else to go end up in Pokali. The Wizard Academy is a special place. It follows rules entirely different from the secular world. So how do both worlds interact? Special zones exist for this purpose. Pokali is one such special zone, under imperial jurisdiction, yet closely tied to Helm Wizardry Academy. Both parties' needs can be satisfied here. Former students leaving the academy serve as a bridge. Shops line the streets, offering various services, materials for practicing witchcraft, and other conveniences. For instance, hiring a competent wizard apprentice to take care of someone obstructing your profit. Thus, when caravans bearing the academy emblem appeared in town, bald men in apprentice robes would invariably give strange looks. A caravan represented Helm Wizardry Academy, and while common in Pokali, for these men, it meant potential opportunities. Getting acquainted with a powerful apprentice or selling valuable items to them. Excuse me, I'm a student from Helm Wizardry Academy, class of 563. Which senior or junior would like to talk? I've got some interesting things. As the carriage trundled along, suddenly, a man in tattered apprentice robes darted from the roadside. He hurriedly caught up with the wagon, gripping the side and shouting incessantly into the tent with a flattering smile, clearly wanting to make a deal. Whack! No one in the carriage responded, but the coachman struck sharply with his whip. Caught off guard, the man stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Huh! Seeing someone fall victim to bad luck, bystanders burst into laughter. Some mocked cruelly, others pointed fingers. Clearly, witnessing such scenes brought them joy. Get lost, smelly beggar. Don't touch my cart. Encouraged by the crowd, the coachman gained spirit. Turning back, he waved the whip threateningly while cursing loudly, evidently seeking attention. Apprentice wizard? So what? Without any color on the collar and outside the academy, these sorts of useless individuals weren't even worth his time as a common employee hired by the academy. Even though he couldn't perform any magic, he represented the academy, an authority that those useless ones dared not provoke. And indeed, it was exactly so. The man struggled to stand up, his face ashen and his eyes bloodshot. Despite the driver's taunts, he could only lower his head silently and walk to the side of the road, not even daring to utter a single defiant word. Since he had graduated without promotion, merely leaving as a mere apprentice, to Helm Wizardry Academy, such a useless individual was no longer considered one of their own. In comparison, the coachman working for the academy held more value. This was the difference between having and lacking connections. If I left the academy, would you have lashed out at me as well? Char witnessed everything but didn't interfere. After the carriage moved farther away, he asked, You? How could I dare to do that? You're a blue-collar apprentice. Even if you leave the academy, upon seeing you, I must call you Master Wizard. The coachman wasn't an idiot. Hearing Char's words, he realized the other party was somewhat displeased and hurriedly replied with respect. Perhaps not. It seems like you have quite the nerve. Char smiled naturally, but the coachman broke into cold sweat. Having stayed in Verona for over a decade, he knew very well who he could and couldn't provoke. Carrying supplies doesn't seem significant, but for a blue-collar apprentice to escort the cart was indeed rare. After all, the wilderness of the Empire isn't peaceful, with bandits, highwaymen, beasts, and magical creatures. One never knows what they might encounter. Blue-collar apprentices have limited fighting capabilities. Encountering trouble, it would be difficult for them to be of any real help. Therefore, even when entrusted with escorts, it usually involved groups of 3 or 4 people, or possibly hiring adventurers as guards. Although this might reduce profits, it's worth it for blue-collar apprentices. Students wanting to gain credits need to undertake missions, but the missions that the Mission Bureau can offer to blue-collar apprentices are extremely scarce. Factually, most blue-collar apprentices rely on tasks provided by their mentors to earn credits. However, those tasks often demand prolonged work. With insufficient credits awarded, the effort versus reward is not proportional. It's essentially complete exploitation by the mentor. Thus, generally, blue-collar apprentices prefer accepting commissions from the mission office, teaming up when necessary, which although means losing some credits, provides better returns than taking tasks assigned by their mentors. Earning credits isn't easy, and it's not every day that someone like Char comes along, willing to exchange credits for gold coins. Hence, the mission office assigning such a task to a blue-collar apprentice sufficiently indicates that the person under the tarp, whose gender isn't easily discernible, must possess significant skills. It's probably safe to say that becoming a red-collar apprentice isn't far off. Therefore, the coachman felt immense pressure, fearing being resented by a red-collar apprentice. Alright, let's not talk about this. Do you know this town well? Are there any members of the Light Temple here? Seeing the change in the coachman's expression, Char knew he was afraid and decided to switch topics. It's fine, not too familiar, but I do know about the Light Temple. Pokali is under imperial jurisdiction, and as the state religion, the Light Temple certainly has a branch here. The church is located in the southern part of the city. We'll stay at an inn later, and then I'll take you there. The coachman said, smiling, as though leading this gentleman around would erase the previous offense. No need. Once we settle at the inn, I'll go alone. Char waved his hand, intending to find the method to use sacred energy at the temple, a personal secret that needn't involve others. Oh, alright. Upon hearing this, the coachman's face fell immediately, losing a chance to prove himself. But soon, he returned to normal, knowing that the journey was still long. He thought that improving performance afterward should suffice, given how this person looked anything but petty. Char didn't bother paying attention to the relieved coachman and instead focused his eyes on Pokali streets. This wasn't his first time entering a town outside Verona, yet this city gave him a unique feeling. Other towns didn't carry such a heavy air of witchcraft. Elsewhere, commoners greeting wizards bowed respectfully regardless of collar color, calling them Master Wizard. But this city was evidently different. At least on the main street, passers-by dressed in apprentice robes were met with indifference from the commoners. This suggested that they had seen many wizards and harbored no fear, as proven earlier by the mockery towards the fallen wizard apprentice. Clearly, some of them were regular townsfolk. So it seems wizards aren't so high above others after all. Char chuckled to himself mockingly, but his smile quickly froze. A familiar figure appeared on the street, Fedasis, whom he hadn't seen in a long while. Char saw him, and he saw Char. For a moment, both men exhibited expressions of shock. However, Fedasis quickly averted his gaze and hurried into a small alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That direction, it leads to the south, doesn't it? Furrowing his brow, Char suddenly had a premonition that something significant was about to happen in this city. Chapter 29, The Filth Behind the Light. The first stars began to appear, and Char gazed out the window. Finally, he could stop sleeping outdoors, but he couldn't fall asleep. The appearance of Fidax gave him an unsettling feeling. Char didn't know much about this man's past. After all, while Fidax wasn't exactly a man of few words, he didn't speak much either. Besides the little Karina had introduced, he barely mentioned his own past. But towards the holy shrine, this former paladin harbored extreme hostility, even hatred. Char was very sure of this. He went south. Char murmured to himself. The coachman said the church of the holy shrine was in the south of the city, just where Fidax had headed off. Originally, this had nothing to do with Char. Whether Fidax burned it down or went there for a one-on-one fight, it was none of his business. But Char hoped to obtain the method of using holy chi from the holy shrine, which was very important to him. Since he couldn't use magic, he wanted to have the ability to save his own life, and using holy chi became his only hope. Bathed in moonlight, Char looked at his hands, and noticed that both were emitting a faint glow. It was a unique light, both sacred and pure. This was the glow of holy chi. Every day, Char nurtured it with his magical power until now, there was a large accumulation inside his body, but he didn't know how to apply it. It felt like a treasure trove right in front of him, but he couldn't get in. It was frustrating and painful. Sigh. Char sighed longingly. He originally planned to visit the holy shrine today, hoping to learn more about the holy chi. However, since Fidax had appeared, he could only give up. After all, that guy was probably already in the church of the holy shrine right now. Tonight in Pokari would surely not be peaceful. He'd better stay far away from trouble. At the same moment, to the south of the city, at the church of the holy shrine, Archbishop Felting was leading the clerics of the Pokari church in prayer. As the regional bishop of the holy shrine, Felting's expression was extremely solemn. He knelt piously on the ground, hands clasped together in front of his forehead, silently reciting the prayer words. As the prayer deepened gradually, his body began to slowly emit light. If Char were here, he would certainly feel amazed because this light was very familiar to him. It was the light of holy chi. All the clerics, even including the priests of Pokari, showed excitement and admiration at this moment. In their view, this was the divine miracle bestowed by the god of light. They looked forward to the day when they themselves could receive such honor and gain the grace of the deity. Thank you, great God of light. It is you who drove away the darkness and showered warmth upon the world. We will always be grateful for your compassion and mercy. So please allow me to praise you and offer my sincerest blessings. After Felting finished speaking, he immediately raised his hands high, and a ball of holy chi condensed in his palm, then slowly gathered and rose upward. Like a miniature sun, it lit up the entire church. Please allow me to praise you and offer my sincerest blessings. Some clerics were already trembling all over at this moment. They knelt on the ground and kept repeating these words, and there was even a look of pathological fervor on their faces. This was the power of religion. Faith had robbed them of their ability to discern. Holy chi was indeed rare, but it wouldn't make people revere it so much. If a wizard gathered light elements and released a similar spell, these people would never react in this way. The reason for this was because they believed in the God of light, attributing everything to miracles of the gods. In their view, this was not something humans possessed, but rather, the god borrowing the hands of some individuals to display this to them. Thus, at this moment, Felting was not a human being but a messenger of the gods. He was executing the will of the gods. Alright, these people had no hope of redemption. Their brains had been completely washed clean, and they lacked the ability to judge or question. Hearing the voices rising and falling behind him, Felting's lips curled slightly. After all, as a regional bishop, what he wanted was precisely such a group of fanatics. Because only such people would obey without question, willingly serve as his dogs, and would never betray him. According to the teachings of the Holy Shrine, devout believers should perform 2 prayers a day, one in the morning and one at night. Compared to each other, the morning prayer was a bit more formal, while the evening was relatively brief. But today was different. To showcase miracles, Felting deliberately extended the evening prayer time. After all, releasing holy chi during the day did not have the same obvious or shocking effect as it did at night. This was also a common practice among bishops. After all, most bishops would train their loyal followers, and they enjoyed it endlessly. As the regional bishop, Felting was in charge of a not insignificant diocese, encompassing 8 towns and dozens of villages. This was his first time in Pokari, so after the prayer concluded, he did not leave, but spent some time chatting with these clergy members. He was highly talkative and understood how to grasp the hearts of others. With every word spoken, he hung the God of light on his lips, subtly establishing his own authority while occupying the moral high ground. This was a method of controlling others. Felting had already firmly grasped this church in his hands, brainwashing all the priests and other clergy. They were not merely subordinate relationships. Rather, they were that of a slave owner and slaves. These people had been completely controlled by Felting. They believed this new regional bishop was sent by the God of light to save the world. Hence, they openly declared their loyalty and would follow Bishop Felting without question. Felting was satisfied with this effect. He had only been in office for less than half a year, yet most of the churches under him were already fully under control. What remained was to cultivate a few trusted lieutenants from among these brainwashed clergymen. Once that was done, the entire diocese would become his personal playground. Wealth, fame, and women. He was like a king on a lofty throne, doing as he pleased in his kingdom. You shouldn't have come here, Felting, because now that you're here, I can't help but want to kill you. After everyone left, Felting remained alone. At that moment, someone emerged from behind the statue of the God of Light and spoke to him with a cold voice. I knew you'd come, Fidex. And you also know very well that I am not afraid of you. If I were afraid of a stray dog hiding in Verona under the protection of wizards, then I wouldn't be qualified to be a bishop. Felting glanced at the visitor and slightly narrowed his eyes, appearing quite composed. Not a hint of surprise crossed his face. Since you're so confident, then die. I made a vow at Nina's grave, vowing that you corrupt maggots within the Church of the God of Light must pay with your lives. Fidax drew his long sword, his eyes filled with frost. He wanted revenge, and the bishop before him was one of his enemies. Corrupt maggots? Do you even understand what you're saying? The Church of the God of Light itself is built on piles of money. We just take a little. What's wrong with that? And do you think we're the only ones who've taken anything? No. Everyone has benefited, including Nina's family. No one's hands are clean. Her ability to live comfortably and be happy was founded upon these so-called dirty things. Yet she didn't understand any of it, and even dared to proclaim that she would expose us. Fortunately, she's dead. Otherwise, even if her accusations reached the archbishop, what could have been done? Does the archbishop not know? Is the archbishop's hand clean? Facing the threat of the longsword, Felting showed no fear. Facing Fidax, he opened his arms wide as if waiting for the former paladin to thrust the sword into his chest. It was you who killed her. No, it was your support that gave her the courage to expose us, which ultimately led to her death. Your excuses won't save you. If you've got the guts, then kill me. That means you're going to die then. With that, Fidax leapt forward in a flash, the blade of his sword gleaming coldly as it aimed directly at Felting's chest. However, when he was just 2 steps away from Felting, an abrupt sound broke the air. Fidax was forced to quickly retreat. Several figures suddenly appeared beside Felting. They were all cloaked entirely in black robes. Their weapons varied, from swords and daggers to axes and short spears. Lifting his head, Fidax noticed that he was already surrounded. Not only were there people behind him, but there were also armed individuals positioned on the ceiling around the church. Were these people arranged beforehand? Fidax furrowed his brow slightly. He wasn't unfamiliar with Felting, knowing that this man was deeply calculating. Traveling to unfamiliar places, he certainly would not leave without guards. But he hadn't expected so many men, all strategically positioned, waiting for him to walk right into their trap. Just as the term, walking straight into a net described. Fidax, you betrayed the church of the god of light, your faith, and dishonored the trust of the gods of light. Put down your weapon. There's no need to struggle further. I won't kill you. I'll send you back to the holy city to be judged by the tribunal. Felting spoke seriously, but upon hearing this, Fidax couldn't help but burst out laughing. I betrayed the church of the god of light? The god of light? No, it is you who have betrayed them. You exploit the followers, enrich yourselves privately, defiling the sanctity of the church of the god of light, and abandoning the faith. To cover up your dirty deeds, you even killed Nina. It's you who are the traitors, you who deserve to be condemned. Fidax raised his sword, pointing it at Felting, roaring with anger. He knew he had walked into a trap. The adventurers who had suddenly appeared in Old Ball's store a few days ago were deliberately sent by Felting to deliver him a message. Thinking about it, this man was ruthless enough to use himself as bait, setting up a scheme to lure and kill him. I am the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Light, and you are a disgraced paladin. Who is the real traitor? Ask the followers. Do they believe me, their Archbishop, or do they believe you, the disgraced paladin? Felting smiled. This was his carefully devised plan. The oversight that let Fidax escape from the holy city back then created xuanhuan. That's why today, he would eliminate the root completely, rectifying his past mistakes. You're good at talking nonsense. You can only deceive those ignorant followers, which won't work on me. Perhaps no one will understand me, but it doesn't matter. My purpose today is solely to kill you. Nothing else matters. Fidax was a paladin, and when it came to eloquence, he couldn't match Felting, an archbishop skilled at manipulating others with words. But he had his own advantage, and that was combat. To kill me, you must first ask my loyal subordinates. They are all chosen warriors. I don't think you alone can defeat all of them. Since you can't defeat them, you can't kill me. So struggle all you want. Felting was an archbishop, not a fighter, and his personal combat ability was very limited. Therefore, he spent a large sum of money creating a private armed force to serve as his guards. Speaking of these people, their backgrounds were not insignificant either. In terms of individual combat strength, they were definitely no match for Fidax. After all, he was a paladin who still retained his power even though stripped of his title and honor. The paladins of the Church of the God of Light were all elite veterans, not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also rich in combat experience. By comparison, these people weren't too far behind. Some were skilled soldiers from the Imperial Army, while others were assassins living on the edge of life and death. Some even hailed from outlaws, carrying official bounties and marked as wanted men. In short, to bring these people together, Felting exerted much effort and spent a lot of money. Whether this investment was worthwhile would be revealed today. Then come on, see if your lapdogs can save your life. Fidax sneered coldly. He was very clear that now his chances of leaving unscathed were nearly non-existent. If so, he might as well take Felting's head. A one-for-one trade-off would certainly be worth it. Kill him. Seeing Fidax fully unleash his aura, Felting's expression became serious. After all, he knew very well how strong a paladin could be. Thus, he took 2 steps backward, stabilized his stance, and gave the order with a wave of his hand. Bang, bang, bang. On receiving the signal, the crossbowmen hiding on the roof beams immediately fired their arrows. At the same time, the flanks from both front and rear followed suit. Seeing this, Fidax showed no fear on his face. He ignored the people behind him, and with determined resolve, rushed straight toward Felting. He had nothing left to cling to in this world. His beloved had already died in the holy city. A few brothers also met their end not long ago in the Knoll Cemetery. Now, seeing his enemy, even knowing he had fallen into a trap and was deeply surrounded, he harbored the thought of giving his life to achieve righteousness, intending to drag the other down to death with him. He was a paladin. Even though he was dishonored, he still needed to fulfill his promise made many years ago. Being an orphan raised by the Church of the God of Light, he was always loyal to the church. However, the current church had become filthy, full of maggots who not only amassed wealth under the name of the God of Light, but lived extravagantly, with souls long since rotted away. He felt disappointed, but did not despair. Just like today, even if he dies, he must slay one of these pests. Right here, in the cathedral of the Church of the God of Light, right before the eyes of the God of Light. So, even being alone, even shedding blood on the scene, he was willing without any regret, all for the loyalty to the Church of the God of Light, all for the promise left at his lover's tombstone. Chapter 30, The Fox Borrows the Tiger's Might. That damn bastard. He would rather have his arm cut off than stab me with a sword. He's truly a madman. And you guys, how could you let me get injured? Know this, the opponent was only one person, and you couldn't even stop a single man. Sitting on the ground, Fording unleashed an angry roar. His chest was soaked in blood as he treated himself with holy energy. The surrounding guards all had troubled expressions. They hadn't expected the exiled holy knight to unleash such formidable combat power under desperate circumstances. He had slain 2 men and took advantage of the guard formation's gap to injure Fording. Unwrapping the blue long robe, the metal inner armor beneath was revealed. A deep scratch marred its smooth surface. Fording wasn't someone who didn't fear death. He knew exactly how strong Fidakis was, so naturally, he kept something up his sleeve. However, this set of metal inner armor couldn't withstand Fidakis' full-strength sword strike. It was pierced through, though thankfully it absorbed most of the impact force, preventing the blade from piercing his heart. He managed to save his life, and Fidakis paid the price of losing an arm. This was a fatal move. To obtain this opportunity, Fidakis blocked a heavy axe with his left hand. The sound of bone shattering was heard by almost everyone present. Even when Fidakis fled, his wrist was practically hanging on his arm. Such injuries would never heal completely. Even if treatment could save his hand, it wouldn't recover fully. For a sword-wielding knight, this kind of injury was fatal. But Fidakis did it anyway. Bishop Daron, are you alright? I heard about an assassin. Were they heretics? Damn it, those heretics are too arrogant. How dare they attack a bishop of the Church of Light? Don't worry, I will report this to the Lord immediately, and the whole city will be searched for him. Just as Fording was venting his fury, the clerics of Pokari arrived upon hearing the commotion. The leading priest exclaimed angrily, clearly infuriated by Fording's assault. What a loyal dog. Fording saw the people arriving and silently muttered these words in his mind. However, his expression quickly changed into a different demeanor. The cruelty disappeared, and he instead appeared very kind. It was as if he had transformed into another person. It's fine, it's not a serious injury. A few days of rest will do. There's no need to trouble the Lord. After all, this is essentially an internal matter for the Church of Light. Upon hearing Fording say this, everyone was stunned. Before anyone could ask questions, they saw the new bishop look gloomy and sigh heavily. The person who attacked me is named Fidakis. He was once a holy knight, our pride of the Church of Light. But he betrayed the Church, forsaking the God of Light. His soul was corrupted by money and lust, leading him to join the heretical factions. Years ago, he planned a massive disruption in the holy city, but was discovered. Many fought fiercely to prevent it, and thus his plan failed. I was one of those who stopped him back then. This time, he learned I had come to Pokari, so he came to retaliate. Thankfully, with the protection of the God of Light, he didn't succeed. However, if others find out about this incident, it will tarnish the reputation of our church. My minor injury means nothing. Let's just forgive him this time. After all, he was once a holy knight and a pride of the church. After finishing his speech, Fording remained silent, continuously shaking his head and sighing, like a devoted follower who considers the greater good. No, we cannot let a traitor like this continue to roam freely. Bishop Daron, forgive my frankness, but you're too kind and too forgiving. Please take care of your injuries. The rest is for us to handle. Fording's acting deceived these simple-minded individuals. Each of them was filled with righteous indignation, ready to drag the person out and tear him apart. As the local supervisor, the Pokari priest naturally went to report to the Lord. Meanwhile, the others didn't remain idle either. After inquiring about Fidakis' physical characteristics, they began creating wanted posters and pasted them throughout Pokari streets during the night. You all will also go out tomorrow, guarding the city gates. The Lord will definitely enhance inspections, but that isn't enough. Fidakis is dangerous, and only I have the right to deal with him. No one else has that privilege. In any case, we must see him alive or dead. He can't stay in the city and will certainly leave. We must capture him. Once the local church personnel left, Fording gave orders to the guards. He finally managed to lure Fidakis out, and there was no way he would give up halfway, especially since the other party was severely injured. This was a good opportunity. A great opportunity to eliminate all future problems. The situation became quite serious. The Church of Light's influence in Pokari was relatively small, as this place was still somewhat within the reach of the Hermes Wizard Academy's influence, constraining the church's activities. However, an attack on a bishop is not a trivial matter anywhere in the empire. Thus, the Lord issued a command. The entire city was put under martial law, the city gates were closed, and a thorough search began to find that assassin. On Pokari's main streets, due to the Lord's martial law order, there were far fewer pedestrians and carriages than usual. The bustling scenes of days past were completely gone, replaced by an atmosphere of chilliness and desolation. At this time, a large covered wagon was slowly passing by, completely ignoring the astonished looks from the soldiers surrounding it. Master Wizard, I still think it's better to leave a few days later, said the coachman hesitantly. Even though he had a big heart, his legs still twitched uncomfortably under unfriendly gazes. The Bishop of the Brightness Temple being attacked. Well, that's their Brightness Temple's affair. The Lord's martial law order? That's the Lord's business. It has nothing to do with us from Hermes Wizard Academy. Sitting lazily in the cart, Char yawned and said with the laziest expression possible, yet firm resolve. We are people of Hermes Wizard Academy, so we don't care about the Brightness Temple or the Lord. If someone picks a fight with us, they are picking a fight with Hermes Wizard Academy. The cost will be theirs to bear. If they can stomach it, then let them come. But this is still Pokari, the Brightness Temple aside for now, the Lord's orders. The coachman still felt uneasy in his heart. He understood Char's meaning. The large covered wagon did have Hermes Wizard Academy's insignia, which was why the soldiers hadn't questioned them yet. But that didn't mean they could safely exit the city. Weren't you very brave yesterday? You went around beating up graduates of Hermes Wizard Academy without hesitation. So what? Now you're only brave enough against Academy graduates, but become timid when it comes to the Imperial Lord. Char said with a teasing tone, causing the coachman to immediately protest, claiming no intention to disrespect. Our time is limited. If we can't reach the Hino Manor on schedule, I'll lose credits and might face accountability. Besides, if I say that due to Pokari's Lord prohibition, we wasted several days before leaving, what do you think the task supervisor at the Academy would do? They'll beat me up, throw me out onto Verona's street, and write on my forehead, shame of the Academy. I don't want to lose credits, I don't want to get beaten up, and I definitely don't want anyone writing on my forehead. So once this happens, I will definitely find someone to vent my anger properly. Until I dismember that person into dozens of pieces, I won't feel comfortable otherwise. Char continued threateningly, leaving the coachman speechless. He knew that, while in Hermes Wizard Academy apprentices aren't supposed to bully ordinary people, these rules were more like guidelines. Who really punishes a blue-collared apprentice wizard just because of a regular hired job? At least, he had never seen such a thing. After swallowing hard, the coachman rarely raised his whip to urge the old horse ahead of him. He wanted to leave as fast as possible. Stop! Stop immediately! The carriage traveled smoothly all the way until it approached the city gate. A group of soldiers stopped the cart. They aimed their spears at the coachman, looking intimidating. At this moment, a muscular man dressed in armor came over. He looked briefly at the coachman and then at the symbol on the vehicle, frowning slightly. The Lord has issued a ban. Pokari is sealed off entirely until the culprit who attempted to assassinate Bishop Felding is found. No one is allowed to leave the city. Please forgive us, Master Wizard. This muscular man was obviously the leader. Knowing this was Hermes Wizard Academy's carriage, although they stopped it, their attitude was as respectful as possible. Lord's ban? What does that have to do with us from Hermes Wizard Academy? Char jumped down from the cart. By now, he had already changed into his student wizard robes, the blue collar giving him confidence. Wow. Everyone gasped simultaneously. They were all natives of Pokari who had long been used to seeing wizards. However, one as stunningly handsome as this was quite a first. Char's expression darkened further. He knew what these rough men were thinking, given his deceivingly charming appearance. Frankly speaking, he felt annoyed and somewhat sickened by it. But he had no time to correct them, instead pulling out his mission authorization document. He didn't hand it over, but simply showed them the seal stamped on it clearly. I am on a mission for Hermes Wizard Academy. If you stop me from leaving the city, I can consider your actions as a provocation against Hermes Wizard Academy. If you think it doesn't matter, I can turn back right now. But all the consequences will be yours to bear. Char acted very assertively, especially when he mentioned this is considered a provocation against Hermes Wizard Academy. Everyone's faces turned pale. The soldiers turned their gaze to their leader, while the muscular man hesitated for a long time before speaking. Please don't misunderstand us. We aren't trying to obstruct your mission. It's just that the matter concerns the attempted assassination of the Bishop of the Brightness Temple, and we are simply following orders. We hope you, Master Wizard, won't be offended. I assure you that the city gate closure won't last long, just 2 or 3 days. During this period, all your accommodation and meal expenses will be covered by the Lord's residence. Please don't make things difficult for us. We don't want this situation any more than you do. The muscular man finished with an almost pleading expression. They were not entirely unaware of Hermes Wizard Academy, and they even knew how much weight a blue-collared apprentice carried. Frankly, he wasn't afraid of a blue-collared apprentice, as they were common in Pokari and held a middling position within the academy. To say that stopping one was a provocation against the academy seemed a bit too weak of an argument. The academy wouldn't necessarily recognize such claims. But today's individual was different. Not only did he have a striking appearance, but his authorization document also appeared genuine. If this actually delayed a major task from the academy, then the situation might truly become problematic. Hermes Wizard Academy wasn't a subordinate institution of the empire. Strictly speaking, it was an independent kingdom. If there was conflict between the Lord's residence and the academy, the empire would most likely refrain from intervening due to the complicated relations among noble factions. There would be plenty of opportunists ready to capitalize on misfortune. So, toward the academy, the Pokari Lord's residents generally adopted strategies of courting favor rather than confrontation. Causing tension over this incident could lead to numerous troubles. As the Lord's confidant, he could only simplify matters as much as possible, ensuring above all that the blue-collared apprentice before him wasn't provoked. I don't have much time and can't afford to linger here. Now I just need to know whether you're going to open the gate or not. Char took out a wooden flute, infusing it with a trace of magic. It immediately began to glow since it was made of figwood and could function as a wand. Patter. The soldiers quickly backed off. They understood the power of sorcery, something far beyond what ordinary people like them could withstand. Master Wizard, please remain calm, the muscular man said, though fear crept into his voice. He realized that once violence erupted, there would be no room for negotiation. Slowly, he removed his hand from his sword. Char furrowed his brow, as he was actually the least eager to resort to force. After all, he could only perform LV0 magic, mere water sprays at best, hardly intimidating or lethal. Engaging in real combat would expose his weaknesses. Open the gate. At the tensest moment, a voice suddenly called out, and everyone turned to see another man in armor, an elderly man. Captain Bark. The muscular man hurried over, the other soldiers saluting as well. The old man gestured and whispered something, which left the muscular man looking helpless. After glancing back at Char, he nodded, signaling his subordinates to open the gate. Though unsure of who this elder was, Char let out a slight sigh of relief because the potential conflict had been avoided. After all, he was merely bluffing. Normally, the task office wouldn't issue authorization documents. The one Char carried was an exception, personally signed by Mentor Elson to pressure Kalibak to return swiftly from Hino Manor. It wasn't a significant mission. Char climbed back into the cart, indicating for the coachman to depart immediately. He didn't want trouble here, knowing full well that his real abilities were nowhere near enough to back up any troublemaking. Watching the large carriage leave through the gate, the soldiers didn't react further, though their expressions were complex. They had, after all, been bullied today. For them, avoiding conflict with a wizard was already a fortunate outcome. In their view, even a blue-collared apprentice possessed formidable skills. A single spell could incinerate them into ashes. Compared to that, they'd rather face bandits with swords any day. Even blue-collared wizard apprentices were preferable. After traveling a while and Pokari's outline faded from sight, Char ordered the coachman to stop. Under the other man's bewildered gaze, he lifted a large wooden bucket, hopped off the cart, and dashed into the nearby forest. Within moments, he vanished from view. Chapter 31. Suddenly feeling down, So he wanted to kill someone. Xyle walked into the bushes and seeing no one around, threw the wooden barrel on the ground, and then gave it a couple of fierce kicks. Come out. I know you're inside. You really know how to find places, hiding in my carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the barrel was pushed open from the inside, revealing a face completely devoid of color. Phytokex actually hid in Xyle's large caravan and thus left Pokali, escaping arrest. This time I thank you for the favor. I will remember this and will certainly return it in the future. Although Phytokex said these words to Xyle, his tone lacked much gratitude, instead filled with more helplessness. He had failed. Even at the cost of losing one hand, he hadn't managed to kill Fielding. At the time, he could only land one strike and didn't even have the chance to follow up with another. Favors aren't so easy to owe. Besides, I don't think your gratitude is worth much. Xyle shook his head. He didn't need Phytokex's sense of obligation because an adventurer's promise, for him, just a blue-collar apprentice, was utterly insignificant. What do you want then? Upon hearing Xyle's words, Phytokex became cautious, tightening his right hand around the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. The two had only cooperated once before, and that cooperation wasn't particularly pleasant. Now that Phytokex was in a precarious situation, he naturally needed to be on guard against the other party. Teach me how to use the holy energy, and we'll consider ourselves square. Xyle said indifferently, yet he didn't give up because holy energy was currently the only thing he could rely on. Besides, precisely due to Phytokex, he hadn't been able to go to the Light Temple Church. So in Xyle's view, this was a very reasonable demand, both a reward for saving him and compensation for not being able to reach the Southern District Church. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to use holy energy. Moreover, in the Light Temple, only those who possess holy energy and are given the title of bishop can learn its methods. I am a holy knight, nominally at the same level as regional bishops, but my main responsibility is combat, so I haven't been taught. Phytokex shook his head. If the requested return was this, then there was truly no way he could fulfill it. All right, since you put it that way, I believe you. But I remember when you fought, you could bestow some holy attributes onto weapons, which seemed quite effective against undead creatures. Isn't that holy energy? Xyle wasn't giving up. He clearly understood that Phytokex was a holy knight, even a former one, and knew many things about the Light Temple thoroughly. Since there was now an opportunity, it was natural to ask for clarity and gain advantageous conditions for himself. That's a unique ability of holy knights, granting holy light onto weapons, ineffective for ordinary people. However, for monsters, it would increase the damage dealt significantly. When added to armor, it can also resist part of negative effects like poison gas and curses. Phytokex was candid, sharing details about his core abilities openly. Can you teach me that? Xyle was somewhat anxious. He lacked self-preservation skills and desired anything he could possibly use. No, this requires prolonged prayer as well as specialized training by the Light Temple. You're a wizard, not even a devotee. There's simply no way for you to learn. Phytokex felt somewhat exasperated. This blue-collar apprentice had become exceedingly greedy without his previous noticing. What use are you to me? Xyle's face darkened. This holy knight was utterly useless. He could gain absolutely no benefit from him. I have a proposal that might interest you. Now I've lost one hand, but you control holy energy. Holy energy doesn't require special skills to heal. All you need to do is keep infusing it continuously. If you could heal this hand of mine, I could capture a bishop back and then force them to reveal what you want. Daydream. Do you take me for a fool? A smirk spread across Xyle's lips as he exposed a derisive laugh. The holy knight was indeed skilled in transactions, trying to reap benefits even though past debts were still unsettled. In short, I'm heavily injured right now. If I can't recover, then I indeed won't be valuable either. Phytokex resigned himself, needing strength badly. At least he wanted to recover fully, otherwise, one hand wouldn't suffice for revenge. Even knowing this was rather underhanded, he had no choice but to act this way. Is your hand really hurt this badly? Xyle shifted his gaze towards the other man's hand. He saw Phytokex's left hand hanging unnaturally, though it no longer bled. The horrifying wound still made the heart shiver. My left hand, it's almost useless. Phytokex felt utterly helpless. He tried to lift his arm, but an excruciating pain shot through him, making him wince and forcing him to let it down again helplessly. Xyle immediately went over. He was a surgeon and could roughly gauge the severity of such external injuries without even resorting to instruments. Your wrist bones have suffered a comminuted fracture, and most soft tissues are torn apart. Fortunately, your main artery is intact, but your hand tendons are severed. This isn't something holy energy can fix. It requires surgery. After observing for a while, Xyle reached this conclusion, and Phytokex remained silent throughout. He had been through numerous battles and understood how severe this injury was. After infusing some holy energy, the external wound began to heal. However, Xyle had no intention of operating on him due to the lack of proper conditions. Moreover, even if he did operate, Xyle didn't believe that Phytokex's hand would be fully restored, unless they underwent a mage body transformation. Unconsciously, Xyle started to feel restless. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Phytokex and said, I might be able to cure you, even grant you greater strength, but it's quite a gamble. It's dangerous. If we win, we both get what we want. However, if we lose, not only will your arm be permanently disabled, it may cost you your life. Xyle spoke seriously. Gaining power via mage body transformation came with risks, extremely high ones. Do you mean mage body transformation? Phytokex wasn't surprised. When Xyle brought it up, he already knew what the blue-collar apprentice had in mind. You're sharp. I know the Light Temple always regards mages as heretics, and mage body transformation is seen as violating humanity. However, given your unique situation, this is the only solution I can think of to save your hand. Ultimately, whether or not to undergo mage body transformation is entirely up to you. After finishing speaking, Xyle slowly stood up and stretched his back. I'll think about it, but for now, we need to deal with those people following us first. After speaking, Phytokex drew his sword with his right hand and stared towards the other end of the woods. Two men dressed in black robes emerged from the forest. One held a long spear and shield, while the other carried a halberd. Their gazes filled with hostility as they looked at Phytokex and Xyle. This person means nothing to me. He hid in my carriage, so I kicked him out. I don't care about whatever feud you two have. I am a student at Hermes Mage Academy, and I don't want trouble. Likewise, I hope you guys are smart enough to know who your enemy is and who's innocent. Xyle spread his arms wide and gradually retreated, implying that he wished to stay uninvolved in this matter. There are two opponents on one side, and only one hand on mine. Phytokex was taken aback by Xyle's actions, but Xyle simply shrugged and yelled, I don't know him well. This has nothing to do with me. Xyle's behavior infuriated Phytokex somewhat, yet he couldn't criticize anything since Xyle was neither his friend nor adventuring partner. They just had some potential mutual benefits far in the uncertain future. Seeing Xyle walking away, the two black-robed figures hesitated for a moment and then nodded at him, indicating they understood. After all, if a blue-collar apprentice from Hermes Mage Academy could be avoided, they'd rather avoid conflict. Getting involved with mages could lead to complications, and even someone like Fielding, a regional bishop, might not be able to protect them completely. Let alone, these two were merely hired hands, and there was no guarantee that someone as greedy as Fielding would stand up for them. Both parties were aware of this. Without mage involvement, the two black-robed men immediately felt much less pressure. They slowly split up to flank Phytokex from both sides, forming a pincer movement. Not too far away, Xyle leaned casually against a tree, staring indifferently, clearly spectating. He had noticed these two individuals earlier. Though his eyes hadn't undergone mage body transformation, the magical energy still enhanced his vision far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not long after leaving Pokali, Xyle had noticed these two sneaky figures trailing behind. They hadn't ridden horses, so they wouldn't stir up dust, but Xyle still spotted them. He also understood well what kind of trouble he had stirred into. Yesterday, Phytokex's assassination attempt on the Light Temple regional bishop became common knowledge when Xyle woke up. The wanted poster hung in the lobby of the inn, impossible for him to miss. After boarding, Xyle smelled the blood, which led him to figure out that Phytokex intended to hitch a ride. Xyle thought the former holy knight was worth saving, so he decided to lend a hand. However, he wouldn't give too much assistance, like refusing to involve himself in the present fight. Besides, being a mage capable of using only level 0 magic, Xyle reckoned that getting involved in this battle probably wouldn't be wise. After all, the two men in black robes were able to pursue from the city gate all the way here on foot, so their abilities certainly weren't weak. Phytokex's face didn't look good. He was already injured, and now only one hand could be used. The opponents had two people, and they weren't amateurs. But he had no choice. There was no retreat for him now, so he took the initiative to attack without waiting for them to get closer. Offense is the best defense. If the opponent had numerical superiority and he only defended, it would almost inevitably end with his death. So he chose the opponent wielding a round shield and a long spear, because the man with the axe, whose strength he'd experienced firsthand, was responsible for cutting off his hand. This guy ranked among the strongest few of Fielding's guards. This decision fully demonstrated how rich Phytokex's combat experience was. Between the strong and the weak opponents, naturally one should pick on the weaker, and facts prove that this man holding the spear and shield was indeed weaker than the person with the long-handled axe. Even though he fought with one hand, Phytokex managed to put this opponent at a disadvantage within just 2 moves. But this wasn't a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, the long-handled axe whistled towards Phytokex, who had to stop his attack and somersaulted to the side to dodge. The pause in offense gave the two black-robed men the opportunity. They rushed forward and continuously attacked. With his left hand paralyzed, Phytokex could only hold the sword in his right hand, fighting while dodging, clearly being suppressed. Should I help? Xyle, upon seeing the situation, couldn't help but mutter to himself darkly, but then he shook his head. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If Phytokex wanted benefits from him, he needed to demonstrate his value. This was a test, and if he couldn't handle these kinds of foes, it would indicate that his value wasn't worth Xyle taking action. After all, he had his own troubles. If Phytokex could show combat effectiveness, serving as a bodyguard wouldn't be bad either. Most wizards are physically frail, and spells require a prep phase, thus having a qualified bodyguard is also very important for them. Not to mention, Xyle was a pseudo-wizard who could only use water gun tricks. As Phytokex grew more and more passive in the battle, he was forced to maneuver between the bushes. However, the two opponents were persistent. Initially, they acted separately, but gradually developed tacit coordination. Bang! Caught slightly slow-footed, Phytokex was seized by an opportunity, knocked over by the shield. Seeing the axe about to fall, Phytokex endured the pain and forcefully used his left hand to support himself, flipping his body. The axe missed, but the long spear followed up immediately, forcing Phytokex to continue rolling on the ground, making him look completely disheveled. Uft! The spear pierced into Phytokex's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The opponent grinned malevolently, thinking the holy knight was definitely going to die. He had been a centurion in the army and was extremely skilled with the spear. After striking the opponent, he didn't cease his assault, pulling back his spear to prepare for another stab. Hey, my time is limited. If you can't resolve your business quickly, I'll leave. However, at that moment, Xyle suddenly shouted something. His voice was as pleasant as silver bells, seemingly endowed with some kind of charm, impossible not to notice. Thus, the spear prepared to stab stopped mid-motion. Just this brief pause gave Phytokex the chance. He thrust his sword as fast as possible, simultaneously exerting force from his waist and abdomen, standing up again almost like rebounding. Everything happened too quickly. By the time the opponent reacted, the sword had already pierced through his chest, entering the heart through the rib gaps. In disbelief, he stared at Phytokex. Though he thought he held the advantage, he ultimately let his opponent complete the killing move. However, Phytokex did not give him time to reflect on his life. Instead, he bowed slightly, spinning around on the spot, horizontally sweeping the axe past his cheek. In doing so, he also severed the former centurion's head. Compared to the centurion, the long-handled axe wielder was obviously even more dangerous. The death of his companion did not slow his attack. Instead, it grew fiercer, forcing Phytokex further and further back. Bang! The clash of sword and axe sent a massive force that knocked Phytokex to the ground. The axe swung down again, and he could only block with his sword. His left hand could no longer be used, leaving him with only his right hand to wield the sword. The other was incredibly strong. Blocking the first blow meant he absolutely couldn't block the second. So Phytokex gritted his teeth and didn't give the opponent the chance to pull back, sliding his sword slightly backward to let the axe penetrate his shoulder. Then he raised his sword, trapping it firmly. The man with the long-handled axe furrowed his brow, knowing the opponent was risking his life, willingly getting injured to prevent him from withdrawing the axe. But this was meaningless, since this kind of fight would only buy him a few more minutes of life. Yes, at most he could delay his death by a few minutes, because the axe had already pierced in, and he could even feel himself crushing this poor guy's bones. Death was inevitable. It was just a matter of a few minutes. Just as the long-handled axe wielder felt confident of victory, he suddenly felt excruciating pain on his back and chest simultaneously. He looked down and saw a long spear pierce through from his back, emerging out of his front chest. Glancing sideways slightly, he saw that wizard. Their eyes met, and he found that this blue-collar apprentice who looked like a girl actually wore an apologetic expression. Sorry, I suddenly got in a bad mood, so I wanted to kill someone to adjust my emotions. After finishing his sentence, Xyle violently withdrew the spear and then thrust it into the long-handled axe wielder's throat, watching him fall straight with bulging eyes. Chapter 32, Haynes Manor. The silent wilderness, an old horse pulling a large carriage, walking slowly. Char played with a bag of gold coins in his hand, looking lost in thought. 2 black-robed men died in the woods, and it was like poking a hornet's nest, quickly drawing a large group of pursuers. The carriage was surrounded, and Char showed the sign of the Hermes Wizard Academy, but the other side still refused to back down. There was no conflict. The black-robed men feared wizards, and Char didn't want to act rashly. So both sides were at a stalemate, and they stayed that way for quite a while. Helpless, Char suggested they place a bet, allowing them to search the vehicle. But if they found nothing, they must leave behind 20 gold coins as an apology. It wasn't a small sum, but after a brief discussion, they happily agreed. They came to the carriage and, as Char requested, tried not to cause any damage. After all, it belonged to the academy, and if anything broke, these people wouldn't be able to afford compensation. The black-robed men also knew their limits. Wizards' belongings were dangerous. Even without Char reminding them, they wouldn't dare make too much noise. After all, they feared death too. No one knew what those bottles and jars contained. If there was some kind of curse, that would be disastrous. Their search turned up nothing, and so the black-robed men had no choice but to leave the gold coins behind before slinking away. Of course, they wouldn't have found anything. After killing those two, Char had parted ways with Phytokex. The large carriage was too conspicuous. They would definitely catch up. It would be better to use a stratagem and lead the black-robed men astray. As the sky grew darker, Char pocketed the gold coins and stuck his head out to speak with the driver. Will we reach the planned campsite tonight? Char had already asked. They were dozens of miles away from the next town and would need to camp overnight. To the wizard, sir, although we've wasted a lot of time, we can still reach our destination before dark. The driver's attitude was very respectful, even showing a bit of panic. He dared not even look at Char, only speaking with his head down. He was genuinely scared. He'd had plenty of dealings with blue-collar apprentices. Though they were official apprentices, their status within the academy was low. When outside, most of them tended to avoid conflicts. But this master here was different. In such a short time, he had dared to confront the Lord's house in Pokari and almost came into conflict with the Light Temple. Those black-robed people had revealed their identities too, as they were the guards of a regional bishop, considered officials. But Char still wouldn't yield. He even picked up his staff, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. In the eyes of the driver, this apprentice seemed fearless, as if nothing could stop him. Sure, the Hermes Wizard Academy was a big tree to hide under, but it couldn't shield him forever from all the enemies he made. What if he encountered someone unpredictable and they ended up fighting? What then? You're a wizard apprentice. You have the academy and your mentor to protect you. But I'm just an ordinary person. If I get dragged into it, I'll die for nothing. After all, who cares about the life of a simple driver? So the driver could only mutter about his bad luck, deciding that once he returned, he would stay far away from this crazy blue-collar apprentice. Otherwise, it would just mean he wanted to live longer. Upon learning they could reach the planned spot, Char nodded. He had arranged with Phytokex to treat him at the predetermined location that evening. Then they would part ways again the next day. This was the safest method. Phytokex was badly injured and desperately needed treatment. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to evade pursuit, but he might end up dead in the wilderness. Thus, they leisurely continued on, eventually stopping by a river. By now the sun had already set, leaving behind only a fading glow. Char looked around and found the view open, which made it a good place to camp. There are principles to follow when camping outdoors. Since they traveled by carriage, they could only rest on the main road, making the line of sight especially important. Perhaps because there was no light pollution, the night in this world was much clearer and brighter. As long as there weren't thick clouds, the stars would cover the entire night sky, and the moonlight would spill like water, making the land clearly visible. Therefore, when visibility was good, they could see quite far. Char and the driver agreed to take turns keeping watch, with the driver taking the first half of the night, and Char taking the second. Of course, Char would actually keep watch for a longer period. On one hand, during the day, he sat in the tent and did not worry about traveling, so he could take a nap. On the other hand, he was used to sleeping less at night anyway. After all, in Verona, he always felt someone was out to kill him, so his sleep was never sound. Besides, he could replace sleep with meditation. Certainly, in the wild, he wouldn't meditate. After hastily eating dinner, he took a short nap. Before the driver even came to call him, he woke up, checked the time, and voluntarily took over the watch. The driver fell asleep quickly. Since Char was in the carriage, he didn't dare sleep inside. Instead, he grabbed a blanket and lay down on the seat. Char, however, climbed up to the roof of the carriage. This provided the best view and also made him more conspicuous. Soon, a figure emerged from the bushes by the riverbank. Char saw it wave a hand and then run toward them. Char knew it was Fidax. If it had been bandits, they wouldn't have dared approach so openly. Did you lose the pursuers? Jumping down from the roof, Char cautiously approached, quietly asking as soon as they met. I don't know. I didn't encounter them along my way. Fidax responded nonchalantly. Indeed, he hadn't come across any black-robed men. This might be because Char's large carriage had drawn all their attention. Still, we'd better be careful. Tomorrow, we will reach a town. We'll stay there for one day. You take some food and continue forward without entering the city. We'll meet at the next campsite. Out of caution, Char decided not to travel with Fidax. Those black-robed men weren't fools. They might not have really given up. They could circle back after finding nothing. Thus, Char and Fidax agreed that they would only reunite once they entered the territory of Haynes Manor. I understand. Fidax understood Char's prudence and in fact supported this approach. After exchanging a few more words, they both stopped talking as Char used holy energy to heal Fidax. Fidax had 2 more wounds now. Fortunately, his bones were fine. These were just flesh wounds. Char's supply of holy energy was abundant, so treatment wasn't difficult. After healing him, Fidax left. He couldn't stay too long with Char to avoid being seen. Char returned to the large carriage. First, he observed the surroundings carefully, noticing no abnormalities. Then he gazed at the sky and started lost in thought. It was still a journey ahead to Haynes Manor, neither too far nor too close. If everything went smoothly, in 10 days, he would meet his unseen senior disciple. To be honest, he felt somewhat uneasy about it. He carried a task with him. Though this task came with no punishment, if completed, it would grant a significant amount of academic credits. If he quickly exchanged these credits, he'd actually become rich. At least eating wouldn't be an issue anymore, and dining out every day wouldn't pose a problem. However, who wanted him dead was still unclear. All leads were broken, and the opponent remained hidden in the darkness. It would be good if my senior disciple could help. After all, he is a purple-collared apprentice. Even just the intimidation factor would make the other side hesitant. Char couldn't help but fantasize, but soon shook his head wryly. They had never even met. Why should someone support him? Senior and junior disciples? Forget it. In the world of wizards, such relationships meant nothing. Even blood siblings calculated things clearly. There would be no action unless there was benefit. Char urgently needed power, whether his own or others. It didn't matter as long as it resolved his troubles. But the problem was that there were very few people who could help. He was a proud man, but at this moment, he felt isolated and weak. He stretched out his hands, looking left and right. The magic array painted with mithril was hidden beneath his skin and would not appear unless magical force was activated. So to the eye, it looked like an ordinary person's arm. The last body modification surgery did not solve the fundamental problem. I still can't wield my magic properly. If I undergo it again, perhaps. Char plunged into contemplation. Body modification through sorcery was the fastest way to enhance one's strength, but he lacked confidence. Not in the surgical techniques, but in his ability to apply sorcery effectively. He had spent too little time learning sorcery, and he was still at the theoretical stage. If he wanted to proceed with another body modification surgery, he needed someone extremely skilled in sorcery. After all, multiple modifications increased difficulty and risk rapidly. At Char's current level, he definitely couldn't manage it himself. He could only hope for strong external assistance, such as his mentor, Zora. But when Zora would return, Char didn't know, and the problem was pressing. He might not be able to wait until she returned to the academy. For a while, Char felt overwhelmed. So, he took out the money pouch again and began counting the gold coins inside to soothe his mood. Before, he hadn't realized how soothing counting money could feel, but now Char had developed a liking for it. The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful. Indeed, those black-robed men reappeared once more, but didn't get close. After observing from afar for a period, seeing that the carriage contained only Char, they left on their own. More than 10 days passed, and a vast dark forest gradually came into view. Is Haynes Manor up ahead? It looks more like a primeval forest. Char was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't been here before, but by the name alone, he should have known that Haynes Manor was supposed to be a manor. Even if it were abandoned, it shouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. There's no mistake, This is Haynes Manor. I've been here many times, so I can't be wrong. I've heard it became this way because of a surge of magical beasts. As for further details, they aren't clear. The driver seemed relatively familiar with the place. After all, his job was transporting goods, and he had visited Haynes Manor 7 or 8 times, naturally not making any mistakes in identifying it. As for why it became this way, he had only picked up bits of information through hearsay, unsure of their truth. Therefore, he could only casually respond to cover up. Let's not go in just yet. Wait here for a while. A friend of mine will arrive. Char nodded. Since they had reached the outskirts of Haynes Manor, this was the agreed-upon location. Thus, he instructed the driver to stop, then jumped out of the carriage. Soon, Fidax appeared. Haynes Manor belonged to the jurisdiction of Hermes Wizard Academy, and even those black-robed men, bold as they might be, wouldn't dare easily trespass. So it was relatively safe. This is my friend, who can act as a guard. Neither of them said much. They simply returned together to the large carriage, and Char gave the driver a casual explanation before instructing him to continue on his way. The driver could sense the bloody aura emanating from Fidax, but he didn't dare ask too many questions. Instead, he whipped the reins and drove deeper into Haynes Manor. After all, his responsibility was merely to transport goods. It was best to avoid involving himself in other matters as much as possible. Within the dense forest, enormous trees towered high, but strangely, beneath these massive trees lay a ruined village. Most of the houses had collapsed, covered thickly in moss and algae, yet their outlines were still discernible. This place must have once thrived with people. The earthen walls and brick tiles spoke to how much the villagers cherished life. However, everything disappeared, destroyed by the wave of magical creatures. Char could feel a strong aura of magic here, indicating these colossal trees were no ordinary plants. This could already be deduced from the sharp-toothed, hard leaves. There were so many large trees, yet there wasn't a single bird or beast on them. To claim these trees were normal, Char didn't believe that at all. Master Wizard, after delivering this shipment, I'll be leaving. If you're not going with me, please take great care. You can only enter or leave Haynes Manor during the day. It becomes dangerous at night. The driver seemed to know something, as he constantly looked at the towering trees with nervousness. After hesitating for a moment, he voiced a reminder. I understand, thank you. Char acknowledged the driver's kindness with gratitude. These trees weren't ordinary objects. They might seem calm now, but according to the driver's account, they would probably be far less peaceful at night. After all, anything strange could happen in the world of wizards, and Char was already used to such peculiarities. Walking through the dense forest for a short while, after leaving behind the ruins of the village, they quickly arrived at an open space. It was a hill without giant trees, only a lush expanse of green grass. On top of the hill stood a manor, looking very dilapidated. Apart from the main building, the surrounding smaller structures had all collapsed. The low stone wall outside the manor had turned into piles of stones. If the driver hadn't informed Char that this was where his senior apprentice resided, he might have thought that this place was abandoned too. Of course, given its appearance, it didn't look much different from being completely abandoned. Finally, Haynes Manor was reached. But just as the driver left the forest and approached the manor, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking a small hole in the ground in front of the carriage. An angry roar followed. Get lost. I'm staying here. I won't go anywhere. Chapter 33. The plan to raise a monster girl. Sitting on the chair, Charles seemed somewhat uneasy. He glanced at Fidax beside him, then looked out the window, feeling very nervous. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a young man of medium build walked in. He looked somewhat impatient, walking straight up to Charles and giving him an appraising look from head to toe. You're my junior disciple? You don't seem like much. Your magic power is decent, but unfortunately, it's quite unstable. After finishing his words, the young man took off his dirty coat, revealing his apprentice robe underneath, with a purple collar. Nice to meet you. I haven't introduced myself yet. Charles stood up, wanting to introduce himself, but before he could finish, the other person rudely cut him off. I'm not interested in your name or past. I already know the situation. Go back and tell the academy that I won't leave, and no one will replace me either. Otherwise, whoever comes, I'll kill them. If you weren't my junior disciple, there's no way I'd let you in. Now, get out while I haven't lost my temper completely, otherwise even you won't be spared. After speaking, the young man pulled open the door, gesturing for Charles and the others to leave. But Charles wanted to say something more, but the other person directly pulled out their staff, not chanting any incantations as a faint glow emerged from the tip of the staff. Seeing the other person's firm stance, Charles didn't dare say anything more. He just nodded and quickly left with Fidax. Outside, the carriage driver was still unloading goods. Seeing Charles and Fidax come out, he gave them a puzzled look. Charles didn't explain, only indicating that after the driver had unloaded all the supplies, they could leave. This young man was his senior disciple, Zolitha's fourth disciple, Karabah. Charles had imagined various scenarios for their meeting, but the current situation was clearly unexpected. How should he put it? This senior disciple was like a bull in heat, full of aggression. When Charles explained the purpose of his visit, the other party directly refused, not even bothering to glance at Elson's handwritten letter, instead instantly casting witchcraft and setting it ablaze. It was said that high-level wizard apprentices were eccentric, but Karabah's behavior had long surpassed the bounds of eccentricity. What should we do? Fidax moved closer to Charles and asked in a low voice. We can't leave. On the one hand, the Academy's mission needs to be completed. On the other hand, those black-robed people outside have not given up yet. We might encounter them if we go back. Charles had his own considerations. Hayno Manor was a good place. At least for a period of time, it was extremely safe. Moreover, Fidax needed treatment. If they could stay here for a while, it would undoubtedly be the best choice for both him and Fidax. However, the problem was this peculiar senior disciple. Charles turned his head, looked toward the estate, licked his lips, and showed a troubled expression. We need to figure out a way to have a proper conversation. After thinking for a while, Charles shook his head. He needed to make an effort, striving for another chance to stay. Stay here for a moment. I'll go try again. Charles left Fidax outside and turned back into the mansion. As soon as he entered, he saw this senior disciple glaring fiercely at him. Karabah's pupils rapidly dilated, almost filling his entire eyes. The surrounding magical energy began to fluctuate, and dark elements gathered quickly. Clearly, this senior wizard apprentice had undergone body alteration magic, especially in his most fragile human parts, the eyes. This was a threat. The senior disciple was furious about Charles coming back. Senior brother Karabah, please calm down. I mean no harm. You know, I've only accepted a task. Since you don't want to go back, I won't force it. However, I am in some trouble now, and I hope that, since we're both disciples of Tutor Zola, you would allow me and my guard to take refuge here for a while. Charles raised his hands, trying to appear non-threatening, and then spoke out all at once, fearing that the other person would attack in anger. Trouble? What relation does your trouble have with me? Go back quickly. Karabah's response was very much a wizard. This group focused only on interests. Even though Charles had shown signs of pleading, he was still unwilling to help. Don't act this way. We'll just stay for a short time. Besides, my guard has been injured. He needs treatment, and it's possible that he may require a bodily alteration surgery. Charles continued to plead. Since the initiative wasn't on his side, he could only remain humble in attitude. Bodily alteration surgery? Can you do it? Karabah's expression changed. His gaze towards Charles was filled with suspicion. Yes, oh how to say, I can do some minor modifications. Charles did not dare to make a full claim. Although he was indeed capable of performing surgery, his understanding of witchcraft was still quite limited. Alright, you can stay, but I will need to participate in the body alteration surgery. Mainly, it's for testing some conjectures. Karabah smiled, a sinister smile. Charles opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated and closed it again. Wizards were all mad, and whatever Karabah intended to do would likely be no small matter. It might even lead to a full body transplant, just like Zolif once did. If so, Fidax might end up being unfortunate. But at present, Charles had no leverage to bargain, and could only go with the flow. After agreeing to allow Charles and the others to stay, Charles immediately relayed this news to Fidax. However, he did not mention anything about the body modification surgery. It was too terrifying. Having this purple collar apprentice conduct experiments on him would undoubtedly scare Fidax enough to make him scream and flee. In contrast, upon hearing that the two would be staying, the carriage driver was quite pleased. After all, when Charles had been sent out earlier, the driver had been rather uneasy, fearing that the terrible blue-collar apprentice would follow him back. Who knew what other trouble he might cause? There was still a girl waiting for him back in Thalicia. Once the goods were unloaded, the carriage driver quickly drove the old horse pulling the large wagon away. The look of urgency on his face was as if delaying even a step would risk being caught by a ferocious beast. We should organize our things first. We'll be staying here for quite some time. Charles made up his mind. Delay whenever possible, ideally until Tutor Zola returned. Otherwise, he had no sense of security in Verona. Fidax, unaware of Charles's agreement with Karabah, continued to help despite now having only one hand. There was only one habitable house left in Haino Manor. This was the main house of the Lord, though somewhat dilapidated. Fortunately, there were enough rooms. Charles and Fidax selected 2 decent rooms on the second floor, tidied them up simply, and settled down peacefully. As night fell, the two of them went to bed early. But not long after closing his eyes, Charles abruptly opened them again. A wisteria branch slid in through the crack of the window, came beside his bed, and then slowly stopped. A bud gradually grew out from the branch, and then burst open, transforming into a flower emitting a faint glow. Come to the living room. I have something to discuss with you. Karabah's voice came from the flower, which then withered quickly, and the branch slowly retracted, disappearing through the window in an instant. Can't wizards just speak properly? Charles complained under his breath, but obediently put on his boots and quietly opened the door. Their rooms were adjacent. Charles saw the door shut tight, but wasn't sure if Fidax had fallen asleep yet. This was irrelevant, as things had already reached a point beyond the control of the former paladin. He had no choice, just like himself. The moldy wooden floor emitted a creak sound. Charles descended the stairs and found Karabah sitting on a chair in the hall, playing with something in his hands. I'll show you something. Karabah didn't raise his head but put the item in his hand away, then started walking towards the door. Charles followed behind as they crossed the lawn and entered the deep forest. The huge trees, quiet during the day, became restless at night. Even without any wind, their branches swayed, seemingly adjusting themselves subtly to keep following the two men. Their jagged leaves shone with a metallic luster, appearing less like plants and more like steel saws, easily capable of shredding a person. Compared to the towering giants, Charles and Karabah were extremely insignificant. They seemed surrounded by a group of towering figures who could crush them with a casual step. SSSHHH. Something flickered on the giant tree trunks in the dark. Charles cautiously looked up, but saw nothing. Karabah seemed accustomed to it. He didn't stop, but continued forward. Charles hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. After walking for quite a distance, they finally stopped before the ruins of the village. What had been barren wasteland during the day was now brimming with vitality. Villagers appeared. Some were chatting, some working. Children played merrily in the courtyards while elders peeked out of the windows with kind eyes. Charles was dumbfounded. The figures were somewhat ethereal, clearly not alive. Just fragments of past memories. They are harmless. After speaking, Karabah walked straight ahead, passing through the body of an approaching farmer as if they existed in different dimensions. Neither seemed to react. Charles swallowed hard. He knew that souls were within the scope of a wizard's research but remained the most mysterious and obscure part. Compared to tangible undead, the ethereal ghosts were, in fact, more dangerous. However, judging by Karabah's demeanor, these ghosts seemed non-aggressive. Encouraged by this, Charles mustered his courage and quickly caught up. The two traversed the village, passing through the bodies of countless villagers until they reached the other end. There was a small tree here, quite unremarkable and obviously different from the giant trees around it. Its leaves were normal, not sawtoothed, and lacked any metallic luster. Just moments after the two stopped, the bark split open to reveal a human face. It was a young girl, though her features were somewhat blurred. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was solemn. "You've come again." The girl opened her mouth, her voice rough, as if she were still learning how to speak. "Yes, I've come again. How do you feel? Are you still in pain?" Karabah's expression softened. His tone was unusually gentle. "I've gotten used to it. You shouldn't have come. These trees have been corrupted, and I can no longer control them. You could get hurt. And as a living human, you should kill me. It was me who caused all of this. You should seek revenge for your kind instead of showing concern for a tree spirit like me." The girl spoke calmly, yet there was a trace of sadness on her face. "No, Selena, this isn't your fault. I know how kind you are. Look at this village. Though it has fallen into ruin, you're still protecting it, aren't you?" Karabah extended his hand and gently caressed the girl's face. At this moment, tears streamed down from her tightly shut eyes. "But they're gone now. It's my fault they died. All I can do now is comfort their spirits, which is only my way of atoning." The girl's voice quivered slightly. Karabah shook his head while wiping away her tears, comforting her softly. "Shoo." Once again, sounds came from the surrounding giant trees. Karabah retracted his hand and angrily looked up. "Damn things, if you don't leave right now, I'll turn you all into ashes." With his words, Karabah raised his staff, and with a burst of brilliant light, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree. Squeak! A pitiful sound echoed as a dark shadow fell from the treetop. Charles looked closely and saw something that resembled a monkey. It did look like a monkey, covered in fur with a tail, but its face was unmistakably human. This grotesque sight sent chills down his spine. Karabah's actions seemed to enrage these creatures, and they gathered on the tree branches, chirping incessantly. They're demonic creatures. Charles immediately winced in pain. He knelt down and covered his ears, but the sound penetrated relentlessly, making it feel like his head might split apart. Can't even block out sound with a simple spell? Karabah turned back and looked at Charles with a hint of disdain on his face. He had no intention of lending a hand. After all, in his view, if someone couldn't even withstand such a minimal attack, then his junior, Charles, was nothing but useless. And the worthless weren't worth helping or expecting anything from. Clenching his teeth, Charles ignored Karabah's sarcastic remarks and took out a wooden flute from his chest pocket, blowing it shortly after. Melodious tunes rang out, the flute music soon overpowering the cacophony of the creatures. Charles's complexion improved gradually, and he started to regain his composure. The melody was beautiful, but those monkey-like creatures seemed to dislike it immensely. They made louder noises but were suppressed by the tune. Gradually, the noises diminished entirely. Before long, these monkey-like creatures swayed unsteadily as if drunk, and some even lost their balance, falling off the trees and crashing heavily to the ground. They lay motionless for quite some time before getting up. A magic flute? No, rather a fascinating wand. Karabah's eyebrows shot up, and a trace of amusement flickered in his gaze as he looked at Charles. Squeak! At the moment when the monkey horde was suppressed by Charles, a sharp and ear-piercing scream suddenly broke through. Even Charles's flute melody seemed torn apart by the noise, waking the monkey troop up once again. Lifting his head, Charles saw a creature much larger than the other monkeys emerge from the tree. It stared at him with crimson eyes and turned around after a short moment before disappearing into the darkness of the branches. Simultaneously, all the monkeys fled as well. Even those that had fallen got shakily to their feet and followed, distancing themselves. Those things hold grudges. Be careful in the future. Karabah watched as the monkey horde retreated and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile filled with unknown implications. So it all depends on Master for protection then. Charles also smiled, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. You should go back and stop picking fights with the monkey-faced creatures. Although they don't individually have strong combat abilities, their numbers are many. After saying this, the young girl quietly faded away, the tree bark closing up to return to its original form. Karabah wanted to say something more, but after clicking his tongue a couple of times, he ultimately remained silent. The forest returned to tranquility once again, and Karabah turned around to head back the way they came. They crossed the village again, but the ghostly figures had already disappeared, as if they had never been there at all. Everywhere within sight was only desolation and loneliness. Master, that tree's spirit. When the two finally saw the grassland and were about to leave the woods, Charles finally broke the silence. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sharp glare from Karabah. She has a name. She's called Selena. I've permitted you to call her by her name directly, so don't refer to her as a tree spirit anymore. Also, why are you carrying that monkey-faced corpse? These low-level magical beasts aren't even edible. Karabah glared coldly at Charles, anger lacing his tone. It's nothing much, just an intention to study. My guard's wrist bone is broken. If this creature's wrist bone can be used as a replacement, then we will have the materials needed for the sorcerer's body transformation. After finishing, Charles even held up the corpse of the monkey-faced creature, waving it in front of Carabas for effect. To use this thing as material for a sorcerer's body transformation? It could work. Carabas stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and nodded. He had no interest in Fidaxis, but repeatedly warned Charles that if he was forcibly taken away from Haynes Manor, he would entrust Selena's care to him. The Academy's patience seemed to be running out, and they might take compulsory measures. Being a senior wizard apprentice was true, but above blue-collar status were official wizards. Besides, if the Academy sent 4 or 5 blue-collar apprentices at once, he wouldn't stand a chance either. It's hard to win when outmatched. He needed to make early arrangements. This dense little junior was actually a good choice. What's this, like leaving someone in your care? Charles sighed, muttering silently to himself. However, looking at Carabas' back and recalling the scene earlier where he interacted with the tree spirit, Charles unconsciously thought of another term that seemed more fitting. Monster Girl Raising Plan. Chapter 34, Hunting the Monkey King. After making arrangements with Charles, Carabas still went to see Celine every night. But he no longer took Charles along. After all, this junior student was just a backup plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, Charles wasn't idle either. He dissected the monkey with a human face very carefully, studying its skeleton, blood vessels, and organs, and even sketched out a simple anatomical diagram. The result revealed that the structure of this magical creature's body was indeed quite similar to that of a human. At least the structure of the wrist bones wasn't too different, which met the basic conditions for a sorcerer's body transformation. After confirming this discovery, Charles found a time to hold a formal negotiation with Carabas. Fididex's condition wasn't optimistic. Under the influence of holy chi, his injuries were indeed recovering quickly, but the bones in his wrist couldn't heal properly. After all, those bones had been completely shattered, and some parts had shifted out of place. Holy chi could repair bone injuries and promote healing, but it was powerless against misaligned or fragmented bones. Charles had originally intended to start with surgery, to remove the fragments and then realign the bones. But if only that were done, Fididex's hand would still be disabled. Thus, their only hope lay in the sorcerer's body transformation. Since sorcerer's body transformations provided replacement materials, it was possible to bring life back to his hand. Therefore, this surgery had been continuously postponed by Charles. As an excellent surgeon, he understood clearly that instead of undergoing 2 surgeries, it would be better to solve all problems with 1 operation. Of course, because of this, Fididex might have to endure more discomfort for a few more days. If we transplant a wrist bone, there isn't much difficulty, but we must consider compatibility issues to ensure whether it is suitable. Sorcerer's body transformation isn't as simple as just transplanting any magical creature's organ. It requires compatibility matching, otherwise, it is no different from murder. Besides, I also plan to attempt to insert a magical plant. So let's approach this sorcerer's body transformation with a different mindset. Regarding Fididex's sorcerer's body transformation, Carabas also had his own share involved, revealing his purpose as well, planting a plant-based magical creature within the human body. Compatibility is indeed something we must handle with care. We can first conduct a matching test. If it passes, naturally there will be no problem, but if it doesn't match, we'll have to abandon the idea. Charles didn't want to kill Fididex. Setting aside the matter of the monkey with a human face, the transplantation of a plant-like magical creature into a human body was uncommon in sorcerer's body transformations. Of course, there were successful cases. Legends claim that a certain instructor at the Hermias Wizard Academy underwent a plant-based magical creature organ transplant. The risk of such a transplant was much higher, and Charles lacked confidence, so his words were guarded. So let's see how things go. But before we start, you need to understand this. If he refuses, doesn't cooperate, or doesn't match, you'll have to be prepared to leave immediately. Additionally, you must keep what happened with Celine confidential. If anything happens to her, regardless of whether it has anything to do with you, I will tear your head off. Remember, this is not a threat, but a warning. Carabas spoke very seriously. Wizards are pragmatic. If the subject of their experiment cannot cooperate, then the experiment loses its meaning. Staying would only become a burden and a variable. Hence, he had to issue the eviction order. I understand completely, don't worry. Charles nodded, comprehending the other's intent. After all, the fact they both stayed meant they had reached an agreement. Carabas' reaction was unsurprising. After the two agreed on things, everything was settled. Fididex was unaware of everything. Without his knowledge, these 2 apprentice wizards conducted compatibility tests on him. The test was quite simple, starting with a basic physical examination, then cutting a small incision in the skin to implant the material intended for sorcerer's body transformation. It somewhat resembled the allergy testing procedures in modern medicine. The results were fairly good. Fididex didn't show any severe rejection reactions, giving both of them confidence. They began preparing accordingly. The ideal material for sorcerer's body transformation should be a live specimen, so we need to hunt. Considering various factors, the king of the man-faced monkeys would be the best target. This will require our full cooperation, so I want to know, what kind of magic are you skilled at? Carabas spoke in a very serious tone, yet Charles felt that this guy had injected some personal desires into the task. Though the tide of magical creatures had subsided, not all magical creatures had left. For example, the man-faced monkeys, these low-level magical creatures hadn't departed. They chose to stay and inhabit the jungle of magically transformed giant trees. The magical transformation made it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive there. So the man-faced monkeys became the rulers of the giant tree jungle. Karabah disliked these creatures very much because they threatened Selene's safety. That sympathetic tree spirit was becoming increasingly weaker, while magical creatures had the habit of preying on other magical creatures to grow stronger. If one day Selene's power could no longer serve as a deterrent to those things, she might be attacked by a group of monkeys. Therefore, Karabah had always wanted to hunt these monkeys. At least he wished to eliminate the Monkey King and reduce the threat to the minimum. However, man-faced monkeys were not easy to deal with. They weren't individually strong in combat ability. Besides launching mental attacks through noise, they could only rely on their sharp claws to tear through flesh. Yet precisely because they were weak enough, they learned to act as a group and became highly alert. During the day when light was sufficient, they would hide in the trees and never appear easily, even if weak prey was present. Only at night did they show up, running wildly through the woods and hunting all living beings that hadn't left the forest. Because of this, Karabah couldn't manage to completely eradicate them. Although he occasionally achieved some results, compared to the huge population of monkey groups, such accomplishments were insignificant. Charles's last performance brought him a glimmer of hope. This junior, though still quite inexperienced, seemed to have a grasp on witchcraft that provided some sort of restraint against man-faced monkeys. I haven't systematically studied witchcraft yet. The only thing I can use in battle is this. Charles didn't intend to reveal his trump card, so he could only take out his wooden flute, indicating that he had already given it his all during their previous encounter. Just this? If so, you'll be responsible for suppressing the scream attack when the monkey group launches it. I will handle the Monkey King. Seeing Charles like this, Karabah couldn't help but shake his head, though his eyes held a tinge of suspicion. Wizards wouldn't reveal their trump cards easily, and Karabah knew this well. He didn't expect his junior to disclose everything without reserve. But if he only contributed this little effort, Karabah felt it would be hard to proceed with the task. Hunting the Monkey King wouldn't be as easy as imagined. After hesitating for a moment, Karabah still discussed the tactics with Charles. They would take action at night, and Charles would assume the role of a bait. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Charles agreed. After all, since he hadn't demonstrated enough value, he could make a small sacrifice by luring the monkeys. I need equipment, like spears and shields. Do you have any? Just after the two decided on the timing of the action, Charles suddenly put forward a new request. What do you need that for? Karabah frowned. He was confused. Shouldn't wizards fight with staffs? I like using these weapons against magical beasts. Moreover, I think this kind of close-range combat is more efficient than witchcraft. Charles shrugged. This time, he indeed didn't need to play a major role, but as bait, these equipments would bring him some confidence and increase his sense of security. All right, there are some old weapons from the former lord in the basement. You can choose whatever you want as long as you don't delay matters. Karabah didn't want to waste brain cells trying to figure out his strange junior's logic. He simply said this and then got up to leave. It was already nighttime, and he still had to go find Selene and chat with her. After all, they were about to take action tomorrow. As Charles watched Karabah leave, he went directly to the basement on his own. After all, he'd been staying here for several days, and he was already very familiar with the house structure. For a lord, the basement was generally of utmost importance. Wealthy people liked to store good things down there. Throughout history, rich people were the same everywhere. However, this mansion was special. After the rampage of magical creatures, its basement had been ransacked countless times, and all valuable items had long been taken away. Furthermore, due to serious lack of maintenance, the basement was filled with water. Charles tried stepping into it, and found that the water had already submerged past his knees. Charles sighed. Metal objects feared just this. No wonder Karabah called them waste copper and iron. After turning around the place, Charles found that the few remaining weapons were already covered in rust. A slight force could create holes in them. After sighing for a while, Charles had to pick out what could still be used among the scrap. He found a spear that wasn't too rusty and a wooden round shield covered in moss. All right, these would be his weapons and armors to confront the man-faced monkeys. He somehow felt a bit uneasy inside. In the following day, Charles kept adjusting his state. Man-faced monkeys were a challenge to him. After all, there were so many of them, rushing forward together. It wouldn't be easy for him to handle. As for his senior, Charles didn't expect him to come save his life at a critical moment. It was best to be cautious in all matters. When the appointed time arrived, the two set out together. They stopped at the edge of the woods. Karabah observed for a while first. His eyes turned pitch black and pupilless again, seemingly altering his vision to something extraordinary. The man-faced monkeys should be deep inside the forest. You go first. We'll keep some distance because I've killed quite a few monkeys, so they're wary of me. He turned around and said this to Charles before signaling for him to proceed. Charles didn't say anything. Everything had been discussed already. He would serve as bait to lure out the Monkey King, after which Karabah would take care of the final strike. Lifting his shield and holding the spear, assuming a defensive posture, Charles stepped into the woods. The branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees were extremely lush. Even under the starry sky, it was difficult to make out the stars clearly due to the thick canopy. Charles was very cautious. Every step he took was carefully considered. As Karabah had mentioned, man-faced monkeys liked to ambush their prey. They could suddenly drop from the trees and tear off a piece of flesh with sheer force. So one must be particularly vigilant against noises coming from above the trees. Shoo! SHHH. 15 minutes after Charles entered the dense forest, there were rapid movements among the branches overhead. Tension surged within him as he looked up, only to see nothing but swaying branches. Yet he knew clearly, it was the man-faced monkeys. In this forest, apart from these magical creatures, no other living beings existed. Taking a deep breath, Charles continued forward. The deeper he went, the more frequent and cacophonous the noises above became. Man-faced monkeys were cautious. Their speed on the treetops was remarkable, allowing them to conceal themselves easily. However, when gathered in large numbers, they acted differently. Seeing many companions around, they grew bolder, howling incessantly without bothering to hide anymore. Standing on the tree branches, they roared down at their enemies below. While Charles was distracted by the group of monkeys, a sudden rustling sound came from behind him in the grass. A premonition of danger shot through him. He immediately turned around and raised his shield. Bang! As expected, a man-faced monkey charged out and collided hard against his shield. Its sharp claws left a mark on the shield. This collision carried considerable strength, but luckily the shield's moss-covered surface made it slippery enough to resist. Otherwise, Charles suspected the wooden shield might have been shredded entirely. After its surprise attack failed, however, the war cries signaling an attack were already ringing loud. Man-faced monkeys swarmed over in droves. Charles fought back desperately, gradually retreating while trying to defend himself in a sorry-looking manner. Snap! His long spear was grabbed by several monkeys. In the struggle, the already decayed spear shaft couldn't bear the strain and snapped clean in half. Weaponless now, Charles could only use his shield to block frantically. Eventually, he was forced into the shade of a giant tree, surrounded by the monkey group. Realizing that escape was impossible, Charles could only retrieve his wooden flute. After lightly playing it, the attacks from the monkeys slowed slightly. Chirp, chirp. The man-faced monkeys began to scream, attempting to counteract Charles's flute with noise, but their method wasn't effective. Soon, their voices quieted down as they became dazed and confused, resembling drunken fools. Chirp, chirp. Just when Charles seemed to gain control over the situation, an even louder and more intense scream broke through. Charles looked up to see a significantly larger man-faced monkey suddenly leap down from the tree. Raising his shield, Charles resisted fiercely, but this creature's size was nearly equal to his own, combining great impact force with razor-sharp claws. It smashed the shield to pieces instantly. Charles felt a sharp pain in his arm, quickly moving away to find that his forearm bore a long though not too deep cut. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. "Senior, if you don't show up now, I will flee," Charles shouted into the darkness behind him. Since the Monkey King had appeared, then it was time for Carabas to enter the scene. Seeing Charles's current state, the Monkey King also became alert. It stared at the bushy area, gnashing its teeth, displaying an offensive stance. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response or movement from the forest. Charles furrowed his brow in confusion. This did not match the agreed plan. Carabas hadn't appeared according to schedule. Chirp, chirp. With no further noise from the forest, the Monkey King started to grow agitated, believing that it had been tricked and that there were no hidden traps. Damn, Charles suddenly felt deeply wronged. He had evidently been betrayed. Now completely targeted by the Monkey King, and at the same time surrounded by other monkeys coming from all directions, breaking through the encirclement would almost be impossible. Taking a deep breath, Charles mentally noted this betrayal. With no choice left, he decided to confront the man-faced monkeys head-on, regardless. Since there was no way back, the only path forward was battle. Chapter 35, Keeping the Promise. The sound of the wooden flute echoed through the forest. Sierra cursed inwardly. He had been tricked and was now surrounded on all sides. Facing the Monkey King of the man-faced monkeys, he could only rely on his sole weapon for defense. A wooden flute that could automatically release magic. The flute's music created illusions, a form of mental attack. Most of the man-faced monkeys surrounding Sierra were entranced by this flute music. They swayed drunkenly among the trees and underbrush. Frankly speaking, the wooden flute complemented the characteristics of a sea demon quite well. Sea demons are inherently skilled at enchanting others, and the wooden flute further amplifies this trait. But the problem was that Sierra couldn't launch any direct attacks. He could only incapacitate the man-faced monkeys and prevent their assaults. Meanwhile, he himself was also unable to destroy them. More crucially, this flute music had very limited effect on the Monkey King. The Monkey King of the man-faced monkeys possessed an exceptionally strong resistance to mental influence. The flute's impact on it was negligible, allowing it to stay alert as it continuously moved closer to Sierra. It occasionally let out screams, trying to break the interference caused by the flute music. Despite Sierra's best efforts, all he could do was slow down its approach and stop it from closing in too quickly. As such, while retreating, he was moving cautiously towards the edge of the forest. Not bad, getting this far. Just as Sierra was about to leave the dense grove and return to the safe meadow, Carabas appeared nearby with a large burlap sack. Sierra glared at him angrily. If not for having to maintain the flute's sound to distract the Monkey King, he would have hurled curses and insulted every one of the man's ancestors. As he almost reached a desperate situation, this senior disciple didn't follow the plan at all, nearly costing Sierra his life. Bait, or not. Lifting his staff, Carabas began chanting incantations. This was the first time Sierra had seen him speak a spell, so he observed carefully. The staff radiated with magical light. Then dark elements started to gather. They rubbed against each other, producing tiny sparks of lightning, after which a magical circle gradually formed, drawing in these dark elements. This was a witchcraft Sierra had never seen before. Although it involved a gathering of dark elements within a magical circle, it somehow generated lightning. Watching Carabas' expression harden, he fiercely pointed forward, causing the magical circle to erupt with a thunderous roar. A bolt of unimpressive but powerful lightning streaked toward the Monkey King. Sensing danger, the Monkey King tried to escape, but Sierra's flute sound relentlessly interfered with its thoughts. leaving it disoriented and confused. Despite recognizing the impending danger, it struggled in vain for quite some time and failed to free itself from this restraint. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded as the Monkey King was struck by this peculiar bolt of lightning. It collapsed flat on the ground, electric arcs coursing through its body, trembling violently before eventually being unable to rise again. Sierra ceased the flute's music and rushed over, finding that even after enduring such a powerful blow, the Monkey King was still alive, its chest rising and falling, clearly breathing. That said, the Monkey King's eyes became vacant, possibly because of brain damage or another reason. In either case, it had essentially lost its capacity to resist. What exactly happened? Do you know I almost died? Seeing the Monkey King no longer posed a threat, and the remaining man-faced monkeys hadn't pursued him here, Sierra turned his head immediately toward Caraba and asked furiously, I want to look for something good. As you can see, there was a bit of an unexpected incident, but I'm the one who dealt with the Monkey King, and you're still fine. Everything was still according to the plan. Therefore, it can still be regarded as my keeping of the promise. Caraba did not feel any guilt, walking toward the big house with the bag slung over his shoulder. He barely glanced at the Monkey King lying on the ground before showing no more reaction. You won't even lend a hand. Sierra felt suffocated. The other party showed no remorse, and looking back at the fallen Monkey King, a fire of righteous indignation rose in his heart. After silently cursing for a moment, Sierra decided not to dwell on it. After all, things had come to this. He wouldn't be able to chase the fleeing person, nor could he curse or fight effectively. Better to bring this guy back first and deal with the aftermath. The Monkey King looked like a larger version of a man-faced monkey, covered in soft fur. Its figure resembled Xianxia in size, but it weighed nearly twice as much. It might be more appropriate to call it an ape rather than a monkey. Helpless, Sierra dragged the beast alone back to the main building. Thanks to his frequent exercise and bodily transformation by witchcraft, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, making it less arduous than expected. Just as he entered the great hall, Caraba was seated on the couch pulling things out from the burlap sack nonstop. They were a bunch of objects resembling fruits, similar in size to coconuts, their emerald green skin intricately patterned, faint magical power pulsing subtly. What is this? Tossing the Monkey King to the side, Sierra asked Caraba, confused. He didn't understand why his senior disciple had left him alone and gone to find these fruits. These are the fruits produced by those magic-infused giant trees. They can be used to make potions to replenish one's magical energy. But that's not the point. The point is, among these fruits, there could be a special variety. And my experiment is to transplant this unique component into the human body, so it can... Oh, I found it. As Caraba was speaking, he suddenly seemed to notice something. Carefully extending his hand, he took out a fruit. This fruit was different from the others. Its skin was dark brown, and its magical fluctuations were more intense. Shouldn't such a fruit have been guarded by a man-faced monkey? Sierra didn't bother asking why the fruit was special, but instead, with a grim expression, stated as if he had realized something. Yes, the Monkey King of the man-faced monkeys has been waiting for this fruit to ripen. Do you know? Magic-transformed trees all have unknown directions for development, and their fruits are continuations of this mystery. For instance, this fruit is clearly distinct from the others. This may imply that when it sprouts and grows, it will acquire characteristics different from its kind. What I plan to do is combine this uniqueness with the human body. Caraba nodded, appreciating Sierra's intelligence. Many things became clear to him with just a hint, and he could even guess much through the smallest clues. To sprout and grow? Do you realize that Fidax is only an ordinary person? What you're doing amounts to killing him. Sierra suddenly felt enraged. Though he and Fidax weren't exactly friends, he certainly didn't want Fidax to become parasitized. The reason plant-based magical creatures rarely undergo transplantation onto humans is precisely because of this. Their parasitic nature would devour the host, whether mentally or physically. Fidax had no magical power and wouldn't be able to withstand the erosion of the magic-transformed plant. Such a witch body transformation was bound to cost him his life. No, I don't intend to use him as nutrients for growing trees. On the contrary, I believe he will benefit from this fruit. I'm not crazy yet. It's impossible for me to directly implant this thing into the human body without further treatment. I'll take care of it, rest assured. Having found what he needed, Caraba didn't linger any longer. He placed the other fruits back in the burlap sack, picked up the dark brown one, and walked straight out the door. What exactly does this guy desire from Celine? After making a quick deduction, Sierra instantly realized that Caraba's insistence on conducting the witch body transformation trial involving plant transplantation most likely had everything to do with Celine. Celine was a tree spirit who couldn't move herself, at least not with her current abilities. Caraba intended to transplant magic-transformed plants into the human body, and the connection between those giant trees and Celine's influence leading to their mutation couldn't be denied. Claiming there was no relation between the two, Sierra simply couldn't believe it, given how obsessed Caraba already was with Celine to a pathological extent. Though feeling slightly uneasy, Sierra didn't pursue the matter further. He could only observe and see what Caraba planned to do next. Putting the matter with the elder disciple aside, Sierra refocused his attention on the Monkey King. The ugly creature still looked, dying with eyes unshut, staring blankly, as if suffering from dementia. Sierra fetched some ropes and tied it up securely. Though he was well aware that such ordinary grass rope would be useless against a magic beast of this level, Sierra still knotted it carefully. At least on a psychological level, it gave him a sense of security. After all, he didn't want to fight this thing again, especially inside the large house, where the environment was relatively confined and narrow. After a bustling night like this, Sierra also grew tired. He returned to his room to rest, but found himself unable to fall asleep. Karabah wasn't a reliable person. This much was evident from their joint hunting experience. The witch body transformation surgery on Fidax might harbor unpredictable risks, and in many matters, Karabah was deliberately hiding things. The key problem was that Fidax was unaware. Sierra tossed and turned throughout the night. By dawn the next day, he decided he had to confront the former paladin about this. After a simple breakfast, Sierra dragged Fidax outside. They sat down at the edge of the grassland, facing the forest, and began a casual but highly serious conversation. Your witch body transformation surgery will involve Karabah, and this operation will implant 2 materials into you. One will be overseen by me, replacing your wrist bone, using material from a man-faced monkey, a low-level magical creature. The risk here isn't significant, and your compatibility is decent. Theoretically, there's no danger, and everything is within a controlled range. The issue lies with the other part, which Karabah will oversee. He plans to transplant a fruit from a magic-transformed plant into you. As for the exact details, including the operational procedure and characteristics of the graft, I'm not very clear myself. But from the perspective of witch body transformation, the transplantation of magic-infused plants is not without precedent for success. However, the risks are indeed too high. Sierra spoke in a candid tone, sounding like a chief surgeon communicating with the patient's family before an operation. He laid out all possible risks, stating only facts without making decisions for anyone. Why magic-infused plants? I can understand the wrist bone part, but what exactly does Karabah intend to do? Fidax revealed a look of surprise. He was unclear why Karabah had to be involved, and in his view, transplanting magic-infused plants was completely unnecessary. This is the condition we've set, and I apologize for keeping it hidden from you before. But honestly, I just found out recently. He hadn't mentioned it to me either until last night when he returned with a big jute sack, filled with fruits of magic-infused plants. Of course, these fruits cannot be directly transplanted into your body. Karabah will first process them, yet the danger remains significant since plants are fundamentally different from us. Yesterday, I briefly discussed this with him. He said that if you refuse, then we would have to leave here. Frankly speaking, this isn't in our best interest as the outside world still holds certain dangers for us. Moreover, he claimed that the transplantation of magic-infused plants would make you stronger, and by my estimation, it's indeed true. You're not a wizard, but witch body transformations aren't exclusively for wizards. If you can harness magical energy, your combat ability will increase significantly, and your fighting style will become more versatile. The choice is entirely up to you, and I fully respect whatever decision you make. If you choose to stay, I will ensure your safety during and after the surgery. If you want to leave, I'll go with you, and under suitable conditions, I will assist you with the wrist bone transplantation. Xianxia spoke slowly, so Fidax could clearly hear every word. All decision-making power rested with the former paladin, and in fact, upon hearing the possibility of gaining greater strength, he fell into deep silence. He needed strength because he sought revenge, which all depended on capability. However, the risks were extremely high. Having spent so many years in Verona, Fidax had heard countless rumors about witch body transformations. It was a chance to instantly rise to greatness, but it also carried the risk of falling from the sky. Sorcerers pursued such transformative surgeries with great enthusiasm. But wasn't this true for commoners as well? Fidax knew that his talent among the paladins wasn't exceptional. Although he possessed the ability to attach holy light to armor and weapons, that was the extent of it. Many knights of the Holy Light Temple had far superior abilities compared to him. Overall, he wasn't the weakest of the paladins, but he ranked in the lower middle tier, relying mostly on the rich combat experience he'd accumulated over time rather than on natural talent. Yes, he lacked talent. Becoming a paladin seemed fortunate to him. His efforts couldn't compensate for the lack of natural aptitude, so he had to strengthen himself through other means. Witch body transformation presented a very good option, and actually, some paladins within their ranks accepted this kind of modification. Even though the Holy Light Temple strictly forbade its knights from undergoing any sorcery, many were willing to take the risk due to the immense allure. For those without talent, this might be their only hope for a turnaround. I agree to undergo the surgery. After much internal conflict, Fidax clenched his remaining right fist tightly. All right, now that you've made your decision, I won't say anything more. The only thing I can tell you, or perhaps guarantee, is that I will do everything in my power. Sierra patted Fidax's shoulder and then walked away. He had fulfilled his duty. The rest was no longer something he could determine. On one side, Fidax had agreed to undergo the uncertain witch body transformation surgery. On the other hand, Karabah was preparing for his own work. Using witchcraft, he peeled open the fruit in a special way, extracting the core, which he then soaked in prepared medicinal liquid. This was a peculiar core. The fruit was similar to a coconut, but this core was only as large as a peach pit. Though small, size doesn't equate to power. The core glowed a brilliant gold, with uneven patterns etched onto its surface. At night, it even emitted a faint light, looking quite extraordinary. Sierra also showed a look of astonishment when he first saw this core. But before he could ask, he noticed Karabah frowning, seemingly dissatisfied with this state. Based on estimates, this core should be able to change shape. Karabah muttered as Sierra listened, gradually becoming curious. Where exactly do you plan to transplant this thing? Sierra couldn't think of any part of the human body where it could fit. The vertebrae here. Karabah didn't look at Sierra. Instead, he gestured casually. When Sierra saw the indicated position, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It was the location of the coccyx. Chapter 36. The Holy Knight's Witch Body Transformation. Can we change the location? That area is too dangerous. The success rate is too low. Xyle knew the difficulty of tailbone surgery. Although it wasn't the nerve center, it was too close to the spine. If something went wrong, it could very likely cause Fidax to become paralyzed. No, that is the most suitable spot. I will use witchcraft to match the shape of the fruit core with that area, so there won't be any major problems. As for whether Fidax would become paralyzed, Kabara clearly didn't care. In his opinion, that position was the most suitable for the transplantation of magical plants, perhaps due to the shape of the spine. To this purple collar apprentice, the spine was like a big tree, and the seed sprouting from the bottom was naturally reasonable. There was no scientific basis for it. It was just a feeling. He imagined the human body as a big tree, which was indeed absurd. But Xyle was not a superstitious person. He looked at the problem entirely from a scientific perspective. The structure of the coccyx was not complicated, and under modern medical conditions, surgeries such as dealing with coccyx fractures were not even considered major operations. However, here there were no conditions for modern medicine, in which body transformation was closely related to witchcraft, a completely pseudoscience thing. He believed the success rate of this operation was not high, and once it failed to conform to the original tailbone shape, Fidax's lower limb and waist movements would be severely affected. In summary, Xyle hoped to choose another spot, but Kabara insisted on his opinion. They transitioned from discussion to argument, and finally they were hurling insults at each other. If you really insist, then I have no choice. I just talked to him, and he has accepted this body transformation, but I also swore to protect him as much as possible. Therefore, to make me cooperate, 2 conditions must be met. The first condition is that this surgery must be done after the wrist bone surgery, and only if it recovers well. The second condition is that I will do the main operation, and you are only responsible for shaping that damn fruit core to perfectly fit the shape of the tailbone. If you can't meet either of these 2 conditions, then I have no choice but to take him away. Xyle's attitude was very firm. He wanted to gain the maximum initiative because compared to Kabara, he trusted his own skills more. Are you going to be the chief surgeon? Kabara was somewhat surprised by Xyle's courage, because in his understanding, a purple-collar apprentice's surgical skills should far exceed those of a blue-collar apprentice. But after a moment of reflection, the difficulty of this body transformation was not insignificant. On one hand, it was not easy to extract a complete tailbone, since he was also well-versed in human anatomy and knew the tailbone region was extremely complex, requiring great technical skill. On the other hand, he also needed to use witchcraft to guide the deformation of the fruit core and ensure all magic casting during the operation. Handling multiple tasks simultaneously, even though he had great confidence in his magic power, it would still be quite exhausting. If this younger brother could take on the responsibility of the main surgery, his side would definitely be a lot easier. After some thought and careful consideration, Kabara agreed. But he also indicated that if Xyle's skills failed to satisfy him, causing issues with or preventing the operation from continuing, then he would immediately kick Xyle out. Neither of them was particularly happy about the conversation, so after barely reaching an agreement, they parted ways. Body transformation was not a simple matter and required a lot of preparation. Thus, over the next few days, Kabara and Xyle prepared for the surgery. However, when Xyle discovered there were comprehensive surgical tools and that Kabara had already prepared a room suitable for body transformation, he suddenly felt that this elder brother probably had ulterior motives. He should have intended to perform this kind of body transformation experiment a long time ago. He himself had only happened upon it, making everything seem highly coincidental. But it didn't matter much anyway, as the earlier preparation saved a lot of trouble. This way, after a few days, after all the preparations were made, Fidax lay down on the bed that had been ready for some time. Under Kabara's guidance, Fidax drank specially prepared potion, chatted a little more, and quickly fell into a deep coma. How is this potion prepared? Xyle was shocked by the effect of Kabara's potion. He tried patting Fidax's cheek, but the former holy knight showed no reaction. Xyle couldn't help but marvel, realizing its effect was no less than anesthetic agents under modern medical conditions. So, he began to take an interest in the recipe. Special formulation, don't dwell on it. Let's hurry up with the surgery. Kabara was satisfied with Xyle's response. In fact, compared to body transformations, he excelled more in pharmacology. Seeing that Kabara did not intend to chat further, Xyle shifted his focus back to the surgery. He picked up the scalpel and examined Fidax's swollen and deformed wrist, slightly frowning. The first surgery was relatively simple. As the chief surgeon, he just needed to cut open the wrist, remove the shattered bones, extract the entire wrist bone, then clean the wound, and finally proceed with the transplantation. Glancing at the red-brown bone in the glass container, Xyle took a deep breath. It was the left wrist bone of the Monkey King, which he had personally dissected yesterday. I wonder if it will fit. After all, we don't even have an X-ray. Bone replacement required numerous prerequisites. Xyle didn't even know if the shapes and sizes of the 2 wrist bones matched, so the surgery relied heavily on luck. Nevertheless, extracting the broken bone was something that had to be done regardless. Xyle concentrated and began his procedure. Just the act of cutting through the flesh made Kabara's eyes brighten. Xyle's movements were extremely proficient, as natural as eating a meal. Kabara looked at Xyle with puzzlement. Achieving such skill surely came from an immense amount of hands-on practice. How could a blue-collar apprentice have accomplished this? Despite his many questions, Kabara did not speak, but watched silently from the side, analyzing and learning Xyle's techniques. Yes, the illustrious purple-collar apprentice was learning surgical skills from a blue-collar apprentice. However, Xyle's operation deserved that. Soon, Fidax's wrist was fully opened. After carefully examining the inside, Xyle frowned. He couldn't understand how Fidax had managed to endure such pain for so long. The damage from the axe blow that day was greater than Xyle had estimated. The entire wrist bone was split into 2 pieces, the sharp edges of the bone piercing through the flesh and causing some internal bleeding. There were also quite a few small fragments visible to the naked eye, about 7 or 8 blocks. All Xyle could do was clear out what he could see clearly and rinse the area with antiseptic solution. He then checked other connected bones, including blood vessels, the nervous system, and tendons. Upon finding no other issues, Xyle let out a sigh of relief. Next came the main event. Xyle transplanted the wrist bone of the Monkey King, even incorporating some soft tissues as filling material. The Monkey King's bones are slightly larger. Xyle noticed the problem. The wrist bone of the Monkey King was a little bigger than Fidax's, and its weight was noticeably heavier than that of a human wrist bone. This indicated that the Monkey King's strength was far greater than humans, their wrist bones denser and thicker, clearly evolved to bear heavy forces. Though there were slight differences, they weren't insurmountable obstacles for Xyle. He took the wrist bone out again and used a nearby grinding tool to perform some fine adjustments. In order to minimize the body's rejection of the new wrist, Xyle had to match the size as closely as possible. After some meticulous grinding, the wrist bone finally fitted perfectly, with soft tissue acting as filler. Xyle nodded satisfied after finishing his task. In this world, achieving such results without witchcraft was already at the peak of medical skill. As Xyle completed the final stitches, Kabara nodded approvingly. He no longer looked down on his junior, and indeed, in terms of witch body transformation, he believed none of his other seniors could surpass this junior. If there are no unexpected incidents, he should wake up in an hour. Observe him for a few days. If there are no problems, we will proceed with the next modification. After speaking, Kabara patted Xyle on the shoulder encouragingly. This was the first time Kabara showed any proximity or recognition toward Xyle. Given his outstanding performance during this surgery, it was worth it. All right, I'll stay by his side to observe. Xyle, however, did not show much reaction but nodded and watched as his senior left. Not long after, Fidax woke up, and Xyle immediately approached to inquire. After confirming there were no severe rejection reactions, he instructed Fidax to continue resting. Xyle, meanwhile, picked up a book and began reading attentively. Fidax indeed needed to be monitored. Witch body transformations might lead to magical energy outbursts. Although, due to the Monkey King's low magical power, this possibility was small. Still, caution was necessary. As time passed, Fidax genuinely felt signs of magic in his left wrist. But this situation was normal, and Fidax didn't feel anxious. Instead, as he gently moved his wrist, a look of joy crossed his face. Although the wound still bled and hadn't healed yet, it was evident that his movement was significantly more flexible than before. After that, the two were inseparable. Xyle would take time to secretly treat Fidax with holy energy, and Fidax did his best to adapt to the new part, including adjusting to the accumulating magical power. My left hand can no longer use holy light, but fortunately, I didn't use my left hand much before, so the impact is much smaller than expected. As the wrist wound healed, Fidax moved it around while talking to Xyle. It seems that witchcraft and the miracles of the Holy Palace cannot coexist effectively. However, this doesn't matter because your right hand can still imbue weapons and armor with holy light, which won't affect combat much. Also, once everything is over, you can take a test. Perhaps you'll qualify to become a wizard. Xyle nodded. Witchcraft and the Holy Palace belong to two different systems, and after accepting the witch body modification, not being able to use holy light was an expected result. But on the other hand, since he could use both holy energy and witchcraft, it seemed like exploiting a bug or taking advantage of some loopholes. His systematic theoretical study wasn't yet complete, so he just brushed off these deep questions in his mind as they arose, knowing further consideration would lead to headaches. For now, the surgery on the wrist was only the first step. The real challenge would be the tailbone operation. As Fidax recovered, Kabara could hardly wait. He had urged Xyle many times, which annoyed him. Feeling that this hurdle would eventually need to be crossed, Xyle informed Fidax that they would prepare for the second modification surgery. This surgery has some risks, but no matter what, I will do my best. Before Fidax drank the potion, Xyle said earnestly, encouraging Fidax while also encouraging himself. I believe in you. Fidax gave a firm affirmation, then tipped his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. We can begin. Flipping the unconscious Fidax over, Kabara signaled that Xyle could start the surgery. Everything was prepared. Kabara had already softened the mutated seed core by soaking it in the potion. Taking a deep breath, Xyle didn't say anything but silently picked up the scalpel. He focused all his attention on the pre-marked area. The blade cut through the skin, rupturing capillaries, causing blood to flow uncontrollably down into the blood collection groove and drip by drip, falling into the glass container below. Kabara began performing witchcraft, and with a unique glow shining out, the blood vessels seemed to be blocked, slowly stopping the bleeding. Xyle took this routine in stride. He widened the incision enough to operate, then locked onto the intact tailbone. Since there were no nerves in the tailbone, compared to the upper vertebrae, the surgery was simpler. However, limited by the surgical conditions of this world, Xyle couldn't perform overly delicate operations. He could only minimize the incision size as much as possible, then used a small hammer to gradually crack the tailbone piece by piece. This required extensive experience and skillful techniques. It took Xyle nearly half an hour to remove the tailbone. Kabara took the tailbone and reassembled it, restoring it to its original form. Somewhat tricky, it seemed smaller than anticipated. Furrowing his brows, Kabara seemed to feel somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of the shape of human tailbones, as studying human anatomy was mandatory knowledge for a wizard. But this time, his calculations were slightly off. The fruit core could change shape, but it couldn't change size. You can increase the length and width of the coccyx slightly. Xyle offered advice. As a surgeon, he was more familiar with human bones than Kabara and knew how to make adjustments that would reduce the impact to a minimum. I'll give it a try. Kabara nodded. Then he took out the fruit core and quietly recited a spell. Under the effect of the magic circle, the fruit core started to transform slowly according to his vision. 2 additional segments of the tailbone? Xyle frowned, watching the fruit core reshape like clay. Unlike Fidax's 4 tailbones, the core had now formed 6, and they were also slightly wider. By estimation, Xyle believed that this size was within the acceptable range. Can we install it now? Kabara hesitated, unsure. Although he had participated in several witch body transformation surgeries, he wasn't particularly skilled at them. At least, compared to Xyle, he was far behind. Let's give it a try. Xyle also couldn't guarantee success, but could only do his best. He used forceps to place the fruit in the designated position, applied adhesive material, and then carefully tapped with the small hammer. The hardness of the fruit core was clearly lower than that of bones, but under Kabara's witchcraft assistance, the fruit's hardness steadily increased. Everything was proceeding smoothly. When Xyle wiped the sweat from his forehead, Fidax's new tailbone had already been completed. But before he could rejoice, Fidax suddenly began convulsing. The patterns on the fruit core started to change, and green veins emerged from it, winding along the spine and continuing upward. Trouble! The magic within the fruit core has begun its erosion. Xyle cried out in alarm, appearing somewhat at a loss, as while he was adept with a scalpel, this situation clearly exceeded the scope of what a surgeon could handle. This was all expected. Do you know why those giant trees grow so tall? Because there is a corpse buried beneath every tree. In other words, these great trees use human bodies to root and sprout. Kabara's lips curled up slightly, as though everything was part of his plan. You tricked me. Hearing this, Xyle immediately flew into an uncontrollable rage, feeling deceived and even used. No, I did not deceive you. The fruit core will indeed enhance his abilities. Based on my estimation, he may even directly achieve the magical strength intensity of a red-collar apprentice. The condition, however, is that he can endure it. Do you know why I chose him? It's because he's a paladin. His physical strength and willpower seem capable of withstanding this magical erosion. If he survives, this fruit core will become the source of his power. If he doesn't survive, then he will become the nutrients for a magified giant tree. Kabara shrugged, speaking with complete detachment. But you didn't explain it beforehand, which makes it deception regardless. Xyle grew anxious, noticing that Fidax was convulsing even more violently now. The vertebrae under his skin were also slowly turning green, deepening in color and spreading closer to his neck. Obtaining power always comes with risks. When you gain the strength of the sea monster, didn't you pay a heavy price too? Everything comes at an equal cost. Body modification through witchcraft does not mean receiving strength without effort. You must exchange with perseverance, even a little luck. Only when you've sacrificed enough and succeeded, can you truly claim that power. Just as Karabah finished speaking, his pupils began to enlarge until they covered his entire eyeball. Xyle fell silent. Staring into Kabara's eyes, he reflected on his own past, momentarily unsure of what to do. After all, both himself and Kabara before him endured immense pain and were exceedingly fortunate to reach their current heights. Witch body modifications were undeniably extraordinary, granting them superhuman powers, but this came at a cost, with risks that needed to be borne. In this world, after all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. It was now too late to stop everything. Whether or not Fidax could withstand this new force depended solely on his own determination. This was a high-stakes gamble concerning life and death. Beyond Fidax himself, others were powerless to help. Nevertheless, if he can pull through, you must compensate him. This is something you owe. After a long silence, Xyle finally spoke. Kabara, hearing this, simply nodded lightly without saying anything. After all, that would only need addressing once he survived. Chapter 37. Forced Repatriation. Fidax's condition was worsening, but Charles was powerless to help. Beside him, Karabah remained calm, even pulling out a bottle of wine and drinking leisurely by himself. After an hour, the convulsions gradually ceased, and Charles hurriedly conducted an examination. He found Fidax's breathing was weak, but his heartbeat was still at a relatively normal frequency. Don't worry, he's not going to die just yet. This is inevitable, given that his body structure has changed. The demonized plant itself possesses its own unique life signs. How should I put it? Symbiosis. The two are now more or less in this kind of relationship. Karabah set the wine bottle aside, then came over, took a look at Fidax, and nodded slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with the situation. When will he wake up? Charles didn't trust his nonsense. This senior wasn't a good person. He had a feeling that one could only believe half of what this guy said. For instance, what he referred to as a symbiotic relationship. Charles agreed with this because Fidax's entire spine had now completely turned a dark green color. This indicated that the extension of the plant had fully covered the vertebrae. Plants need nutrients to survive, and Fidax could provide them. But not all parasitic plants are destructive. They also understand how to measure the quality of their host. For example, currently, it hasn't gone crazy absorbing Fidax's nutrition, instead carefully maintaining a degree. It won't let the host die and may even offer some kind of assistance. As a wizard apprentice, Charles clearly sensed Fidax's magical power changes. It was a very concentrated form of magic, emanating outward slowly from his vertebrae as the core. He should be waking up soon. The dissipation of his magic will stop soon, and his spine will be reinforced, turning into a magic output area. Of course, the key will still be at the bottom. The coccyx will become crucial. This is good news. Later on, even if his spine breaks, he won't die like a normal person but will recover gradually. It's a very enviable ability. Karabah licked his lips and added, pointing at the wound. The modification of the wizard's body has been successfully completed. It can now be stitched. Charles silently looked at the wound, shook his head without comment, and began stitching the incision he had made. To be honest, he wasn't sure what Fidak would become after this, but it would definitely not be the same as before. Seeing Charles skillfully begin the suturing procedure, Karabah couldn't help but momentarily lose himself in thought. After a while, he couldn't resist asking, "Where did you learn this technique?" As far as I know, even the blue-collar apprentices of the academy, no, including red-collar apprentices, cannot reach your level. This was indeed a question that troubled Karabah. Charles's skills were too good, too advanced for his age, his identity, and his experiences. Perhaps I'm naturally suited for this, which is why I seem so proficient. Charles couldn't explain to the other party, so he attributed everything to his talent. He was a time traveler, carrying memories and experiences from another life, and referring to them as talent wasn't incorrect. If that's the case, the instructors might go crazy trying to snatch you up. Many tutors need to test certain hypotheses through the process of wizard body modifications, but not everyone has your kind of talent, the kind that excels with a scalpel. On the contrary, some tutors have terrible techniques, thus they rely on others to validate their ideas. Therefore, apprentices like you will be the darlings in their eyes. After Karabah finished speaking, he revealed a meaningful smile, but Charles felt startled inside. After all, he'd heard plenty about these rumors concerning the instructors. Truth be told, being noticed by the instructors isn't necessarily a good thing. Wizards are a group that values competition, and excellent students are viewed as a resource. Since they're a resource, disputes over them are unavoidable. If they can't obtain you, they'll destroy you rather than give you to someone else. That's the consistent principle followed by wizards. Mentally noting this matter, Charles continued to finish the suturing with a blank expression and sat on a chair, waiting for Fidak to regain consciousness on his own. Karabah didn't mention this incident again. He pulled out a notebook and began recording the steps of this wizard body modification along with some details, occasionally questioning Charles. Finally, he closed the book and left the room. For him, this wizard body modification was solely for realizing his idea. Afterward, it was merely long-term observation to verify the operability of such transplantation. As for the subject's outcome, he didn't care. Charles stayed behind, quietly waiting nearby. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Not until the sun sank to the west, and the sky turned a bright orange did Fidak squint his eyes, finally regaining consciousness. "How do you feel?" Charles immediately stood up, anxiously asking. "Water, I need water." Fidak spoke with a weak voice, and Charles quickly picked up the water cup beside him and handed it over. Gulping. Perhaps due to extreme thirst, almost 500 milliliters of water was drunk in one go, followed by a burp. Satiated with water. "The core of the demonized plant has eroded your spine. How do you feel now?" During the surgery, Fidak had been unconscious and unaware of his condition, so Charles hurriedly explained. "I feel like my lower limbs have lost sensation." Fidak tried moving his hands and feet. The arms were fine, including the fingers, which weren't affected, but the feet felt non-existent. Charles was startled upon hearing this, and quickly performed a palpation examination. The results slightly eased his concern. Fidak's lower limbs still had sensation, at least reacting to external stimuli. It was just as if he'd been highly anesthetized, with only faint feeling, especially in the toes, which barely retained any sensation. The nervous system has been affected, though we don't know yet whether this influence is temporary or permanent. If it's the latter, then it could be problematic. Charles felt somewhat perplexed. Fidak's condition still required observation, and it was unclear currently whether the wizard body modification was successful. Next came a long recovery period and observation phase. Fidak's routine life remained normal, but during the first few days, since his lower limbs couldn't move, he could only stay indoors. Charles conducted rehabilitation treatments daily for him, while trying to use holy energy combined with recovery efforts. The results were decent, and after about 5 days, Fidak could walk with crutches on his own. However, just as Karabah and Charles were pleased with Fidak's recovery state, a group of unexpected visitors suddenly appeared at Xianxia Manor. There were 2 carriages, bearing the insignia of the Hermes Wizard Academy, and the people they knew well. Instructor Sorelia wearing a mask. A full-fledged blue cloak wizard. "My time is limited, and I have no interest in idle chatter. Karabah, I'm informing you that the Academy can no longer tolerate your prolonged occupation of Xianxia Manor. Hence, an order for forced repatriation has been issued. Unfortunately, I've been assigned to handle this matter. Therefore, you have 2 choices. Either you obediently pack your things and board the carriage to return to Verona with me, or I will put you on the carriage and take you back to Verona anyway. However, the former might make your journey more comfortable. If it's the latter, you'll likely not be able to get out of bed for a month." Instructor Cyrelia's attitude was firm, allowing no room for negotiation. Her aura was imposing, even carrying a hint of menace. This might have something to do with her regular interaction with corpses, where the boundary between life and death seemed blurred for her. Just look at the red-collar apprentice trembling behind her, behaving meekly. One could imagine that this red-collar apprentice probably had an unpleasant journey thus far. "Instructor Sorelia, it's not that I refuse to return, but there is an extremely important matter preventing me from leaving. My junior, Charles, and I have just completed a wizard body modification surgery, and we're currently in the observation phase for the test subject. This is a crucial experiment, possibly determining whether I could become a certified wizard. Facing instructor Sorelia, Karabah didn't dare to be too arrogant and attributed the reason for his refusal to the recently finished wizard body modification experiment. The nearby Charles rolled his eyes. This was clearly an excuse. After all, according to his knowledge, Karabah had refused to return to Verona many times before, dragging it out for years. This surgery was merely coincidental and used as an excuse to reject leaving. Wizard body modification? The two of you. Cyrilia's tone was filled with suspicion, given that one was a purple-collar apprentice and the other a blue-collar apprentice. While they might be capable of performing such a surgery, it likely wasn't anything major. Yes, the test subject is right here. You may check for yourself. Karabah led Fidak, who looked utterly confused, over. Cyrilia's expression shifted slightly. Despite the distance of over 100 meters, she could clearly sense the magical aura emitted by the man leaning on crutches. Transplantation of the demonized plant? You two really dared to go through with it. Sorelia shook her head, unsure what to say. These two wizard apprentices had actually succeeded in conducting a wizard body modification, and moreover, carried out the transplantation of a demonized plant. Out of curiosity about this matter, Sorelia didn't bring up the topic of forced repatriation again. She walked over, carefully inspected Fidak's body, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The demonized plant has replaced the coccyx, causing the entire spinal column to undergo a magical reaction. Well done. You've indeed accomplished a remarkable wizard body modification, but there are quite a few flaws. Sorelia spoke indifferently, then looked up at Karabah and Charles. Flaws? Both of them were bewildered. They didn't know what this certified wizard had noticed. If I'm not mistaken, his body has undergone 2 wizard body modification surgeries, hasn't it? His left wrist shows a different magical fluctuation that isn't from the demonized plant, though they're fairly well integrated without conflict. Still, their origins differ, so coordination will be difficult. Using magic might cause a rejection reaction. Indeed, it's a blunder. Moreover, the spine has been magically enhanced too quickly, without a solid foundation. The enhancement isn't thorough enough, which will hinder him from fully unleashing his potential magic. If it were me, I would have replaced the entire spine to make the wizard body modification perfect. As Sorelia finished speaking, Karabah remained unfazed, but Charles let out a sharp intake of breath. Replacing the entire spine? Doing so would almost certainly render Fidak completely paralyzed from the neck down. In short, Sorelia was still relatively satisfied with the 2 wizards' modifications, though after offering her critiques, she abruptly returned to the subject of forced repatriation. The condition of our test subject does indeed require more observation. It's impossible to rule out the possibility of losing control of his magic. However, the Academy's order must be executed. Charles may stay, but you have to come back with me. Furthermore, jurisdiction here will be handed over to this student, Maurice. He is Professor Seabrook's disciple and will replace you in managing Hieno Manor. Sorelia was someone who stuck to principles. She traveled such a long distance specifically to carry out the Academy's order to bring Karabah back. There was no way she could delay simply because of 1 wizard body modification surgery. After all, the body she adored were still waiting for her in Verona. Sorelia, instructor, could we wait just a little longer? This is my wizard body modification experiment. I need to record everything meticulously. Karabah didn't want to go. He wished to drag things out a bit more. You can take this guy with you. Even though it'll be bumpy on the road, under my supervision, nothing will go wrong. Sorelia immediately rejected his plea, suggesting that if he wasn't willing to part with his subject, he could take the experiment along. No, he might not be able to endure the long journey. As Karabah continued giving excuses, Sorelia suddenly grew silent. She raised her hand without intoning any incantation, and a magical array instantly unfolded beneath her fingertip. Seeing this, everyone present felt a jolt of shock. Karabah even lifted his wand, readying himself as well. Without chanting, a ray of magical light blossomed atop his staff. Fighting me? You're far from being ready. Sorelia smiled, then casually flicked her finger, causing Karabah's staff to snap clean in half right there and then. Everyone froze in astonishment. However, the most shocking scene followed. With just a slight bend of her finger downward, Karabah was pressed firmly into the ground, as though some invisible weight was placed upon him. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't stand up again. This is too troublesome. You'd better take a good nap. Seeing Karabah still trying to struggle, Sorelia nonchalantly flipped her wrist. Instantly, the purple collar apprentice stiffened, shook violently, and collapsed onto the ground, motionless. He hasn't died, has he? Charles had witnessed Cyrilia's abilities before. This woman could subdue even undead beasts effortlessly. Regardless of how tough Karabah was, he surely wasn't on par with a beast. He won't die, but he might be unconscious for a couple of days. All right, the two of you. Tie him up and throw him onto the carriage. We've delayed long enough. Now, I'm heading back. Sorelia finished her sentence and then instructed Charles and the red-collar apprentice, who hadn't dared to utter a word, to do the task. She turned around leisurely and strolled toward one of the carriages. I'm leaving. The two of you should try to get along peacefully. There's enough chaos going on in the academy now, and I don't want to deal with any more troubles. So the both of you, behave yourselves accordingly. Sorelia said this to the two of them, and then ordered the driver to head back toward the forest. Watching the two carriages disappear into the horizon, both Charles and Maurice let out sighs of relief. They glanced at each other, then simultaneously turned away to focus on their own business. This was the most common mode of interaction among wizard apprentices. Mind your own business and don't disturb others. Chapter 38. Assassination from Maurice. Kabbalah's departure seemed to have caused no impact, at least not on Char. After all, In daily life, they hardly ever communicated. Sorcerers are always solitary, and Char deeply understood this. The appearance of Sarita merely felt like a small interlude. Char did what he had to do, and with Fidax by his side, he didn't feel lonely at all. As Fidax gradually adapted to the influence of the magical transformation, his movements returned to normal little by little. After about 10 more days, he no longer needed his cane and could walk independently. However, it wasn't enough yet. At least compared to the combat readiness expected of a holy knight, there was still a long way to go. For now, he could just manage his own daily needs without troubling Char. That was all. Rather, it was the new red-collar apprentice who made Char feel slightly perplexed. That man called Maurice seemed to have no interest in managing the Hino estate, nor did he conduct inspections in the giant tree forest as expected. He stayed cooped up in his room every day, tinkering around with who knows what. It was now as if Char was managing the estate instead, which indeed felt somewhat unusual. All sorcerers are like this. They stay secluded most of the time. They won't even lift a finger unless there's some advantage for them. During lunch, Char expressed his doubts, but Fidax didn't seem concerned. In his view, sorcerers were all like this, living in their own worlds. Perhaps so, Char said noncommittally. After all, as an apprentice of the Hermes Wizardry Academy, he did know some of the inside secrets. The Academy would never send an apprentice to one of its external enterprises merely to learn how to isolate themselves. Plainly speaking, apprentices are resources to the Academy, ones that can continuously generate value. These businesses outside the Academy can provide it with a steady stream of benefits. Just like the giant tree forest outside, it actually produced quite substantial profits. People from the Academy collected the fruits of those giant trees every year. Kabbalah once mentioned that his role here was essentially that of a farmer guarding an orchard. Of course, he wasn't idle. His job was to ensure that the giant trees wouldn't cause trouble, for example, by expanding outwards. This was absolutely prohibited. In the beginning, the Empire handed this place over to the Academy because it feared the expansion of these magical trees. They would continuously devour the land, posing a threat to the safety of other towns and villages in the Empire. Therefore, the apprentices stationed here should at least make appearances and inspect the area, observe the movement of the giant trees, and measure the range of the forest. But obviously, Maurice had no intention of doing any of this. Char suspected that if the Academy conducted an unannounced inspection, this young-looking guy might very well be punished. After pondering for a while, Char shook his head and smiled faintly. This was not something he should concern himself with. If the person involved thought nothing of it, why should he worry unnecessarily? Just as Char decided to put Maurice aside, that red-collared apprentice, however, had his own plan brewing. Maurice was currently in his room, sitting on the bed with numerous dolls strewn haphazardly around him. The time is tonight. This time, failure won't be an option. He mumbled to himself, then took out a small knife, cut his finger, squeezed a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the doll's head. Once the blood was absorbed by the dolls, they immediately came to life, standing up unsteadily, swaying as if drunk, and started moving chaotically on the bed. Seeing the state of the dolls, Maurice smirked. He hadn't come here to be a farmer. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and the formerly timid Maurice had disappeared, replaced by a sinister red-collar apprentice. With the coming of night, after completing Fidax's routine treatment, Char returned to his own room. He lay down on the bed to rest briefly, then took out a meditation book, flipped to the page on mermaids, and prepared to meditate. After the second modification of his wizard's body, Char was already able to expend the magic power gathered within his body. Adding the consumption required to nourish his holy energy, his daily consumption of magic power was now truly extravagant. Even due to treating Fidax, he even felt that his magic power was insufficient. Thus, he needed to use this meditation diagram to increase the speed of the circulation of his magic power, squeezing the supply of magic power from the transplanted mermaid organ. In the past, such a thing would have been unimaginable. I wonder if my former self would drop his jaw upon seeing me now. Char gave a calm smile, marveling at how fate could indeed be full of surprises. Just as he entered the meditative state and began sketching the image of the mermaid in his mind, he suddenly sensed something odd about the flow of magical energy in the room. He quickly ended his meditation, opened his eyes, and glanced suspiciously around. He found that there were no special changes in the room, but the sensation was strong, even carrying an aura of killing intent. It can't be that someone is trying to kill me, can it? Char considered a possibility. Compared to making a big show with chaotic fireballs, wizards typically preferred more silent and stealthy ways to kill. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly bent down, scanning under the bed with his sapphire-like eyes. He saw several small dolls sitting in a circle on the floor. Underneath them lay a drawn magic circle, their tiny hands holding together as if they were about to cast a spell. However, the sudden appearance of his head startled them, causing them to turn and lock eyes with Char. Though expressionless, Char could clearly sense their panic. Their plan had been uncovered. The first attempt was forgiven, but you dare to try again. Char immediately understood upon seeing these dolls why there had been the previous magical disruption in Verona. Clearly, he was being hunted, but fortunately this time, he was vigilant enough. With the increase of his magical power and heightened awareness of his surroundings, he had become quite sensitive to hidden threats. The assassination plan by the dolls had failed, but that didn't mean they lacked a backup plan. Only then came the sound of rustling. The closet door suddenly opening, releasing a horde of dolls rushing out. Their mouths were unable to produce sounds, yet Char heard a terrifying high-pitched laugh, as if it was transmitted directly into his mind rather than through his ears. Another soul-based attack, huh? Char became alert, but the dolls moved so swiftly that when they jumped onto him, he discovered he couldn't move. This feeling was strange. Clearly, all that weighed on him were just some frail-looking dolls, which one slap could send flying. But he was completely immobilized, like his limbs were shackled, rendering him unable to budge. As the dolls gathered, a terrifying magical energy began to spread throughout the room. Char felt his eyelids grow heavy, as though something tried to pull him into sleep. Aiawa. Suddenly, a song echoed in the depths of his soul, initially reverberating in his brain, and gradually Char opened his mouth and began to hum along. Due to his mermaid transformation, Char's singing was especially beautiful. While he sang, he also released his own magical power outward. Two distinct forms of magical power clashed within the room, intertwining, devouring each other. The struggle between them made the images in the room surreal and distorted. When the deadlock persisted, Char pulled out a wooden flute from his pocket. He stopped singing and instead began playing the flute. The melodious tune floated across the room, and the balance of magical resistance finally shifted. Boom! An explosion erupted in Char's room. It was the result of the ultimate clash of magical forces. Although the room was left in shambles, as if bombed, Char remained unscathed. Turning his head, Char looked at the scattered dolls still struggling. An unnamed flame ignited on their bodies, reducing them to ashes in short order. Poor things, it's clear you chose the wrong opponent. But it's not your fault. Blame your master behind the scenes. Have no fear, he'll soon join you. Char spoke indifferently, then got up and approached the window. Outside the window, on the grass, stood a figure. Despite the night obscuring the face, Char recognized the silhouette, Maurice. A red-collared apprentice who wanted to assassinate him. With Maurice now revealed, there was no longer any need to play word games. After all, only 3 people lived in this mansion. Eliminating Fidax's suspicion, the conclusion was obvious. Jumping straight down from the window, Char landed on the lawn outside the mansion. Facing each other about 10 meters apart, both men locked eyes silently. With the wind blowing, their robes fluttered. Char felt as though he were ancient swordsmen engaging in a duel, his adrenaline surging. Can you explain why you're trying to kill me? I thought we never met, nor did we have any grudges. Char broke the silence, truly puzzled. Before, he and Maurice had never crossed paths, leaving little reason to hold such enmity. Because you're in the way, and someone wants you dead, Maurice said coolly, raising the pre-prepared wand and beginning to chant spells. To start chanting from this distance makes you awfully confident. While speaking, Char moved his feet, charging directly towards Maurice. Raising his right fist, as a sorcerer, his style differed somewhat from others. Ordinarily, wizards engage in combat through magic, but Char was an exception. Trapped by his inability to cast spells, he could only fight in this purely physical manner. His regular high-intensity training had given Char a physique far surpassing that of an average wizard. This punch of his carried great force, aiming to incapacitate Maurice completely. Faced with Char's attack, Maurice felt surprised. After all, raising his wand and starting the incantation should have prompted Char, as a fellow wizard, to retaliate with a similar magical counterattack. But what was this nonsense of rushing over and swinging fists? Are you a wizard or a thug? Though caught off guard and feeling disdainful, Maurice wasn't a rookie. He knew how to handle the situation. Maurice took a quick step backward, yet didn't pause the chant on his lips. However, Char moved faster, closing in despite Maurice's decent speed. Just as Char's fist was about to land on Maurice's face, something suddenly darted out from the grass and tightly clung to Char's legs. Lowering his head, Char found 2 dolls gripping his ankles and looking up at him. They looked slightly adorable. Trying to restrict movement again, Char's lips curved into a faint smirk. Under special conditions, these dolls could indeed execute a decisive strike, but now that he was prepared, it would never happen. However, just as Char expressed contempt, 2 loud explosions sounded, and Char felt a sharp pain in his ankles, falling backward. The dolls had launched their attack, but this time it wasn't aimed at his soul or spirit. They resorted to physical attacks. They detonated themselves. Looking at his scorched and bloodied ankles, Char couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of anger. This time, it wasn't because the opponent underestimated him, but rather he underestimated them. After all, since the other party had chosen to reveal himself, it was clear that he must have been well prepared. Boom. Giving Char no time to catch his breath, a fireball made of condensed fire elements descended directly upon him. Unprepared, Char endured the full impact, and as the fireball exploded, he soared through the air like a wooden plank tossed by an explosion, spinning several times before crashing down heavily. Phew! Char spat out a mouthful of blood. That blow wasn't light. The explosion not only caused severe burns and abrasions, but nearly shattered his internal organs. Fortunately, those organs belonged to a sea creature, much tougher than an ordinary human's. For a moment, Char actually felt relieved. He had no doubt that if he were an ordinary person without undergoing magical body enhancement, that previous hit would have left him either dead or disabled. Seeing Char lying there pitifully, Maurice's gaze turned even colder. He didn't bother with another incantation to cast spells, instead casually waving his hand. Suddenly, countless dolls emerged from the soil on the grass, moving in unison with their short, awkward legs towards Char as if intent on devouring him alive. Char's complexion changed. Although the dolls moved slowly, his injured legs made it impossible for him to move away. The explosive power of one doll was not massive, but the sheer number of them made Char feel a chill run down his spine. He was 100% certain that if these things gathered around him and all detonated, there would be no way for him to survive. With almost no hope left, Char pulled out the wooden flute, ready for his final attempt, when suddenly, a figure stepped between him and the dolls. By the moonlight, Char couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. It was Fidax. The patient, who had barely regained the ability to take care of himself just moments ago, now stood there, sword in hand, with a determined expression on his face. Perhaps inspired, Maurice suddenly raised his hand, causing all the dolls to freeze in place, forming an encircling formation. What is he trying to do? Char looked at the army of dolls with a puzzled expression. He certainly didn't think the other party would forgive Fidax's courage and let him go. The answer came soon enough. In the distance, from the dense forest of towering trees, two figures appeared. Walking beside Maurice, they removed their hoods, revealing faces that left Char utterly astonished. How could it be you two? Char was too shocked. He recognized both individuals, but they absolutely shouldn't have been here. Chapter 39. Fidax loses control. You seem to have gotten yourself into something you shouldn't have. Fidax stared at the three people opposite him, baring his teeth slightly. He was no longer an ordinary person. He could sense magic. Compared to Maurice, in Fidax's view, the two who appeared later seemed even more dangerous. Ralph? Jerry, why are you here? Charles asked sternly. These two were the ones who had become incapacitated when he took the Chuji Wizard Apprentice exam. They had been brought back by Charles. Ralph had suffered severe mental trauma and was in a vegetative state, while Jerry had been scorched by lightning all over his body and remained in a deep coma. Even if they had been saved, they should have been useless. But now, they were standing before him, expressionless, their eyes fixed on him, as if they were looking at a dead man. Most importantly, why was the magical reaction within them so intense? Charles had undergone witchcraft modifications, with a magical power of 376 joules, but looking at these two men, Charles felt that their magical power was not weaker than his own. This didn't make sense. Well, in this world dominated by witchcraft, science doesn't seem to matter much either. In response to Charles's question, the two showed no reaction at all, making Charles feel something was off. Brother, shall we let them deal with this blue-collar apprentice? Neither Ralph nor Jerry said anything. Instead, it was Maurice who muttered to himself. Charles looked over and observed carefully. He discovered that Maurice's collar concealed a very small puppet. Clearly, he was communicating with someone through this puppet. Wait a minute. What did he just say, brother? Charles squinted his eyes slightly. Maurice was the disciple of Seabrook Minter, so the brother he referred to must be the same. Why had he offended Seabrook's disciple? Charles felt a bit disoriented. He had never met that Minter or any of his disciples. Though unclear about the reasons, he understood his predicament clearly. They wanted him dead, and it was likely Ralph and Jerry who would take action. After exchanging a few words, they seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Reluctantly, Maurice stepped back a few paces. Following his movements, the puppets surrounding Fidax and Charles also began to slowly retreat, seemingly to reserve enough space for Ralph and Jerry to act. Let me try to hold them off when the fight starts. You perform witchcraft. Fidax looked somewhat tense. He was still in recovery, his movements affected, his fighting abilities far from what they were at their peak. So facing these two whose strength was unknown, he felt a little strained and needed Charles's assistance. But Charles felt a bit bitter. In this situation, he wasn't sure if he should tell Fidax that the only witchcraft he could currently use was spit water gun. He licked his lips and picked up the wooden flute, his only weapon against enemies. At least in terms of mental resistance, the effect of the flute was quite ideal. However, it seemed the other side didn't plan to use witchcraft. Just then, Ralph and Jerry moved, barehanded heading directly towards Fidax. Their steps were extremely fast, almost instantly arriving close by. Although Fidax's movements were not very agile, his muscle memory remained. Facing his opponent, he decisively swung his longsword. The moment he hit the opponent, a metallic, clanging sound echoed. Fidax and Charles both looked astonished. Fidax had swung down his sword to cleave through the target, none other than the nearest Ralph. But this emotionless, little bean sprout simply raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the longsword, then grabbed Ralph by the collar and tossed him like a chick, flinging the grown adult several meters away. That required how much strength? Even Charles, the magician apprentice known for his strength, couldn't help feeling shocked. At least based on his arm strength, it would be hard to accomplish such a feat. Hey, you guys turning out this way is not my fault. Charles shouted loudly. He wanted to defend himself, hoping they would stop attacking since it wasn't his fault. But the two paid no attention, still rushing towards him with blank expressions. Reluctantly, Charles blew the wooden flute, spreading magical power through the melody. Both men paused momentarily. Charles immediately felt a bit reassured, seeing that the flute seemed to affect these two. But at that moment, suddenly a ripple of magical energy spread out from their bodies. The effect of the wooden flute dissipated instantly, and the two began moving again. Bang! Ralph arrived first, swinging a punch. Charles awkwardly flipped to avoid it. As he turned back, Ralph's punch had already left a crater on the ground, his forearm buried in the dirt, showing just how powerful it was. These two guys are not normal. Charles sensed the danger but didn't have time to think further, as Jerry also arrived right after Ralph pulled his arm out. That face, scorched by lightning, caused Charles to feel a shiver of fear. But more terrifying was the strength that emanated from him. Jerry swung another punch, and Charles could clearly feel the wind generated by the fist. He had no doubt that if he were hit, it would result in broken tendons and bones, leaving him critically injured. Sure enough, dodging this punch with difficulty, Charles ended up like Ralph, his entire forearm sinking into the soil. Just sensing the leftover force, Charles broke out into a cold sweat. He felt his previous estimate had been too conservative. If this punch had landed on his chest, Charles thought the arm might even come out from the other side, punching straight through his body. This level of power was beyond the scope of an ordinary human. Something must have happened to these two people. But what? Charles did not know, nor did he have time to think, because their attacks were relentless, forcing him to roll repeatedly to dodge each one despite his injured legs. Damn! Fidax charged again, eyes bloodshot as he swung his longsword. Seeing Charles in peril, he risked his life to swing again. Bang! Once again, the result was the same. The sword was knocked away, and Fidax fell backward. Simultaneously, the opponent followed up. Ralph swung his arm, delivering a devastating blow to Fidax's stomach, with the fist piercing clean through to emerge at the back. Fidax! Charles screamed, never expecting the former knight to die here. Hurry, run! Blood trickled from Fidax's mouth as he desperately clung to Ralph's arm, trying to prevent it from retreating. He wanted to buy time for Charles, but the strength was too great for him to control. Bang! With Ralph's hand blade slicing across Fidax's throat, the former knight was hurled far away like a kite cut loose. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Ralph advanced towards Charles once more, his gaze fierce and face expressionless, resembling a killing machine rather than a person. Charles watched as Fidax collapsed like a lump of mud. His eyes reddened with anger as he struggled to get up. Ralph and Jerry stood like two grim reapers, surrounding Charles from both sides. Gripping the wooden flute tightly in his hands, Charles took a deep breath. He had been pushed to his limit. There was no way to communicate with them now. It was a fight to the death. Yet, just as Charles was about to take his last stand, the seemingly lifeless Fidax magically stood up again. This startled everyone. At the same time, a violent surge of magical energy rippled through the air, giving off a sense of impending danger. Magic surge. Maurice frowned slightly. He knew Fidax had undergone witchcraft modifications and was currently in recovery and observation. However, this surge of magic was excessively violent, so much so that it made even Maurice, the red-collared apprentice, feel suffocated. It seemed less like a human being and more like a mass of condensed magic. Fidax, are you okay? Charles couldn't believe it either. Fidax now looked like a zombie, standing there silently. Truth be told, it was quite frightening. Hurry, hurry, go leave. Fidax's lips moved faintly, speaking in broken sentences before his expression twisted in obvious pain. Unable to contain it any longer, he let out a chilling scream. Roots began protruding from his body, thick and numerous, extending in all directions. The wood elements started gathering, with faint green lights swirling around him. Following instinct, the roots extended from Fidax's body and immediately burrowed into the earth. Then Fidax's body started transforming into wood. Within moments, he had become a tree. There was no longer any sign of Fidax, as if he had never been there at all. Now, only a solitary tree stood among the grasses. Looks like there's no real danger. Let's finish him off. This night has been too long. Seeing this scene, Maurice exhaled in relief. Although Fidax had experienced a magical surge, he had merely turned into an enchanted tree, which posed no threat. So Maurice turned his dangerous smile toward Charles. At this point, Ralph and Jerry no longer paid attention to Fidax. They closed in on Charles without mercy, looking only to tear apart the blue-collar apprentice. However, just as they had walked a dozen or so steps and were less than 10 meters from Charles, a vibration suddenly came from the ground beneath their feet. Before they could look down, root-like tendrils burst out of the soil, wrapping around their ankles and lifting them directly into the air. This happened very quickly. The two found themselves suspended in midair. Despite their great strength, there was nowhere to direct it, leaving them struggling helplessly, unable to break free. At this sight, Maurice immediately raised his staff and began chanting. Meanwhile, those small automatons rushed madly toward Charles, attempting to take him out before he could react. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of countless roots breaking through the soil reached their ears, as tendril after tendril emerged, snaking like small serpents and binding each automaton. Boom, boom, boom. Before the automatons could get close to Charles, they began self-detonating, with those at the front destroying the roots with their explosions to carve paths for their comrades behind. But the number of roots was astonishing. For every one destroyed, 10 more grew back, eventually forming a wall that encircled Charles entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The automatons continued exploding, but the destruction they caused was instantly covered by newly sprouting roots. This scene looked incredibly brutal. The automatons fought without fear, blowing themselves up to open gap after gap. And yet the roots held on, desperately sealing each hole created by the explosions. Boom. Just as the automatons were nearly spent and the explosion sounds gradually subsided, a magical light suddenly flared up, and a massive fireball appeared above Charles's head. It was Maurice's sorcery. Having realized the situation had shifted, he no longer held back, launching an attack directly at Charles. This was a level 3 spell. The scorching fireball contained violent energy, and with his legs injured, Charles couldn't escape the fireball's lock. He could only watch helplessly as it descended upon him. Whoosh. At the last moment, countless roots erupted from the ground, completely covering the sky above Charles. Boom. The fireball collided with the roots, exploding instantly. The tremendous force tore the roots apart, burning them into black charcoal. Apparently having anticipated this outcome, Maurice's fireball didn't explode fully. This was a complex dual spell. The initial explosion was merely the outer layer of flames, while inside, another spell lay hidden. As a crack opened in the fireball, its outer shell vanished, revealing numerous smaller fireballs inside. With the protective barrier of roots broken, these smaller fireballs fell like rain onto Charles. For a moment, Charles's expression turned fearful. There was no time for him to react. He could only watch as the fiery deluge threatened to engulf him. Whoosh. Once again, the roots shot upward. They emerged from beneath Charles's feet, wrapping his entire body protectively and refusing to retreat even as the flames consumed them. Wrapped within the roots, Charles suddenly felt something strange. His vision seemed to blur. When the fire rain ceased and he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast cathedral, kneeling on one knee. A sword rested on his shoulder. Charles, do you vow to forever follow in the footsteps of the God of Light, cutting through all obstacles to bring forth the brilliance of miracles? It was a bishop speaking. He had a kind face and smiled warmly as he asked gently, I shall forever follow the path of the God of Light, dedicating eternal loyalty. I shall strictly adhere to the Knight's code, loyalty, kindness, compassion, courage. Charles felt himself speaking, yet he knew clearly that the voice wasn't his own, it belonged to Fidax. These were his memories. May the God of Light protect you, and may the light of miracles always be with you. The bishop retracted his long sword and handed it to Fidax, then took a cup of holy water and poured it over Fidax's head. Soft light radiated from Fidax's body, as if he stood in the divine light, his face filled with devoutness as he slowly rose. Congratulations. From this moment forward, you are a holy knight of the Temple of Light. You must always remember your oath and put it into practice through your actions. After saying these words, the bishop embraced Fidax warmly, and Charles could feel the extraordinary bond between this bishop and Fidax. After all, Fidax had been an orphan who grew up in the orphanage of the Temple of Light. To this bishop, he was like a father watching over his growth. Suddenly, the scene changed. It was a rainy day, and Fidax stood alone in front of a tombstone. The old man was gone, taking away Fidax's spiritual support, and the Temple of Light no longer seemed the same. Fidax felt lost. He was a holy knight, the sword meant to defend the Temple of Light. But now, the temple was far removed from its original purpose, filled with corruption and filth. Did it still deserve his protection? Crouching down, Fidax gently touched the words on the tombstone as if he were confiding his doubts. However, when he touched the last line of text, he suddenly stopped. Loyalty, kindness, compassion, courage. The last line of the tombstone was the knight's oath. He suddenly realized that what he should be loyal to was not the Temple of Light, nor any person in a high position, but rather his own conscience. Thus, he made a decision, even though this decision might doom him to eternal suffering. Is this what it means to be a holy knight? Regaining consciousness once more, Charles suddenly understood much about Fidax. His efforts and persistence remained unwavering. He had never fallen into decay, but always walked resolutely along his chosen path. The spirit of knighthood had long since been deeply ingrained in his very bones. Chapter 40, Bounty. If I am to die, please return my remains to the holy city. I do not hate the Light Temple. On the contrary, I deeply love it. What has gone wrong are only the people, not the temple itself. I remain devout, even though it may seem like I have betrayed it. Fidax's voice entered Charles's mind, stirring an inexplicable sense of emotion in him, yet leaving him utterly powerless. Magic was still raging out of control, and Fidax could no longer restrain himself. The only thing he could manage was ensuring that he did not harm Charles. As for the others, they would all die. The roots continued to spread uncontrollably, and once the danger to Charles was neutralized, all the hatred shifted to the remaining 3 individuals. Ralph and Jerry were the first to bear the brunt. They were tightly bound by the tendrils, and no matter what supernatural strength they possessed, escape was impossible. More and more roots burst from the ground, wrapping them up like mummies and contracting continuously while piercing their bodies. This was the plant's way of attacking. The roots, though their weakest point, were also the source of their greatest strength. However, with each roar that came, flames erupted from within these mummies. The dry roots ignited instantly, resulting in 2 firemen leaping out from the flames. Charles recognized the faces of these 2, but their bodies looked foreign. It seemed that Ralph and Jerry now stood there completely naked. Their skin tones varied greatly. Sutures crisscrossed over their entire bodies. Their arms and legs had clearly been modified, appearing unusually bulky and disproportionate to their torsos. Especially their arms. Beneath the stitched skin, something hidden seemed to be structurally far from ordinary humans. Which body modifications? And hybrid ones at that. Charles was no longer the wide-eyed little rookie who marveled at everything. He judged that the duo had undergone witch body modifications, large-scale hybrid versions at that. So-called hybrid modifications were a rare variant of witch body alteration. Beyond biological enhancements, mechanical elements were added, transforming those who underwent the process into half-biological, half-mechanical monstrosities. This method of transformation was extremely rare. Not only were the technical requirements high, but the success rate was abysmally low. After all, whether biological or mechanical alterations, they both carried certain drawbacks and flaws. Combining the 2 certainly offered some advantages, but relatively speaking, the disadvantages would outweigh them. Most critically, this type of modification was excruciatingly painful, not during surgery, but after. No one willingly wanted to become such a monster, and even if successful, they would live in agony forever. Thinking about how Ralph and Jerry had been just moments ago, Charles suspected they might have been used as lab rats. Certainly against their will. The person pulling the strings is likely not simple. Given that these 2 had been sent to kill him, the prime suspect must have been whoever masterminded their witch body transformations. This was a clue, but chasing it down would mean returning to Verona. Alright, this wasn't the time to consider such things. After all, the battle was growing increasingly intense. Roots continued to emerge from the ground, but Ralph and Jerry were ready this time. Instead of relying purely on raw strength, they began to gather fire elements, burning the encroaching roots. Yes, burning. Flames devoured the approaching roots ceaselessly, even though the roots seemed endless. Yet, it became harder for the roots to simply wrap them up and toss them around as before. A strange phenomenon. Neither Ralph nor Jerry had chanted any incantations, yet magic circles continuously appeared around them, unleashing basic flame sorcery repeatedly. Charles felt a twinge of uneasiness. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Fidax to contain them. Now, it boiled down to a contest of endurance, whether these two would deplete their mana first or if Fidax would collapse under the strain first. Just as Charles was focusing all his attention on the battle, he suddenly realized Maurice was nowhere to be seen. The red-collared apprentice had vanished without a trace. Charles scanned his surroundings cautiously, but found nothing. What was going on? Concerned about potential traps from his opponents, Charles dared not let his guard down, constantly keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, splitting his focus between the fierce battle nearby. To be honest, Maurice seemed too dangerous. The methods of this red-collared apprentice were often insidious, clearly having deep expertise in assassination. Such adversaries were the most fearsome. Before Maurice's figure reappeared, however, the battle here was nearing its end. Ralph and Jerry's magic power ran out first. Still, they didn't give up, instead charging toward Charles in their final moments. Together, they rushed toward him, bursting into flames before even drawing near. This was the final blow, and Charles knew something was wrong. He immediately retreated backward, ready to brace for the impact. Boom. Ralph and Jerry's bodies exploded with terrifying energy sweeping across, despite many roots attempting to shield Charles. He was still caught in the searing wave, thrown off his feet, and slammed onto the ground hard. The force of the impact was so strong that Charles couldn't get up for a moment. Struggling to support himself on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and took a long time to unsteadily rise. He staggered over to the place where the two had detonated. By this point, all their flesh and blood had vanished, leaving only two pitch-black craters and scattered mechanical parts behind. Picking up a nut, Charles's expression turned cold. The level of civilization in this world wasn't very high. Perhaps because of sorcery, most people paid little attention to science. But that didn't mean no one was studying it. Otherwise, mechanical witch body modification wouldn't have come into existence as such an oddity. The Hermes Wizard Academy has only one mentor who specializes in the mechanical system. Charles narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling what he knew about the mentors. To him, there was only one mentor at Hermes Wizard Academy who specialized in this obscure field, but he had even less contact with that particular mentor. After pondering for quite a while, Charles decided not to dwell on it anymore. Lacking evidence, going after a mentor would be too dangerous, so he cast Holy Aura on his ankle for a bit first. Once he saw it healing slightly, he limped towards Fidax. Fidax now could hardly be recognized as human at all. He had become a true tree, leaves sprouting, rustling softly with the breeze. Reaching out, Charles gently touched the bark and could sense Fidax's presence. But there was no response, as if the battle had already exhausted all his strength. Come out. I know you're still here. Charles slowly spoke, as if talking to Fidax, or perhaps to someone else. The night at Haino Manor was very quiet, and Charles waited a long time without any response. Did he leave? Charles looked around and found no one appeared. It seemed Maurice had truly departed. Wait, he left? That didn't make sense. Missing the shot and walking away. This fit the assassin's habit perfectly, but Maurice wasn't an assassin. Moreover, just then Ralph and Jerry had drawn all the attention. He would have had plenty of time to continue his attack against him. Clutching the wooden flute tightly, Charles darted into the woods, finding traces of magic and footprints. Then, he spotted Maurice's corpse. This red-collared apprentice was dead very horribly. Half his head was missing, his skull nowhere to be seen, the area around soaked with blood. Even Charles, who dealt regularly with the dead, couldn't help but cover his nose and mouth. He carefully examined the wound and discovered that it had burst open, explosively shattering his skull from the inside. The explosion was small but violent. His brain was completely gone, eyeballs flying off, indicating that in the instant of the explosion, he had instantly perished. Yet it was impossible to insert a bomb into his brain. At least, the technology level of this world couldn't achieve that. The only explanation, a curse. Maurice must have had a powerful curse on him, which was triggered by some behavior of his. Was it because he fled? Or does it have anything to do with those two individuals? Charles was not skilled in this area and couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought. Thus, he gave up on investigating the cause of Maurice's death and began searching through his belongings instead. Other than some magical materials, there was only a partially burned letter. It seemed this letter had also been enchanted, burning itself upon the triggering of the curse. However, the burning was incomplete, and a small piece remained. Charles scrutinized it, but managed to restore only half a sentence. The bounty remains unchanged, as long as. Seeing this, Charles unconsciously pinched his chin, never expecting that he had actually been targeted by a bounty. But why would he, a mere blue-collared apprentice, have the worthiness to be placed on a bounty list, let alone prompt a red-collared apprentice to risk life and limb to go after him? He couldn't make sense of it, eventually choosing to put away the remaining pieces of the letter, carrying the body back to the large house. The incident was temporarily concluded, and Charles successfully survived. However, all the leads had been cut off, leaving nothing other than fragments of a single letter. There was nothing left in Maurice's room either. He hadn't brought many personal items with him. The several large bags previously seen were probably filled with puppets. Unfortunately, none of these things had survived, and Charles had actually wanted to study them thoroughly. Staying longer holds no meaning now. Perhaps I should return to Verona and seek new clues. Charles sighed. Maurice was dead, and he had to report this incident. Haino Manor needed a new gardener, and the academy wouldn't leave this property unmanaged. On the other hand, Charles also needed to return. Staying here alone wasn't safe for him, because Fidax could no longer protect him. After packing his belongings, Charles, with his bag on his back, came before Fidax once again. By now, he had become a tall tree, his soul fallen into slumber, or perhaps already vanished. There was nothing Charles could do. All he could manage was to gently caress the trunk and softly say, "Rest assured, I will take you back to the holy city. Though I can't take you completely, at least part of your limbs I can manage. Also, please allow me to express my gratitude. You are a trustworthy friend, a saintly knight worthy of pride. You have kept your promise, loyal and brave. More precious still is that you are upright and kind, and haven't been tainted by corruption. Even if bearing disgrace, you followed your conscience. This is true knighthood. Please allow me to offer my sincerest respect." Charles performed a unique wizard salute, the words heartfelt. Fidax used his last consciousness to protect Charles. The taste of a magic explosion Charles knew well. It was hard to imagine how Fidax managed to maintain some sanity in such a situation. But alas, everything had become irreversible. Fidax would never be able to regain his human form, just as Charles, should he become a sea monster, could not revert to being human. After pouring out his feelings for some time, Charles finally left. He entered the woods, walked for quite a while, reaching the ruins of the village where he stopped before Serena. "I remember you. You were Kabbalah's companion. He hasn't been here for a long time. I wonder if he is all right." Serena appeared, her somewhat blurred face showing, speaking in an odd tone. "He's fine, just temporarily away. Please don't worry. I believe he will return soon. Also, something has happened here which might mean it will be temporarily without supervision. I kindly ask for your help. Lastly, may I make a request? If possible, could you look after that newly appeared tree? He's my friend. Regrettably, I cannot save him." Charles did not elaborate much, even glossing over all events quickly. Serena did not pry, but she felt puzzled. Why didn't Charles try to help his friend, instead coming to find her? "I can sense his presence. I don't understand why you need not go so far. He shouldn't have gotten involved with corrupted plants. It's dangerous. Both Kabbalah, and you should know this. This was an agreement we must abide by. Moreover, the reason he became like this was because he was attacked. An unexpected turn. None of us wanted it to end this way." Charles felt somewhat helpless. If Maurice hadn't launched an attack, Fidax wouldn't have had to protect him, and thus, wouldn't have ended up this way. You humans are very complicated, killing each other among your kind. Serena was a demon creature who didn't understand humans much. Perhaps her past interactions were only with their sunny, warm sides. Occasionally witnessing cruel and cold-blooded aspects made her confused. Yes, humans are complex indeed. There is both kindness and evil, just as there is day and night. So please remain vigilant. Humans are hard to predict creatures. They can offer help, but can also cause harm. Charles didn't think he understood human hearts fully, but he understood one thing. The hearts of men are perilous. This was said to Serena, but also to himself. His current predicament grew increasingly dangerous. Someone had put a bounty on him, and the motives were unclear. After a brief conversation, Charles left. He wasn't very familiar with Serena, so they didn't have much to discuss. But she agreed to watch over that newly appeared tree as best as she could, although only watching. She couldn't move, nor provide any assistance, except through plant-related perception to monitor changes in that tree. If anything went wrong, she'd inform Charles or Kabbalah when they returned. That was her limit of what she could do. Even so, Charles expressed his thanks. He wasn't certain if he'd return, as his future was filled with uncertainty. Touching the leaf in his pocket, Charles took a deep breath. Returning Fidax to the holy city was still a distant goal. It might be better to start with something he could do right now. Like the bishop from Pokari. Finding trouble with him wouldn't be too much of an overreach, would it? Chapter 41, The Wizard and the Bishop. May the blessings of the light God be with you. As a ray of light faded away, the boy slowly opened his eyes. At first, he was somewhat confused, but then came the delight. "Mommy, I see it, I see it." The boy cried out in surprise, as tears welled up in the eyes of the woman standing beside him. She held the boy in her arms and kissed his forehead passionately. "I am so grateful to you, Your Grace, the bishop. I truly don't know how to thank you enough." After calming down, the woman expressed her gratitude to the man who had just helped them. Her expression was quite complex, even somewhat embarrassed. "There's nothing to it. Any sincere believer will receive the mercy of the light God." The man smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the woman could leave. It's hard to imagine that a bishop from the light temple would be willing to cast holy light on a poor person. After the woman left, a shadow emerged from behind a pillar, with a pretty face bearing a smile, but without any trace of joy. This is the divine decree of the light God. Any sincere believer has the right to enjoy the gifts of the gods. Felting slightly bowed and politely addressed the wizard apprentice. "But this can't conceal your greed. Don't think I don't know you've extorted money from a large number of believers in Pokari. Officially, these donations go to the church, but in reality, they end up in your own pocket." Xianxia said coldly, showing no anger but instead maintaining an unperturbed expression. "Did that traitor tell you? He betrayed the light temple, and in order to defend himself, he kept slandering us. His soul has fallen. The light God will not forgive him." Felting didn't seem surprised. In fact, he was well prepared for this. Several black-robed figures then appeared around the temple, encircling Xianxia and drawing their weapons. "The death of a Hermas Academy apprentice within the light temple might cause you serious trouble." Xianxia coldly stared at these individuals, making no move as if these armed people simply did not exist. "No, this isn't baseless attack. A traitor from the light temple seduced a wizard apprentice and attempted to assassinate a regional bishop inside the church. However, he underestimated the Light Temple. Believers, protecting their bishop, killed this wizard apprentice. It's that simple. Felting laughed. He wasn't affected by Xianru's threats and had already considered how to absolve himself of guilt after the deed. All right, wizards aren't known for their eloquence, but I must admit, you have some good excuses. But there's one thing you neglected, a very important matter. Those armed believers are no match for a wizard apprentice. Xianru finished speaking, picked up his wooden flute, and seemed about to play it. Stop him. Felting gave the command immediately, knowing how troublesome wizards were, so they wouldn't give them a chance to cast spells. Bang! Before his men could act, several sounds pierced the air, and crossbow bolts pierced through the bodies of some black-robed figures, causing them to fall with agonizing screams. Felting turned around to find soldiers from the Lord's residence rushing in, encircling him while swiftly overpowering those black-robed men. Anyone who resists shall be killed on the spot. An old knight entered, shouting loudly, and the guards acted swiftly, separating Felting from those in black robes within moments. Bach, what are you doing? Do you even realize that this is tantamount to declaring war on the Light Temple? Felting saw the old man and roared furiously. No, this has nothing to do with the Light Temple. You've overstepped your bounds far too much, exceeding even the tolerance of our Lord. The old knight responded grimly, then produced a thick sheet of sheepskin paper. According to imperial law, the church must not seize land, but you incited farmers to donate their lands to the church. You then secretly sold these lands and put the money into your own pocket. Don't assume you've covered everything flawlessly. Your henchmen have confessed everything. This violates imperial laws and breaks the covenant between the empire and the temple. We have sufficient evidence and reasons to arrest you. Now surrender. Old Bach spoke firmly, making Felting's complexion turn ashen. Was all this done by you? Felting looked at Xianru. This young wizard apprentice didn't appear scheming, but his methods were surprisingly clever. I merely gave a nudge. In fact, the people you dispatched are more greedy than you imagined. They didn't carry out their plans secretly. Instead, they used believers to spread the news widely. Many of the people in Pokari already knew that the church accepted land donations and then gave gifts to believers in return. With such a loud publicity, how could it not be known? Probably only you thought what you were doing was secret. Xianru shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Felting with a mocking expression in his eyes. Then it's like this. This isn't a big deal anyway. There are similar things happening in many parts of the empire, but no nobleman would bother. After all, doing so would offend the Light Temple. Felting turned his head toward old Bach, seemingly searching for answers. That's right. Just as he said, the Light Temple is thoroughly corrupt. They are no longer satisfied with nobles' gifts and have started to prey on poor folks. But the commoners don't carry much money, so they seduce these people to donate their properties. This violated the secular interest. The empire had an agreement with the temple that accepting donations, especially of land, was forbidden. But who cares? No nobleman would offend the Light Temple over this small matter. Some even participated in dividing the spoils. We may not interfere with other places, but we can't let you behave recklessly here in Pokari. Old Bach spoke firmly. He was an outstanding knight who had earned great merit for the empire, thus carrying an aura of righteousness and dignity about him. So, I underestimated the influence of wizards. In Pokari, the power of the temple seems far less than the Hermas Wizard Academy. Seeing Old Bach's performance, Felting roughly guessed the chain of events. The Hermas Wizard Academy had too much influence in Pokari, to the extent that even the local lord had to act according to the whims of that wizard academy. In contrast, the temple's influence paled in comparison. This wizard apprentice must have an extraordinary background because under his pressure, the lord chose to oppose himself. Well, but as a bishop of the Light Temple, the secular world has no right to judge me. You may arrest me, but you must send me back to the holy city, where the council of elders from the temple will judge my sins. Felting didn't panic. He knew that things wouldn't end so simply. As a regional bishop and mid-level cleric within the temple, local nobility had no authority to pronounce judgment on him. And once he returned to the holy city, that would be the Light Temple's territory. Even for appearance's sake, the council of elders wouldn't casually declare their own bishop guilty. Besides, he had backing. At worst, he could merely transfer to another place to serve as bishop without suffering much impact. Conversely, the Lord of Pokari would surely make it onto the temple's blacklist, unable to count on any more support from the temple, or even worse, run into trouble caused by the temple. At this point, Felting suddenly became interested in the nearby wizard apprentice. What kind of background did he possess that compelled the Lord to disregard offending the Light Temple to assist him? Are you a blue-collar apprentice? Frankly speaking, if you were a purple-collar or red-collar apprentice, I would feel somewhat relieved. Felting stared at Xianru, focusing on his pair of sapphire blue eyes, speaking in a teasing tone. The color of one's collar doesn't matter. What matters is that you violated the law. Law? Does the law work for you wizards? Don't tell me that all wizards abide by rules. In fact, compared to what I've done, your wizards have committed far crueler deeds. I just took a bit of money, and it wasn't free either. I performed miracles for those donors and helped them. But what about you wizards? What have you done? You're always taking, and when in a bad mood, you can arbitrarily kill a commoner. In comparison, what I've done is commendable. You are the evil ones, public enemies of everyone. Felting shouted at Xianru. Xianru remained silent and shook his head instead. Wizards aren't that evil. Even when we do wrong, we do it openly. Also, wizards help others. We don't massacre indiscriminately. It's true that there are some wizards who take life lightly, but they are in the minority. Moreover, there are plenty of dangerous magical creatures in the world. For a long time, it has been the wizards battling against them. In comparison, wizards save more lives. Yes, wizards do kill, but we also provide people with a safe living environment. Honestly speaking, I believe that instead of worshipping the god of light, you should worship wizards. After all, wizards are constantly fighting against magical creatures and protecting the human world. They are the true heroes. Xianxia retorted, entirely unaffected by Felting's words. Hero? What heroes are you? Forget it, your debating skills seem good. If you join the church, you might have a better future than being a wizard. Felting shook his head disdainfully and then teased Xianxia with a sentence. After all, not long ago, Xianxia had said that the wizard's eloquence was no match for the chief bishop of the Light Temple. But now, it seemed that they were both on the same level. Thank you very much. If you could tell me the way to use holy qi, I might consider joining the Light Temple. Xianxia shook his head instead of answering and changed the topic. The method of using holy qi? That's something only a chief bishop can master, and it is not learned but bestowed by miracles through a special ceremony. Wait, why do you ask? Felting suddenly paused, sensing something strange. He was sure he didn't recognize this face, even though his subordinates had reported suspecting that the traitor Fidax was likely hiding with a wizard apprentice like this one. This face should be unfamiliar to him. But why did it feel like he was so familiar with him? Moreover, those guards from the Lord's residence, apart from old Bach, the knight who'd crossed paths with him twice, everyone else felt odd. Felting looked around in terror, finding he couldn't clearly see their faces. It wasn't because their features were blurred, but rather he couldn't remember them. After staring at one person for a while, and then moving to another, he quickly forgot the previous guard's appearance. Terrified, Felting suddenly turned back to look at the statue of the holy god, only to find that he couldn't recall the facial features of the idol he prayed to daily. This isn't right, what's going on? Felting clutched his head, gripping his hair tightly. The pain was real, so it wasn't a dream, yet everything felt unreal. Have you noticed? Well then, come out. Xianxia's voice sounded, but his figure became increasingly ethereal. Felting looked around in horror as the temple disappeared, the guards disappeared, even his own attendants disappeared, and finally, even old Bach vanished. He found himself in the middle of a wilderness, next to his carriage, under a high moon, with the campfire flickering in the wind. The bodyguards lay sprawled across the ground, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Finally woke up, huh? How does being trapped in your own dream feel? A pleasant, neutral-toned voice reached Felting, causing him to turn and see the blue-collared apprentice wiping his longsword. He recognized the sword. It had almost killed him not long ago. It was Fidax's sword, but now it seemed to belong to someone else. Who are you, and why do you want to kill me? Felting panicked, memories beginning to flood back. He remembered leaving Pokari that morning, taking his guards and the gold and silver treasures plundered, heading back to his regular town. They camped here in the evening, and strangely, he heard an eerie flute sound, followed by, "You already know the answer, don't you?" Xianxia stood up, looking at Felting as he swung the sword in his hand. Glancing back at his guards, Felting knew that they were already dead. If he had fallen into an illusion, the others would have surely suffered the same fate. The wizard apprentice with the blue hair was wiping his longsword, its stains needing no detailed explanation. Why didn't Fidax come to kill me? With your help, it wouldn't take any effort. Felting tried to keep calm, hoping to weaken his opponent through conversation and gain a thread of hope. He can't come anymore, but entrusted me to take care of this. Well, don't struggle. I will act fast, and there won't be much pain. After all, I have no interest in torturing people. Xianxia approached Felting, his longsword glinting coldly in the moonlight. His expression was icy, looking at Felting like he was already dead. I'll give you all the money. If there is anything you need me to do, I'll help you too. Besides, killing me won't change anything. The main enemy of Fidax isn't me. I am just doing someone else's errand. Uft. Xianxia moved swiftly indeed, slashing across Felting's neck. He immediately covered the wound, eyes wide open, before falling stiffly down. Watching Felting convulsing incessantly on the ground, Xianxia helplessly shook his head. He had intended to learn about the method of using holy qi during this opportunity, only to realize that the way of the Light Temple was fundamentally impossible for him. After all, he could never abandon his identity as a wizard to join the Light Temple. Well, at least this way, I owe you nothing. Xianxia sighed softly, lifting his gaze toward the moon. He wiped off the blood from the longsword while murmuring to himself. His expression revealed a slight sense of melancholy. Chapter 42. Return to Verona. In the long-lost stone house, Xyle sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. He had returned to Verona, deceiving a farmer with magic and hiding in a potato cart to secretly infiltrate. To be honest, he didn't like this feeling, but things were complicated. He was unsure of what awaited him in this academic town. That bounty was not baseless. Those who sought his life would not abandon their plans simply due to Morris's failure. His life was still under constant threat. Verona was far from safe, and all his actions had to be cautious. Perhaps when Tutor Zola returned, he could be free from this predicament. No one but a madman would dare harm the apprentice of a red-robe wizard right under her nose. This much all apprentices of the Hellwusher Academy understood. Red-robe wizards were not only powerful, but held grudges. The question was, when would she return? Xyle was already losing patience. Even wandering outside, he wasn't sure if he'd encounter an assassination attempt, so he might as well come back. At least to find those who wanted to kill him. There are no ambushes, nor any traces of witchcraft. Xyle drew back his gaze. He confirmed that the stone house was fine. Karina's intimidation still lingered. It seemed those who sought his life did not intend to confront this red-collar apprentice directly. But now Xyle needed help. Clearly, during his absence, Karina hadn't returned, and there was no information left in the stone house. This meant she should still be with her mentor. Xyle didn't have many friends, and Karina counted as one. After all, Xyle believed that those seeking his demise included many possibilities, but not this red-collar apprentice. She had too many opportunities, both in terms of power and timing. If Karina intended harm, he wouldn't stand a chance to survive. So Xyle decided to ask for Karina's help to at least understand the nature of that bounty. Ideally, finding the person behind the bounty would thoroughly resolve this issue. Hellwooser Academy prohibited mutual killings among students, so this bounty couldn't be publicized overtly. It must have circulated within a certain scope. After prolonged consideration, Xyle finally decided to head to Savar Tutor's tower to find Karina. This was the only thing he could do. After all, there weren't many people capable of helping him. Perhaps Kabbalah also counted as someone who could assist, but the guy was confined by Tutor Olsen for violating Academy rules, staying in High Manor for years without leaving. Although he was Zola Tutor's disciple, the Academy certainly had some form of punishment measures against him. The notice was posted on the main gate, and Xyle estimated that he wouldn't be able to step outside for over a year unless Tutor Zola begged for mercy, which was highly unlikely. Once his decision was made, Xyle wasted no time lingering. Quietly slipping out of the stone house, he adjusted the hood of his apprentice robe, walking along a small path towards Savar Tutor's tower. Wizards generally embraced individualism, and certified wizards stood out especially in this regard, which could be observed through their towers. By comparison, Savar's tower was relatively conventional, narrower at the top, wider at the bottom, about 30 meters high, entirely constructed of bluestone. It very much conformed to the general public's expectations of a wizard's tower. It was certainly more acceptable than Soraya's earth bomb-like structure. Taking a deep breath, Xyle arrived at the foot of the tower, lightly knocking on the door with a hint of tension and nervousness on his face. After all, a wizard's tower is like their forbidden land. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to enter. For another wizard's apprentice to visit without permission would break the customs and might easily displease the owner. Who is it? As the door opened, a familiar voice sounded. This face, unseen for a while, appeared before Xyle. It's been a long time, Senior Apprentice Vis. Xyle said politely, somewhat reassured to see an acquaintance. However, upon seeing Xyle, Vis didn't seem pleased or surprised to reunite. Instead, his expression first showed surprise and then revealed a look of hesitation. What are you here for? Vis failed to show any warmth after a long separation, and his tone carried a touch of tension and even revulsion. This caught Xyle off guard. I am looking for Senior Apprentice Karina. If she's here, I hope Senior Apprentice Vis could let her know. Thank you very much. Xyle was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why Vis seemed irritated with him, yet he endured it without addressing the other's attitude. She's not here. After saying this, Vis was about to close the door when suddenly, a hand blocked it. Let's go. There are things I need to discuss with you. Karina appeared. She shoved Vis aside and walked out of the tower, saying indifferently as she headed toward the forest outside. Karina, don't cause trouble. This guy has got himself into something he shouldn't. Vis shouted loudly, clearly knowing something. So what? If those guys want to mess with me, let them come. Karina replied coldly and waved her hand to signal Xyle to follow her. Perplexed, Xyle followed Karina into the woods where the sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, scattered into shards on the ground. Thus they walked, one in front of the other, under the dappled sunlight until they reached a clearing where Karina stopped. What exactly happened? What's been going on while I've been away? Xyle felt a pang of panic just from Vis' reaction. It was clear that something major had happened during his absence. You're wanted. Someone went to High Manor and found Morris's body. The people who investigated concluded that you were the killer. Savar Tutor reported it to the Academy and issued a bounty, demanding that you be brought back. Karina spoke casually, and Xyle listened with furrowed brows, feeling a suffocating sensation. I didn't kill Maurice. He probably fell victim to some kind of curse and died on his own. Besides, do you think I, as a blue-collar apprentice, could just so easily kill a red-collar apprentice? It's absurd. Xyle defended himself, even pointing out that Maurice had made the first move and he was merely defending himself. Furthermore, someone else must have killed Maurice. Saying these things is useless. The key issue is Savar. He believes you're the murderer. Unless your tutor returns, this matter won't have any hope for reversal. Karina sighed, seemingly aware that Xyle didn't know much about Savar Tutor, so she explained further. If we're talking about which tutors at Hellwooshire Academy can't be provoked, Savar certainly makes the list. He holds grudges and likes to set traps in the shadows. Many tutors prefer not to cross him, but now he's targeted you. Perhaps because of Zola Tutor's influence, other apprentices may not dare act against you directly, but Savar himself has many disciples, including powerful purple-collar apprentices. Karina seemed equally troubled by the situation. It wasn't that she was unwilling to help. She simply understood the opponent was too strong. A single red-collar apprentice like her couldn't possibly stand up against it. But I really didn't kill Maurice. Xyle suddenly felt a sense of frustration. He felt unjust, having already been attacked by Maurice and being accused of murder when he hadn't done it. It doesn't matter if you did it or not. What matters now is that Savar has focused on you. I suggest you leave Verona. The farther, the better. Wait for Zola Tutor to return. Maybe then there will be a turning point. After all, Zola Tutor is a red-robe wizard. Although Savar Tutor is also strong, he's still a blue-robe wizard. Moreover, the Academy itself hasn't gotten involved, only turning a blind eye without taking any position. Most likely, they're also waiting for Zola Tutor to return. Until then, they'll remain neutral. Karina pointed out a path for Xyle. In her view, if his tutor returned, then all problems would naturally be resolved. After all, a red-robe wizard held a highly revered status within the Academy. There were only 4 of them, exalted above all others. For a moment, Zyle fell silent. He knew who his strongest supporter was, but the problem was, he had no idea when Zola would return. That person always acted mysteriously, showing their face once and then disappearing. Rather than relying on an unreliable tutor, he figured he should consider ways to save himself quickly. Can't the academy provide protection? Is it normal for a blue-robe wizard to publicly declare action against a blue-collar apprentice while the academy simply watches from the sidelines? It's unreasonable. Zyle looked distressed as he voiced his words with a slightly angry tone. Upon hearing this, Karina gave a faint smile and shook her head lightly. The academy forbids apprentices from killing each other, but it doesn't mean they'd stop a tutor from acting against an apprentice. You're not a little boy anymore. You should know how cruel the world of wizards can be. Unless you become a certified wizard or attain sufficient power, no one will take your side. Moreover, Savar merely posted a bounty under his personal name and explicitly stated the target should be taken alive. This does not conflict with the academy's regulations. All right, I've said my piece. Whether you choose to leave or stay, it's up to you. With that, Karina turned around and left without any intention to lend a helping hand. After all, in her eyes, Zyle's current predicament had already exceeded her ability to resolve. Besides, she wasn't Zyle's mom, so there was no way she could resolve every issue for him. In fact, if it weren't for the massive amount of credits Zyle owed her, she wouldn't even have told him any of this. Zyle took a deep breath and revealed a look of dejection, but soon forced himself to calm down. Why does Savar Tutor insist that I'm definitely the murderer? Moreover, after I just left Xuanhuan Manor, someone else went there. Who was that person? Zyle asked a string of questions as he began piecing together the entire event, realizing it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Someone had visited Xuanhuan Manor soon after Maurice's death. Calculating the timing, they were likely already on their way from Verona when Maurice died. The reason he returned only after the bounty was issued was because he'd spent extra days in Pokari. In other words, if he hadn't helped Fidak complete his final wish and delayed a few days, then by now he might have been cornered at home, without preparation. Savar is a major suspect, but what value do I hold that would attract the attention of a blue-robe wizard? Zyle couldn't comprehend. Maurice was Savar's disciple, yet from the destroyed letter, it was clear that the bounty existed before Maurice's death. But Zyle saw no reason why a blue-robe wizard would target him. He was too ordinary and unremarkable among all the apprentices at Helwusu Academy. It was obvious that the original bounty wasn't issued by Savar. Now there are two bounties, open and hidden. One circulated secretly among some apprentices earlier. Another one just released, openly announced by Savar Tutor. Suddenly, Zyle felt his luck was incredibly bad. Out of nowhere, he'd become a target, and not just for one person. Realizing this, Zyle suddenly became aware of just how crucial having a powerful mentor or ally, a leg to ride, was in the Wizard Academy. If Zola Tutor were here, this wouldn't be an issue at all. At least Savar wouldn't dare provoke a red-robe wizard over him. But now, since Zola Tutor was absent, Zyle needed to remain low profile while also finding help. But who can help me? Zyle fell into deep thought. He didn't know many people at Helwusu Academy, and those who could offer real assistance were even fewer. First, the apprentices could be ruled out. With Savar Tutor issuing a bounty, even Karina had backed off, let alone other apprentices. They'd likely avoid getting involved entirely. So, only certified wizards could help him, but Zyle barely knew any of them. Should I go see Tutor Cyria? After pondering for a long time, Zyle realized that the only person who could potentially help him was Cyria, the tutor who highly appreciated his surgical skills and almost took him as a disciple. Most importantly, Zyle believed Cyria wouldn't fear Savar, given how exceptionally strong-willed and powerful she was. Just as Zyle decided to seek Cyria Tutor's help, suddenly two figures appeared in the woods. They wore apprentice robes of the academy, with red collars standing out prominently under the fragmented sunlight. Zyle paused and stepped slightly backward. These two emerged from the woods and flashed wide smiles toward him. Sharp teeth like a shark gleamed through their mouths, revealing menace. Zyle immediately grew tense. Clearly, these individuals weren't good news. High towers where wizards lived were usually remote because they preferred solitude. Savar Tutor was no exception. It was more than 10 miles away from Verona. Two red-collar apprentices wouldn't randomly appear here. Their presence meant trouble. As Zyle sensed danger and quietly reached for the wooden flute in his pocket, a voice came from another direction. Bona, Kafel, do you really think Savar Tutor's disciples are easy to bully, so you've come here to cause trouble? Turning around, Zyle was delighted to see that Karina had returned, accompanied by several familiar faces. Vis, Heidi, and Pol were with her. The simultaneous arrival of 4 red-collar apprentices caused the two individuals to stop abruptly. Their smiles quickly disappeared, replaced by serious expressions. With the situation now 5 against 2, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 43, The Woman in the Blood Pool. The atmosphere was tense. Xia instinctively moved towards Karina and the others, as he lacked a sense of security and needed protection. We just want to have a chat with this junior student. We mean no harm, let alone any disrespect to Mentor Savar and his disciples. Karina, aren't you overreacting? One of the sharp-nosed individuals spoke up. He was Bona, who had some renown among the red-collar apprentices. Chat, maybe elsewhere, but not here. We don't intend to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of it. Moreover, this is within the range of Mentor Savar's tower. Your uninvited intrusion can be seen as a threat. Karina said sarcastically, her eyes fixed firmly on Bona, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Crazy woman. Beside Bona stood Cafiel, taller in stature. He muttered under his breath, though his voice was low. Karina heard him clearly. Cafiel, was I too lenient with you last time? Karina quietly reached into her pocket. Seeing this, Cafiel instinctively paled slightly and took a step back. There was some unresolved tension between the two. While mutual killing was strictly forbidden at the Hermo Wizard Academy, occasional magic duels were considered harmless. Given the blood-hot tempers of most students, such minor disputes were resolved through magical competition. In front of many apprentices, Cafiel was soundly defeated by Karina. As soon as the referee signaled, before Cafiel could even use his magic, Karina utilized alchemy to throw an explosive bead. The scene was gruesome. Cafiel was thrown several meters away, completely charred. If his companions hadn't rushed to his aid, he might have stopped breathing altogether. Though he survived without disabilities, he was bedridden for more than a month, a period that brought back unpleasant memories. Thus, when Karina reached into her pocket again, Cafiel reacted intensely, while Bona nearby broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't suffered at Karina's hands, but the reputation of this violent woman was already well established. Both excelled in offensive magic, but Bona knew his own limitations. Facing 4 red-collar apprentices, 3 of whom weren't adept at fighting, left only Karina. She had disciplined countless red-collar apprentices, and he had no confidence in dealing with her. Moreover, they were on Mentor Savar's territory. As disciples of other mentors, a conflict here with Karina and her group would bring immense complications. We'll go. Bona turned around, his face ashen, swiftly leading Cafiel back along the original path. Before leaving, however, he shot a glance at Xia, filled with hostility and menace. You'd better leave Verona quickly. Leave Hermo Wizard Academy altogether. Once the two entered the woods and disappeared from sight, Karina sighed in relief and turned to Xia, speaking mildly. Now, she had removed her hand from her empty pocket. She was merely trying to scare them. We're not fully recovered yet. If we had really fought, we wouldn't have gotten the upper hand. Wei sighed, patting Xia on the shoulder. His face betrayed a hint of guilt. He wasn't ungrateful. His arm being saved owed much to this blue-collar junior disciple. But the opponents were too strong. He couldn't protect Xia, and anyone weighing their options wouldn't want to get entangled. Don't blame him for being pragmatic. Wizards themselves are a group inclined toward benefit and avoidance of harm. I still have some money here. You can take it first. Find a more secluded place and return once things calm down. Hetty handed over her money pouch to Xia, her guilt also apparent. All right, hurry and go. We cannot offer you shelter. Mentor Savar dislikes troubles and certainly won't alienate a fellow wizard like Sabruz just for a non-disciple, blue-collar apprentice. Karina waved her hand. Reaching this point was somewhat risky. After all, provoking a certified wizard, even for her, was considered a reckless move. I understand, and I sincerely thank you all. Xia accepted the kindness of the group. He realized that the seniors had done what they could. Going further would be asking too much. He couldn't expect anything more from them. To avoid further complications, Xia avoided the main roads, instead circling around via a smaller path towards Saria's tower. He didn't leave immediately because the other side already knew he had returned to Verona and might intercept him on the road. On the other hand, he must figure out a few things. After all, running away endlessly isn't a solution. Saria's tower still looked the same. After making sure no one was following him, Charles hurried up to knock on the door. The elderly servant opened the door again, but this time, he did not let Charles in immediately. Instead, he gave him a once-over as if asking what business a blue-collar apprentice had visiting. I apologize for interrupting. I am sure Charles Nilasace. I need to see Mentor Saria, and I hope you could deliver my message. Charles reintroduced himself, fearing the servant might have forgotten who he was. After hearing his introduction, the old servant showed no response, apparently waiting for Charles to finish explaining. Heaving a sigh, Charles nudged his lips and had to state his purpose, mentioning that he had just returned from Hino's manor and faced some trouble, hence coming here to inquire about certain matters and seeking assistance. After hearing Charles's request, the servant finally nodded, then closed the door, seemingly reporting to someone. Charles stood by the entrance, glancing behind occasionally. He felt highly insecure at the moment and had to stay vigilant. A while later, the elderly servant opened the door again and allowed Charles to come in before carefully closing the door. The inside of the high tower was exactly the same as it had been before. However, this time, instead of leading Charles to the previous room, the servant took him upstairs. Upon arriving at a door, the servant knocked. Saria's voice came through, giving permission to enter. However, the servant did not reach out to open the door. Instead, he stepped aside, clearly indicating that Charles should enter alone. Without overthinking the servant's action, Charles extended his hand and opened the door. As soon as he entered, all he saw was thick, white smoke. This is soul incense, a miraculous herb from the east. It can nurture the soul when burned. You could try it as well. Saria's voice resonated through the haze, and Charles couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed after hearing it. This smell, which he recognized instantly, seemed unrelated to nurturing the soul since he was extremely familiar with it. It was mugwort. Whether it could nourish the soul or not, Charles wasn't sure, but its efficacy in repelling mosquitoes and insects was undeniable. Although tempted to make sarcastic remarks, Charles resisted. He found a chair after much effort, sat down, fanning the air around to reduce the burning sensation in his nose before speaking. Mentor Saria, disturbing you like this is very presumptuous, but I truly have no other way out. Surely you've heard. I'm now in deep trouble. Maurice died at Hino's estate, though it wasn't me who killed him. There seemed to be a curse on him that triggered accidentally. Also, I admit we fought, but it was he who struck first. I was merely defending myself. I understand why Mentor Sabruz would be enraged, but there's a grave misunderstanding, an incredibly profound one. Charles did not mention the bounty. only indicating that he had been attacked by Maurice and claimed he didn't kill him. So what? Sabreuse lost a disciple. Naturally, he would be angry. Moreover, there's no evidence of any curses. It's all your word against his. Besides, why are you here asking me for help? If Maurice attacked you, I brought him. So do you believe I'm responsible and should intercede on your behalf? No, you're not my disciple. Such incidents occur frequently in the academy. Apprentice deaths are common and usually handled by respective mentors. Therefore, you shouldn't come here expecting my assistance, but rather find your own mentor quickly, have her return, and deal with this issue. Saria's tone was emotionless. She was someone who preferred avoiding complications. In this matter, she saw no personal benefit for herself, thus she exuded an aura of distance. But I cannot contact my mentor Zola. I don't even know where she has gone. So currently, I can only come to you, not daring to ask for direct aid, but merely hoping you could buy me some time. Charles knew what kind of people wizards were. Saying they wouldn't act unless it benefited them wasn't excessive. They were pragmatic, acting only when it served their interests, even if it was just a word of advice. To Charles, Mentor Sabreuse represented a colossal threat, a looming mountain capable of crushing him at any moment. Yet, to Saria, a simple statement from her would suffice to restrain Sabreuse from acting arbitrarily. After all, they were both blue-robe wizards, and Saria's strength within their rank was certainly nothing to underestimate. Alienating a fellow blue-robe wizard over anger towards a lowly blue-collar apprentice would be both irrational and ill-considered. Wizards calculated everything meticulously, including these risks, and they understood them perfectly. That's your problem, between you and your mentor. Now I can only say that you'd better act quickly and find Zola. How to find her is something you need to consider yourself. Given your previous good performance, I can give you one suggestion. Go to Hoheim. Every time Zola leaves, she mostly goes there first. Go to the Seagull Tavern and find a man named Stanley. He is the second disciple of Mentor Zola, and technically, also your senior. After finishing her words, Saria indicated that she was tired, which was clearly an order to leave. Charles wanted to ask more questions, but it seemed Saria had no intention to converse further. He could only swallow his words back in. However, just as Charles was about to stand up, Saria's voice rang out again. Sabreuse is a madman, but this reaction of his seems overly extreme. You'd better be careful. He has lost many disciples, and Maurice wasn't one of his key cultivation targets. By principle, he shouldn't have issued a personal bounty or even asked much about it. I don't know the exact reason behind his response, but because of him, the whole Verona has been shaken. After all, Maurice promised some benefits, a gold ring inscribed with 2 LV3 spells, which for red-collar apprentices would be a decent life-saving tool. So there might be quite a few people who are against you. You'd better be vigilant and not easily trust others. Saria's meaning was clear. The severity of this matter might be greater than Charles imagined, and he needed to prepare. When rewards are high, brave ones will risk. Many people will dare take dangerous chances. Thank you very much. I'll be careful. Charles stopped in his tracks, slightly bowing after expressing his gratitude, then pushed the door open and left the smoke-filled room. I hope he can survive. That Sabreuse, what a troublemaker. Upon hearing the closing door, Saria knew Charles had already left. She murmured these words to herself amidst the fog. If Charles had seen Saria now, even though he was accustomed to grand scenes, he might still struggle to suppress his emotions and scream in shock. There lay Saria completely naked in a bathtub filled with viscous blood, occasionally bubbling. Her mask was removed, revealing a face without skin. Reddish flesh oozed buds that wriggled like worms in the air. This was the price of wielding extraordinary power. Every few years, Saria would enter a period of weakness, during which her body's magic became disordered. Inconveniently, it just happened to coincide with this period now. Thus, she rejected Charles. In her current state, she likely wouldn't be able to leave this tall tower within a month. Even less so use sorcery. It was her secret. As a blue-robe wizard, she had her rivals too. If they found her in this weakened state, it would pose a lethal threat. Having allowed Charles to come in was already considered doing everything possible. Under normal circumstances, during her weakened periods, she would never allow anyone to enter her tower, let alone come into her room and face-to-face. From this angle, she indeed placed high value on this blue-collar apprentice. At least felt a connection. While Saria closed her eyes and let her body absorb the unique magical energy from the blood in the bathtub, suddenly an unsettling magical fluctuation came from outside. She immediately opened her eyes, frowned, and looked tense. Something wrong with the corpse storeroom? Damn it, why now? Who could it be? Saria stopped her therapy. She held onto the edge of the bathtub, standing up somewhat flustered. But then, suddenly, she realized that her mask and clothes were gone. Master, the time has come. An elderly voice sounded, making Saria instantly alert. This was the voice of the old servant, but upon closer listening, it didn't seem quite right. Because the sound carried a sense of overlapping, as if two people spoke simultaneously. Who are you? Saria said coldly. Her magic was extremely disordered now, leaving her unable to perform sorcery, yet she wasn't powerless. Seen bending slightly, she began muttering incantations. The blood in the bathtub suddenly became agitated. As if alive, it swirled around Saria like dragons and snakes, then adhered to her skin, gradually merging with her body, until finally, all the blood wrapped around her, forming a bright red dress. With her new clothing, Saria stepped out of the bathtub. She now appeared like a queen of blood, carrying an imposing aura. However, this state did not last long. Before taking a few steps, she staggered and fell to the ground. What exactly was added to the soul incense? The blood-red dress suddenly disintegrated, turning into blood water that spread across the floor. Xianxia lay on the ground, unable to move even a finger. She knew she had been outwitted. Good stuff, very good stuff. It dissolves blood marvelously. After serving you for so many years, I know all your cards. The old servant walked in, stepping on the puddle of blood with a plop, plop sound, holding a gold-made cone which he dangled above Xianxia's head. What are you going to do? Do you realize killing a mentor of the academy means? Before Xianxia could finish her sentence, the old servant slammed the cone down hard, piercing through her head and directly into the floor. It was a deadly blow, executed cleanly and efficiently by the old servant. Xianxia twitched on the ground. Her vitality was tenacious. Even after being impaled through the skull, she still did not die. She seemed to be trying to resist and break free. But obviously, it was futile. Xianxia could do nothing more. She couldn't get up. The old servant, seemingly aware that this woman wouldn't be easily killed, took out a hammer and smashed her head to pulp as if venting his anger. He then quickly left. Though temporarily immobilized, even if betrayed, Xianxia would not die. Because she was no longer considered a human, her soul wasn't housed within her body. This was her final ace. And even this old servant didn't know where her soul truly resided. At least, Xianxia was now incapable of posing any threat. Without her suppressing influence, the corpse storeroom descended into chaos completely. The puppet guards had been destroyed, and the ancient iron gate now stood wide open. Countless corpses sat up from their shelves. They first experienced confusion, but soon, in perfect unison, they moved toward the door. As twilight deepened, Verona began to light up with twinkling lights. People had no idea that on such an ordinary night, horror would descend. Thousands of corpses emerged from the tower, marching forward like an unstoppable tide. It was as though Verona was a cake emanating irresistible aroma, beckoning them closer. They approached quietly, and then they slaughtered everyone. Chapter 44, Corpses Uprising. No, stay away, you monster. Don't come near me. Go away now. On the street, a drunkard's face was filled with terror as he looked at the naked woman in front of him, his eyes wide open and let out a scream. The woman paid no attention. She continued to approach step by step. The man's expression became increasingly terrified because her appearance was too horrifying. At this moment, the woman had no expressions on her face. She only had one eye left, and there was a big hole in her chest. Her skin wasn't the least bit rosy, but instead a purplish blue. What was most crucial was that the woman's body emitted an odor unique to corpses, a corpse smell, meaning that she was no longer alive. A corpse that could move freely, a dead person advancing toward you step by step. No matter how much alcohol was in his system, the man's drunkenness disappeared. He struggled to get up and tried to escape, but the woman suddenly jumped forward and pinned him down. Amid screams of horror, the woman opened her mouth and bit hard into the back of the man's neck. She then tilted her head back and tore off a large piece of flesh. She chewed a few times with a wet sound before swallowing it. The man fought hard, but strangely enough, this strong man could not break free from the woman's grip. Fear took away part of his strength, but more importantly, her strength far exceeded his. The undead transformation gave the woman a new life and bestowed upon her supernatural powers. She no longer felt fear or any other emotions. All her actions were centered around one principle: destroy all living beings. Especially humans, they seemed like natural enemies who instilled repulsion. Their digestive systems had long stopped working, but they still devoured living beings out of enjoyment, enjoying the sensation of tearing life apart. They were completely absorbed in it, as if bewitched. The man didn't struggle for long before he died and lay motionless on the ground, blood spreading and soaking the soil around him. There was only bone and a small piece of flesh left on his neck, while the rest had been swallowed by the woman. The woman paused because the victim was already without breath. Further tearing would lose its meaning. After all, her goal was to kill the other party, not to crave the flesh and blood. She slowly stood up, holding a posture that seemed frozen in time, standing still where she was. Then suddenly, she made a retch sound and vomited a large mouthful of yellow-green mucus, directly spraying it onto the man's corpse lying in front of her. After taking a short rest, the woman lifted her foot and walked away. There were still many living people in this town, and she aimed to shred them all, this being just the beginning. Not long after the woman left, the supposedly dead man wobbled and stood up again. His complexion was similarly devoid of color, with a vacant expression. After a while, he also started walking heavily towards the direction the woman had left. He too had undergone the undead transformation. The woman's vomit, actually consisting of the man's blood and flesh, contained a lot of death energy, which triggered the corpse mutation. Such occurrences were playing out all over Verona as armies of the undead rampaged through the city, turning this place into hell instantly. Corpses kept creating more corpses, while living people screamed and scattered everywhere. The streets were entirely occupied by these unwelcome visitors. This led to many buildings becoming islands. Bang! Charles struck the undead creature in front of him with a wooden stick, sending it flying while gasping for breath and helplessly shaking his head. He returned to Verona under the cover of darkness, intending to hide in a cart and sneak away quietly, thus avoiding those ill-intentioned people. However, unexpectedly, he encountered the uprising of the undead. Though he hid himself well, these undead creatures didn't rely on vision to locate targets. His life essence, in the presence of these undead creatures, was completely unable to be concealed, shining brightly in the darkness like a lamp. Fortunately, he had the ability to protect himself. Although witchcraft was unavailable, his strength was sufficient. Even though these undead bodies had more strength than ordinary people, he faced no major issues in dealing with them, provided that it was one-on-one. Only, the corpse that had been struck flew backward, then wobbly stood up again. It had no sensation of pain, leaving only an intense hatred for living beings. Killing others was its sole instinct. Meanwhile, the commotion here attracted more zombies. They gradually formed an encircling situation, making Charles feel somewhat uneasy. He did not want to use holy energy, and even less wish to draw attention to himself, as Verona housed many mage students, some of whom were well-versed in such matters. Therefore, he could only break through relying solely on physical strength, but lacked proper weapons. Moreover, the undead's strength was not much weaker than his own. Breaking through proved difficult. Boom. Just as Charles pondered how to extricate himself from his current predicament, an explosion suddenly sounded nearby. Damn it. You're just a corpse, and you dare to run around. Let's see how you handle my fireball spell. A few blue-collar apprentices were casting magic, surrounded by a group of soldiers forming a mobile artillery position. They appeared to be heading somewhere, and just happened to pass by here. Because of the commotion and the strong presence of gathered living people, their aura was too concentrated. In an instant, the corpses on Charles's side had their attention entirely drawn over there. Seeing the opportunity, Charles quickly rushed out, slipping between two corpses. Before they could react, he reached a window. Without hesitation, Charles leaped, smashing through the window with his body. After rolling twice upon landing, despite glass shards cutting into his skin, he didn't pause for a moment and directly ran toward the interior room. This was an apartment, a suite. One of the rooms housed a female apprentice. Charles's sudden intrusion frightened the young girl. She cowered in the corner, holding a candlestick, timidly looking at Charles. Clearly, she was a rookie, as the collar of her apprentice robe was pitch black. Facing the impending crisis, instead of choosing her wand, she took the candlestick as a weapon, indicating that her magical skills weren't anything impressive. You'd better find more companions. Otherwise, staying here will only mean your death, Charles coldly remarked. Without stopping, directly opened the door and dashed down the hallway. The girl stood dumbfounded. Although she hadn't fully grasped the situation, Charles's words still left a slight impression, prompting her to pluck up the courage and carefully rise. At this time, low growls emanated from outside the window, causing her to shiver. Hastily, she fled the room. The corridor was already crowded with many rookies. Human instinct, especially in critical moments, led them to seek company. They clustered together for warmth. However, a group of rookies certainly lacked fighting power. In their hands, various makeshift weapons were held, yet not a single wand was among them. Charles squeezed through the crowd, trying to cross the building to find a more concealed hiding spot. However, soon his blue-collared shirt caught the attention of the rookies. A seemingly robust male student suddenly stepped forward and grabbed him. "Excuse me, senior." Charles halted, turned back, and looked at the rookie. Judging by his attire, this individual apparently came from a well-off family. His white shirt not only featured decorative cuffs, but also had a beautiful row of artistic letters embroidered in gold thread on the collar. That was something wealthier noble families particularly favored, having their surname embroidered in gold thread on clothing to show off their distinguished identity. "What do you want?" Charles wore a hood, but his handsome face still made the male student feel somewhat amazed, so much so that after hearing this gender-neutral voice, he momentarily failed to respond. Still, the commotion drew the attention of others, especially when they noticed the color of Charles's collar. These rookies immediately reacted by quickly gathering around. In such chaos, nothing mattered more than having a powerful protector. "Senior sister, please, you must protect us. We can pay you as compensation." The corridor was dimly lit, and not everyone got a clear look at Charles's face. Some judged by the voice and called out "Senior sister." Instantly, Charles displayed a disgusted expression. Angrily, he threw off the male student's hand and exclaimed, "I have other things to attend to and cannot stay here. You'd best find another safe zone. And I am not senior sister. Call me senior brother." After speaking, Charles shoved the person in front and forcefully pushed through the crowd. "Wait, senior sister, brother. For the sake of being fellow students at Hermes Wizardry Academy, can you lend us a hand?" Lacking security, the rookies had no experience facing such situations. Now seeing a blue-collared apprentice, how could they let go easily? Therefore, someone tried to hold on to Charles again. However, the response was a punch. "Get the hell away, don't block my path. You need to understand that your lives can only be safeguarded by yourselves. I'm not your elder brother, nor your parents, and I have no reason to protect you. If you possess any sense as a student of a wizardry academy, you should best deal with the current issue yourself. After all, in real wizardry life, such emergencies are commonplace." Charles did not feel any guilt after hitting someone. Rather, he reprimanded loudly. Even after speaking, he walked away without looking back. He didn't even glance at the male student who was thrown, now curled up on the ground, sobbing while covering his face. Although his punch wasn't very forceful, an ordinary person who got hit would still be in bad shape. Charles's imposing demeanor intimidated these rookies. They didn't expect him to have such a fiery temper, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. "It's just a blue collar, what's so great about that?" By now, some were already standing up for justice. Since the other party refused to stay and protect them, there was no need to flatter him. Instead, out of instinct, a little slander was their way to save face. "Wait, that handsome face, and the blue hair and pupils. God, he is Senior Charles, the merman." Suddenly, a female student realized this. She had seen Charles a few times, and despite the dim light, she identified who this blue-collared apprentice was. After all, among the rookies, Charles was quite well known, and many had seen him, so it wasn't unexpected that his identity was recognized. "So it's him, but I heard that he's in big trouble now. Yeah, don't look so proud now. Soon someone will deal with him. I heard he assassinated a red-collared apprentice outside, so their mentor, in anger, issued a warrant for his arrest. TSK, he won't last long. My cousin said many red-collared apprentices are targeting him now. It's possible even a purple-collared apprentice might step in. Then let him die quickly. Best to throw him to those corpses outside until not a single bone is left. Yes, let him die, and painfully. The ugliness of human nature was fully displayed at this moment. Just because Charles refused to protect them, these rookies viewed him as a villain, spewing various venomous curses. They felt not a bit excessive. But whether Charles was going to suffer misfortune remained unclear. What was clear was that misfortune awaited them right now. As the sound of shattering windows came, the corpses had entered this building. They could sense the presence of numerous living beings, and instinctively moved toward these rookies. Events happened suddenly, causing chaos and panic among the rookies. Following closely were shouts, insults, and screams, one after another. Though all possessed magic and knew some low-level sorcery, they weren't powerless against the undead corpses. Yet, they didn't choose resistance. Their minds were fixated on one thing: escape. In the confusion, some were trampled and injured. But these wounded dared not remain where they were. Even if unable to stand, they followed the crowd by crawling, trying their best to escape from the monsters behind them. The rookies were terrified, unwilling to venture out, so they all rushed towards the stairs together, attempting to flee upstairs. This was not a wise choice, because once inside the building, the undead would chase them. Ascending meant losing retreat options. Thus, a massacre began. The rookies climbed floor by floor, with more and more gathering. By the time they reached the topmost fourth floor, they had nowhere left to go. A dozen or so undead bodies trapped them in the narrow corridor. In the crush of bodies, the rookies lost any ability to resist. When the undead surged forward, the rookies had nothing left but to cry out helplessly, becoming lambs awaiting slaughter. Occasionally, a few lucky ones escaped through broken windows during the chaos, sustaining injuries of varying severity, yet managing to preserve their lives, for now. At least temporarily. However, most lacked the courage to jump from the window. The outcome? One by one, they met their end in the jaws of these living corpses. Charles was unaware of what transpired behind him. He only knew he had encountered acquaintances. And these acquaintances were in peril. Margaret and Brenda were currently outside a building, surrounded by 3 corpses. Especially Margaret. Her ankle was covered in blood, and she knelt on the ground, showing signs of fear and despair. She was injured and unable to move. Brenda, as a good friend, refused to abandon her. The short-haired girl held a dagger, standing in front of Margaret, prepared to fight. Being the daughter of a knight, though a Wizardry Academy apprentice, she had undergone swordsmanship and combat training. However, facing undeads was her first time, and watching those corpse-smelling people, her hand trembled slightly. Charles sighed. He knew that if he did not act, the 2 of them would almost certainly perish here. Lowering his head, he spotted a short spear. Perhaps it was left behind by some guard. Judging from the bloodstains on it, this guard probably wouldn't survive much longer. There was a high chance he'd already become part of the undead army. But he left the weapon behind, and Charles didn't disdain the bloodstains on the short spear as he bent down and picked it up. After moving his limbs slightly, he rushed towards Margaret and Brenda's direction. Almost simultaneously, those corpse-like undead also launched an attack toward Margaret and Brenda. Chapter 45. The Woman Who Stabs from Behind. Sierra's speed was very fast, but the distance between the other side was too close. All of a sudden, those undead corpses viciously lunged forward. Anyone who saw their ferocious appearance would be shocked open-mouthed. However, Brenda was an exception. As the daughter of a knight, she had undergone strict training since childhood, and her mindset was completely different from that of an ordinary person. She maintained her composure even though the opponent was an inhuman monster. She could quickly respond and accurately stab with her dagger. Puff! The sharp blade pierced into the collarbone of the other side, but it didn't penetrate deep enough. Brenda swiftly pulled back her knife and bent down, using her shoulder to shove the opponent away. For an ordinary person, this level of damage would be entirely fatal, but for these corpses, it barely made any difference. They no longer knew fear. Their bodies showed no hesitation even with an extra hole in their throats. Instinct drove them to spread their arms and continue to lunge toward Brenda. Although keeping up with training, Brenda was still just a girl aged 15 or 16. Facing such a vicious enemy, she could only hold off with her dagger to prevent being overwhelmed, but the significant disparity in strength left her swaying precariously. Brenda, run. Don't worry about me. Margaret shouted loudly. Her leg wound was extremely severe, depriving her of mobility on such a chaotic night. She did not wish to become a burden to her friend. No, I still. Brenda hadn't given up yet. She persisted, but when another living corpse joined the attack on her, she had to retreat hastily, tripping over her own feet and plopped beside Margaret. Despair etched across both girls' faces as 5 corpses surrounded them, each breath quickening in anxiety. Just as doom seemed imminent, a figure suddenly appeared. The glimpse of the blue neckline widened their eyes simultaneously, igniting hope for survival within them. Sierra had arrived. He plunged the spear he carried straight through the head of one of the corpses. These reanimated bodies were hard to handle, but they weren't without weaknesses, just smashed their brains apart, and their movement stopped. Hence, Sierra's spear became a formidable weapon against them. Leveraging his superior strength amidst deft maneuvers, he relentlessly pierced the heads of these corpses with his spear. Within just under 3 minutes, he managed to kill all of them by striking their foreheads. Sierra, you've returned. As Sierra crouched on the ground catching his breath, Margaret let out a delighted shout. Yes, fortunately I'm back. Sierra looked at this young lady and flashed a gentle smile. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we might have. Brenda said somewhat nervously, knowing that if it weren't for Sierra, then at this moment, she and Margaret would likely be in grave peril. All right, I just happened to pass by. Helping you was merely coincidental. By the way, why didn't you two stay in your room? It's dangerous outside right now. Sierra walked over to Margaret, crouching down while examining her foot injury and inquiring with concern. Our apartment building was attacked. These creatures broke in, causing harm to many people. So we had to escape. But unfortunately, Margaret was tackled down and her leg was bitten. I had to carry her and flee towards the academy's direction because there are security guards and powerful upperclassmen there. But unluckily, those things cornered us here. Everything else that followed, you already know. Brenda felt somewhat helpless. They had been forced to flee, chaos engulfing their apartment complex like a boiling pot of soup. Yet reaching this point still counted as their good fortune. If these were just ordinary corpses, then there'd be nothing wrong. But beware of beasts. If anything, those kinds of monsters would be far harder to deal with. Fortunately, the injuries were not serious. The Achilles tendon was not harmed. All right, you two shouldn't wander around recklessly anymore. Find a hidden place to hide first. I believe the situation will soon be brought under control by the academy. Upon confirming that Margaret's injury was just superficial, Sierra also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, these two young ladies were his compatriots. In the Hermos Wizard Academy, they were among the few people he could call friends. Moreover, he was well aware that despite their numbers, these corpses posed no real threat to the mentors of the academy, or even to the purple sash and red sash apprentices. There was too great a disparity in strength. To Sierra, even Cerelia alone could suppress them with a single hand. However, it was rather peculiar. Where had that woman gone? Judging from the looks of these corpses, they must have come from the morgue. A faint sense of something unusual flickered in Sierra's mind, but he didn't dwell on it further. At this stage, the situation was beyond what a blue sash apprentice like him could interfere with. I know of a place that might be good to hide. It's an independent courtyard with high walls, so these creatures probably won't be able to get in. Brenda suddenly suggested, and Sierra nodded after hearing it. After all, these corpses moved slowly. If they were in a high-walled courtyard, the corpses would struggle to break through. Swiftly picking up Margaret, Sierra followed Brenda and immediately left the area. They walked along a small alley, which was still secluded, without encountering any obstruction. Arriving at a tall iron gate, Brenda stopped. She looked around and, upon seeing no monsters, knocked on the gate. Who's there? A man's voice responded, filled with caution. Brenda identified herself, and soon the door opened slightly. Brenda went in first, with Sierra closely following. Only then did Sierra notice that this courtyard was indeed somewhat special. The courtyard was quite spacious, with some junk piled in the corner. The only small building looked rather dilapidated, its walls peeling badly, and many windows broken. In the center of the courtyard stood a blue sash apprentice. He wasn't too old, but had a somber look, his weak frame suggesting malnutrition. However, Sierra wasn't surprised. In the ranks of blue sash apprentices, there were plenty who weren't doing well. Judging by the age of this one, he was almost at the threshold where he could be forcibly dismissed. Although Sierra didn't understand how little Brenda came to know such a person, the environment here was indeed very suitable for hiding. The wall was nearly 3 meters high and appeared relatively solid. Those corpses couldn't possibly climb over. The only entrance was that iron gate. With the gate bolted shut and reinforced with wooden beams, breaking through it wouldn't be easy. Unless 50 or 60 corpses attacked simultaneously, no one could breach it easily. Thank you, sir. Sierra set Margaret down, about to express gratitude when suddenly, a dagger appeared right in front of his neck. Brenda, what are you doing? Margaret's complexion changed. Incredulous, she looked at Brenda, unable to understand why she acted this way. Sierra, I didn't catch you in the daytime, but now you've delivered yourself into my hands in the evening. Two people stepped out from the small building. Upon looking at them, Sierra's pupils constricted slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed. Pona and Kafale appeared. They stared at Sierra, showing their pointed teeth once again, creating an eerie and evil vibe. You're part of the same gang as Brenda? How foolish I've been. I should have noticed before. Last time, during the magic failure, she hung around me for half a day. At that point, she must have been colluding with your lot already. Sierra shot an irritated glance at Brenda beside him, but she didn't deny it. Instead, she coldly glared at Sierra. The dagger pressed even closer against Sierra's neck. Yes, we've known each other for a while, and our relationship is very intimate. Pona walked over to them, reached out, and gently lifted Brenda's chin before giving her a brief kiss on the lips. This casual act made Brenda uncomfortable, but she didn't reject it, just slightly lowering her head, continuing to press the dagger firmly against Sierra's neck without wavering. Unbelievable. The daughter of a knight consorting with such scum. Sierra shook his head bitterly. This was his mistake. He hadn't anticipated that helping someone on such a chaotic night could lead to betrayal. However, he believed that bringing him here was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision by Brenda. This woman was far more calculating than she appeared, not as naive or straightforward as she seemed on the surface. Regardless, Sierra had no way to escape. The opponents were 2 red sash apprentices, and he had no help to rely on. So what do you plan to do now? Take me back and hand me over to Master Zabruz, Sierra said coldly, unsure where these two would take him next. After all, he had 2 bounties on his head, one wanting him alive, and the other dead. No, Zabruz's reward is tempting, but another offer is more lucrative. After Pona finished speaking, he suddenly glanced at Brenda. Then unexpectedly, this girl withdrew the dagger, shocking Sierra as she thrust it directly into his waist. We don't need a living Sierra Tal Sierra Nirash. We just need a dead merman. With a smirk, Pona bent down as he spoke. Watching Sierra fall, the latter then transformed into a bubble. This sudden event caused everyone's faces to change dramatically, and just like that, Sierra disappeared before their eyes. Pona and Kafale reacted quickly, stepping back warily. Boom. The iron gate was blasted open, and the shattered door panels hurled the slender blue sash apprentice into the air. A sharp piece of iron sliced through his throat, and as he hit the ground, blood gushed out. He struggled for a few moments before losing his breath. I knew it. You're always causing trouble, but I didn't expect you to cause this much. As the dust settled, a shadowy figure spoke up. In the dim night, his face was unclear, but the touch of purple at his collar made Pona and the others' hearts sink. By Sierra's side, there was actually a purple sash apprentice protecting him. This was beyond all their expectations. Chapter 46. Brother, you're so handsome. Purple-collared apprentice. Both Bona and Kafale realized the seriousness of the situation. They had initially held the advantage, but now, the tide had turned. Should I introduce myself first? But I think it's unnecessary. Matters of killing should always be kept low-key. After speaking, the purple-collared apprentice suddenly raised his hand, and dark elemental energy quickly gathered, finally coalescing into a solid sphere that emitted a dim purple glow. Wait, we are disciples of Tutor Sabulus. As members of Hermes Wizard Academy, you should know that the Academy forbids students from killing each other. You cannot kill us. Otherwise, the Academy will never forgive you. Foreseeing something bad was about to happen, Bona immediately shouted, but the other party showed no sign of backing down, only laughing lightly and saying, you know the rules of the Academy too, yet when you were dealing with my junior brother, you gave him no way out at all. That's enough talking already. Now, you must pay for your actions. After finishing his words, the purple-collared apprentice clenched his hand forcefully. Immediately, the dark elemental sphere collapsed, and invisible magical power swept through the surroundings like a magic storm. But nothing happened. While Bona and Kafale were stunned, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck them from above. The thunder was as thick as a bucket and directly struck their heads, instantly piercing through them. The fire caused by the lightning engulfed their figures, almost instantly turning the two into black charcoal. They died in an extremely tragic manner. And thus, the admired red-collared apprentices whom many young children looked up to were wiped out. Even Margaret and Brenda stared with widened eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Those two women, you can handle them yourself. I've done more than enough already, so now you owe me a favor. After saying these words, the purple-collared apprentice stepped aside, allowing Charles to walk in. I need an explanation. Charles fixed a cold gaze on Brenda. He believed he hadn't infringed upon her interests, so there was no reason for resentment or targeting. At this point, do we even need an explanation? Kill me then. Anyway, I don't deserve to live anyway. Brenda let out a bitter laugh. She, too, was a student and understood the temperament of wizards well. Returning good for evil? That was impossible. If you offended a wizard, no matter how small the incident, they would make sure you paid dearly. This was why among wizards themselves, enmity was avoided at all costs. What might seem like a trivial thing could result in consequences heavier than anyone could bear. No one was foolish. There were no minor quarrels between wizards. Once a conflict started, it went until death. Was it about money? Charles stopped 10 meters away from Brenda, looking at this woman whom he used to know relatively well. But now, she felt very unfamiliar to him. My family isn't wealthy. We are just slightly better off than ordinary people. It's almost impossible for my family to support my education at Hermes Wizard Academy. So yes, it was mainly for money. They offered me a great deal. Brenda did not deny this. From what you're saying, it seems there's also something else involved. Charles asked with doubt because, after all, Brenda's father was only a knight. Their conditions couldn't compare to those of affluent nobles like Margaret, and considering Brenda's strong nature, she wouldn't compromise solely for financial reasons. You shouldn't have undergone the witch body transformation. If you hadn't, perhaps we could still be friends. But why did you? Why did you go and do such a thing? You gave me hope, a hope of becoming stronger. As Brenda looked at Charles, there was anger in her eyes, a seemingly baseless rage that made Charles feel bewildered momentarily. My witch body transformation should not have harmed her interests, right? You successfully underwent the witch body transformation, and you even advanced to the level of a blue-collared apprentice. You lack talent, yet you progressed faster and farther than any of us. Thus, my ambition was ignited. Since you could achieve it, so could I. However, I didn't have your luck. Witch body transformations don't occur often, especially large-scale ones like yours. In this academy, such instances may happen only once every few years. Just when I was feeling disheartened, they appeared. I agreed to their requests for cooperation and cover-up, and they gave me promises and advance payments accordingly. After saying this, Brenda took out a small bottle containing an unknown liquid, which was still releasing tiny bubbles. What are you going to do? Charles became alert, realizing that the woman in front of him had completely lost her mind. Do what? What else can I do? There's a purple-collared apprentice by your side. I have no chance of survival. So, you can die with me. After finishing her words, Brenda suddenly uncorked the vial and tilted her head back, drinking it all in one gulp. This is a mana amplification potion. I'll become powerful for a short time. The weakness after will last long, but, Brenda said venomously, yet a smile spread across her face. Before she could finish speaking, her expression changed abruptly to one of agony. She began scratching at her throat incessantly until it quickly became a bloody, mangled mess. Even so, she wouldn't stop, continuing to scratch furiously as though something inside was itching and hurting her. However, All her efforts were in vain. Soon, bloodshot eyes appeared. Brown bristles grew on her skin. Her face protruded, and her teeth sharpened. That's not a mana amplification potion. That's a demonization potion. She fell for it. At this moment, Kabbalah walked over, giving Charles a light pat on the shoulder and signaling him to step back. I guess I'll have to help you again, junior brother, Charles said helplessly, then ran to Margaret and picked her up before fleeing to a distance. This favor is huge. You owe me a major witch body transformation operation to repay it, Kabbalah said indifferently with an easy smile. This night was too exhilarating. It was worth sneaking out during the chaos. Encountering Charles was unexpected. Through an exchange of glances, they reached an agreement. It sounded dramatic, but reality was often full of such drama. Charles was in trouble. He intervened to rescue him, and thus a deal was struck. Now, Kabbalah still had to clean up Charles's mess. Raising his hand slightly, Kabbalah began to gather dark elemental power while the surrounding magical energy surged continuously. What he had released earlier wasn't an offensive spell. The thunderbolt was merely a byproduct. The real lethal move was actually the pervasive dark element covering the entire courtyard. This place had turned into his domain. Within this area, he could manipulate dark elements almost at will. A massive magic circle formed in the yard, and dark elements surged from the ground like black waves, constantly surging around ankle height. Like a cover of black clouds, it enveloped the whole courtyard. Roar. Fully demonized now, Brenda resembled a werewolf, looking entirely unhuman, with crimson eyes fixed on Kabbalah, as if determined to tear this purple-collared apprentice to pieces. Kabbalah didn't feel fear. After all, he'd seen far too much. A mere demonized creature meant nothing to him. Dark spear. Before the opponent could make a move, Kabbalah attacked first. He lifted his hand, and a spike made of condensed dark elements shot out of the ground, instantly piercing through Brenda's body and eliciting continuous cries of pain from her. But this was only the beginning. Kabbalah possessed numerous tricks. Now, the entire courtyard was under his control. Dark element weapons flew toward Brenda, battering her until she was riddled with wounds and drenched in blood. She wasn't unwilling to struggle, but her limbs were already tied down by chains of solidified dark elements. Her strength couldn't break free. Realizing she was about to be tortured to death, Brenda made a desperate attempt. With a shout, her body expanded rapidly as she prepared to detonate the magical energy inside her. But Kabbalah remained unperturbed. He flicked his wrist, causing the dark elements to engulf Brenda completely, covering her like a giant net. Charles. In her final moments, Brenda barely uttered a sound between her clenched teeth, fixing her gaze on Charles who was holding Margaret. Her eyes brimmed with hatred. Jealousy had driven her completely mad, yet it was unclear whether her resentment was directed at Charles or Margaret lying in his arms. Bang! She exploded, but there was no disturbance. The dark elements surrounded her tightly, ensuring even her explosion couldn't release any energy. In some ways, her death was unbearably humiliating. Brenda, is she dead? Watching the dark elements return to the ground and resume as rolling black clouds, Margaret looked dejected, since she saw no trace of Brenda left. Only scattered clumps of flesh and bone remained. Yes, she's dead, blinded by power and lost herself. Perhaps from that moment on, she was already dead. Ever since then, she has only been walking among the living as a mere zombie. Charles sighed deeply. He didn't understand why Brenda had made such a choice. Honestly speaking, her thoughts were overly extreme. Pursuing strength is a human instinct, and here at the academy, the apprentice's main purpose for being here was just that. There was no need to hide this fact, but Brenda had gone too far. Perhaps, indeed, he had been what stimulated her. Charles understood clearly. For young students, witch body transformations represented an unprecedented opportunity, but they also carried great risks. I consider myself lucky, but not everyone is as fortunate. Moreover, Brenda went to extremes, which almost predetermined this as a tragedy. Your troubles should be resolved now, and I should head back. Otherwise, if Elson finds out I rashly ran out, that old man might add even more house arrest time for me. Kid, live well. I won't easily lend a hand next time. You owe me a favor, so you must stay alive and repay it to me. Otherwise, I'll extract your soul and give it a good thrashing. After Kabbalah finished speaking, he waved his hand, preparing to leave. I am extremely grateful to you, Brother Kabbalah. Also, allow me to sincerely say this. Brother, you are truly handsome, Charles said with a touch of mockery, and after hearing it, Kabbalah just smiled and shook his head without saying anything. But before he could even step out of the yard, an explosion suddenly sounded from afar. Then streaks of fire erupted around Verona. In just an instant, roaring flames dyed the sky a brilliant red. It seems something's happened. This isn't an accident. Rather, it's a premeditated attack by certain people. Kabbalah looked at the reddened sky, frowning slightly. Brother, any clues? Charles asked casually. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The academy has so many mentors. Let them handle such matters. In any case, be careful yourself. Kabbalah left, and as he departed, the dark elements in the yard dissipated. Charles held Margaret and gazed at the towering flames in the distance. A faint sense of foreboding stirred in his heart. Chapter 47. Oppression and Resistance. Sparks were flying everywhere, and Verona seemed to have turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Under the ravages of the flames, the living people hidden in buildings had no choice but to flee onto the streets. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. The cleaning lines, organized by the town guards and apprentices, had been broken apart by the panicked crowd. This exacerbated the spread of the situation. After all, those corpses could create even more corpses. Have you found the troublemakers? Watching the burning city outside the window, Elson said with a grim expression. In front of him, an old man dressed in a long robe shook his head, indicating that there was still no news. Since that's the case, we don't need to look for them anymore. Concentrate our strength and start clearing the streets, creating a safe zone first, then gradually expand outward. Elson rubbed his temple. This sudden disaster made him feel at a loss. Due to a lack of sufficient manpower, the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. Teacher, we just captured an arsonist. Although he committed suicide, we discovered this. Just as Elson was at a loss, Xuanhuan appeared. He held a blood-stained letter which he handed to Elson. What's written on it? Elson didn't take it but asked indifferently, keeping his eyes fixed on the window. This is an encrypted letter, but we can tell that the current situation was premeditated. We can confirm that the liberators caused this chaos. They prepared for a long time for this attack. Xuanhuan explained the general content of the letter and indicated that the mastermind had already been identified. It's about what I expected, but the other teachers from the academy haven't shown up, which is strange. Elson frowned, seemingly talking to himself, but actually addressing the person behind him. Teacher Cerelio was attacked, but fortunately, she is not seriously injured. As for the other teachers, either they are not in the academy or find various excuses to refuse coming to support us. When numerous corpses appeared in Verona, Xuanhuan contacted the academy side, but the response received was quite unexpected. None of the teachers were willing to intervene. It seems they only want to see me fail. These old people, who none wanted to associate with in the beginning, now envy me. Since the principal and several red-robed wizards aren't around, these people act without restraint. They hope I'll mess things up more so when the principal returns, they'll be able to blame me. But it's too bad, I don't care. There are their disciples in the city too. By then, it remains unclear whose losses will be greater. Elson's words carried a hint of resentment. Though he looked down on such people inwardly, the current predicament was something he had to deal with. Just do it, and let's see what they can do. The core of the academy is the wizards, not a city. For the Hermes Wizard Academy, Verona doesn't mean much. Destruction and casualties are irrelevant since rebuilding isn't hard work. So, go ahead and eliminate all those damned undead, track down those behind the scenes. Don't worry about casualties or destruction. All slaves should be executed. They have become rebels, negative assets, and thus are unnecessary to keep. After hearing Elson's orders, Xuanhuan immediately nodded and left. As the local constable, he naturally knew what to do. Outside, a team was already prepared. Along with the urban guards holding spears and shields, there were many blue-collared apprentices. Joining Verona's guard corps earned excellent credits. Red-collared apprentices shied away due to the heavy time commitment, but for the blue-collared ones, the job fit well. Therefore, most of the magical force in the Verona guard corps came from them. This guard corps, an elite unit directly commanded by Xuanhuan, formed the backbone protecting the city. We've already received authorization from Teacher Elson. From now on, we can proceed freely. Our goals are twofold. First, clean up the streets by destroying all corpse undeads and gather the remaining citizens to form a secure area. Second, this incident was undeniably orchestrated by a slave resistance group. We have no time to identify each individual, so I hereby declare, all slaves within the city of Verona shall be executed. Lastly, I want to emphasize that this situation is urgent. You needn't consider collateral damage or destruction. Any person or building deemed threatening may be attacked or destroyed. After Xuanhuan finished shouting loudly, everyone displayed expressions of shock. After all, this order was rather bloody. Do you know how many slaves there are in this city? More than 1,000. The academy itself has a tradition of purchasing slaves, and if you include those brought by wealthy students, the number is quite significant. If they were to kill every slave they encountered, the streets of Verona would run red with blood before dawn. However, after a brief moment of shock, no one voiced their concerns. The current situation was dire enough as it was. Besides, they were all slaves, and in their eyes, their deaths were inconsequential. Let's move out. At Gullum's command, the group immediately formed several small teams. Groups of about 10 or so guards encircled 4 or 5 blue-collared apprentices, keeping them at the center, and proceeded along the streets, maintaining distance between each other as they advanced systematically. With the arrival of this elite force, the corpses effectively faced their end. The guards were all highly trained, and the undead bodies couldn't break through their shield formation. As for the blue-collared apprentices, their magic could easily annihilate the reanimated corpses. So as they moved forward, any undead creature that crossed their path stood no chance of resistance. Ruhr, just as they had finished clearing one street, gathered the surviving citizens, and prepared to advance to the next one. A roar from some beast echoed in the air. Suddenly, from a nearby building, a massive ape leapt out, charging towards the guards armed with shields. Its immense strength shattered the defensive line the guards had formed. Boom! As the giant ape broke through the line and lunged at the blue-collared apprentices, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, instantly subduing it. Attack that building. If it harbors such a magical beast, it might also contain many necrotic infected corpses. Xuanhuan lowered his finger and turned his gaze toward the building from which the ape had jumped. With a cold voice, he issued the order. Daring not to disobey, the blue-collared apprentices quickly turned around, raised their staffs, and began chanting spells. No! Save us! Save us! A disheveled woman appeared at the window, screaming for help when she saw the apprentices aiming their glowing staffs at her. Her cries, however, fell on deaf ears. As soon as the incantations concluded, beams of various colored lights flew toward her. In an instant, the 2-story building collapsed entirely, burying under the rubble everyone inside, living or dead alike. Reorganize the ranks. Keep moving forward. Gulam didn't even bother checking if there were any survivors beneath the rubble. He ordered the team to switch positions, moving those injured in the front lines to the back, so as to not hinder the cleaning efficiency. As the team continued its advance, more people were rescued. Of course, these did not include the slaves. Most of the slaves brought by the students remained unharmed. Many of them did not wear overt signs of slavery, but the Academy's own purchased slaves bore conspicuous marks identifying them as such. Now, those marks had become death sentences for them. With a chilling scream, another slave was impaled by a spear, its tip drenched in blood as it was withdrawn. The guard violently shook the blood off the weapon, showing no expression on his face. To him, the middle-aged slave he'd just killed was like a stray dog, unworthy of any emotional response. Yet, as he turned away, a little girl suddenly dashed out from the shadows, clutching a small wooden bucket. Initially, the guard made no move to stop her. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, her cheek bearing a tattoo, the mark of a slave. Her face lacked any sign of innocence, replaced instead by deep-seated hatred. Finally, the guard reacted, but he seemed hesitant, possibly thinking this small girl posed no real threat. Boom. The young girl clearly needed no pity. She rushed straight to the guard, hugging the bucket tightly, and then, it exploded. Both of them were engulfed in fire, the high-temperature flames produced by refined substances impossible to extinguish easily. They clung relentlessly to anything flammable until everything burned out completely. They both perished, no struggle availing them. Death was their inevitable fate. This is what happens when you show mercy. These people deserve nothing less than death. They used such devices to set fire to this city. Don't let appearances fool you. Don't think that children are harmless. Killing them isn't only necessary to save the city, but also essential for your own survival. Gulam observed everything unfold without intervening, as if using the incident to drive home a lesson. No one remained silent after witnessing what happened. They had seen one of their companions meet his end. Still, they felt no sorrow. In such a mad night, their emotions had grown numb. As the cleanup continued, they killed more and more slaves, and the attacks against them increased proportionally. Their methods grew increasingly cruel in return, showing no discrimination whether it be elders or children. Anyone identified as a slave had to die. Similar scenes unfolded in areas marked safe. Once identified as slaves, soldiers showed no hesitation to execute them mercilessly. Not a single living soul would be spared. You have finally shown your true colors. Were we born just to be your pigs and dogs? Humph, you despicable wizards, die? All of you perish. The bloodshed had driven some slaves insane. While the majority hoped to survive through pleading, a few chose to resist. Thus, a male slave picked up a rock and hurled it at a guard while preparing to seize another one amid curses. But before he could bend down, a short spear flew towards him. Soon after, more guards arrived and pierced his body with their spears until it was riddled with holes. This did not deter the other slaves from rebelling. Some groups of slaves even engaged in fierce battles against the guards and gained the upper hand for a time. However, once the blue-collared apprentices appeared, these slaves were quickly defeated, followed by a one-sided massacre. As the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, Verona gradually settled back into silence after a night of slaughter. The flames had been extinguished, leaving only rolling plumes of black smoke ascending toward the sky. Most of the reanimated corpses had been destroyed, but the heavy stench of blood still permeated everywhere. No one knew who among the dead perished due to being infected, or who fell victim to the city defense force. In any case, after such a night, death became the sole color of Verona. Yet, before the people could catch their breath, Elzong issued an even more terrifying order. Seal the city gates and kill every last slave within the city. Anyone found sheltering them will be punished with the same crime. The bloodbath continued, still spreading through this city. Chapter 48, Second Elder Brother. The bloodshed in Verona was unclear to Charles, for he had already left there under cover of night. Brenda's betrayal did not make him angry. Instead, he was more puzzled by the attempts of Bonner and other disciples of Seabrix to assassinate him. Maurice was a disciple of Seabrix. Bonner and Kaffir were also disciples of Seabrix. Coupled with Seabrix's bounty issued against him, one after another, all these events seemed to point to this yet-to-be-met blue-robed wizard. But did he have any grudges against the man? Apparently, there weren't any. Charles couldn't figure it out. Why did the man persistently cling to his pursuit when Charles had never provoked him? The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Charles currently lacked the ability to interrogate a formal mage. He could only choose to evade and follow Celia's advice, heading toward Gull Tavern in Hoem, to take refuge with his never-before-seen second elder brother, Stanel. Hoem wasn't too far from Verona. Charles had heard of the place. It was a small town, with a sparse population and no special products. An unremarkable place. However, the road to Hoem was not easy to travel. On the way, they would pass through a forest rumored to be frequented by monsters. Charles had no escort, and his own combat skills were not strong. But he had no other choice but to take the risk. As he entered the mountainous area and carefully made his way through the forest, a tragedy was unfolding at his destination, Hoem. Countless monsters had already taken over the place, roaming the streets as they continuously gnawed on human corpses. Each tear of sharp fangs removing a piece of bloody flesh sent a pungent stench wafting into the air. Teacher Seabrix, do you even know what you're doing? The man leaned against the counter, kneeling on one knee. His arm was already gone, disappearing completely, leaving only a stump shrouded in black mist. Of course I know that, and it does not need your reminder. Facing the man was a shadowy figure shaped by dark shadows, its voice cold, as if it hadn't come from the throat, sounding like something not spoken by a human being. I will report everything here to the academy. Even if you are a teacher, arbitrarily slaughtering an entire town is still not allowed. You will surely face punishment, sooner rather than later. The man clenched his teeth and stood up. He stared at the opposite side and roared angrily, as a magical circle appeared beneath him, and the luminance of sorcery surrounded his head. The space here has been sealed by me, so transportation-type sorcery won't work. Besides, the academy cannot afford to pay attention to this matter now. They have their own troubles. I'll ask you just once, where did that woman Zora go? If you tell me, I might perhaps let you die more swiftly. The shadow spoke lightly. Then a wisp of black mist suddenly appeared, enveloping the man. The magical circle below disappeared, the glow of magic above instantly extinguished. It seemed as if the man aged 10 years in the blink of an eye. Exhausted, he collapsed to his knees again, panting heavily. Stanley, I know that your strength is nearing that of a full mage, but unfortunately, you are not yet a blue robe. And I am almost reaching the rank of red robe. This town will contribute its last ounce of power to me. Once the sacrifice is complete, even your mentor Zora will be powerless against me. Therefore, you'd better be smart and avoid making me waste unnecessary effort, because I have no interest in torturing men. As the shadow finished speaking, another wave of black mist surged from the ground. The man convulsed, as if electrocuted. You will get your retribution, ah. The man glared at the opposite side and snarled angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, another wisp of black mist attacked, and he twitched again. This man enduring such suffering was Stanley, the second elder brother Charles wanted to seek refuge with. But now, this elder brother was already struggling to protect himself, showing no resistance against his powerful foe. After all, that mass of shadows was a formal mage. The blood sacrifice is almost complete. You don't have much time. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then it's very regrettable that you'll become a part of my strength. Seabrix said cruelly, while Stanley had fallen helplessly to the ground, responding only with silence. The wind outside became increasingly chilly, bringing the smell of blood indoors. Stanley closed his eyes tightly, guarding the secret entrusted to him by his mentor. He couldn't betray her. Seabrix's patience seemed to reach its limit. He stopped questioning and turned around to leave. Just as he stepped out of the door, countless monsters rushed in, opening their huge mouths to tear and bite at Stanley, causing him to cry out in anguish. But strangely, no matter how these beasts tore and gnawed, swallowing flesh and blood, Stanley's body seemed undamaged. It was regeneration, a terrifying curse Seabrix had placed on Stanley. Using his own magical power, Seabrix promoted the regeneration of flesh, repeating the pain of being torn over and over again. Zora, where are you? Standing outside the Gull Tavern, Seabrix looked at the gloomy sky, feeling a moment of confusion. That woman seemed to have vanished into thin air. However, he soon turned away, as the ground began to tremble and waves of black mist surged out from beneath it. At the same time, shrill screams echoed through the air, revealing countless struggling and wailing figures in the black mist. They were the townsfolk of this small town. Just yesterday, they had been enjoying their peaceful lives, but now they had become sacrifices in this bloody ritual. The black mist grew thicker, and the sky seemed to press down even lower. Seabrix spread his arms wide, welcoming the surging strength that coursed through him. Death is just a form of existence. It doesn't mean an end, he muttered under his breath, watching the swirling mist grow more violent. The shadowy figures trapped within it began to twist and distort. At the same time, the screams became even more miserable. Each soul endured excruciating torment, and their suffering fueled Seabrix's growing power. This was forbidden witchcraft, yet immensely powerful. Seabrix indulged in the intoxicating flow of strength, feeling himself come closer and closer to the threshold he desired. As the bloody ritual reached its climax, black mist blanketed the sky, throwing poor souls back and forth. Some shattered, disintegrating into fragments that were devoured by the mist. Seabrix's power climbed higher and higher, almost there. He thought he could already see the gate. Just one step further, and he would cross it. Master, Bonner and Kaffir seemed to be dead. At this moment, a young man approached, bowing respectfully before speaking cautiously. Who killed them? Seabrix showed no surprise or emotion, as if this were a trivial matter. It's unclear. I haven't seen their bodies yet, but it seems related to that mermaid. The youth kept his head low, his face partially hidden by the collar of his robe, where a hint of red stood out prominently. It doesn't matter. He was only a minor setback in the plan. The bounty still stands. You can handle it. After finishing his words, Seabrix fell silent, closing his eyes to savor the joy brought by the increasing power. Upon hearing this, the young man bowed deeply before stepping away slowly. Yet with every step, it felt as though he traveled an immense distance, vanishing swiftly into the black mist. 3 days later, when Charles crossed the mountains and arrived at Hohem, what greeted his eyes was a scene straight out of hell. Chapter 49, Caverno. Staring at the wreckage everywhere, Char's mood dropped to rock bottom. He could confirm that this was Hohem. Other than this small town, there were no other towns for hundreds of miles around. But why did these kinds of things always happen wherever he went? Char felt a wave of confusion and even a hint of fear creep over him. It felt as if an invisible hand named Fate was toying with him, ruthlessly trampling him. Well, I should still try to find out where the Seagull Inn is. Though he knew a tragedy had occurred here, and there were still traces of residual magic from a chaotic magical explosion, Char still believed that he couldn't leave. He had to find his fellow disciple first. All the disciples of Zola except himself were purple-collar apprentices, and his second elder brother by the name of Stanley would be no exception. Char believed that even in dire situations, a proper purple collar apprentice should at least be capable of escape. After all, every wizard has a contingency plan to preserve their life. This was the confidence of being a wizard's apprentice. To any blue-collar apprentice, a purple-collar apprentice was someone high above, waving their hands and creating storms and rainbows. At least, this is what Char thought. Every purple-collar apprentice he'd interacted with seemed invincible. However, when he found the inn whose sign only remained in half and the view filled with devastation, Char fell silent. He could sense the residue of mana within it, and it was still quite violent, far more concentrated than anywhere else in the town. Stanley, elder brother. Char approached cautiously, softly calling out as he reached the entrance. The response he received was merely a suffocating silence. Swallowing dryly, Char stepped inside. All he saw were broken chairs and tables and deep scratch marks on the floor. The traces are very similar to those outside. They're all left by the same kind of monster. Char made this assessment, which put him on edge. The enclosed atmosphere of the tavern, compared to the vast outdoors, appeared much more perilous. Walking inside, Char glanced around. He didn't see any human figures, but the bloodstains on the floor were numerous and very apparent. Not until he reached the bar counter and saw behind it, the body lying prone, did he furrow his brow. The corpse was almost unrecognizable. It was difficult to make out if it was male or female, fat or thin. However, Char could feel that this body most likely belonged to the person he sought. Even though dead, the corpse still held remnants of magic. As a wizard apprentice, Char could already distinguish between nuances in different types of magic. Human magic, beast magic, natural magic. They each have their own distinct characteristics. Clearly, the residue of magic in this corpse was that of a human. Although much of it had dissipated, what remained was still fairly potent. It was roughly equivalent to that of a red-collar apprentice. From this, one could tell how powerful this individual must have been. And yet, even he perished, which made Char start to feel afraid. What sort of formidable entity had appeared in this town? Without intending to recover the remains of his elder brother, Char silently withdrew. He was now almost certain that the person he was searching for had already died. Thus, there was no longer any need for him to linger in this town. Just after leaving the tavern, he sensed something strange. The mana began to become chaotic, as if some presence had emerged. Sure enough, on the other side of the street, a demonic beast revealed itself. A creature that looked part wolf, part tiger, peculiar indeed. Its head was similar to a wolf's, long snout, pointed teeth. Yet its body was like a tiger's, sporting a tail like a whip and marked with yellow-black spotted stripes. More importantly, it bore horns. On its forehead, hidden among the mane, short white pointed horns that, while not obvious, could still easily be seen. Encountering trouble, and it's probably too late to run now. Licking his lips, Char turned around to discover that there weren't just one, but several of the same demonic beasts, and he was surrounded. These creatures were about 5 meters long and had formed a semicircle around him. However, he couldn't retreat back into the tavern because he sensed that there might be something even more terrifying inside. Right as Char hesitated, unsure whether to advance or retreat, a figure suddenly appeared. It was an unremarkable young man who looked to be in his early 20s. Wearing an academic robe with a bright red collar, he stood out. Nice to meet you, dear younger brother Char. I am the disciple of Master Sabrus. You may call me Caverno. Smiling, the young man greeted and bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. Surprised at first, Char then bowed deeply in return, responding with a more formal mage greeting. After all, the other party was a red-collar apprentice. The hierarchy ingrained in Char's mind had left its mark. Then, may I ask Senior Caverno, what exactly happened in this small town? And also, since you're here commanding these demonic beasts, were you waiting for me? But I am puzzled because I don't recall offending Master Sabrus or you, Senior. What is all of this for? Char tried his best to appear calm, speaking with indifference, but the slight tension made his voice quiver. It was obvious that the other party hadn't shown any kindness. There are some things you needn't know. Besides, you're about to die, so even if you knew, it would serve no purpose. Speaking of offenses, it seems you have offended me somewhat. Do you remember Ralph? He once participated in the promotion exam alongside you. He was my cousin. Oh, my poor cousin. He had a bright future ahead. If he became a blue-collar apprentice, not only could he study sorcery, but he could also inherit the family business. It was quite a substantial estate. His future seemed very promising. Unfortunately, everything turned into nothing. So, it seems you've truly offended me, Junior Char. I think you should give me an explanation. Caverno spoke with a melancholic tone, filled with regret in his voice, but his expression didn't match. Clearly, he was just teasing him. Char wasn't stupid. Wizards are usually emotionally detached. How could they casually offend another wizard for the sake of a cousin? It was merely an excuse, a reason to deal with him. Senior Caverno, I must clarify something. During that trial, I did not attack Ralph. He fell into the fog himself and suffered mental trauma. In fact, I helped him. This point will be testified by the records in the mission office. Char knew that the other party was just using this as an excuse, but he still defended himself anyway, despite knowing it wouldn't make any difference. No, your existence itself has caused harm to him. So now, it's time for you to die. Go and apologize to him in person. As Caverno finished speaking, several wolf-like, tiger-like creatures suddenly charged at Char. The scene unfolded quickly, but Char had already been prepared. He swiftly turned around and retreated back into the tavern. The space was narrow, making it difficult for these large creatures to maneuver. Plus, commercial buildings like this always have back doors. But as soon as he ran into the tavern, something felt off. Thin black mist suddenly surged up from the ground, enveloping the entire tavern. Char suddenly clutched his chest, stumbled, and fell to the ground. He felt his magical power become chaotic, as though all his internal organs were in a state of turmoil. But this was different from a magical explosion. These powers remained passive, resisting something else's infiltration. Is it the black mist? Char felt a chill run down his spine. The current situation was far from ideal. The monstrous creatures had already rushed into the tavern, their fierce eyes locking onto him. Char struggled to crawl on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His magical power began to leak out, intertwining with the black mist, mutually attacking and consuming each other. This was not a good sign. Char couldn't control his own magical power to begin with. Now that it leaked outside his body, it not only burdened him but also damaged him. The one silver lining was that the leaking magical power made these creatures cautious as well. They didn't launch an immediate attack, standing at the entrance neither advancing nor retreating. Instead, they let out low growls, as if warning and observing. Oh, I guess I underestimated our Siren Jr. Your magic can actually stop these little cuties in their tracks. If that's the case, then I'll have to take care of it myself. Consider yourself honored. Few deserve this kind of personal attention from me. You're lucky. Caverno entered at this moment, observing the faint blue magical energy around Char that was intertwined with the black mist, unable to suppress his admiration. But he was unfazed, raising his staff and preparing to take action personally to deal with Char. As a deep incantation echoed, Caverno's staff shone with magical light. This wasn't a complicated spell. It took only a few seconds for him to complete the chant. A pitch-black giant snake emerged from the magic circle, its mouth wide open as it lunged toward Char at high speed. Char's face revealed a look of despair. He had no strength to resist such an attack. The giant snake was conjured by magic, yet carried an ominous cruelty. Char knew that if he got bitten, it would almost certainly mean death. However, just at this critical moment, a sudden beam of light appeared before Char. It was a phantom-like figure, radiating soft light, with features too blurred to make out, but clearly representing a burly man. This phantom man grabbed the giant snake with ease, and no matter how violently the snake struggled, it couldn't break free. The man didn't utter a word. Instead, he gripped tightly and exerted his strength. The body of the giant snake quickly collapsed, dissolving into a puff of black smoke within moments, vanishing without a trace. Caverno's expression no longer carried mockery. He turned his gaze seriously toward the man, his face darkening. The demonic beasts let out low growls, taking defensive stances, but none dared approach. Char, however, stared with widened eyes, feeling the immense magical power emanating from the phantom figure. This magical power felt strangely familiar, yet Char couldn't recall who it belonged to. Wait, Char suddenly turned his head toward the bar counter. Though he couldn't see what was behind it, he could sense that this magical power was identical to that of the disfigured corpse. It belonged to his second master brother, Stanley. Chapter 50, Stanley Eye's Warrior Soul. I thought you were dead, your soul obliterated. But it seems I underestimated you. Cavno's face was dark with gloom. He could sense the powerful magic emanating from the other party. In fact, the other party now appeared as a pure aggregation of magic, rather than a physical form. This was not a blessing, but a curse. At the last moment of his life, Stanley had divided a part of his soul. This might be something some wizard sought after, but the pain of splitting one's soul was unbearable for most people. Most only dared to think about it, and few actually did it. But Stanley had done it. Although, due to an incomplete soul, this magic aggregation body had almost no self-consciousness. The raging magic still made Cavno feel a tinge of fear. Hatred. The present Stanley harbored nothing but hatred towards Sebulus. He detested the cruelty, the cunning, even the power of his enemy. Thus, this magical aggregation was filled with anger. It had no emotions, no feelings, only fury driven by hatred. Cavno was Sebulus's accomplice, and so were those beasts who feasted on his flesh and blood. Therefore, when facing their enemies, Stanley launched an attack without hesitation. His magic started to swell, and in his hand appeared a sword emitting a magical glow. His revenge had begun. Hold him back, Cavno said fiercely, pointing forward with his hand. Immediately, the black mist on the ground began to churn like vines, winding upward along Cavno's ankle. But this was useless. Stanley was originally just a mass of magic, not a physical entity. With a burst of magic, arcs of electricity flashed through his body, easily scattering the black mist. Stanley was a wizard, but his warrior soul was that of a fighter. This separated soul represented the most violent and combative part of his character. With the sword in his hand swaying lightly, Stanley cut through all the black mist in his path. As the mist dissipated, Cavno was now exposed, and the tip of the sword directly rushed towards his forehead at a speed that left no time for reaction. Bang! A magic circle appeared before Cavno. Stanley Eye's sword failed to penetrate it. Instead, sparks exploded in front of the two men. It was a sturdy magical shield, one of Cavno's life-saving sorcery spells. At this point, he did not retreat, but gravely lifted his staff and began chanting. Glowing light from magic began to flash, as if Cavno was surrounded by countless magic circles. The beasts then quietly moved back, but threads of magic power flowed from within their bodies into these circles. Countless souls emerged from the magic circles. They were ordinary people tortured to death by Cavno. Even after losing their lives, their souls remained unliberated. Char saw everything and suddenly realized something. From Cavno's witchcraft, it was evident that he was no good person. Judging from this, Sebulus was probably not a proper mentor either. At least the kind of sorcery that imprisons souls and uses them as a source of power was strictly prohibited in the Hermer Wizard Academy. Not just the Hermer Wizard Academy. All wizard academies, including the Wizard Guild and the Wizard Academic Committee, banned such cruel sorcery. On the other hand, thinking about it, since the other side had revealed such a bottom card, if Stanley couldn't hold out, he would surely be pursued to the ends of the earth. After all, this was a taboo. There was no way they could allow someone who witnessed everything to remain alive in this world. Big brother Stanley, cheer up. Char silently cheered for his second master, because if the other side fell, he absolutely had no escape. Bang. Clearly, Char's cheering didn't seem to have much use. After a brief standoff, Stanley retreated. As those agonizing and struggling souls appeared, Kavno's strength climbed higher and higher, reaching a critical point, then released all at once. Stanley was thrown away, but Kavno's attack was just beginning. Countless white beams surged out of his magic circle, heading towards Stanley like a high-pressure water gun hitting the sand ground, penetrating his body effortlessly and causing ripples to spread. A spirit body is fragile. Even if your magic power is stronger than mine, your body is too weak. Seeing that Stanley's magic began to become disordered, Kavno showed his pearly white teeth and a smile floated on his face. He finally had the upper hand, and his ultimate skill just restrained the spirit body. Stanley had more magic power than him, but it served no purpose. As Stanley's body became more ethereal, Kavno was ready to declare his victory, but suddenly, an intangible magic vibration swept out from Stanley, spreading in all directions. No, it should not be this way. Kavno's face was filled with terror as Stanley's warrior soul suddenly became incredibly solid, his features becoming clear. It was as if this purple-collared apprentice had come back to life. This new Stanley was now even more powerful than before. He charged forward with a grotesque expression, and Kavno's defensive magic circle had no effect at all, shattered instantly by a single punch. No, I didn't kill you. It was Sebulus. You should go seek revenge from him, Kavno said in panic, but Stanley grabbed his neck, lifting him into the air. Despite pleading for mercy, it seemed like Stanley did not intend to let him go. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Stanley's immense strength snapped Kavno's neck. But as a wizard, such physical attacks were clearly insufficient to demonstrate his full power. Thus, the magic around Stanley began to oscillate, and a bolt of lightning shot from his hand, causing Kavno's body to convulse, emit black smoke, and then burst into flames that engulfed him in moments. At the same time, the trapped souls were finally released. They floated out of Kavno's body, ascending through the roof and disappearing, heading somewhere unknown. However, eliminating Kavno was far from enough. Stanley set his sights on the beasts. Depleted from having their magic drained earlier, the creatures now appeared listless. With their weakening powers, there was no doubt about the outcome of the confrontation. Roar! The beasts growled and bared their fangs as a sign of threat. But they knew fear. Their feet moved instinctively backward, making their threats seem hollow. As Stanley took a step forward, the creatures tried to flee under the oppressive aura he radiated. Yet Stanley was faster. He seemed to teleport behind one of the beasts, grabbing it with both hands and twisting its head clean off. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Stanley decapitated all 5 beasts, standing amidst the open street like a god of death incarnate. Is this still a wizard? Char swallowed hard. Stanley's combat abilities were formidable, not through sorcery, but through physical combat. He wasn't sure if this was Stanley's true nature, but if it was, then Stanley could rightly be called a master of both fighting and magic. Having completed his vengeance, Stanley also seemed to exhaust his last ounce of strength. His magic started dispersing, his figure gradually fading, growing fainter and fainter until he completely vanished. For some reason, Char thought Stanley looked at him once before disappearing. That gaze was complex, carrying an undertone of regret and a touch of hope. Huff! The black mist on the ground suddenly stirred, making Char feel uneasy in his chest, though the discomfort quickly disappeared. At the bar counter, fire suddenly erupted. The flames spread rapidly, intertwining with the black mist. The battle lasted for a while, and eventually, the entire tavern was consumed by the blaze. Char stood outside, looking at the burning Seagull Tavern, unsure of what to say. His second master was dead, but he had protected him, whether intentionally or coincidentally, it was unclear. If I ever get the chance, I will avenge you. Gazing at the towering flames, Char spoke quietly. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. To avenge him, is it? Very well, I welcome it. Why not start, right now? Chapter 51, The Beginning of Everything. Xianxia turned around, panic-stricken as he stared at a shadow. The figure was cloaked in black smoke, and neither its features nor its true form could be discerned. Who are you? Retreating a few steps, Xianxia eyed the figure cautiously. In response, there came a chilling laugh. Didn't you want to avenge Stanley? I'm the one who killed him. So, come and try to kill me. Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet. Since you're a student of the Hermes Wizard Academy, you can call me Professor Cyabrook. Upon hearing the shadow's words, Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He hadn't expected that a mighty blue-robe wizard would appear before him, harboring such immense malice. Can you tell me what this is all about? I don't think I've done anything to offend you. Faced with such a formidable presence, Xianxia's new resistance was futile. However, he at least wanted to know why all of this was happening. He was just a novice learner, neither having offended the other party nor possessing any extraordinary value. Why did they wish to kill him? Do you really want to know? Cyabrook deliberately paused for effect, but didn't keep Xianxia waiting too long before speaking again. Do you know the color of souls? If you could see them, you'd realize that everyone's soul has a different hue. And you possess the most unique color I've ever seen. It's something I need, Something absolutely necessary if I am to advance further. Now, do you understand? This is why I've targeted you. This is why my disciples have been relentlessly chasing you. Xiaobruk made no attempt to conceal his motives. To achieve his next level of power, he required Xiao'er's unique soul. That was the root cause of everything. So, that's why you issued 2 bounties. Xiao'er was inwardly horrified. He had guessed why things had unfolded this way. He was a transmigrant, his soul not belonging to his body or even to this world. That made him special, and now, a blue-robe wizard had set his sights on him. Exactly. I issued 2 bounties, one very early on, and another more recently. Honestly, your survival up until now has exceeded my expectations. Even needing me to take personal action is surprising. But it doesn't matter. The finest dish should always be served last, when the taste is at its peak. So now, let me personally savor it. As Xiaobruk finished speaking, the black mist within his body began to churn violently. It blocked out the sky and spread throughout the entire town. Xiao'er's magic grew extremely restless, and the power of the merfolk fought back desperately. However, facing a blue-robe wizard, these efforts were utterly useless. As Xiaobruk lifted his hand, Xiao'er felt as though his body was turning into noodles, stretching endlessly. No, it wasn't his body, it was his soul being stretched. Xiao'er experienced a sense of astral projection, watching helplessly as his own body collapsed weakly. The sight was strange. It seemed like someone else had fallen, not himself. He didn't feel the pain he imagined. Suspended in midair, he looked around bewildered. Reaching out his hand, Xiao'er discovered that it was translucent, not his own anymore. More importantly, he realized those hands weren't his. Without a mirror, Xiao'er couldn't see his appearance, but he was certain that he now looked exactly as he had before his reincarnation. The best surgeon in the city, not the beautiful shell he currently occupied. Why is your soul so strange? Changing appearances is fine, but how? Xiaobruk also seemed shocked. After all, it was his first time seeing an Eastern face, which caused him to momentarily halt his actions. What are you planning to do? Ignoring Sabruk's question, Xiao'er already knew his situation as a transmigrant. His soul naturally differed from this world. By separating his soul from his flesh, Xiaobruk clearly intended to do something peculiar. A chill ran through Xiao'er's heart. To do what? Of course, to make you part of my power. Your soul is indeed special. I wonder if it's due to the influence of the merfolk force, but that's irrelevant. I judged correctly. You carry the power I seek. Now, that power will belong to me. Consider it an honor. As Xiaobruk finished speaking, he spread his arms wide. Black mist spun wildly, pulling Xiao'er's soul uncontrollably into it. It was another terrifying experience. Xiao'er felt as if he'd been tossed into a tumble dryer, spinning endlessly. If he had a physical body, he probably would have started vomiting by now. Unfortunately, he was in a spectral state. No contents to expel even if he wanted to. Thus, the feeling was, in fact, much worse. He didn't know how long it had been going on, but Xiao'er was already dizzy and disoriented. He felt his body being stretched again, like noodles wrapping around Xiaobruk in circles. If I were a snake, I guess this would be what it feels like. Xiao'er's experience was strangely novel. At this point, he no longer relied on his eyes to perceive the world, but entered into a special state. A 360-degree sensory immersion surrounded him. Everything nearby came within his perception. It was somewhat similar to an infrared detector. Snakes presumably sense the world this way. After all, they are naturally nearsighted. Just as Xiao'er was lost in random thoughts, his soul was being consumed by Xiaobruk. Little by little, it merged with Sabruk's head, which seemed like a large pocket that enveloped this bundle of noodles. Power. My power has increased again. This unique soul provides extraordinary nourishment. Come then, let me feel what it is like to become a red-robe wizard. Xiaobruk muttered to himself, then erupted into maniacal laughter. He was only one step away from becoming a red-robe wizard, yet this step was also a significant barrier. There were 2 ways to cross it. One way was to absorb more soul energy, transforming quantity into quality. The other method involved harnessing the power of a special soul, breaking through limitations forcefully. Compared to the former, Xiaobruk clearly favored the latter approach. After all, absorbing vast quantities of soul energy not only required slaughtering more people, but would also impose additional burdens upon himself. So Xiao'er became the optimal choice. And today, Xiaobruk finally succeeded. A group of useless garbage, ultimately forcing me to take action myself. But fine, this soul tastes delicious. It was all worth it. Xiaobruk stared at the almost charred remains of the Seagull Tavern, muttering to himself. He could feel his power growing incrementally. His previous efforts were undergoing changes. A breakthrough was imminent. Becoming a red-robe wizard. This had been his dream for many years. For the sake of this goal, his hands were stained with blood. Soon, he would realize this long-cherished wish. His uncontrollable laughter reverberated throughout the small town, the black mist covering the area trembling ceaselessly along with his voice. But the laughter soon abruptly stopped. He realized his power increase had halted, even beginning to wane. His magic was dissipating, as though there was a small hole inside his body causing strength to continuously drain away. At the same time, Xiao'er, who had been absorbed into Sabruk's body, looked utterly bewildered. He stared ahead at the naked man suspended mid-air, eyes tightly shut, seemingly neither alive nor dead, and began to ponder. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 52, The Path of the Wizard, just beginning, the grand finale. This was a magical space, surrounded by mists. Above, wandering spirits floated, their faces contorted in agony as if screaming, yet no sound escaped their lips. Sierra stood still, contemplating the current situation. He realized he was in a state of astral projection, drawn in by Cerberus. However, Cerberus was no fool. He had lured Sierra in to devour his soul and gain power. But now, that goal remained unfulfilled. Sierra was still alive. At least his soul was intact and free to move. Then who was this unusual man? Sierra approached, sizing him up from head to toe. He didn't recognize Cerberus, seeing only a dark, hazy silhouette of a human figure. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the real Cerberus, right? After a long silence, Sierra made his judgment. He believed the shadowy figure he had encountered earlier might not have been Cerberus himself, or at least not the original Cerberus. No wizard academy would permit its mentor to indulge in such cruel acts as wiping out an entire town without reason. Occasionally killing a few commoners might go unnoticed, but slaughtering an entire town was a different story. Wizards, despite their lofty status, were not invincible. As rulers of the mundane world, if they infringed on the Empire's interests, they too would face retribution. Thus, all parties maintained a delicate balance. Both the Wizards Guild and the Wizard Academic Committee had reached tacit agreements with the Empire. Wizards enjoyed unparalleled treatment, privileges comparable to those of the noble class. In return, wizards were expected to abide by the Empire's laws and provide assistance when necessary. Hermes Wizard Academy prided itself as the legitimate wizarding institution of the Empire and would never recruit a lunatic as a mentor. Clearly, the blue-robed wizard had met with some sort of mishap. Sierra felt he had uncovered the truth. Reaching out, he forcefully slapped the man's cheeks. Even in his spiritual form, his strength remained considerable. The sensation was so vivid it left him almost wanting more. Cough, cough. Regardless, his grip was firm, and the slaps echoed sharply. Oh, it hurts. The man awoke, blinking groggily, to find a strange-faced individual standing before him. Who are you? Why are you here? Seeing the other was alert, Sierra reluctantly withdrew his hand and asked solemnly. I am Cerberus, mentor of Hermes Wizard Academy, a true blue-robed wizard. The reply confirmed what Sierra had guessed. This was indeed the real Cerberus. Which meant, who was the one outside? It seems something went wrong with you. Outside, there's someone using your name, killing innocents indiscriminately. Upon hearing his identity, Sierra recounted everything that had happened prior. Alas, it has come to this. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have released him. Listening to Sierra's account, Cerberus let out a sigh, then recounted the whole story. It happened about 10 years ago, during which time Cerberus' career was on the rise. He was full of pride. However, during an academic discussion, Zola dismantled his cherished research findings into fragments. This planted a seed of heart demons within him. Upon returning, he locked himself in his room and obsessively refined his theories. Soul research was fraught with risks. Cerberus quickly discovered a viable technique for separation, but at the same time, he also became aware of his own issues. His obsession had grown so intense that it began to lose control. His desires were spiraling beyond any inhibition, dominating him even in sleep. Unable to endure it any longer, fearing a mental breakdown, Cerberus decided to experiment with his research on himself. After meticulous calculations and preparation, he successfully separated the part of his soul tainted by obsession. But to his surprise, this portion of his soul was far too powerful. Because their strengths were evenly matched, they fought for control over the body. Afraid of damaging his body, Cerberus hesitated and ultimately failed. Thus, he was sealed here, while another soul took possession of his body. In other words, you still have a chance to reclaim your body. After Cerberus finished speaking, Sierra suddenly asked. Hearing the question, Cerberus was momentarily taken aback before vigorously nodding. Yes, if you can help me, it can be done. Cerberus stated that it was entirely possible. His consciousness remained complete and could once again take command of his body. In that case, can you tell me how I can help you? Sierra spoke seriously, and Cerberus pondered slightly before giving his response. My soul is currently in a sealed state. If we can kill the other soul first, then this seal will naturally be lifted. However, the opposing soul hides very deeply, so it's not easy to find. Cerberus' expression dimmed slightly, but upon hearing this, Sierra's lips curled upwards as he indicated that this wasn't an issue at all. If we cannot find him, then we'll just wait for him to come to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Sierra began to condense his wizardry. Even though he was still in a spiritual form, some simple spells were still within his reach. For instance, level 0 light magic. One after another small light balls were shot into the air by him. The tormented souls around were struck one by one. These already fragile entities couldn't withstand such a low-level magic and scattered and disappeared. With the loss of these souls, Cerberus' physical body started losing its strength too. Not long after, a shadowy figure appeared before Sierra. You are courting death. The dark figure snarled angrily, furious to find out that Sierra's spirit remained intact, and worse yet, his opponent had even dared to sabotage from within. No, the one who should die is you. Sierra shook his head with a faint smile. This made the shadow sneer. Even though both of us are in a spiritual form, my power far exceeds yours. The shadow coldly uttered those words, and simultaneously, the black mist around him surged violently, making him look several times larger than Sierra. No, your power isn't stronger than mine. Casually saying this, Sierra suddenly conjured a wooden flute in his hand, placed it against his lips, and softly played a tune. This was a random discovery by Sierra. The mysterious wooden flute didn't seem to be as simple as it looked. With the flute music resonating, the black mist began to become restless, endlessly rolling and gathering together, before dispersing once again. And then it would regather, only to dissipate again. No. The shadowy figure felt his own power ebbing away, and realized his soul was under attack. He attempted retaliation, but his body was already in a disintegrating state, preventing him from doing anything. Thus, amidst struggling and cursing, the dark figure slowly dispersed, while at the same time, the real Sabrus also started becoming more ethereal. I did not intend to, sorry, mentor Sabrus. Sierra noticed Sabrus' condition. It seemed that as two souls originally being part of one entity, when one vanished, the other wouldn't be able to exist anymore. It doesn't matter. This is already the best result. If you see Zola, please convey my apology. And regarding my disciples, I hope the Academy may give them more care. Sabrus showed no anger. This outcome was within his expectations. All right, if possible, I will pass on the message. Sierra slightly bowed, and afterward, Sabrus lightly nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he slowly faded away. Opening his eyes again, Sierra found himself collapsed on the ground. He looked up and saw the black fog had dissipated. This small town returned to its original state. Of course, there was no trace of vitality left. The path of a wizard does not seem like an easy one, but I like it. Sierra stood up, stretched his unfamiliar limbs, briefly identified the direction, and headed towards the outskirts of the town. For him, the road of wizardry had merely begun. The future was long. The end,